He tries to pull his arm away from Bai Zirong, but Bai Zirong refuses and tightly holds onto Mu Jingxuan's arm, saying, "Sunji, what are you doing? Let me hold you. I'm so scared." Mu Jingxuan sighs and says, "You're a grown man. Don't you think this looks weak?" Bai Zirong doesn't agree. "Sunji, can a man be afraid of ghosts? Men aren't made of steel. They can die, and they can be afraid. I'm extremely scared right now. It's just the two of us here. Stop being stubborn, and let me hold you. I'll feel safer." Mu Jingxuan has no choice but to let Bai Zirong continue holding his arm. He looks around, trying to see if they can find a way out, when suddenly he feels another cold wind. His face feels icy cold, and his body stiffens. His heart pounds loudly. It's as if an invisible hand is touching his face. Looking around, there's no one there. Just as Mu Jingxuan has this feeling, Bai Zirong suddenly screams. The atmosphere was already creepy and frightening, and Bai Zirong's sudden scream makes Mu Jingxuan jump in fright and almost fall. He glares at Bai Zirong and asks, "What are you screaming about?" Bai Zirong was trembling with fear and said, "Brother Sun, I think someone touched my just now, but there's no one around here. What's going on?" When Mu Jingxuan heard Bai Zirong's words, he felt that his earlier sensation was not just an illusion. Someone was really touching his face. Mu Jingxuan chose not to mention this, fearing Bai Zirong would become even more frightened and panicked. Now Bai Zirong was holding onto his arm tightly, and if he told him there were really ghosts, Bai Zirong might jump onto him. "That's probably just your imagination. Don't overthink," Mu Jingxuan comforted him. Seeing that Mu Jingxuan wasn't touched by any invisible hand, Bai Zirong thought he might be too nervous and hallucinating, so he didn't dwell on it. Just as Bai Zirong was starting to relax a little, he suddenly heard a series of giggles coming from the forest. The laughter was from a woman's voice, sharp and piercing, making the hair stand on end. Bai Zirong's eyes widened in fear as he looked at Mu Jingxuan. "Brother Sun, did you hear that woman's laughter? Could it still be my imagination?" No sooner had he asked, the creepy laughter sounded again. Bai Zirong was sure this wasn't just a hallucination. Mu Jingxuan's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Neither of them was imagining things. Everything was real. They had encountered a wild ghost in the mountains. Mu Jingxuan felt his previous disbelief in ghosts collapsing at that moment. Someone needed to tell him what was really happening. Mu Jingxuan grabbed Bai Zirong and said, "Let's go. We need to run." But the sharp, piercing female voice said, "You can't escape. I've taken a liking to you. You can't go anywhere. Stay here with me forever." Fear flooded Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan like a tide. They were truly facing a female ghost. Bai Zirong ran while cursing. Isn't it supposed that after the founding of the country, spirits aren't allowed to appear? What's going on now? Mu Jingxuan also wished someone could tell them why ghosts really existed. They ran as fast as they could, but the cold, eerie voice of the ghost kept echoing. Soon, they found themselves back at the starting point. Bai Zirong was exhausted and scared, unable to run anymore. He stopped and said, "Brother Sun, maybe we shouldn't run anymore. We're human. How can we outrun a ghost? Look, we've run in a circle and ended up here again." He sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The mischievous laughter of the female ghost still echoed nearby, constantly repeating, "Stay here. Stay with me. You can't escape. I won't let you go." At this moment, Jiang Li accurately guessed the positions of Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxuan and arrived at their trap location. "Who said they can't leave? You dare to offend my friend's family too? I think you're about to be spirited away." Jiang Li's voice suddenly rang out. Mu Jingxuan and Bai Zirong saw her as a lifeline and looked toward her. Jiang Li calmly approached them. Seeing Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan felt happy but also worried. Their situation was very dangerous now. Would Jiang Li's presence really help? He knew Jiang Li was very skilled, but her abilities might work against people, not ghosts. Worried about Jiang Li getting hurt, he shouted loudly, "Jiang Jiqing, run quickly. There are ghosts here. Don't come near us, or you'll get trapped too." Bai Zirong also shouted to Jiang Li, "Yes, yes, sisterly, run fast. Mu Jingxun and I are caught in a ghost maze. You're no match for ghosts. Don't risk yourself to save us." Seeing that they were in danger but still cared for her safety, Jiang Li felt comforted. However, she ignored their words and continued toward them. Soon, Jiang Li also entered the confusing illusion set by the female ghost. The ghost's sharp, hateful voice rang out, "You brat, you talk so arrogantly. You refuse to go to heaven, and you dare to break into. I'll keep you here to stay with me." As she spoke, the ghost transformed into a figure and, with sharp fangs, lunged toward Jiang Li. Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxun saw the ghost appear and were so frightened their faces turned pale.
Bai Zirong clung tightly to Mu Jingxun, trembling.
Mu Jingxun was speechless, feeling the scene was very terrifying, but he thought Bai Zirong didn't need to hold on so tightly. The two men, like twisted dough, clung to each other, making Mu Jingxun very uncomfortable. If not for the urgent situation, he would have kicked Bai Zirong away. At this moment, Jiang Li had no time to notice their hugging and was focused on how to deal with the ghost. The ghost wore a red wedding dress, giving off a very strange and ominous feeling. Her face was pale, with a very long tongue sticking out. Most importantly, she was very fat, clearly not attractive in life. After seeing Jiang Li's face, the ghost's appearance became even more ferocious. Jiang Li's face was so beautiful that the ghost wanted to take it for herself. Watching the female ghost attack Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan's heart nearly jumped into his throat. Bai Zirong held his breath and prayed for Jiang Li, hoping she could escape the ghost's claws. Jiang Li stood calmly in place and drew a symbol in the air. As she waved her hands, a glowing talisman appeared in the air. The wild female ghost, screaming loudly, was quickly trapped by the symbol Jiang Li drew. The ghost struggled fiercely, emitting a piercing scream. "Let me go! Let me go!" The ghost shouted at Jiang Li. Jiang Li smirked coldly. "Let you go? You've harmed so many people and done so many evil deeds. I can't just let you go, evil spirit. Today, I will uphold justice and send your soul to the afterlife." After speaking, Jiang Li silently recited a spell, 5 Thunder Law, divine punishment for evil spirits. Lightning strikes from the sky, annihilating all ghosts. As her spell finished, a thunderclap sounded from the sky, followed by a lightning bolt that struck the ghost directly, turning her into ashes instantly. Jiang Li tidied up and clapped her hands calmly. Such a petty spirit dared to provoke her openly. She truly didn't know her place. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong watched closely, stunned. Seeing Jiang Li draw a symbol and instantly eliminate the terrifying ghost, they were both wide-eyed. What's going on? Jiang Li has magic? Not only can she handle fierce beasts, but she can also fight ghosts? Both of them were stunned for a while. Seeing their dazed expressions, Jiang Li thought they were scared silly by the ghost, so she approached them with concern. "Are you guys okay? It's over now, you can go back." Only then did they regain their senses, swallowing nervously and asking Jiang Li sisterly, "Did we just see a ghost?" Jiang Li looked at them with a smile. "Didn't you see it yourself?" "Sisterly, that ghost was so scary." "Boo-hoo, I didn't expect you to not only hunt but also deal with ghosts. Thank goodness you came, or Brother Sun and I would have died here." Mu Jingxun said, rushing to Jiang Li and grabbing her pant leg, crying loudly. His tearful, nose-running appearance made Jiang Li feel a bit annoyed. But she thought, it's normal for ordinary people to be terrified when they see a ghost for the first time. Being scared stiff is already impressive. Compared to Bai Zirong, Mu Jingxun was relatively calm. At this moment, Mu Jingxuan's curiosity outweighed his fear. "Jiang Jiqing, do you know spiritual arts?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, I've learned a little."
Mu Jingxun.
Is he stupid? How could she have only learned a little? If I had only learned a little, Jiang Li wouldn't have been able to instantly defeat the female ghost with just a small move. That ghost looked very fierce and full of resentment, but in front of Jiang Li, she was not enough to see. This shows how strong her mystical skills are. However, Jiang Li didn't explain much, so Mu Jingxun didn't ask further. He knew Jiang Li had her own secrets, and if she didn't want to say something, he wouldn't keep asking. Thinking about Jiang Li's great abilities and her knowledge of mysticism, he felt he was becoming more unworthy of her. Besides his better family background, he couldn't compare to her in ability. When Bai Zirong stopped crying, Mu Jingxun reached out to help him up. Seeing Bai Zirong hugging Jiang Li's leg and crying for a long time, he felt a little jealous. He hadn't even hugged her himself. Once Bai Zirong's emotions settled, Jiang Li told them to go down the mountain together. After Jiang Li dealt with a female ghost, the formation was broken, and Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong finally realized they were no longer stuck in the same place. Mu Jingxun asked Jiang Li, "Did Bai Jiqing and I do something to make that female ghost angry? Why did she want to keep us?" Bai Zirong was also curious. "Yeah, Sister Li, we didn't do anything wrong. Why did we get involved with the ghost?" Jiang Li calmly said, "You guys entered her territory. Her body was buried nearby. As for why she kept you, it's because she thought you looked too good, and she wanted your souls to stay with her. Besides you two, she's already taken many men's lives. You're not the first to be targeted by her. But you're lucky. You're the first to escape from her hands." Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong thought about the ghost's appearance and felt a chill. If they had died and stayed with such an ugly ghost, they'd probably want to end their own lives as ghosts. TSK, Sister Li, I only knew male ghosts could be lustful, but I didn't know female ghosts could be so lustful too. Jiang Li was amused by Bai Zirong and laughed, who says only male ghosts are lustful. Female ghosts can be too. Young men, remember to protect yourselves when you go out, especially handsome ones. Not only are you more likely to attract attention, but ghosts might also be interested in you. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong touched their faces, surprised. Who would have thought that just being good-looking could attract a ghost's attention? They narrowly avoided trouble with some women from the production team, but almost got tricked by a female ghost. "Jiqing, I really thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Bai and I would have been doomed." White Child Rong nodded and said, "Ugh, if it weren't for Sister Li, Brother Sun, and I would be dead. And even in death, we had to serve such an ugly female ghost. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Sister Li, from now on, you are my lifesaver. I am your little brother. Whatever you need, just tell me." Jiang Li was not careless and replied, "It's okay. We are friends. Friends shouldn't be so formal." Mu Jingxun thought about how dangerous the mountain was. Since their task with Bai Zirong was not finished, he asked Jiang Li, "Jiang Jiqing, can Bai Jiqing and I come back to the mountain again? Are there many evil spirits here? Will we encounter similar situations in the future?" Bai Zirong was also concerned about this. Although their task was important, if they kept encountering ghostly things every time they went into the mountain, Bai Zirong probably wouldn't dare to come again. Jiang Li knew they were probably searching for something in the mountain, so she said, "There are indeed many evil spirits in the mountain. But if you want to go back, it's not impossible. Carry this amulet with you. If you encounter ghosts like today, they won't come close." Jiang Li took out 2 talismans and handed one to Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong each. Both of them knew Jiang Li was powerful, so the amulets she gave were definitely reliable. "Thank you, Jiang Ziqing." "Thanks, Sister Li." "You're welcome. Let's go down the mountain together." Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were quite shaken today, and they needed time to process everything they experienced. They both wanted to return to the youth commune to rest properly. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Li went to the medical station at the brigade headquarters. When she arrived, she saw someone waiting for her there. It was Lin Shuang with a female youth. Jiang Li recognized her. She was an old youth from the youth point named Jiang Lady. When Lin Shuang saw Jiang Li, she hurried forward and said, "Jiang Ziqing, please help Jiang Lady see what's wrong." She suddenly felt unwell and almost fainted in the field. Jiang Li asked them to go into the medical room. She examined Jiang Lady's pulse to assess her condition. Jiang Lady sat down, and Jiang Li told her, "Your body is too weak. You have a good number of work points each year, so you should improve your living conditions. Don't be too yourself. If you don't take care of your health, problems will eventually arise. Jiang Li was one of the more capable young people who went to the countryside. She worked diligently every day, not only earning enough food and work points for herself, but also receiving 10 yuan from the team each year. Normally, her health shouldn't have suffered like this. However, Jiang Li had always been frugal, and her long-term hard work combined with poor nutrition caused her health to decline. The reason she was so frugal was simple. She sent all her earnings and money back home to support her family. Her parents often wrote to her about the hardships at home, so she had to save wherever she could. She refused to spend her money and sent everything home, even sharing part of her own food each year. When Jiang Li heard this, she sighed and said, "Zhang, young person, my family is in trouble. My mother has been sick several times this year and needs medical expenses. I can only save a little and try to help my family more. Can you see if you can get some medicine to help her recover? I want to hold on a bit longer." Hearing this, Jiang Li was at a loss for words. She then asked, "Jiang, young person, how do you know about my family's situation? My mother isn't like you think. She's kind to me. She wouldn't lie about such things." Jiang Li thought to herself that Jiang Li was really trying to manipulate her. Her name already suggested everything. How could her parents be so kind? She didn't want to explain much to Jiang Li. If it weren't for feeling sorry for her, Jiang Li wouldn't have said anything. She calmly replied, "Zhang, young person, I don't care how I know this. Whether what I said is true or not, you can ask your neighbors by writing a letter." After that, Jiang Li told Jiang Li to go back. Her health couldn't just rely on medicine. She needed proper nutrition, or all efforts would be useless. Lin Shuang, seeing how confident Jiang Li was, said to Jiang Li, "Zhang, young person, actually Jiang is right. You should write to your neighbors and ask about your family's situation. Your mother has been sick so many times in half a year. That's unusual. And over these years, she's been making all kinds of excuses to ask you to send money and food home. Don't let your family drain you and make your body exhausted." Jiang Li listened carefully. She knew her parents favored boys over girls, so it wasn't impossible for them to do such things. She decided to write a letter to ask first. If she found out her parents were deceiving her about her illness to get money, not for treatment, but to help her brother get married, she would need to make plans for herself. Jiang Li sat at the youth station for a while and only returned when it was time for lunch. On the way back, Jiang Li noticed Sun Wenwen deliberately approaching Li Dazhu and pretending to fall in front of him, seeking help. Seeing Sun Wenwen fall and unable to walk, Li Dazhu had no choice but to step forward and ask what happened. Sun Wenwen looked at Li Dazhu with a pitiful expression. "Brother Dazhu, I think I twisted my ankle. Can you help me and take me home?" Her fragile and helpless look really made people want to protect her. Jiang Li watched this with a curious expression. Could it be that Sun Wenwen was trying to get back with him? People often realize how good something is only after losing it. Faced with Sun Wenwen's plea, Li Dazhu hesitated. "Sun Jiqing, that might not be very appropriate. You're a girl, and I'm a guy. It's not right for me to help you alone. I should call someone or ask a female comrade to help you." Sun Wenwen didn't expect Li Dazhu to refuse. In her previous life, Li Dazhu's attitude toward her was very different. He was always very attentive to her matters. Whenever she needed help, he never refused. But after rebirth, even Li Dazhu seemed different from before. Sun Wenwen felt sad. She had thought her relationship with Li Dazhu was secure, but now she realized she might not even hold on to him. Unwilling to give up, she grabbed Li Dazhu's sleeve and deliberately pressed herself closer to him. "Brother Dazhu, what's wrong with that? You're helping someone, not doing anything bad. I know you're a good person, so please help me. I don't mind at all. Why should you care so much?" Seeing Sun Wenwen press closer, Li Dazhu became more anxious. He quickly stepped back. "Sun Jiqing, I don't want to refuse, but helping you like this isn't good. I'll call someone now. Wait a moment, it won't take long." He looked around and then saw Jiang Li nearby. The moment Li Dazhu saw Jiang Li, his eyes lit up instantly. He was so excited not only because he saw the comrade who could help send Sun Wenwen back home, but also because he secretly liked Jiang Li. Since Jiang Li went to the countryside, Li Dazhu had a crush on her. Even though he liked Jiang Li, he never confessed his feelings because he knew she was very capable. Jiang Jiqing, Sun Jiqing accidentally sprained her ankle. Do you think you could help her walk home? Li Dezhi spoke to Jiang Li for the first time. He was both excited and nervous. When Sun Wenwen saw how Li Dezhi looked at Jiang Li, she remembered how he had spoken to her in her past life, with happiness mixed with nervousness. So, in this life, his cold attitude toward her was because he liked Jiang Li? The thought made Sun Wenwen feel even more angry at Jiang Li. That mean woman Jiang Li not only stole Mu Jingxun, but also came to compete with her for Li Dezhi. Why does she always seem to be against her? If it weren't for Jiang Li, she wouldn't be in her current situation. But thinking about Jiang Li's strange powers, Sun Wenwen dared not act rashly, no matter how much she hated her. After Jiang Li asked her for help, she simply glanced at Sun Wenwen with a cold look and said, "Sorry, I'm busy and can't help. You should ask someone else." After saying that, Jiang Li turned and left without looking back. Seeing Jiang Li unwilling to help, Li Dezhi had no choice but to find someone else. He watched her figure leave with reluctance, lost in thought for a while before pulling himself back. When Jiang Li returned to the youth commune, she found that Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had calmed down. But what happened today had shaken them deeply and changed their understanding of the world. They had both been educated with science, so they never thought ghosts and spirits really existed. If it weren't for Jiang Li, they might have been trapped by a female ghost, and even as ghosts, they'd have to serve ugly women. Seeing Jiang Li come back, Bai Zirong looked at her as if she was his own sister. Jiang Li had saved his life twice, so Bai Zirong decided he must treat her like a real sister from now on. Seeing that their mood was still good, Jiang Li started preparing dinner. Perhaps because of what happened during the day, their appetites were not very good that evening. Bai Zirong, a big eater, didn't eat much at all. The next day, Jiang Li took half a day off to visit the county town with the team leader. Recently, because Jiang Li goes up the mountain every day, she has stored a lot of wild game in her space. Jiang Li needs to sell these animals on the black market, then use the money to buy some needed herbs. Li Chongping had no objection to Jiang Li taking half a day off and agreed quickly. Jiang Li has a bicycle, so traveling to the county town is quite convenient. She left after breakfast and rode her bike, reaching the county in about an hour. This time, Jiang Li went to find Lu Feng to sell her goods. When Lu Feng saw Jiang Li arrive, he was very excited. "Little girl, we meet again. I've been looking for you all this time to thank you. But I couldn't find any news about you, no matter how I tried. Luckily, you gave me a protective charm last time, or I might not have escaped that disaster." A few days after Jiang Li gave him the charm, Lu Feng went on a trip to another place to make a deal. But this time, his partner turned out to be unreliable, trying to cheat him. Lu Feng's team was short-handed, and he almost got shot. Fortunately, the charm Jiang Li gave him helped him avoid the bullet, and he managed to escape. At first, Lu Feng didn't realize it was the charm's protection. When he reached into his pocket and saw the charm had turned to ashes, he knew he was safe only because of Jiang Li's gift. Lu Feng thought Jiang Li was his lifesaver and wanted to thank her properly. He was a loyal person who wouldn't forget someone who saved his life. Jiang Li smiled and waved her hand. "Lu Feng, it's just a small favor. You don't need to thank me. Just don't cheat me in our future deals." At this moment, Jiang Li looked at Lu Feng's face and noticed the black aura around him had almost disappeared. When she first saw the dark mark on his forehead, she decided to help because she thought he was a good person. She also hoped to find a trustworthy partner for selling goods. Lu Feng immediately responded, "Little comrade, don't worry. I don't have any tricky plans. Even if you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't cheat you during our transactions. Since you saved my life, I will buy your goods at the highest market price in the future." Jiang Li then brought out her goods and handed them to Lu Feng. Because she had accumulated a lot of stock over time, she had many items to sell. Lu Feng had his men check the goods and then paid her the highest market price. The wild game Jiang Li sold this time brought in a total of 2,100 yuan. Originally, the total was 2,085 yuan, but Lu Feng rounded it up to a whole number. Jiang Li happily took the money and left. Lu Feng was still a bit worried. Since Jiang Li was a young girl carrying so much money, he was concerned she might be targeted or robbed on the way. So, he arranged for a few of his men to follow her. They would observe for a while, and only after ensuring Jiang Li was safely away from his area and no one was watching her would his men return. When Jiang Li left Lu Feng's house, she quickly sensed that a few people were following her. But this time, the followers were different from those in her past life. They weren't after her money, but were there to protect her from being robbed. Jiang Li calculated silently and thought to herself that Lu Feng was truly a loyal person. Soon, Jiang Li arrived at the county hospital. She was thinking that she had bought quite a lot of medicinal herbs this time and wondered if she could get a discount from Dr. Wu. After all, she didn't have much money right now, so saving a little was important. Who would have thought that a master of the mystical arts in the 21st century, who never worried about money, would now be trying to think of ways to save on medicine costs? Jiang Li first went to find Dr. Wu. When Dr. Wu saw her, he was very excited and quickly stepped forward to ask, "Comrade Jiang, what brings you here? Do you need something?" Although Jiang Li was young, Dr. Wu didn't look down on her because of her age. In their line of work, ability matters more than age. Jiang Li was more capable than him, and although Dr. Wu was older and more experienced, he didn't act superior. Jiang Li explained her purpose. She wanted to buy a large amount of traditional Chinese medicine at the county hospital and asked if Dr. Wu could help her get a discount. Dr. Wu, as the head of the hospital's traditional medicine department, held a high position and had a lot of influence. Jiang Li's request was reasonable, and Dr. Wu was willing to help her get the best possible deal. He smiled and said, "Comrade Jiang, that's fine. However, these herbs are quite expensive, and the hospital's purchase price isn't low. Even if I try to get you a discount, it won't be much cheaper." Jiang Li waved her hand and said, "It's okay, Dr. Wu. Whatever discount you can get is fine." Dr. Wu then spoke with his colleagues in the pharmacy department. After some arrangements, Jiang Li bought herbs worth 2,000 yuan, and she managed to save 100 yuan, paying only 1,900 yuan in total. 100 yuan is already a lot. In this time, it can cover several months' wages for an ordinary worker. After buying the medicine, Jiang Li and Dr. Wu thanked each other and prepared to leave. However, Dr. Wu stopped Jiang Li. "Comrade Jiang, I have a patient here and would like you to take a look. Are you available? This patient is related to my cousin's daughter-in-law's family. They've been in the hospital for a few days. We've tried many treatments, but nothing works. I know your medical skills are excellent, so I want to ask for your help. Please take a look. It's to help the patient and also to help our hospital."
How do you feel about this?
Jiang Li thought about how Dr. Wu had just helped her. Now that someone was asking her for help, she felt a bit shy to refuse. So she agreed, "All right, Dr. Wu, take me to see him.
I'll try to help if I can."
Jiang Li only said she would try, not that she could definitely cure the patient. But she was willing to give it a try, which made Dr. Wu very happy. Dr. Wu led Jiang Li to the ward. Inside, there were several patients. One of the beds had a middle-aged man with a dark face, eyes tightly closed, seeming to be in a deep sleep. Next to him stood an older couple, probably in their 50s or 60s. People back then looked older than people today because life was harder. Even in their 50s or 60s, they looked hunched and frail. When they saw Dr. Wu, the couple immediately got up and hurried over, grabbing his hand anxiously. "Dr. Wu, have you found a new treatment? Is there hope for our son?" The patient in bed was named Wang Jianxi. His parents looked at Dr. Wu with hope in their eyes. Dr. Wu pointed to Jiang Li, who was standing nearby. "This is Comrade Jiang. I've asked her to look at Wang Jianxi's condition. If she can find a way, the patient might still have a chance. If she can't, then there's nothing more we can do. Our hospital has run out of better treatment options." Wang Jianxi's parents glanced at Jiang Li. Seeing a young girl brought by Dr. Wu, so young, could she really help cure their son? Wang's mother was straightforward and honest. After sizing up Jiang Li, she questioned her openly. "Dr. Wu, she's just a little girl. She probably hasn't read many medical books. How could she really have any skill? Is she reliable?" After Queen Mother questioned, Dr. Wu's face immediately darkened. You don't believe Comrade Jiang, and you don't trust me either? Since I brought her here, I must be reliable. Worried that Jiang Li might get angry, Dr. Wu then forced a smile and said to Jiang Li, Comrade Jiang, don't be upset. Because you are young, many people like to judge others by appearance. They don't mean any harm, so don't take it to heart. Seeing Dr. Wu's serious tone and displeased expression, Queen Mother quickly shut her mouth and dared not question further. Dr. Wu was right. She could doubt Jiang Li's skills, but must not doubt Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu was her son's lifesaver and must not be offended. The person who personally brought her here should be capable, but this girl was too young, so her doubts were understandable. If it weren't for saving Dr. Wu's face, Jiang Li would have turned and left, since medical professionals don't knock on doors lightly. But seeing Dr. Wu's face, Jiang Li didn't bother with them and directly went to the patient's bed to carefully examine Wang Jianqi's condition. Wang Jianqi's face was not only pale, but his muscles looked unnaturally tense. Every few minutes, he clenched his teeth and showed pain and a fierce expression. He probably was having a nightmare. Currently, Wang Jianqi's situation was not just illness, but being trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. Jiang Li placed his hand on Wang Jianqi's head, wanting to see what the nightmare was about and why he was having it. Soon, Jiang Li entered Wang Jianqi's dream. In the dream, Wang Jianqi was running wildly, chased by a female ghost. The ghost had disheveled hair and a terrifying face. Her 7 orifices were bleeding, which, even for Jiang Li used to seeing evil spirits, was shocking. After sensing Wang Jianqi's dream, Jiang Li withdrew his consciousness from the nightmare. Seeing Jiang Li's thoughtful expression as he withdrew his hand, Dr. Wu tentatively asked, Comrade Jiang, is Wang Jianqi's condition serious? Is there any chance for recovery? Jiang Li shook his head and said, no hope. He might only live for 3 more days. His family should prepare for the worst. When Wang Jianqi's parents heard that their son was given a death sentence, they immediately screamed. They couldn't accept the news of their son's death calmly. Queen Mother thought Jiang Li was cursing her son, so she immediately began shouting at Jiang Li, what nonsense are you talking about? Cursing my son? I told you, you're just a young girl who doesn't understand anything, coming here to treat my son. You're just causing trouble. Dr. Wu, you need to find someone reliable, not a fraud. Hearing Queen Mother's words, Jiang Li sneered. Why would I lie to you? What's the benefit? Do I have nothing better to do than waste my time arguing with you? If it weren't for Dr. Wu, I wouldn't bother to treat your son, who's always causing trouble. Seeing Jiang Li not only curse her son but also accuse them falsely and call their son immoral, Queen Mother and her husband became even angrier. Queen Mother, a fiery woman, spat on the ground and then tried to hit Jiang Li. You shameless girl, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? You have no manners, insulting my son. I'll tear your mouth apart, she yelled as she lunged at Jiang Li. When Queen Mother moved to attack, Dr. Wu, standing nearby, was so angry his forehead was pounding. Jiang Li was the person he hired, and if Queen Mother heard her, he would be in big trouble. He quickly shouted, Stop. Stop it. Stop right now. But Queen Mother, overwhelmed with anger, didn't listen. She clawed at Jiang Li. Seeing her coming at him, Jiang Li didn't care at all. She thought, if she wants to hit me, she's just clueless. Just as Queen Mother's hand was about to hit Jiang Li's face, Jiang Li suddenly moved, grabbing her wrist and then flipping her onto the ground. Queen Mother cried out in pain and cursed Jiang Li even more fiercely. You shameless girl. How dare you push me? Oh, my back. You're young, but you hit an old woman. Do you have no shame? Everyone come see. Someone's lawless, bullying an elderly person in broad daylight. Seeing Queen Mother lying on the ground, acting dramatic, Jiang Li's coldness grew. If I didn't push you, would I just stand here and let you hit me? Being old doesn't mean you can act arrogantly. You started it, and now you have the nerve to blame me? Queen Mother bared her teeth and fought back. I only hit you because you cursed my son first and spread rumors about him. You talk without thinking, so I had to teach you a lesson. Old lady, I may not speak kindly, but I am telling the truth. It seems that not only is your son unkind, but you are not a good person either. TSK, with your son ending up like this, do you really not understand what happened? You know in your heart if you are guilty. I advise you to listen to me. Take your son to turn himself in, and tell the police everything he did. Maybe then you and your husband will have a chance to survive. Otherwise, you will end up like your son, with no place to rest in peace. Hearing this, Dr. Wu's eyebrows furrowed deeply. He knew that Jiang Li wouldn't say such things without reason. If she said it, there must be a good reason behind it. Did this family do something bad and get revenge? Other people in the ward were listening carefully, eager to hear the gossip. Mr. and Mrs. Wang looked worried and trembling, knowing in their hearts that Jiang Li, as an outsider, couldn't possibly know what their son did. They had kept it very secret, without revealing anything. It was impossible. Mrs. Wang tried to hide her panic and angrily said to Jiang Li, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Li sneered, "Fine, I won't talk nonsense. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But remember, what people do is under heaven's watch. Old lady, I warn you, if you miss this chance to save yourselves, don't come crying later." After saying this, Jiang Li turned to Dr. Wu and said, "Dr. Wu, I'm leaving now. I can't help with this person's illness." Dr. Wu felt confused about the situation and didn't want to force Jiang Li to stay and explain. He quietly left the ward with her. Outside, he asked softly, "Comrade Jiang, is there some secret behind Wang Jianqi's illness? Do you have a way to treat it, but for some reason you don't want to help?" Jiang Li didn't deny it. She nodded and said, "Yes, I do have a way to treat his illness, but someone like him, I can't save." Dr. Wu was shocked and very curious, wanting to ask more but unsure how. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Li found it a bit funny. Someone so serious on the outside could be so gossipy inside. She thought for a moment and told him the truth. Wang Jianqi physically abused and killed his wife. His parents helped him hide the crime, burying and destroying the body. Now Wang Jianqi's wife is seeking revenge from the restless spirit. Do you think this is karma? I really hope he dies soon. I wouldn't save him even if I could. Killing someone and paying with your life is the natural law. His current situation is all his own fault. Dr. Wu was stunned when he heard Jiang Li's explanation. He never imagined that Wang Jianqi's family could do something so beastly. He had no doubt about what Jiang Li said. Since Jiang Li can use the 13 needles of Ghost Gate, she must be skilled in mysticism, so it's normal for her to detect such things. Learning that the person he wanted to save was such a heartless person made Dr. Wu feel ashamed. From now on, he wouldn't care about Wang Jianqi's fate. Of course, with Dr. Wu's level, even if he wanted to save Wang Jianqi, he wouldn't be able to. After explaining the reasons, Jiang Li left the hospital and went to the county supply and marketing cooperative to buy some seasonings and daily necessities. She also bought some fruit candies and peach cookies. Since she was in the county, Jiang Li decided to visit the grocery store again to see if she could buy some meat. Although she usually had enough meat, it was mostly wild game, and fresh pork was rare. She was craving some juicy braised pork. Unfortunately, when Jiang Li arrived at the grocery store late in the day, the meat had already been sold out. Now, even the fish at the stall was limited. However, she saw many leftover fish offal, which no one wanted. She asked the staff, "Comrade, can I buy some of these fish offal?" An older woman working there replied, "Of course, no one wants these. If you want, I'll sell them to you for a yuan per jean." She couldn't say no to giving them away for free, as that would attract many people wanting free stuff. Charging a small fee was just a gesture to prevent others from taking advantage. Jiang Li was happy and said, "Annie, I'll take 3 jean." 3 jean wasn't much, especially since Mu Jingxun and Beijing could eat a lot. Buying more would definitely feed them well. The old woman smiled kindly and said, "All right, young girl, I'll weigh it for you." Since Jiang Li only wanted 3 jean, the old woman was honest and gave her 4 jean. Seeing that the old woman was kind-hearted, Jiang Li said, "Auntie, you're really nice. Please keep an eye on your daughter lately. There's a young man trying to trick her, so you should watch her closely and not let her be fooled. Jiang Li could tell that the older woman had a kind face. Such a gentle person should have a good ending. However, her life's misfortune was that her daughter was deceived by a young man with blonde hair and became pregnant, only to be abandoned later. Later, the older woman took her daughter to have an abortion, but because she couldn't bear the gossip from others, her daughter chose to drown herself. After her daughter's death, the older woman fell ill and couldn't get up. Jiang Li now feels there might still be a chance to save her. When the older woman heard Jiang Li's reminder, she was stunned. Although she didn't know how Jiang Li knew all this, she thought her daughter's recent strange behavior might be related. So, the eldest sister said to Jiang Li, "All right, little girl, the aunt knows now, and she will be careful." After buying fish and miscellaneous items, Jiang Li rode her bicycle back to the Victory production team. At the hospital, after Jiang Li left, Mr. and Mrs. Wang went to see Dr. Wu, hoping he could help their son find a way to treat his illness. Dr. Wu, ignoring complicated family relations, responded coldly, "People's lives must be repaid. Your son did something wrong, and if you don't guide him properly or try to hide it and now he faces such consequences, do you still expect others to save him? I am limited in ability and can't help you. If you truly regret and ask your daughter-in-law for forgiveness, maybe your son still has a chance to live. But if you wait too long, you might not be able to save him, and even your own lives could be at risk." After speaking, Dr. Wu ignored the couple. Mr. and Mrs. Wang were stunned. They thought their son's situation was strange. Could it really be the vengeful spirit of the daughter-in-law who had been beaten to death coming to take revenge? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. They worried that if the daughter-in-law came back to take their son's life, she might also come after them. Jiang Li rode her bike and soon arrived at the production team. It wasn't very late, just 11 o'clock, so she wouldn't miss lunch. She went home, put down her things, and started preparing lunch. She planned to make a fish and vegetable hot pot and fry 2 small green vegetables. Just as Jiang Li was about to start cooking, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong came back from working outside. Seeing Jiang Li busy, Bai Zirong immediately stepped forward eagerly and smiled at her, saying, "Li Jia, there's no need for you to do this. Let me do it." Jiang Li thought Bai Zirong seemed a bit like a sycophant. Mu Jingxun saw Bai Zirong had taken over his work and came over to Jiang Li, saying, "Jiang Jiqing, is there anything I can do to help?" Jiang Li nodded. "Go rinse the rice, peel some and garlic for me, and pick some cucumbers, tomatoes, and green onions from the garden." Upon hearing Jiang Li's instructions, Mu Jingxun immediately went to work. Jiang Li waited for the two to finish preparing the ingredients before starting to cook. She first made a simple cucumber salad, then scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and finally prepared a fish offal stew. Since she bought 4 gin of fish offal, the stew was made in a big pot. Jiang Li knew that although she made a lot, with Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong here, they should be able to finish it all. If not, it was okay. She could reheat and eat the leftovers at night. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong quickly enjoyed the fish stew, both finding it delicious. However, because there was so much, they left about half uneaten, which they planned to reheat and eat later. In the afternoon, Jiang Li took some time to go up the mountain again. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong also went with her. Since the incident with the wild ghost on the mountain, both of them had some psychological shadows. If Jiang Li hadn't given each of them a protective charm, they probably wouldn't dare to go up the mountain again. Fortunately, with Jiang Li's charms, they hadn't encountered any more strange things. Meanwhile, Sun Wenwen carried a basket with some flour and eggs, quietly heading toward the cow shed at the foot of the mountain. Sun Wenwen was reborn and knew the history of the future. The people living in these cow sheds belonged to important families. Sadly, these old folks didn't survive in her previous life, but this time, with her around, things might be different. If she could help them in their difficult times, maybe when she returned, they would remember her kindness. Now, Sun Wenwen knew she couldn't win Mu Jingxuan's affection or become a wife of status, but if she could start with these cowshed families and secure a good future for herself, that would be a good plan. She secretly took some eggs and flour from the Li family and brought them to a few households in the cowshed. Sun Wenwen thought carefully. She believed that by giving these good things, the families would be grateful and remember her kindness. But the reality was completely different. Sun Wenwen first went to deliver the items to the Lin couple. Seeing the new educated youth in the village and not knowing them well, she brought food to give to them, which naturally made people doubt her intentions. Also, Sun Wenwen seemed clearly calculating. Lin Chung was sure that even if she helped them, she had her own motives. When they were in trouble, they didn't want help from someone so scheming, and now they weren't in difficulty or in need of help at all. Lin Chung directly said, "Comrade, we don't need these things.
Please take them back."
Seeing Lin Chung didn't want to accept, Sun Wenwen became a bit anxious. "I only saw that you're having a hard time here and wanted to help. Why won't you accept my help?" Lin Chung kept a serious face and said, "We are indeed having a hard time, but we don't need help right now. Please take these things back, young comrade. In the future, don't come to our place again. We have a special status and don't want to cause you trouble." Sun Wenwen wanted to say more, but Lin Chung blocked her outside the door. With no choice, Sun Wenwen went to visit 2 other families. In the end, none of the people in the cattle sheds accepted her gifts, just like Lin Cheng's family. Sun Wenwen felt frustrated. Why did these people refuse her help? If they didn't want her help, how could she make them feel grateful to her? She didn't realize that her own desires showed plainly on her face. Also, she had come here without any reason, and the 3 families in the cattle sheds were all sharp and perceptive. They could see her suspicious behavior. Sun Wenwen had no choice but to secretly take the things back to the Li family. That evening, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong took some time to visit Lin Cheng's side and brought some supplies for their teacher. Today, the 2 of them had good luck in the mountains. They caught 3 wild rabbits to help Lin Cheng and his wife strengthen their health. Since they arrived, Lin Cheng and his wife looked much healthier and more energetic. With their support, they didn't have to struggle too much even in the remote place. When they saw the 2 students, Lin Cheng also mentioned the incident of Sun Wenwen bringing them gifts today. He mainly wanted to ask about Sun Wenwen's character. He wanted to know if her gesture was truly malicious or if he had misunderstood her. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, upon hearing that Sun Wenwen had come to deliver things to their teacher at the cattle shed, immediately knew she must have had some ulterior motive. So Mu Jingxun immediately advised Lin Cheng to stay away from Sun Wenwen in the future. He warned that this woman was not a good person. Someone with a bad character who voluntarily came to the farm to help those sent down was probably up to no good. After hearing Mu Jingxuan's opinion of Sun Wenwen, Lin Cheng felt relieved. He thought his judgment was right. Sun Wenwen did seem to have some issues. Luckily, he didn't accept the things she offered him. The teachers and students chatted for a while, but Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong didn't dare stay long and quietly slipped back to the youth commune late at night. In the following days, Jiang Li's life was quite peaceful. The production team was calm, and Jiang Li mainly gathered herbs or helped the team treat illnesses. With her good medical skills, the Victory production team found it much easier to see a doctor and get treatment. She could help with minor health problems around the team. But this peaceful time didn't last long. Trouble arose in Li Ma Zi's family. Early one morning, the Victory production team was in an uproar. It turned out that Li Ma Zi and Sun Wenwen had an argument early that morning, and during the fight, Li Ma Zi accidentally struck Sun Wenwen, killing her. Naturally, the neighbors heard the noise. Li's family wanted to handle things quietly but had no chance, and Li Ma Zi was now facing a murder charge. When Sun Wenwen was found dead, Aunt Ho-Hot was also panicked because she had supported her son's anger towards Sun Wenwen.
Why?
Because she believed Sun Wenwen was not behaving properly. She had seen her several times flirting with Li Dazhu, clearly trying to get close to him. When Li Dazhu passed by their house that morning, Sun Wenwen greeted him proactively, which made Aunt Ho-Hot angry. She started telling her son to control his wife and not let her be interested in other men, worried she might do something to embarrass him. When Li Ma Zi heard that Sun Wenwen was interested in other men and might cheat on him, he couldn't stand it. He immediately started hitting Sun Wenwen. Aunt Ho-Hot thought that if Sun Wenwen learned her lesson, it would be fine, but she didn't expect her son to actually kill her. Now, a death had occurred, and this was a serious matter. The worst outcome was that Li Ermazi would be imprisoned for life, facing a long jail sentence. If he went to jail, life would be very hard for him. The most severe consequence was that he would have to take responsibility for son Wenwen's death, paying with his life. Aunt Osmanthus had only one son, Li Ermazi. She had a big son before, but unfortunately, he died young. If something happened to this second son, she and her husband would have no one left to care for them in old age. This news quickly spread through the village. When Li Chongping heard about the tragedy at Xingli Production Brigade, he was so shocked his legs trembled. Last time, there was the young man Peng Jigang hiding foreign books, and now another tragedy. This meant that their chances of winning awards or recognition this year were gone. They were definitely out of the running. Li Chongping quickly called Jiang Li to help Sun Wenwen see if there was still a chance to save her, or if she was truly dead. Although Jiang Li didn't like Sun Wenwen much, she was surprised to hear she had died so early. She immediately went with Li Chongping to Li Ermazi's house to check on Sun Wenwen's condition. Other young people from a youth team also rushed over, eager to see such shocking news firsthand. Yulan didn't expect to encounter such an event on her first day out of bed. Thinking about her recent bad luck, she felt her misfortune was endless. Now, on her first day outside, she ran into such a big incident, and she wondered if it was a warning from heaven. Sun Wenwen's downfall was partly caused by Jiang Li, so she decided she must stay far away from Jiang Li to stay safe. Jiang Li and Li Chongping quickly arrived at Li Ermazi's house. The place was surrounded on all sides. As Jiang Li approached, Li Chongping shouted, "Everyone make way. Let Jiang Jigang through. Let's see if Sun Jigang can still be saved." Though everyone knew the chances were slim, they still hoped for a miracle. Maybe Jiang Li could do something. They naturally made way for her. Jiang Li went straight to Sun Wenwen. She was lying in a pool of blood, with a deep cut on her neck, bleeding heavily. It was obvious she was dead. No matter how skilled Jiang Li was, she couldn't bring her back to life. Seeing Sun Wenwen's tragic death, Jiang Li didn't know what to say. She felt sorry for her, but believed she got what she deserved. Sun Wenwen was tricked into marrying Li Ermazi by Jiang Li's scheme. Jiang Li bore a lot of responsibility for her death. However, Jiang Li didn't think she had done anything wrong or owed Sun Wenwen anything. She never had a saintly heart. This woman was the first to harbor harmful intentions toward her. Jiang Li only responded in kind. If Sun Wenwen had succeeded earlier, Jiang Li might have been the one to die. Who would have pity for her then? Jiang Li looked at Sun Wenwen's body, shook her head, and then said to Captain Li Chongping, "Captain, Sun Jiqing is confirmed dead. There's no way to save her." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Li Chongping finally gave up hope. He sighed heavily. This year, the team's awards and recognitions could only be accepted as they were, no more expectations. Since someone lost their life, and such a serious matter occurred, Li Chongping dared not hide it from the higher-ups. He quickly sent someone to report to the county. Li Ermazi's family was stunned. Knowing that a death had happened this time, Li Ermazi was doomed. The team members discussed among themselves, surprised that Li Ermazi was so ruthless. Usually he was just violent at home, but now he had actually killed someone. Li Chongping called an urgent meeting with all team members. He said that there had been enough trouble in the team recently, and he hoped everyone would be more restrained in the future. They must not cause any more problems. If similar incidents happened again, the commune would surely make them a negative example, criticize them severely, and impose punishments. During this time, everyone cared deeply about their collective honor. No one wanted their group to be publicly shamed. When the county police heard about the death, they quickly arrived. Several police officers came in a police car to investigate. Since Li Ermazi had killed Sun Wenwen, there were multiple witnesses, so the police quickly questioned everyone. The case was clear, and no further investigation was needed. They immediately took Li Ermazi back to the station. Aunt Guohua saw her son being taken away by the police and started crying loudly. Seeing her like this, Li Chongping was angry and cursed. "Now you're crying because you're afraid? Why didn't you stop him when he was killing her?" If you hadn't encouraged and allowed your son to beat his wife, this wouldn't have happened. Aunt Guahua refused to admit her mistake. She stubbornly said, "Captain, you don't understand the situation. I told my son Ermatsi to do something to son Wenwen for a reason. That woman is shameless. She's already married to my son, but she's still cheating outside. She's lazy, unfilial, and dishonest, always doing bad things. I told my son to teach her a lesson. Isn't that normal?" Li Changping heard Aunt Hohat still stubbornly denying the facts and was speechless, only slightly twitching his mouth. "Stop with those twisted reasons. Your second brother Matsi is now involved in a murder case, and the police won't listen to your excuses. Since he killed someone, he must pay the price. I hope your family remembers this painful lesson and behaves honestly in the future." After reprimanding Aunt Hohat, Li Changping also warned others, this incident with Li Matsi should serve as a warning to everyone. As mothers-in-law, you shouldn't indulge your sons in hitting their wives. If something like this happens again, your family will face serious trouble, maybe even breaking apart. The women in the village were all frightened and took the village chief's warning seriously. Usually, couples argued, but they must never resort to violence. If someone dies or if there's a murder charge, the family will be completely ruined. Because this news was shocking, everyone in the Victory production team kept talking about it all day. Jiang Li continued with her usual tasks. She didn't expect Sun Wenjin to die so quickly, but she was only briefly surprised and quickly put it out of her mind. Sun Wenjin's death was her own fault, and Li Matsi would also pay for his actions. Matters of justice and debts were not her concern. She didn't need to keep watching. Today, Jiang Li went up the mountain and was lucky enough to find a rare lingji mushroom. She put the lingji into her space, along with the herbs she bought from the county last time, so she could make pills when she returned home. After dinner that evening, Jiang Li entered her space to refine pills. The process took quite a long time. She worked all night before successfully completing the pills. When she saw it was dawn, Jiang Li got up to wash and cook. Even though she stayed up all night, she felt quite energetic. However, after waking up, she noticed a faint ghostly aura around the old educated youth's house. Jiang Li frowned. The aura seemed familiar. Was Sun Wenjin's restless spirit visiting? Last night, Jiang Li was focused on refining pills and didn't pay much attention. Usually, after death, souls enter reincarnation, but those with strong attachments and resentment are exceptions. Sun Wenjin must have had deep attachment, so her spirit refused to leave. But this wasn't a problem for Jiang Li. She wasn't afraid of Sun Wenjin when she was alive, and now that she's dead, Jiang Li is even less afraid. Her methods for dealing with ghosts are more direct and effective than those for dealing with people. Jiang Li got up, prepared meals and Mu Jingxun, and Bai Zirong also woke up and washed. Every day, they enjoyed delicious, hearty breakfasts and both felt very happy. After breakfast, Jiang Li heard the villagers start talking again. It turned out that early in the morning, Aunt Hohat and her family were shouting that their house was haunted, so they dared not go back. The people from the Victory team discussed whether Sun Wenwen's ghost had returned to seek revenge. After all, Sun Wenwen had died tragically from domestic violence, and her resentment must have been very strong. It was understandable that her ghost might come back to punish Aunt Hohat's family. When Li Changping heard the villagers talking about ghosts, he couldn't sit still. Although he knew there were some mysterious things, he knew such matters couldn't be spoken about openly. If someone reported them for practicing superstitions, the whole team could be criticized or punished, especially him as the team leader. He angrily scolded the team members, and the gossip finally stopped. But he couldn't stop some superstitious and gossip-loving older women from whispering together. If Sun Wenwen's spirit really returned to take revenge, and if innocent people got hurt, the villagers would be very worried. They feared that Sun Wenwen's ghost might harm others and cause trouble for more families. The villagers were scared and anxious. Aunt Hohat's family felt confused and worried, but with the team members' comfort, they gradually calmed down. However, they dared not go home at night and had to stay with relatives. After the 7th day of mourning for Sun Wenwen, They planned to burn more paper money for her and secretly invite a shaman to help. They hoped this might resolve the problem. But they didn't expect that. Although they didn't go home and stayed with relatives, son Wenwen's ghost still came to find them at night. This time, not only Aunt Ho-Hat's family saw her ghost, but the relatives they stayed with also saw the terrifying scene. The relative's child was so frightened that they fell ill and had a high fever that night. The relatives were so scared that they drove Aunt Ho-Hat's family out and refused to take them in again. The other villagers also refused to shelter them, worried about getting into trouble. After this incident, everyone believed that Aunt Ho-Hat's family was not hallucinating or feeling guilty, but truly saw the ghost. The village was filled with fear. The only one unaffected seemed to be Jiang Li. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were feeling quite worried. Last time, when they went up the mountain and encountered a female ghost, it left a deep psychological scar. They were afraid of meeting such terrifying things again. Son Wenwen, when alive, often flirted with Mu Jingxun. Bai Zirong wondered if her ghost might come back to bother him. Brother Sun, we need to go to Sister Li's place and get another protection charm. I'm worried that Sun Jiqing's ghost might come looking for you. Maybe she couldn't get you in life, and now she's trying to drag you to the underworld with her, he said. Mu Jingxun hadn't thought much about this before, but now, hearing Bai Zirong say it, he was genuinely scared. If he was really haunted by Sun Wenwen's ghost and had been harmed physically, he would be unclean. He wouldn't have the right to pursue Jiang Li anymore. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong went together to tell Jiang Li about this. Seeing how scared they were, Jiang Li realized that the incident on the mountain had caused serious psychological trauma. The protective charms I gave you last time will keep you safe if you carry them with you. If you're still worried, I can give you another talisman to ward off evil spirits. No ghost or demon will dare come near your home, Jiang Li said. She then took out a talisman and handed it to them. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong thought it was best to have more items to ward off evil spirits. They quickly took the talisman from Jiang Li and returned to their rooms. With the protective charms and talismans, they no longer feared Sun Wenwen's ghostly spirit. As soon as they left, someone from the household that Aunt Guohua was staying with came to see Jiang Li. Jiqing Jiang, my child took your fever medicine, but it's been a whole day, and he still hasn't gotten better. The fever is still high. Can you come to my house and check on him? Early in the morning, this family came to Jiang Li, saying their child had a fever and had taken some medicine. If it was a normal fever, the medicine should have helped. But since it didn't, there was a possibility that the child wasn't sick from a normal illness but was frightened by something evil. Jiang Li nodded and said, "All right, I'll go take a look." She followed the family to their home. The family's surname was Li, and their child was called Li Erden. In the countryside, children often had simple, humble names like Goa, dog, Erden, Gasheng, leftover, or Shirtu, stone. According to local sayings, the lower the name's status, the easier it was to raise the child.
Jiang Li sheka on li errands condition.
As expected, the child had been frightened by a ghost, causing a big shock. One of his spirits had been scared out of his body. For Jiang Li, this was easy to handle. Just call the spirit back and give the child some symbolic water, and he would be fine. Li Erden's family saw that Jiang Li had finished examining the child and asked anxiously, "Jiang Jiqing, what exactly is wrong with Erden?" Seeing their worried expressions, Jiang Li comforted them. "It's nothing serious. The child was just frightened and lost a spirit. You, as family members, should go to the production team and call out Erden's name everywhere. Also, burn this talisman until it turns to ash, then mix the ashes with water and give it to Erden to drink. He'll recover quickly." Seeing Jiang Li's method, Li Erden's family was stunned. "Jiang Jiqing, do you even understand what you're saying? You're practicing superstitions. If others find out, it could bring bad luck." Jiang Li replied calmly, "You all have seen ghosts, so do you think I'm practicing superstition? If your family's child was frightened by a ghost, you should know better than me. If you believe me, follow my instructions. If not, and you report me for practicing superstition, that's fine. Just don't regret it if the child doesn't recover." Li Erden's family couldn't doubt Jiang Li's words because they had seen the ghost of Sun Wenwen with their own eyes. What surprised them even more was that Jiang Li, who usually used traditional Chinese medicine to treat illnesses, also secretly used mystical methods to heal people. It was incredible. Li Erden's grandfather hurriedly told Jiang Li, "Jiang Jiqing, you've misunderstood us. We definitely won't report you for superstition. We'll follow your method." Hearing this, Jiang Li nodded happily. She went back to the youth camp, promising that if the child didn't improve after following her method, they could come back and find her again. After Jiang Li left, Li Erden's grandfather quickly ordered the family to go outside and call the spirit. He also told his wife to burn the talisman Jiang Li gave and give the ashes mixed with water to his grandson. Soon, Li Erden's condition started to improve, and he gradually sweat and his fever went down. His family was amazed and said, "Jiang Li is truly amazing. Father, I never expected Jiang Jiqing to have such skills. I didn't see it before. He's really a hidden master. Do you think we should ask Jiang Jiqing if he has any protective charms or amulets? What if son Jiqing's ghost comes back again?" Li Erden's biological father asked Li Erden's grandfather for advice. "You're right, I forgot. Now go quickly ask Jiang Jiqing if she can make us a protective charm," said Li Erden's grandfather. He also told his son to bring 10 eggs and 5 jin of flour from home. "Ask Jiang Jiqing for help. We can't go empty-handed. Thanks to her help, Erden is getting better. With these things, we can also thank her." "Okay, Dad, I'll do that," said Li Erden's father. He immediately took the items from home, put them in a basket, and hurried to Jiang Jiqing's place. As it was getting dark, Li Erden's father felt uneasy on the road. He silently prayed to all the gods and spirits, hoping he wouldn't encounter Sun Wenwen's ghost. Seeing Sun Wenwen's ghost last night, covered in blood and sticking out her tongue, had scared him so much he was trembling. Finally, Li Erden's father safely arrived at Jiang Jiqing's place. Because Jiang Li had shown such skill during the day, Li Erden's father felt safe near her. When he reached the youth commune, his heart was no longer pounding so fast. Jiang Li saw Li Erden's father coming and wondered if there was a new problem with Erden. Could her treatment have failed? She was confident in her methods and abilities. Jiang Li asked, "Has Erden's condition improved?" He quickly waved his hand. No, Jiang Jiqing, you're really capable. Erden is almost better now. He's no longer running a fever. I brought you some things to thank you." He handed the items to Jiang Li. She looked at them. 10 eggs and 5 jin of flour. These weren't very valuable to Jiang Li, but they were rare for ordinary families. Considering how hard life was for everyone in the commune these days, Jiang Li hadn't helped them much and didn't want to take things from them, feeling guilty. She glanced at the items and said, "I don't need these. You can take them back. I've earned my share of work points from the commune, and helping with medical care is my duty." Seeing that Jiang Li refused to accept, Li Erden's father explained, "Jiang Jiqing, we're giving you these things to thank you for saving Erden, and also to ask for your help again." "Help? Are there other patients in your family?" Li Erden's father immediately lowered his voice and leaned closer to Jiang Li, saying, "Jiang Jiqing, I want to ask if you have any amulets or similar items that can ward off evil spirits. If you can help my son Erden with protection and healing, surely you have ways to deal with bad ghosts? Our whole family is worried that son Jiqing's ghost might come back tonight." Jiang Li listened to Li Erden's father and replied, "All right, I will give you a few talismans, but you should take these home. I really don't need them. I appreciate your kindness." She turned and went to her room, taking out several talismans for Li Erden's father. "This is a house protection charm, and this one is for warding off evil. Take them home and stick them inside your house." Li Erden's father was overjoyed and accepted the talismans Jiang Li gave him. He didn't want to take the good things she brought, but he couldn't argue with her, so he took them back. The whole family would always remember Jiang Li's great kindness today. If Jiang Li ever needed help in the future, they would definitely assist without hesitation. After Li Erden's father left, Jiang Li prepared to have dinner. She had delayed her meal to treat Li Erden, but she wasn't very hungry and decided to eat something simple. She called Mu Jingxun and Beijing to join her for dinner. Suddenly, Lu Yulan rushed toward them like she was going crazy, holding a dagger in her hand, aiming it straight at Jiang Li. Mu Jingxun saw this and broke out in a cold sweat, unable to sit still. Lu Jiqing was acting strangely, attacking people with a knife. Worried about Jiang Li's safety, Mu Jingxun didn't think about the danger anymore and quickly stepped in front of her to block her. Lu Yulan's dagger missed Jiang Li, but stabbed firmly into Mu Jingxuan's back. He groaned in pain. Seeing Mu Jingxun bleeding, the other young women around screamed in fear. Lu Yulan was out of control. Was she trying to kill someone? Bai Zirong saw Mu Jingxun hurt and felt both worried and angry. He wondered if Lu Jiqing had taken the wrong medicine, as she had stabbed his brother. He hurriedly rushed toward Lu Yulan, trying to take the dagger away and then tie her up to control her. Bai Zirong, a grown man, should have been able to handle a woman easily. However, at this moment, after grabbing Lu Yulan's arm, he realized something was wrong. This woman had become incredibly strong. He used all his strength to pull her, but Lu Yulan remained motionless. Jiang Li watched Mu Jingxun step forward to protect her and was stunned. She didn't expect this man to risk himself to shield her, even willing to block a knife for her. Facing such a kind man, it would be hard not to feel touched. When Jiang Li smelled the blood on Mu Jingxun, she asked worriedly, Mu Jiqing, "Are you okay? Does it hurt? Let me check your wound." Mu Jingxun felt pain, and the wound seemed deep, but he didn't want to appear weak in front of Jiang Li. He forced himself to say it was nothing serious. He tried to smile and said, "Jiang Jiqing, I'm fine.
Don't worry about me."
Jiang Li didn't believe him. She needed to check his injuries quickly to see if any vital spots were hurt. If no vital areas were affected, it was just a minor injury, no big deal. But if a vital part was hurt, that would be serious. Before she could examine Mu Jingxun, Bai Zirong shouted loudly, "Hurry and help. Lu Jiqing is too strong. I can't hold her." At this moment, Lu Yulan's face was twisted, her eyes vacant and cold, like a runaway mental patient. Bai Zirong, a tall man, couldn't hold her back, hard to imagine, and terrifying to think about. The older villagers nearby were also startled by the commotion. Seeing Mu Jingxun injured, and Lu Yulan holding a dagger as if to kill, they were all frightened. Hearing Bai Zirong's cry for help, the male villagers rushed forward to try to control Lu Yulan. Despite their efforts, they couldn't hold her back. She was like a wild beast, her strength frighteningly powerful. Seeing her abnormal behavior, someone shouted, "Is Lu Jiqing possessed?" Everyone then realized Lu Yulan looked like she was under a ghost's control. Not only was her strength like a wild animal's, but her expression was also terrifyingly fierce. Jiang Li initially wanted to check Mu Jingxuan's injuries first, but now she knew she had to deal with Lu Yulan first. Just by glancing at her, Jiang Li could tell what was happening. Lu Yulan was indeed possessed. Her possession wasn't without reason. She was being controlled by Sun Wenwen's ghost. Jiang Li used her fingers to calculate and remembered that last night, while she was making pills, Sun Wenwen's spirit had already come to the villager's place and tried to attack her. But Sun Wenwen's spiritual power is so weak that she can't even get close to her. Sun Wenwen's spirit also tried to find Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, but these two were lucky enough to have a protective charm given by Jiang Li, so Sun Wenwen couldn't do anything to them. She could only go to Lu Yulan and control her, making Lu Yulan attack Jiang Li. This way, Jiang Li would be hurt, and Lu Yulan would be sent to jail for intentional killing. Jiang Li saw all this coming and felt a cold chill on her face. If Sun Wenwen's spirit was smarter and didn't bother her, Jiang Li wouldn't bother with her either. But this woman shouldn't have come to bother her after death. Jiang Li would never let her go easily. Currently, Sun Wenwen's spirit isn't here, so Jiang Li can't deal with her now. But as long as her spirit exists, Jiang Li will find her someday. For now, she needs to handle Lu Yulan first. Jiang Li took out a talisman and pressed it to Lu Yulan's forehead. Then, in front of everyone in the youth village, the talisman Jiang Li placed caught fire, and a dark aura emerged from Lu Yulan's body. Soon, the once completely mad Lu Yulan suddenly became clear-minded again. Besides Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxun, who personally saw Jiang Li's way of exorcising spirits, the other youths were stunned by what they saw. What the heck was going on? This couldn't be explained by science at all. But with the recent rumors of ghosts in the team, this was already beyond scientific explanation. The people in the youth village all looked at Jiang Li again. Qiao Jinping was the first to react, trembling as he asked Jiang Li, Jiang youth, what exactly just happened? Jiang Li calmly replied, you saw it and guessed it. You know Lu youth was possessed, but now it's over. Jiang youth, you actually help exorcise spirits? Qiao Jinping's voice trembled even more. Some things, if not seen with their own eyes, would be hard to believe. Jiang Li shook her head and said, no, I can't. The youths thought Jiang Li was joking. They weren't blind earlier. If Jiang Li couldn't exorcise spirits, how could she have put the charm on Lu Yulan? Jiang Li added, in these days, you shouldn't spread superstitions. Be careful with what you say or you might get into trouble, and don't blame me. Hearing Jiang Li say this, the youth suddenly understood. She wasn't incapable of exorcising spirits. She just didn't want to admit it and didn't want to cause trouble. This kind of thing really shouldn't be spoken about carelessly. It's enough that they understand in their hearts. Regarding Lu Yulan's possession, everyone believes it is definitely related to Sun Wenwen's lingering spirit. Sun Wenwen was very close to Lu Yulan when she was alive, so it's normal for her to haunt her after death. Now that Lu Yulan has regained her senses, she remembers what just happened. She was so frightened that her legs went weak and she couldn't stand steadily. Sun Jiqing is really too mean. Why would she want to drag Lu Yulan down even after she's gone? If Lu Yulan had actually hurt someone today, she would surely be arrested and punished. At this moment, Lu Yulan mentally curses Sun Wenwen's ancestors. After cursing her, Lu Yulan sadly goes to Jiang Li and begs for help. Since Jiang Li has a way to help her drive away the evil spirit, she must also have a way to prevent Sun Wenwen from bothering her again. Previously, she had conflicts with Jiang Li, but now she keeps apologizing and asking for help, hoping Jiang Li can forgive her and lend a hand. Jiang Li is not a saint. She definitely won't help someone who used to bully the original owner and is inherently malicious. Lu Jiqing, you overestimate me. I can't help you with this. You should find someone more skilled, Jiang Li says. Bai Zirong then starts scolding Lu Yulan loudly. You just tried to hurt Sister Li earlier, almost injuring her. Now you still want Sister Li to help you? Are you dreaming? Jiang Li ignores Lu Yulan and asks Bai Zirong to help carry Mu Jingxun back to the room. She needs to check Mu Jingxuan's injuries first and doesn't have time to waste on someone like her. Seeing Jiang Li refuse to help, Lu Yulan panics. Oh no. What if Sun Wenwen still refuses to leave her alone? What should she do? Since Jiang Li won't help her, Lu Yulan plans to ask around the next day at the production team to see if there's a powerful fortune teller nearby who can help her drive away the evil spirit. Bai Zirong helps carry Mu Jingxun into the room. Seeing how much blood Mu Jingxun has lost, he looks worried and also hates Lu Yulan deeply. Sister Li Mu Ge is badly hurt this time. Should we report to the police and send Lu Jiqing to the station? Although Lu Yulan only hurt people because she was possessed, it would be too lenient not to hold her accountable. Jiang Li shakes her head. No need. We don't need to intervene. She won't escape this calamity. Jiang Li just looked at Lu Yulan's face and saw it was very bad. Her face was covered with a heavy aura of death. This shows that Sun Wenwen definitely won't let Lu Yulan go and will find a chance to attack her. Since that's the case, Jiang Li chooses to wait and see, using Sun Wenwen's hand to make Lu Yulan completely disappear without the need to involve the police. Bai Zirong listens to Jiang Li in everything. Since Jiang Li said so, he will just wait for Lu Yulan's woman to learn her lesson. Jiang Li takes out her medical kit and asks Mu Jingxun to take off his shirt, so she can check his wounds and treat them. Mu Jingxun sees Jiang Li asking him to remove his clothes, and his face turns bright red. Taking off his clothes in front of the girl he likes makes him feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing Mu Jingxun hesitate for a long time, Jiang Li can't help but urge him, "You're a grown man. What are you hesitating for? Are you worried I might take advantage of you? Don't worry, I won't do that. I am a professional doctor now, so I have professional standards. Your injury isn't light, so you need to treat it quickly. Don't delay, or there might be lasting problems. Jiang Li's words make Mu Jingxuan's face turn even redder. Jiang Li secretly thinks, are men in this era all so innocent? Under her urging, Mu Jingxuan, although still feeling shy, finally takes off his clothes honestly. When he does, his muscles come into Jiang Li's view. She quietly admires his physique, especially his 8-pack abs, which look very tempting. No wonder the last time she touched him felt so good. Seeing him now makes her want to faint. Meanwhile, his wound is exposed. It looks terrible and is bleeding constantly. Jiang Li no longer has the mood to admire his muscles. She needs to treat his wound quickly. Luckily, Mu Jingxuan's injury isn't life-threatening. If it had hit his heart, he might not have survived. But even if it's not fatal, it must be treated carefully. Such a deep cut could easily get infected if not handled properly. Jiang Li disinfects Mu Jingxuan's wound first, then applies her homemade hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine. Her medicine works very well. After applying it, Mu Jingxuan feels much less pain. She then bandages the wound with gauze and asks him, Mu Jingxun, the wound is treated. How do you feel now? I feel much better, Jiang Jingxun. Thank you for helping me with the medicine.
What are you talking about?
I only treated your wound because of me. If you want to thank someone, it should be me saying thank you to you. Jiang Jingxun, you've helped me and by Jingxun several times. Last time on the mountain, if it weren't for you helping us fight the female ghost, I might not be alive now. So, helping you now is only right. Jiang Li no longer wanted to exchange polite words with Mu Jingxuan. Since they had a good relationship and helped each other, there was no need for formalities.
Let's not talk about that now.
Hurry and eat. After you're done, rest well. This will help your wound heal faster. Also, you should take a break from work these days to avoid pulling at your wound and making it worse. The wound is large and deep, so you must take good care of yourself. Don't think that being young means you can ignore it. Hearing Jiang Li's advice, Mu Jingxuan nodded obediently. Beijing, standing nearby, thought that Mu Jingxuan might become very obedient when he has a wife in the future. Jiang Li added, you need to change the dressing every day.
I will do it on time.
Actually, anyone could change the dressing, even Beijing. But Jiang Li decided to do it herself because she still wanted to see Mu Jingxuan's abs. Of course, she didn't tell Mu Jingxuan about this idea, as she didn't want him to know she was a bit of a flirt. When Mu Jingxuan heard Jiang Li say she would help him with the dressing every day, his face turned red again. But at the same time, he felt a little happy inside because Jiang Li was a woman he liked, and if she helped him, they would have more close contact. After dinner, Jiang Li and the others saw that it was completely dark outside. Just as Jiang Li was about to wash up and go to bed, Chu Ling came over. Seeing her, Jiang Li asked, Chu Jingxun, is there something you need? Chu Ling's face was full of worry and hesitation. Jiang Jingxun, I'm really scared to sleep alone at night. Can I sleep with you tonight? Currently, only Jiang Li and Chu Ling, both young women, lived in single rooms. The others all shared rooms. Recently, stories about ghosts had spread in the production team, and today Yulan had even been possessed in front of everyone. Chu Ling's nerves were very tense, and she was so scared. She almost wet her pants. But she didn't want to sleep in the big shared bed, as it was too uncomfortable to sleep with so many people. She thought that if she could sleep with Jiang Li, she wouldn't be so scared, and they could keep each other company. Plus, sleeping together would not be crowded. Chu Ling looked at Jiang Li with a pleading expression, afraid she would be refused. Jiang Li had a good impression of Chu Ling. She was usually low-key, didn't cause trouble, and was easy to talk to. But even so, Jiang Li didn't want to sleep with her tonight because she still had to stay up late to practice, and having Chu Ling there would make it inconvenient. Jiang Li thought for a moment, took out 2 talisman papers, and handed them to Chu Ling. This one is a house protection talisman, and this one is a protective charm. You can place the house talisman in your room, and you should wear the protective charm on your body. With these two charms, you can rest assured, even the strongest evil spirits can't get close to you. Chu Ling believed Jiang Li's words completely because she saw Jiang Li drive away evil spirits with her own eyes today. After Lu Yulan was possessed, many men couldn't control her, but Jiang Li easily solved the problem with a single talisman. This shows she has real skill. Okay, Jiang Jiqing, thank you for the charms. Chu Ling took the charms Jiang Li gave her and went back to her room. Now that she had the charms, she dared to sleep alone in the same room. Jiang Li continued practicing her cultivation at night and kept an eye on the outside situation. Sun Wenwen's spirit was quite clever. She didn't dare to come to the Jiqing courtyard all night. If she dared to come, Jiang Li could simply capture her. The next morning, Jiang Li got up and prepared breakfast as usual. Because Mu Jingxun was injured, Jiang Li cooked an extra egg for him. Today, she planned to go up the mountain and hunt a wild chicken to make chicken soup for him, helping him recover faster, which would be good for healing his wound. After the three of them finished breakfast, Beijing was ready to go to work. Mu Jingxun, injured, couldn't go, and had to ask the team leader for leave and explain the situation. Beijing told Mu Jingxun not to go out himself to ask for leave. He could just mention it to the team leader. Mu Jingxun obediently stayed at home to rest. Although he didn't have to work and avoided hardship, he felt bored staying at home with nothing to do. The other young workers, because of the incident caused by Lu Yulan yesterday, were worried about being haunted by Sun Wenwen's ghost. They were so scared that they didn't sleep well all night. When they woke up the next day, they had heavy dark circles and looked very tired. As they ate breakfast and prepared to go to work, they suddenly heard shouting from the team members. It turned out that something serious happened at Li Mazi's house. Aunt Hohat's family had all died suddenly, with a tragic and frightening appearance. Their eyes were wide open, and they seemed to have been terrified before dying. This news quickly spread throughout the Xingli production brigade, and everyone became anxious. It was definitely a vengeful spirit seeking revenge. If Sun Wenwen was seeking justice or revenge, that would be understandable. But what worried everyone was that she might target innocent people in the brigade. After all, Sun Wenwen's death from domestic violence and the community's indifference were connected. Sun Wenwen's anger was so strong that she might hold a grudge against those who did nothing and take revenge on them. Recently, many people in the team suddenly died. Although everyone knew it was likely the vengeful spirit of Sun Wenwen causing this, the matter still needed to be reported to the police. Team leader Li Chongping immediately sent someone to inform the police in the county. When the police received the news, they quickly came to investigate the scene. They also found the tragedy of Li Mazi's family very strange. Early that morning, they discovered Li Mazi had died in the detention center, and his death looked very similar to that of Aunt Guohua's family. The detention center is always guarded by professionals, so no outsiders could have sneaked in to kill someone without being noticed. Li Mazi's death was clearly not a suicide, which made it even more suspicious. Since Li Mazi's family had also died tragically last night, even the police couldn't help but suspect that vengeful spirits might be involved. Their worldview was deeply shaken. After sealing off the scene and collecting evidence, Li Chongping immediately organized his team to bury the bodies of Li Mazi's family on the mountain, giving them a proper burial. The already anxious village was further shaken by these events. Many villagers were so scared that they trembled openly during the day. Lu Yulan saw the tragic death of Li Mazi's family and was so frightened she wet her pants. She knew she had to find a powerful spiritual healer to help her, as she didn't want to die. However, on her way to find the healer, Lu Yulan unexpectedly slipped and fell into the river. She instinctively struggled desperately in the water, but something in the river tightly grabbed her ankle, preventing her from escaping. Just before she was drowned alive, she saw a terrifying ghostly face, and that face was none other than Sun Wenwen's. After Li Chongping and his team finished dealing with Li Mazi's family, they received another bad news in the afternoon. The team found Lu Yulan had drowned and died by the small river near the village. If it had been a normal drowning, it wouldn't be so unusual. Every year, some villagers drown in the village's rivers. Usually, drowning victims are young children who lack safety awareness and accidentally fall into the water while playing. They often drown because they can't save themselves. But Lu Yulan was an adult. How could she quietly drown without anyone noticing? Another strange thing was that the river where Lu Yulan drowned was very shallow. Normally, in such shallow water, falling in wouldn't be life-threatening. Yet, she drowned in such a shallow place. Based on Li Mazi's family situation, the village team naturally thought that the matter was connected to Sun Wenwen's ghost. The team caused another tragedy, and Li Changping had to find someone to report to the police. Now, the team members were even more anxious. After all, Lu Yulan was not related to Li Mazi, but she also died unexpectedly. Who would be the next victim of Sun Wenwen? Li Changping felt they couldn't go on like this. They needed to find a quick solution, or their successful production team would soon fall into chaos. The police received a report and quickly returned to the scene. They also found the frequent deaths in the Victory production team very troubling and wondered how to solve the problem. The police first conducted an autopsy on Lu Yulan. It was confirmed she drowned. There was a deep mark around her ankle, likely from being caught by something in the water when she fell in. Although the team believed Sun Wenwen's ghost was responsible, they couldn't rule out murder. According to the rules, the police needed to question possible suspects. The suspects were those who had conflicts with Lu Yulan or might have harmed her out of personal grudges. Jiang Li was honored to be the first to be questioned. However, Jiang Li was not the culprit. She was not afraid of interrogation because she had a clear conscience. At the time Lu Yulan drowned, Jiang Li was in the medical room at the team headquarters, treating several team members. Those team members could vouch for her, providing an alibi. Other suspects also had alibis, so the case was still unresolved. The police needed further investigation. After questioning the police, Jiang Li returned to the youth communes. She was not surprised about Lu Yulan's drowning because she had foreseen it. What shocked her was how bold Sun Wenwen's ghost was, killing so many people. She was worried about what would happen to her after death. When Jiang Li returned to the youth compound, Mu Jingxun was reading in his room. He was injured and didn't need to work, so he was bored at home. He found some books to read to pass the time. Of course, the books he read were not forbidden books of this era but proper, openly available books. When Jiang Li came back, Mu Jingxuan's eyes lit up immediately. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel happy, and his mood improved whenever he saw her.
Mu Jingxun 主动和 Jiang Li 打招呼. Zhang's hiking. You're back?
Jiang Li nodded and also mentioned Lu Yulan's death to Mu Jingxuan. After hearing this, Mu Jingxuan was slightly surprised and guessed that Lu Yulan's death was probably related to Sun Wenwen. This trip to the countryside completely changed Mu Jingxuan's view of the world. Some things, if not seen with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe are real. There really is mysticism in this world. After Jiang Li finished talking about Lu Yulan drowning, she told Mu Jingxuan to take off his clothes so she could treat his wounds. Thinking about having to be shirtless in front of Jiang Li again, Mu Jingxuan's face felt warm. But this time, Mu Jingxuan didn't hesitate. He quickly took off his jacket, worried that if he was slow, Jiang Li might think he was too cautious for a man. Jiang Li saw Mu Jingxuan's well-defined abs again and silently swallowed. She wondered when she might have a chance to win over this handsome, fit man. She tried to control her messy thoughts and helped Mu Jingxuan change the dressing. The medicine she made herself worked very well. She checked his wounds. They were healing nicely, and in about half a month, his injuries should be fully recovered. With such a good physique, Jiang Li definitely didn't want Mu Jingxuan to have scars. Her medicine was perfect. It not only helped the wounds heal faster, but also ensured no obvious scars would remain. After finishing the treatment, Jiang Li told him, "All done. You can put your clothes on now." Mu Jingxuan responded and dressed himself. Seeing that it was about time, Jiang Li went to prepare dinner. She cooked a chicken for the evening and planned to stir-fry 2 small dishes later, so dinner would be quite hearty. While Jiang Li was cooking, other educated youths gradually finished work and returned. Bai Zirong saw Jiang Li preparing dinner and hurried to help. Some of the youths, thinking about Lu Yulan's death, felt very scared and didn't dare to go back to the youth commune. Especially the girls who shared a large bunk with Lu Yulan. They refused to return to live there. No one knew if Sun Wenwen could turn into a vengeful spirit to harm people, so who knew if Lu Yulan might do the same after her death. If Lu Yulan also became a vengeful spirit, she would definitely come back to the youth commune. Most importantly, the girls who shared the room with Lu Yulan had some conflicts with her before. If Lu Yulan decided to settle scores, none of them would be able to escape. There are still Lu Yulan's belongings inside the house. The young women who are educated youths are too scared to go inside. Seeing Lu Yulan's possessions makes them feel terrified. Unable to overcome their fear, they come to ask Jiang Li for help. Jiang Youth, we know you have a way to deal with evil spirits. Can you help us? Do you have any methods to ward off ghosts and evil? We're all so scared to die and can't go inside anymore. Seeing that these young women look pale with fear, Jiang Li initially didn't want to help, but she felt it wouldn't be good to just stand by. Since they all live in the same youth village, Jiang Li can be friendly, but shouldn't make enemies. She casually takes out a talisman from her pocket and hands it to them. This is a house-protecting talisman. Put it in the room, and no spirits can enter. The young women quickly accept the house-protecting talisman from Jiang Li. Seeing her give the talisman to the women, the male youths also rush over to ask Jiang Li for some. Jiang Youth, do you have any talisman paper left? Can you give us a few?
Jiang Li's mouth twitches.
You young men, full of masculinity and righteousness, do you really need to be afraid of ghosts? The male youths look embarrassed and helpless in the face of Jiang Li's disdain, but they can't help it. They are genuinely afraid of spirits. Jiang Youth, no one says grown men can't be afraid of ghosts. Yeah, Jiang Youth, ghosts are too scary and too powerful. No matter how strong we are, we can't fight them. If you still have some house-protecting talismans, please give us a few, or else we won't be able to sleep tonight. Jiang Li understands their feelings and gives them a talisman too. Whether for the young women or the young men, receiving a talisman feels like a treasure, and they thank Jiang Li profusely. Even if the talisman isn't effective, having some psychological comfort is good. Beijing lies on the bed, feeling a surge of confidence, because Jiang Li not only gave them house-protecting talismans, but also protective charms. Being on good terms with Jiang Li seems to give him an advantage, unlike the older youths who didn't get any charms from her. Compared to the others' fear and tension, Jiang Li remains calm and unaffected, acting as if everything is normal. The other youths worry that Sun Wenwen's ghost might come to trouble them, but Jiang Li is actually hoping she'll come soon. If she dares to come, Jiang Li can easily capture her, saving Sun Wenwen's spirit from causing more trouble. However, Sun Wenwen's ghost is smart and aware of her limits, so she doesn't dare to get close to Jiang Li. As long as Jiang Li doesn't actively seek her, there's no way to capture her soul and body. After preparing dinner, Jiang Li filled a large bowl with chicken soup and 2 big chicken drumsticks, then brought them to Mu Jingxun. When Mu Jingxun saw the 2 large drumsticks in his bowl, he quickly took one and put it in Jiang Li's bowl. Jiang Jiqing, just give me 1 drumstick. You can have 1 too. I don't want to eat alone. It's okay, just eat it. I'm not hurt, but since you're injured, you should eat more nutritious food to help your wound heal. However, Mu Jingxun insisted on only eating 1 drumstick and let Jiang Li have the other. Actually, if he could, Mu Jingxun would want to give both drumsticks to Jiang Li. But he knew that if he gave both to her, Jiang Li definitely wouldn't agree. Jiang Li isn't someone who likes to fuss. She happily ate the other drumstick. After everyone ate and drank enough, Jiang Li went back to her room to rest. She didn't know if there would be any news from the production team tomorrow. If Sun Wenwen caused trouble again, Jiang Li couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She had to deal with her. The next morning, the old educated youths had a peaceful night. Seeing nothing happen, they believed Jiang Li's protective charm had worked. Compared to the night before, they rested much better, and everyone looked more energetic. But many families in the team had problems. Early in the morning, team members found that several households' chickens and ducks had been killed and drained of blood by some unknown creature. Considering recent events, Everyone knew immediately who was responsible. When they saw this, those families felt both angry and scared. Now, under the planned economy system, each household could only raise a few chickens and ducks, mainly for eggs. They rarely slaughtered them for festivals or holidays. Chickens and ducks are valuable family assets, and now they had been mysteriously killed, which made everyone upset. But what could they do? They couldn't just go argue with Sun Wenwen's ghost, could they? The female educated youth who came to the countryside was really not a good person. Even after death, she was causing trouble. Naturally, this news reached Jiang Li's ears. She frowned. Was Sun Wenwen trying to become a malevolent spirit? If she started draining animals' blood now, soon she might start draining people's blood. Ordinary ghosts are manageable, but once they turn into malevolent spirits, they become much harder to deal with. Jiang Li felt she must quickly capture Sun Wenwen. If she delayed, it could lead to serious trouble. While Jiang Li was thinking about this, Bai Zirong hurried over to her. Sisterly, can I ask you for a favor? Seeing Bai Zirong in such a hurry, Mu Jingxun asked, did something happen? Bai Zirong naturally did not hide anything in front of Mu Jingxun. Brother Sun, there's an issue with the teacher. Mu Jingxu's heart tightened. What's wrong with Teacher Lin? Bai Zirong then explained the details to Mu Jingxun. This morning, he went out for work early, and their master's wife came to find him, informing him that something was wrong in Lincheng. If it weren't an emergency, she wouldn't risk contacting him. Last night, Lincheng had a high fever, and when he woke up this morning, his face was very pale. Clearly, it was not just a common cold. Zhang Jing, a gentle woman, was a bit panicked upon encountering this for the first time, unsure how to handle it. With no other options, she took a risk and contacted Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxun, hoping these two students might have a way to help. Bai Zirong thought that the teacher was probably not just sick normally, most likely harmed by Sun Wenwen. After all, before Sun Wenwen passed away, she had refused the teacher's help. Who knows if this woman was mentally ill and seeking revenge after her death? Whether the teacher was just sick or harmed by Sun Wenwen, Jiang Li could solve the problem. So, Bai Zirong quickly returned to the Jiqing station to find Jiang Li to help save their teacher. At this moment, Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxun briefly explained their relationship with Lincheng to Jiang Li. During their time with Jiang Li, they had learned about her character, so they trusted her not to spread this information. Jiang Li actually already knew about their relationship with Lincheng. Hearing them now, she wasn't surprised. All right, let's go. We need to hurry to the cattle shed before it's too late and he's gone, Jiang Li said, then headed with Bai Zirong toward the cattle shed. Because Lincheng's identity was sensitive now, they didn't walk openly on the main road, but took a quiet side path. Zhang Jing was already waiting at the cattle shed. Seeing her husband's condition worsening, she was extremely anxious. She paced back and forth, but her worry couldn't solve the problem. She could only hope that Lincheng's two students would find a way to save him. Zhang Jing could only pray silently for a miracle. She looked forward to the arrival of Bai Zirong with hope. At the same time, Zhang Jing also saw Jiang Li following behind Bai Zirong. She recognized Jiang Li because, in the past, Jiang Li had saved her husband's life on the mountain. Without Jiang Li, her husband might not have survived the wolf attack that day. So, when she saw Jiang Li last time, Lincheng specifically pointed out who Jiang Li was. Zhang Jing once sighed, never expecting that such a young girl like Jiang Li could have such great ability and impressive skills. Later, Zhang Jing also learned that Jiang Li had become a village doctor. She was once again amazed, such a young girl with the skill to treat patients. Now, Jiang Li had come to the barn area, which made Zhang Jing very happy. Seeing Jiang Li come gave Zhang Jing some hope. She heard that Jiang Li was good at medicine, and maybe she could find out what was wrong with her husband, cure him, and save his life. Bai Zirong saw Zhang Jing looking worried and went to comfort her, saying, "Madam, don't worry. I brought Sisterly here. With her here, I believe the teacher can turn bad luck into good fortune. Sisterly is very capable and can surely help." Hearing this, Zhang Jing felt much calmer. She looked sincerely at Jiang Li and said, "Young comrade, I really appreciate you coming to help check on my husband. I trust you with everything. Jiang Li nodded and said, okay, don't worry. I'll first see what's going on with him. She then went to Lin Cheng's bed and started checking his condition. The examination was quick. Jiang Li told Bai Zirong and Zhang Jing it's nothing serious, just some negative energy bothering him. The woman, Sun Wenwen, was always causing trouble even after she died. Jiang Li thought it was best to deal with her early, or she might cause more chaos. Bai Zirong wasn't very surprised after hearing Jiang Li's explanation. He had expected it. But Zhang Jing found it very strange. She and her husband were well-educated and never believed in superstitions. She looked at Bai Zirong with suspicion, as if asking whether Jiang Li, the girl he brought, was trustworthy. She thought Jiang Li seemed like a charlatan, saying things that sounded too mysterious. Bai Zirong understood why Madame didn't trust Jiang Li. It was normal. Before encountering these strange things, he also didn't believe in superstitions. But now he knew that some things exist even if you don't believe in them, once you face real trouble. Madam, haven't you heard the recent news? Our village has been haunted. Many people have died. I'm sure the teacher is also being haunted by that ghost of Sun Jiqing, Bai Zirong said seriously. This made Zhang Jing even more speechless. Zhang Jing couldn't help but say to Bai Zirong, Zirong, this is a new society now. We must believe in science and not in ghost stories or superstitions. We can't easily trust feudal superstitions. And rumors tend to become more exaggerated as they spread. We should trust our own reason and judgment. Hearing is not always believing. Seeing is believing. If we haven't seen something with our own eyes, we shouldn't believe it easily. Bai Zirong replied. All right, the master's wife still doesn't believe. Such things are indeed hard for materialists to accept. Bai Zirong patiently explained again. Master's wife, I didn't just hear about it. I saw it myself. Before, Sun and I both saw a female ghost, and luckily Jiang Jiqing saved us. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Everything I said is true. Please also trust Sister Li. Whether the teacher is just sick or possessed, as long as Sister Li says she can treat it, she will definitely bring the teacher back. Zhang Jing knew Bai Zirong's personality. Although he sometimes seems a bit reckless, he can be relied on in critical moments. Since he was so firm in his words, Zhang Jing could only choose to believe him this time. Of course, at the moment, she could only trust Jiang Li. What other choice did she have? Zhang Jing nodded and asked Jiang Li to help her husband drive out evil and cure his illness. Jiang Li's method was simple. She drew a talisman, burned it into ashes, mixed it into water, and fed it to Lin Cheng. After drinking the talisman water, Lin Cheng's face quickly looked much better. His previously pale face gradually regained some color. About 10 minutes later, Lin Cheng's fever completely subsided and he woke up. Seeing how quickly Lin Cheng recovered, Zhang Jing was stunned. Although she still didn't believe in ghosts, gods, or superstitions, the facts told her that some things simply had no scientific explanation. Zhang Jing no longer argued about ghosts and gods and was very grateful for Jiang Li's help. She quickly thanked Jiang Li and then asked how Lin Cheng was feeling now. Although Lin Cheng had regained consciousness, he was still a bit confused and unsure of what was happening. After Zhang Jing explained the cause and effect of his illness, Lin Cheng finally understood what had happened. When he learned that Jiang Li was the one who helped him, he quickly thanked her. In fact, this girl had saved him twice, once when he encountered a wolf pack, and now when he was suspected of being possessed. Lin Cheng thought Jiang Li was just skilled in martial arts, but now he realized she was not only strong but also quite talented in medicine and mystical arts. Anyway, this girl is definitely not an ordinary person. She is very secretive. Her true strength might be even greater than we know. Seeing Lin Cheng recover quickly, Bai Zirong felt relieved. If the teacher had any mishap, he would be heartbroken. Bai Zirong didn't feel comfortable staying long in Lin Cheng's area, especially since he had work to do later. He said to Lin Cheng, Teacher Lin, take good care of yourself. Jiang Li, and I will head back first. Lin Cheng nodded. All right, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Your wife is here too. Go ahead with your work. If anything else happens, I'll let you know. Before leaving, Bai Zirong suddenly thought of something and said to Jiang Li, Sister Li, could you make 2 protective charms and a house-warding talisman for my teacher? He's better now, but who knows if that ghost of Sun Jiqing will come back. If Sun Jiqing's ghost shows up again, he'll be in danger. Bai Zirong frowned, very worried about Lin Cheng's safety. Jiang Li wanted to say it wasn't necessary because she planned to deal with Sun Wenjin's ghost right away. But since Bai Zirong asked for charms, she had some on hand and didn't mind giving him 2. Jiang Li took out 2 protective charms and a house-warding talisman from her pocket and handed them to Lin Cheng. In the past, Lin Cheng and Zhang Jing wouldn't have believed in such superstitions. But now, things were different. Even if they didn't believe, it was better to have these charms than not. If a ghost really caused trouble again, these could help prevent them from being harmed further and avoid trouble for the students. After handling Lin Cheng's matter, many team members approached the team leader, asking him to find a fortune teller or sorcerer to deal with Sun Wenjin's ghost. Otherwise, if this continued, everyone's normal life would be affected. Right now, Sun Wenjin was just draining the blood of chickens and ducks, but what if she started targeting people? Although promoting superstitions was forbidden in this era, and the team members kept quiet about such things before the ghostly disturbances, the situation had become so serious that they couldn't keep silent anymore. The rumors spread uncontrollably. Team leader Li Chongping was also at a loss. The team was anxious and fearful, and no one could focus on work. Li Chongping worried that if this went on, it might even cause fatalities. They had already faced enough troubles this year. They couldn't afford more accidents. But where could they find a powerful sorcerer? Currently, everyone across the country is working hard to eliminate superstitions. You asked me to find a sorcerer to deal with Sun Jiqing's ghost. Where can I find one? Do you have any contacts? When Li Chongping said this, the team members started to feel stuck. Yes, if we want to deal with Sun Jiqing's ghost, we need to find a truly skilled sorcerer. But nowadays, capable sorcerers have all retired and no longer appear. Without a reliable sorcerer, no one can capture Sun Wenwen's ghost and stop her from causing trouble. Just as everyone was sighing and feeling hopeless, Li Chongping suddenly remembered someone. He thought of Jiang Li. Previously, his grandson's problem was cured by Jiang Li's healing magic, so she must know some mysterious arts. Li Chongping wasn't sure how powerful Jiang Li was, but he thought he could ask her. Maybe she really had a solution. If Jiang Li could help, this problem might be solved smoothly. Thinking of this, Li Chongping quickly went to find Jiang Li. On his way to the youth settlement, he coincidentally bumped into Jiang Li returning. Jiang Jiqing, Li Chongping hurriedly ran toward her. Jiang Li stopped and, seeing Li Chongping's anxious face, asked, Captain, is something urgent? Li Chongping looked around, then lowered his voice to ask, Jiang Jiqing, you probably know about the recent ghost rumors in the team. I came here to ask if you can catch ghosts. If you can, could you help capture Sun Jiqing's ghost? Her ghost has been causing trouble in the team every day. If we don't deal with her, the team might fall into chaos.
Li Chongping's brow furubatiktar.
The team members were only afraid of ghosts from the bottom of their hearts, but he was different. Besides fear, he was worried about the repeated deaths in the team and how to handle the situation. Being the team leader was really tough. He had to think about more than ordinary members. Jiang Li also intended to deal with Sun Wenwen's ghost, so when Li Chongping asked her, she was willing to go along and handle it. If she could capture Sun Wenwen, she would become a hero of the Victory production team. The team members would be grateful, and her status in the team would surely rise. Jiang Li nodded and said, All right, Captain. Help me prepare some things. Once everything is ready, I will go and capture Sun Wenwen. Li Chongping received Jiang Li's confident reply and immediately became excited. Oh, Xiao Jiang, you really can catch ghosts? Jiang Li also did not hide her abilities. In the past, she kept her knowledge of mystical arts secret mainly because she was worried about being reported for superstitions. But now, everyone in the team knew about the ghostly disturbances and were deeply scared. Revealing her mystical skills would not lead to punishment, but instead become a lifeline for her teammates. That's why Jiang Li dared to show her talismans to the young workers. Yes, with my skills, dealing with a recently deceased angry ghost like Sun Wenjin is not difficult, Jiang Li said. She then wrote down the items needed for ghost catching on a piece of paper and asked Li Changping to prepare quickly. Even without these items, Jiang Li could still catch ghosts. But to make the team leader and members believe in her more, she needed to add a sense of mystery and ritual. Otherwise, people might think she was just lucky. The team leader took the note from Jiang Li and hurried to prepare. The items listed weren't hard to find. For example, glutinous rice was available at the team headquarters. Even if they didn't use official funds, Li Changping could privately buy a few pounds of glutinous rice. Only by capturing Sun Wenjin's ghost could the team have peace and stability, and Li Changping, as the leader, could rest assured. Besides the rice, there was also black dog blood. Although Li Changping's family kept a dog, it was a big yellow dog, so he couldn't get black dog blood. He quickly thought about which family in the team had a large black dog. Soon, he remembered Ma Dogwai's family. Ma Dogwai was Ma Xiaofeng's father, and Ma Xiaofeng was the girl who had helped Jiang Li testify last time, saying she didn't push Sun Wenjin into the river. Since catching ghosts was urgent, Li Changping decided he must quickly tell Ma Dogwai to have his dog killed and get the blood. He soon arrived at Ma Dogwai's house. When Ma Dogwai saw the team leader suddenly coming, he wondered if he had made a mistake during the day's work and was being called to account. But before he could speak, Li Changping explained his purpose. Hearing that the team leader wanted to collect black dog blood to catch ghosts, Ma Dogwai nodded without hesitation. Although he was reluctant to part with his dog, the ghost disturbances had everyone on edge. Sun Wenjin's ghost had to be dealt with, or chaos would ensue. Last night, Ma Dogwai's family also experienced a ghostly encounter. Last night, Ma Xiaofeng saw the ghost of Sun Wenwen. Luckily, the girl was brave and not easily scared. If she had been timid, she might have had a serious fright. "All right, Captain, I'll go kill the dog now." Ma Dogwai said this while calling on his family to help slaughter the dog. The Ma family didn't want to part with this dog, which they had raised for many years. But once they heard that the blood of the black dog was needed to help with Sun Wenwen's ghost, they didn't hesitate. They sharpened their knives and prepared to kill the dog. As they did, tears flowed freely. Unfortunately, Jiang Li didn't know about this. If she had known earlier, she definitely wouldn't have let the captain prepare the black dog's blood. Once everything was ready, the captain immediately took the supplies to find Jiang Li. The team then realized that the ghost-catching sorcerer the captain had found was actually Jiang Li. Could this girl really have such great skills? Besides healing people, could she also catch ghosts?
It was hard to believe.
But right now, everyone had no choice but to trust Jiang Li. They couldn't find any other powerful sorcerers. The team members and educated youth who had received Jiang Li's talismans trusted her deeply. Since they got the talismans, they hadn't encountered strange or scary things. It seemed ghosts no longer dared to come near them. "Little Jiang, the supplies are ready. What do you plan to do?" Li Changping asked Jiang Li, mainly wanting to know if she had any instructions for them so he could organize the team. Jiang Li chose a few men with specific zodiac signs and asked Li Changping to gather them. Then she went up the mountain with them. Jiang Li picked men with strong yang energy, and those with certain zodiac signs had even stronger soul-capturing abilities. They were very suitable for helping catch ghosts. Of course, Jiang Li could go alone to deal with the ghosts. But if she quietly took Sun Wenwen without witnesses, how could the victory team take credit for her work? People say good deeds should be done anonymously, but Jiang Li believed that doing good should be recognized. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. Under the captain's arrangement, the chosen team members went up the mountain with Jiang Li, while the others stayed behind. Everyone was eager to see whether Jiang Li could succeed. Many wanted to go along and watch the ghost-catching process firsthand. However, Jiang Li did not allow them to go along. Some people have weak luck, and if they go, it could cause trouble. Jiang Li's job is to catch ghosts, and she doesn't want to be distracted by saving others. When Li Changping saw that Jiang Li wouldn't let others follow, he also tried to stop everyone. He knew that at critical moments, they shouldn't cause trouble for her. Worried that some people might secretly follow her, Li Changping also used Sun Wenwen's ghost to scare them. Jiang Li's ghost-catching work is serious. Those who shouldn't go must not be tempted by superstition. If they follow and get caught by Sun Wenwen's ghost, they will be responsible for any consequences. Thinking about how frightening Sun Wenwen's ghost is, everyone started to feel afraid. Yes, Jiang Li is here to catch ghosts, and this is not a joke. If her skills are not enough, those who follow could be in real danger. For safety, many people gave up their curiosity and stopped trying to follow. Jiang Li led a group up the mountain, with Bai Zirong accompanying her. Mu Jingxun was injured and couldn't go with them. He had to wait at the youth station for good news from Jiang Li. Unlike others, Mu Jingxun knew Jiang Li was very capable. She would definitely be able to handle Sun Wenwen's ghost, so he wasn't worried. After all, the last ghost Jiang Li caught was a female ghost that had been dead for hundreds of years. Even if Sun Wenwen's ghost was powerful, it was still a new ghost with shallow skills, making it easier to control. Once Jiang Li reached the mountain, she carefully searched based on Sun Wenwen's aura. Although the ghost was deliberately hiding from her, it was not impossible to find her. Unless Jiang Li chose to let her go, once she decided to deal with Sun Wenwen, she could find her no matter how hidden she was. Jiang Li followed the ghost's scent while quickly calculating her position. Soon, she pinpointed Sun Wenwen's exact location. Jiang Li led her team rushing toward that spot. When Sun Wenwen's spirit sensed Jiang Li approaching, feeling the strong danger, she panicked and ran away. When Sun Wenwen was alive, she didn't realize how powerful Jiang Li's magic was. But after her death, she understood just how terrifying Jiang Li was. Her ghostly form felt a strong pressure whenever she got close to Jiang Li, enough to tear her apart in an instant. So, after becoming a ghost, Sun Wenwen dared not provoke Jiang Li. She only dared to target others in the team she didn't like. As a vengeful ghost, Sun Wenwen enjoyed the feeling of being able to do whatever she wanted. When she was truly exhausted and bullied, she had no strength to fight back. Being a ghost was much easier. As a ghost, she could easily kill Li Ermatzi's family and take revenge on those who had hurt her before. She wanted to be a ghost forever and never enter the underworld. Now, Jiang Li, this terrifying person, came to find her willingly. Sun Wenwen dared not confront her directly and tried to hide as far as she could. When she saw her soul trying to escape, Jiang Li smirked coldly. Since she had found her, Sun Wenwen decided to stop running and fight. She knew she couldn't escape now, but fighting might give her a chance to survive. Suddenly, Sun Wenwen's ghostly form appeared clearly, shocking everyone. Her terrifying appearance made many people feel weak in the knees. Today, only brave men came with her, but even they were nearly scared to death by the fierce ghost. Some of the closest to Sun Wenwen even wet their pants from fear. Jiang Li was busy catching ghosts and didn't pay attention to whether anyone was frightened. Even if she had noticed, she wouldn't be able to do much. She couldn't boost everyone's courage. It's normal for people to be afraid of ghosts. It's an instinct they can't control. In her past life, Jiang Li had seen many people faint or wet their pants from fear, so she was used to it. When she saw Sun Wenwen's ghost appear, Jiang Li smirked and mocked, finally willing to come out. Why not keep hiding? Sun Wenwen's eyes turned bright red when she saw Jiang Li. Her blood-stained ghost face looked like a fierce demon from. Jiang Li, you wicked person. Why did you try so hard to hurt me when I was alive? Now that I'm a ghost, you still won't let me go? What grudge do I have against you? At this moment, the ghostly voice of Sun Wenwen echoed with a sharp, cold, and terrifying tone. Jiang Li didn't react much, but everyone present felt their hearts tremble. They quickly covered their ears, fearing that if they listened any longer, their spirits would be shaken out of their bodies. Jiang Li sneered at Sun Wenwen, saying, "You should ask yourself that question. When you were alive, you went to great lengths to harm others. Even after death, you refused to rest and continue to hurt innocent people. Today, I am here to take you back to heaven. Sun Wenwen, good will be rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Based on your heinous crimes, you should be prepared to go to the lowest." Jiang Li's words further enraged Sun Wenwen. She accused Jiang Li of causing her suffering. If it weren't for Jiang Li stealing her man, would she have hurt her? If Jiang Li hadn't schemed to trap her and Li Motzi in bed, would she have died from domestic violence? So, everything was Jiang Li's fault, not hers. Sun Wenwen's face twisted even more as she roared at Jiang Li, you wicked woman, I will kill you. Even if I go to, I'll drag someone down with me. Many onlookers, seeing Sun Wenwen's completely distorted ghostly face, were overwhelmed and fainted from fright. Those with stronger nerves trembled all over, worried whether they could escape her wrath today. Sun Wenwen, as a terrifying, vengeful ghost, was too fierce. Could Jiang Li really handle her? Just as everyone was worried, Jiang Li's hands moved, and she stood calmly, facing Sun Wenwen who was rushing toward her. She drew symbols in the air, and with a flash of golden light, the talisman she cast precisely struck Sun Wenwen. Jiang Li then recited a spell, 5 Thunder Law, divine punishment for evil spirits. Lightning strikes from the sky, erasing all ghosts. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck from the sky, hitting Sun Wenwen directly. Her ghostly form let out a piercing scream. Upon closer inspection, her spirit and body were scorched, clearly suffering heavy damage. Jiang Li showed mercy, not delivering a fatal to completely destroy Sun Wenwen's soul. For such a wicked ghost, letting her spirit vanish completely would be too easy. Jiang Li intended to send Sun Wenwen's ghost to face the punishment she deserved. Due to her many evil deeds, she would definitely be sent to the underworld and thrown into the Azura, where she would suffer endless pain and torment. After suffering, Sun Wenwen could be reincarnated again, but because of her crimes, she would be born as a beast in her next life. Sun Wenwen's soul was hit hard and severely injured, quickly losing the ability to struggle and collapsing weakly on the ground. Jiang Li silently recited a spell, and Sun Wenwen's soul completely disappeared into the universe. Jiang Li was here to deliver this woman to the underworld. Haha, does she think she can stay in the world forever as a lonely ghost causing trouble? She definitely wouldn't allow that. Speaking of which, the black and white impermanents are becoming less reliable. They haven't been able to capture her soul after so long since her death, despite her many actions that went against the natural order. Jiang Li finished sending the ghost away, clapped his hands, and called his team to go down the mountain. Some of them, who hadn't fainted, were still overwhelmed with fear and shock, unable to regain their senses for a long time. What had they just seen? Not only did they see Sun Wenwen's ghost, but they also saw how Jiang Li captured the ghost. They had thought Sun Wenwen's ghost was very powerful and invincible, but when they saw Jiang Li in action, they realized how impressive he was. Sun Wenwen, a terrifying evil spirit, couldn't even last a few moves against Jiang Li. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Seeing these people stunned and frozen, Jiang Li reminded them, "What's wrong? Why do you all look like you've lost your souls? Sun Wenwen's ghost has been dealt with. Let's go down the mountain." The stunned ones slowly came back to their senses. However, some were still fainted on the ground and hadn't woken up. The others had to shake them awake quickly. After everyone was alert, Jiang Li led the team down the mountain. The people who had fainted heard from those who hadn't about Jiang Li's brave and impressive ghost-capturing scene. They felt deep regret for missing such an exciting and legendary moment because they fainted. If only they had a little more courage, they could have witnessed it firsthand and boasted about it for a lifetime. Soon, Jiang Li and his team returned to the foot of the mountain. Seeing them come back, Li Changping and the other team members hurried forward to ask about the situation. They were very concerned about whether Sun Wenwen's ghost had been captured. Before Jiang Li could speak, someone quickly answered, "It's settled now. Jiang Jiqing is really amazing. I saw Sun Jiqing's ghost just now, and I also saw Jiang Jiqing quickly dispel Sun Jiqing's power, making her spirit scatter. Yes, I saw it too. I never expected our little Jiang Jiqing to be so powerful. Not only can she treat people, but she can also deal with ghosts. I was so scared just now. Luckily, I have a strong mind and didn't faint. If I had fainted, I would have missed the big scene of Jiang Li catching the ghost. That would have been a lifelong regret.
Ah, I'm useless.
I fainted from fear. It makes me so angry. Are you okay? You just fainted, but Li Datu was so scared, he wet his pants. Li Datu, who was so frightened, he wet himself, blushed deeply. Can you stop laughing at me? Isn't it because Sun Jiqing's ghost was just too scary? I didn't believe in ghosts before, so I wasn't mentally prepared. Suddenly seeing a ghost and getting scared too is normal, okay? Li Datu, you kept saying you were brave and not afraid of ghosts. Turns out, you didn't believe in ghosts at all. Haha, now you know ghosts are real. Will you still say you're brave? The team members walking up the mountain with Jiang Li talked excitedly. Although their words were a bit messy, they all agreed on one thing. Jiang Li successfully captured Sun Wenwen's ghost. With so many team members witnessing it firsthand, it couldn't be faked. After learning that Sun Wenwen's ghost was caught, everyone sighed in relief. Now that her ghost was gone, she couldn't harm anyone anymore. If they couldn't deal with her, they would live in constant fear every day. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Li differently. Little Jiang Li was so capable, she could even handle ghosts. Amazing! Li Chongping noticed that Jiang Li hadn't used any of the things he prepared, so he curiously asked, Little Jiang Li, is Sun Wenwen's ghost really gone? Why didn't you use the things I brought? Jiang Li smiled and said to Li Chongping, Captain, Sun Wenwen's strength was too weak. For me, defeating her was very easy. So, all the things prepared to fight fierce ghosts weren't needed. Killing a chicken doesn't require a big knife.
Hearing Jiang Li's explanation, Li Chongping nodded.
That's how it was. Hearing Jiang Li's explanation, Li Chongping's gaze toward her grew even more intense. It seemed that young Jiang, the educated youth, possessed incredible magical skills. Originally, he couldn't find a professional sorcerer to deal with the ghosts, so he had to try whatever he could, hoping Jiang Li's attempt would work. Surprisingly, she really could do it, and she was very impressive. With such an expert in the team, Li Chongping felt excited and happy. He thought that from now on, the team could finally have peaceful days, and he hurriedly thanked Jiang Li. Jiang Li smiled and waved her hand. Captain, no need to thank me. I am part of our victory production team, and it's my honor to contribute. Li Chongping patted her shoulder, full of admiration. This girl truly is talented inside and out, humble despite her abilities, and has a high sense of awareness. Unlike some people who, although capable, are very proud. Young Jiang, you made a great contribution in dealing with the ghosts this time. You should go back and rest well. If you need anything in the future, just ask.
Jiang Li nodded.
She had just finished a mental duel with Sun Wenwen, which had drained her quite a bit. She planned to go back and take a break. Her original body was very weak. If this were in later times, dealing with a small ghost wouldn't tire her so much. Because her current body was weak, Jiang Li knew she had to work even harder to practice and improve quickly. That way, when similar situations arose again, she could handle them easily. Jiang Li left, but the team members still gathered together, chattering about what had just happened on the mountain. Those who hadn't gone up the mountain with them sighed inwardly. Such an exciting scene, and they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But whether they witnessed it or not, everyone was now in a good mood and feeling relaxed. Starting tonight, they no longer had to worry about haunted places or being haunted by Sun Wenwen's ghost. Li Chongping also greeted everyone. Although many in the victory production team had seen the ghosts and knew they were real, they all agreed not to tell anyone outside. If others thought they were superstitious or spreading superstition, the entire team could get into serious trouble. The team members promised Li Chongping that they wouldn't speak about it outside. Even if the captain didn't tell them, they would only talk about it within their team and never say a word outside, as it would only cause trouble for themselves. Mu Jingxun, who was injured and couldn't go up the mountain, was told by Jiang Li to rest more. He could only wait quietly at the educated youth station. It's almost lunchtime when Jiang Li finally returns from outside. Seeing Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun's eyes show concern. Jiqing Jiang, how did things go? Was it smooth?
Jiang Li nods.
Yes, pretty smooth. I personally handled a recently deceased ghost, so there's no way I couldn't manage it. When Jiang Li says this, there's a hint of pride. Mu Jingxun likes that confident attitude. That's good. Seeing Mu Jingxun care about her, Jiang Li also asks about his injury, whether it still hurts. I'm fine, really. Jiqing Jiang, the medicine you gave me works very well. I don't feel any pain now. After a few more words, Jiang Li plans to prepare lunch. Bai Zirong also comes back. As soon as he arrives, he immediately starts bragging in front of Mu Jingxun, praising Jiang Li. Since Mu Jingxun has seen Jiang Li handle ghosts before, he's less disappointed about not witnessing her deal with son Wenwen's ghost this time. The other young workers from the Jiqing group also start returning one after another. After this incident, the older workers treat Jiang Li very differently, with more respect and politeness. After all, Jiang Li solved a big problem for them, and with her skills, they might need her help again in the future. It's better to be polite now so they can ask for her help later. If they offend Jiang Li now, it will be hard to ask for help when they face tough problems later. Time is getting late. Jiang Li suggests, let's keep lunch simple today. I'll make some scallion oil noodles. Is that okay? Seeing that it's late and that she spent a lot of energy dealing with ghosts today, she doesn't want to spend much time cooking. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong have no objections. They had agreed earlier that the three of them would eat together, and Jiang Li would cook whatever she wanted, no regrets. Today's situation is special. Jiang Li has been busy all day catching ghosts and is probably exhausted. She doesn't have the energy to make a fancy meal. Even if she just makes simple noodles or doesn't cook at all, they wouldn't mind. No problem, Sister Li. Do whatever is convenient for you. We'll eat whatever you make, they say.
Jiang Li nods.
All right, then I'll make scallion oil noodles. She asks Bai Zirong to pick some fresh scallions and wash them. Since there are already dried noodles at home, she doesn't need to spend time rolling dough. Bai Zirong quickly fetches the scallions and washes them, and Jiang Li begins to fry the scallion oil. The scallion oil was ready. After boiling the noodles, I mixed them with the fragrant scallion oil, and the tasty scallion oil fried noodles were done. Because the method was simple, Jiang Li made the scallion oil noodles easily and without much effort. When Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong tasted Jiang Li's scallion oil noodles, they both sincerely praised her. Sister Li, you're amazing. Even simple scallion oil noodles taste so good. They smell so nice. Bai Zirong wasn't just flattering. He was honest in his actions. He ate 3 big bowls in one go, showing how much he liked it. Mu Jingxun ate a bit less, but still finished 2 big bowls. Jiang Li really admired their big appetites. She only ate a small bowl and felt full, unable to eat more. In the afternoon, Jiang Li didn't go up the mountain but stayed at home to train and recover her energy. She took out the previously refined spirit-enhancing pills to absorb and refine them. After a whole afternoon of training, Jiang Li felt her body lighten and her energy fully restored. She knew she couldn't fall behind in her training. If her foundation was weak, she had to work even harder and make the most of her time to improve herself. While focusing on her training in the afternoon, Jiang Li didn't get distracted. Only now did she realize that because she had absorbed Sun Wenwen, the harmful ghost, she had gained some merit points. Although not many, she still earned about 10 merit points. Jiang Li believed that more merit points were always better. Every little bit helps. After finishing her training in the afternoon, Jiang Li stepped out of the house feeling refreshed. When she was pondering what to eat for dinner, she saw Captain Li Chongping arrive at the youth camp. Jiang Li initially thought the team had some matter to discuss with her. Before she could ask, Li Chongping said, "Jiang Jiqing, this is some dog meat. Ma Dogwai asked me to bring a few pounds for you to try." Because Jiang Li mentioned needing black dog blood, Ma Dogwai's dog was slaughtered, and she received some dog meat. In the countryside, meat was a precious thing. Ma Dogwai's family loved their dog but couldn't bear to bury it, so they had to eat the dog meat with tears. Since this dog was strong and yielded a lot of meat, Ma Dogwai gave her a few pounds. Today, Jiang Li helped the team by dealing with Sun Wenwen's ghost, solving a big problem for everyone. The team members were very grateful to her. Whenever someone had good things, they thought of sharing a little with her. Besides the dog meat from Ma Dogwai's family, Li Chongping also carried some river fish and shrimp, which the team members had given her as thanks for her help. The team members knew that valuable items like eggs and old hens were probably not something Jiang Li would take, but things like river fish and shrimp caught by themselves were not expensive, so Jiang Li would definitely accept them. Li Chongping brought all the items to Jiang Li, showing that these were small tokens of appreciation from the team members, hoping she wouldn't refuse and would accept them all. After hearing Li Chongping's explanation, Jiang Li didn't refuse and accepted the dog meat, river fish, and shrimp. When she received the dog meat, she remembered that Li Chongping had previously prepared black dog blood. Looking back, she realized she shouldn't have asked him to prepare that. It was wrong to kill an innocent black dog. Now, Ma Dogwai's family must be very upset. But since it was already done, there's no point in dwelling on it now. Dead dogs can't come back to life. With ingredients Li Chongping brought, Jiang Li's dinner was settled. That evening, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong enjoyed a fragrant meal of dog meat. However, Jiang Li couldn't bring herself to eat it. It wasn't because she disliked the taste. Rather, her past experiences made it difficult for her emotionally, as she had a special attachment to dogs. In the following days, the team was peaceful again, and no more ghost-related incidents occurred. The team members, who had been tense and worried about ghosts, could finally relax. Mu Jingxuan's injuries healed well, and once the scabs fell off, he could start walking again. Still, considering the severity of his knife wounds, it was better for him to rest and recover fully. After all, he wasn't short of money and didn't need to worry about earning work points. That day, Zhang Lady brought some mountain produce to Jiang Li, all gathered from her own mountain foraging. When she delivered the items, she explained her purpose, thanking Jiang Li for her previous reminder. She had written to her family and asked neighbors about the situation and received their replies. Jiang Li was right. Her parents had been deceiving her. Their life at home was actually getting better and better, but they still wanted to exploit her. Zhang Lady was now completely disappointed in her parents. Sometimes they pretended to care about her, but all the benefits went to her younger brother. It was obvious they were deceiving her, making her sacrifice herself for the family. If she worked herself to exhaustion, could she still expect her parents or family to care for her? Thanks to Jiang Li's reminder, Zhang Lady finally saw through this. She was very grateful to Jiang Li, but she had little to give in return. The only thing she could do was bring some mountain produce she had gathered herself. Of course, at this moment, Zhang Lady learned about Jiang Li catching a ghost, and she understood why Jiang Li knew about her family's affairs. Naturally, Jiang Li must have used mystical methods to figure it out. Knowing that Zhang Lady was truly grateful, she happily accepted the mountain goods Jiang Li gave her. Now, Jiang Li looked at Zhang Lady's face and noticed it had changed a lot from before. The girl was hardworking and capable. As long as she didn't blindly sacrifice herself for her family, her future life wouldn't be too bad. The peace in the production team didn't last long. One day, something happened again. The team leader, Li Chongping, hurriedly found Jiang Li. Since he learned about Jiang Li's real skills, whenever he faced problems he couldn't solve, he immediately came to ask her for advice. He seemed to see her as the backbone of the team. Seeing Li Chongping anxious and hurried, Jiang Li asked, "Team leader, what urgent matter are you dealing with? Take your time. Don't be nervous." Li Chongping took a deep breath and said to Jiang Li, "Jiang Jiqing, a few girls from our team are missing. Yesterday, Ma Xiaofeng, Li Yanai, and Chao Dahong went up the mountain to gather mountain goods and haven't come back yet. This morning, I sent some team members to look for them, but there's been no sign of them. If they had been found, Li Chongping wouldn't have come to Jiang Li now. The reason he was here was because he couldn't find them." Hearing that Ma Xiaofeng and Li Yanai were missing, Jiang Li's brows furrowed immediately. These two young girls were close to her, and she definitely wouldn't ignore their situation. She first comforted Li Chongping, telling him not to worry and that she would do a divination. Jiang Li quickly calculated the exact locations of the three girls. "Team leader, don't worry. They're still alive. I'll go save them right now." When Li Chongping heard Jiang Li say this, he was initially happy, then felt something was off. Little Jiang Jiqing, what's going on? Were they kidnapped? Jiang Li explained to Li Changping sort of. They had bad luck and accidentally entered an enemy base, where they were taken captive. Team leader, I'll go rescue them. You should go to the county seat and report to the police. Bring the police officers here. Once I rescue the girls, the police can handle the aftermath. Hearing this, Li Changping's face turned pale. It was just a few girls from the team going missing, but now it involved enemies? No matter what, once enemies are involved, the situation becomes very serious. Although Li Changping was just a small team leader, as a Chinese person, he had a strong sense of patriotism. He hated enemy agents deeply and was determined not to let them harm his countrymen. His goal was not only to rescue the captured people, but also to catch all the enemy agents. Regarding Jiang Li's words, Li Changping trusted her completely and would follow her instructions. All right, Xiao Jiang, I trust you. I will report to the police now, he said without hesitation about the matter involving spies. By the way, Xiao Jiang, you can't go up the mountain alone, right? I'll arrange a few people to go with you, he offered. Although he knew Jiang Li was very capable, sending her alone to rescue someone from enemy agents was too risky. The team had many strong young men, so bringing a few along would definitely help. Jiang Li appreciated his kindness, but politely refused. No need, I can handle it alone. Too many people would distract me. Don't worry, I can take care of it myself, she said confidently. Seeing her determination, Li Changping didn't insist further. He knew Jiang Li was sensible, and if she said she could do it, she probably was very sure of herself. All right, Jiang Zhigong, stay safe, he said. Yes, Jiang Li replied, and they went their separate ways. She headed up the mountain to rescue the person, while Li Changping went to report to the police. Worried that Li Changping might be too slow, Jiang Li kindly lent him her bicycle so he could reach the county faster. When she saw Jiang Li going up the mountain, Mu Jingxun started to worry again. He had overheard her conversation with the team leader. Going alone to face enemy agents was much more dangerous than dealing with ghosts. The enemy might have guns, and if they shot Jiang Li, it would be terrible. Mu Jingxun wanted to go with her, but his injury wasn't fully healed. Even if he asked to go, Jiang Li wouldn't agree. Still worried, he asked her, Jiang Zhigong, why not let Zirong go with you? Zhirong was also skilled, and having him along would make Mu Jingxun feel more at ease. Seeing Mu Jingxuan's worried look, Jiang Li smiled and said, No need, I can handle it alone. I prefer to go alone. Don't worry, I'm confident I won't be hurt. I'll be back soon. She then reminded Mu Jingxun to rest at home and set off alone. As she hurried up the mountain, she kept calculating the positions of Ma Xiaofeng and the others. If it weren't for figuring out the reason behind the disappearance of these 3 young women, Jiang Li would never have guessed that there was a hidden enemy spy base deep in this mountain. She remembered that Lu Yan had gone into the mountains before to find enemy agents. She wondered if the enemy agents Lu Yan was looking for are the same people that Ma Xiaofeng and the others encountered. If so, that would be a very lucky coincidence. Today, Jiang Li plans to capture them all in one go, which will also help Lu Yan complete his mission. Lu Yan's uncle is the secretary of the county, and Jiang Li had previously saved his life. Now that she has helped catch the enemy spies and made such a big contribution, the county will surely reward her. If the county allows her to choose her reward, Jiang Li will ask the county government to help build a school for their production team. The team has no school, so it's very difficult for the children to go to school. The nearest school is more than 10 miles away, and the children spend a lot of time on the road every day. On sunny days, it's manageable, but in bad weather like rain or snow, the roads become even harder to travel. Children are the future of the country, and education is fundamental. Jiang Li, coming from another time, understands how important good education is. She hopes the children in the team can have better learning conditions. If their team had its own school, it would be much easier for the children to attend. Jiang Li's mind was racing quickly, and she kept walking without stopping. She felt her speed was too slow, so she pasted a divine travel talisman on herself. With the talisman's power, Jiang Li's speed increased dramatically. Luckily, she didn't encounter anyone in the mountains, If she had been seen, people might think she was a ghost. Jiang Li ran swiftly and finally stopped in front of a hidden cave. The entrance was discreet and unremarkable, but once inside, she found that this place was actually quite extraordinary. The interior of the cave was a research base built by Japanese invaders when they occupied northeast China years ago. Jiang Li didn't rush inside blindly. Before entering, she pasted an invisibility talisman on herself. With the invisibility talisman, she walked in confidently. Inside, she discovered that the cave was quite large, with all kinds of facilities. There was a generator, and the place was brightly lit. It's important to note that most rural areas in this era still didn't have electricity, and only some cities could use electrical appliances. Besides the electric lights, there was also a radio transmitter, along with many strange devices Jiang Li didn't recognize. At this moment, there were 2 secret agents in the cave. In fact, there were far more than 2 spies hiding here. These enemy agents didn't come here often. They only visited when they needed to send secret information outside. Originally, they had hidden here very well, and no one had discovered them for many years. Who would have thought that today Ma Xiaofeng and a few others accidentally found this cave? This was their enemy's most important secret base, and it could not be exposed. When they discovered Ma Xiaofeng and the others, the enemies planned to kill all 3 to silence them. However, recently, they received orders to conduct live human research, so they decided to keep Ma Xiaofeng and the others alive, using them as research subjects. Fortunately, Ma Xiaofeng and the others were lucky not to be killed. Jiang Li happened to have the skill to locate them and came to rescue. Without Jiang Li, Ma Xiaofeng and the others would have become live research specimens and suffered greatly before dying. Jiang Li found weapons in the cave, bombs, grenades, and pistols. If she suddenly appeared and alarmed the enemies, they would have used their weapons against her. It would be easy for Jiang Li to escape alive, but Ma Xiaofeng and the others would be in danger. They couldn't dodge bullets. She quickly looked around and saw the tied-up Ma Xiaofeng and the others in a small corner of the cave. The 3 girls, inexperienced with such situations, were trembling with fear. Their eyes were full of despair. They could do nothing but wait for death. They were tightly bound with ropes, with no chance to escape. Jiang Li didn't rush to rescue them immediately. First, she quietly collected the weapons in the cave, then sneaked behind 2 enemies. She hit one with a stick, knocking both out. After they were unconscious, Jiang Li tore off her invisibility charm. She then found some ropes, the 2 enemies completely, and controlled them. Finally, she went to the girls. Ma Xiaofeng and the others were ready to accept their fate, but suddenly Jiang Li appeared in front of them.
Jiang
Jiqing, is that you? I must be seeing things. It's all a dream. Ma Xiaofeng stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Jiang Li had suddenly appeared. She thought she was dreaming that Jiang Jiqing came to save her. Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's not a dream, and it's not your eyes playing tricks. I've come to save you. You've been missing for a whole day. Everyone was worried and looking for you. The team leader asked me for help. I figured out your location and came to rescue you." While speaking, Jiang Li moved forward to untie them. The ropes on the girls' bodies were quickly loosened, and they regained their freedom. They were all very excited. Li Yi hurriedly said, "Jiang Jiqing, the people who captured us seem to be spies. This place is very dangerous. Let's run quickly. If they find us, we'll all be in trouble." Ma Xiaofeng quickly added, "Yes, those spies are too scary. They are armed with guns, and we can't fight them." Jiang Li waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. 2 spies have already been controlled by me. We're safe for now. With me here, they can't hurt you." Hearing Jiang Li say this, the 3 girls looked at her with admiration. They were all young girls, weak and helpless in front of the spies, like lambs about to be slaughtered, but Jiang Li could stand up to them. Not only does Jiang Jiqing have the ability to control evil spirits and heal people, but she can also deal with spies. She is truly capable of anything. They didn't expect themselves to be as strong as Jiang Li. Even having just 1/10 of her ability would be enough. "Jiang Jiqing, you're so amazing. Thank you so much for saving us. Yes, Jiang Jiqing, it's all thanks to you.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived this time.
The three girls sincerely thanked Jiang Li. We're friends, so no need to be polite. Let's go. I'll take you down the mountain early. Your family must be worried about you. The three girls didn't hesitate and followed Jiang Li to leave. After walking a few steps, they saw the two spies who had captured them had already been. The cunning and ruthless spies, unexpectedly, were so helpless in Jiang Li's hands. The girls once again marveled at how fierce Jiang Li was. When Jiang Li led the three girls down the mountain, she had set up a barrier to prevent anyone from accidentally entering or other spies returning to rescue them during her absence. Only she could pass through. When she went up the mountain alone, thanks to the divine travel talisman, it only took about 10 minutes. But coming down, because Ma Xiaofeng and the others were with her, she couldn't use the talisman. The young girls were much weaker than men, and after being for a day without food or drink, they were very weak, so their pace was slow. It took them over an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. As Jiang Li led them down, Captain Li Chongfeng and the police had already arrived. Besides the police team, Liu Yan and his team also came. When they heard someone had discovered the spies' whereabouts, the military personnel, including Liu Yan, were very excited. After all, their mission was to catch the spies. Now, Jiang Li and the three girls were safely down the mountain, and Li Chongping and the families of the girls finally relaxed. Young Jiang, a talented and capable girl, truly managed to find the person and bring them back safely. The family members of the girls quickly came forward to check on their children. When they learned that Jiang Li had saved their kids, they all thanked her sincerely. Jiang Li waved her hand and said it was nothing. Since they were all from the same team, helping each other within their abilities was the right thing to do. Liu Yan had been standing nearby, his gaze fixed on Jiang Li. He never expected that it was this girl, Jiang Li, who single-handedly rescued their team members from enemy agents. However, recalling how Jiang Li saved him last time, Liu Yan felt that everything made sense. This young woman was truly full of surprises. Liu Yan stepped forward and asked Jiang Li, "Comrade Jiang, the police received a report that you found the enemy's trail. Is that true?" Jiang Li nodded and replied, "Yes, it's true. Follow me, and I will take you up the mountain to find their hideout." Liu Yan was very excited. Their mission was to catch the enemy agents here. Based on the intelligence they had gathered, they knew the enemy was active in this area and had a hidden base in these mountains. But despite their efforts, Liu Yan and his comrades, along with local police, hadn't yet found the exact location of the hideout. When Liu Yan entered the mountain, he accidentally disturbed some evil spirits. If Jiang Li hadn't come to help, he might have lost his life. Now that they had finally found the enemy's trail and their hideout, they could complete their mission soon. "All right, Comrade Jiang, please lead the way," Liu Yan said. "It's no trouble. I am a citizen of Huagua, and it's my duty to contribute to our country's defense," Jiang Li replied. As a patriot, Jiang Li was deeply passionate about protecting her country and hated those foreign spies who worked against it. Even if the authorities didn't take action against these spies, she wouldn't let them go. Her main reason for involving the police was to cooperate with the nation and conduct thorough investigations into these enemies. Otherwise, she could handle these spies alone and take them all down in one go. Under Jiang Li's lead, Liu Yan and his team headed up the mountain. Since they were all military personnel, Liu Yan and his comrades had much better stamina than Ma Xiaofeng and the others, so they could barely keep up with Jiang Li's speed. Watching Jiang Li lead the way quickly, one of Liu Yan's comrades leaned over and whispered, "Captain Liu, this young comrade has such great stamina. We're using all our strength just to keep up with her. If she wanted to join our female soldiers, she would definitely be a good candidate." Liu Yan also thought the same. Jiang Li's physical strength was surprisingly impressive. She climbed the mountains so quickly without even catching her breath. These soldiers, who had long undergone professional training, could barely keep up. Jiang Li moved effortlessly, and everyone knew that this speed was already their limit, but definitely not Jiang Li's maximum. If she went any faster, they truly wouldn't be able to follow. Liu Yan admired Jiang Li even more. As he watched her back, his eyes grew warmer. When Jiang Li led the group to the cave entrance, the soldiers and police accompanying her were all exhausted and gasping for air. "This is the place." Jiang Li pointed to the cave entrance and said. Lu Yan quickly led his people inside. They saw 2 enemy agents on the ground. "I've already secured these 2 enemies for you. You can take them back for questioning. Their base is right here. If you need to check anything or take anything, do as you see fit. Once you're done, let me know, and I will take you down the mountain." Lu Yan responded with a nod, and also thanked Jiang Li. If she hadn't brought them here, they wouldn't have found this base easily. Lu Yan immediately ordered his men to search and handle the base thoroughly. Everything inside and outside had to be checked, and nothing that needed to be taken should be left behind. Jiang Li sat down on a stool, knowing they would need some time to finish. While resting, she took out paper and pen, and based on her calculations, she wrote down the list of hidden spies near Anfeng County. She planned to give this list to Lu Yan so he could arrest them. None of these spies should escape. Anyone daring to oppose Huaguo wouldn't have a good time. Lu Yan spent half an hour collecting everything from the base. "Comrade Jiang, we've finished. We can go down the mountain now," he said.
Jiang Li nudda.
Half an hour wasn't a long wait. These well-trained soldiers worked quickly. The soldiers of Huaguo were truly excellent and deserving praise. Jiang Li stood up and handed the completed list to Lu Yan. This list includes the names and addresses of spies hiding in Anfeng County. Write clearly. Send someone to arrest them, but try not to alert them. Capture them all in one go. The base only had 2 spies, but Lu Yan knew there were probably more hiding in Anfeng County. Originally, he wanted to capture these 2 spies for interrogation and to find their accomplices. However, Jiang Li had already discovered the whereabouts of other hidden enemy agents in advance. Jiang Li naturally knew that Lu Yan and the others could track down these 2 spies and, by following the clues, catch other enemy agents. But she had also calculated that there were several higher-level enemy agents that these 2 did not know about. Jiang Li definitely wanted Lu Yan to eliminate all the spies hiding in Anfeng County so they wouldn't cause harm or trouble the country and its people in the future. Lu Yan took the enemy agent list handed to him by Jiang Li. Although he didn't know how Jiang Li obtained it, he knew she had extraordinary skills and secret methods. She probably got the list through special channels, and she wouldn't tell him how. So, he decided not to ask, and they both understood each other silently. "All right, Comrade Jiang, thank you. If all the enemy agents in Anfeng County are cleared out this time, the higher-ups will surely recognize your contribution." Jiang Li didn't care much about the credit. She only did what her conscience told her. She believed that any patriotic Chinese person would help the country catch enemy agents within their ability. Jiang Li led Lu Yan and the others down the mountain smoothly. Once they reached the bottom, her mission was complete. It was past lunchtime now. Jiang Li checked her watch. Goodness, it was already after 1 p.m. She felt her stomach rumbling. Normally, she would have eaten earlier at this time. Seeing that she had no other tasks, Jiang Li said goodbye to Lu Yan. "Comrade Lu, I'll go back to eat now. If you need any help, contact me anytime." Lu Yan nodded. "All right, Comrade Jiang, you should go back first. Today was very exhausting for you." Jiang Li waved her hand, bid farewell to Lu Yan, and headed toward the youth station. Lu Yan kept watching Jiang Li leave, reluctant to look away for a long time. One of the young soldiers beside him couldn't help but ask, "Commander Lu, do you like that young lady?" Lu Yan was caught off guard and blushed immediately. He did have some admiration for Jiang Li because she was so capable and independent. He had never seen anyone like her before. He couldn't help but feel a bit fond of her. But he certainly wouldn't admit it. "Are you still thinking about gossiping now? The spy-catching mission is finished. Stop thinking about all these random things," Lu Yan said, then led his team back to the county seat. They took the items seized from the enemy hideout and the 2 spies back, then started their operations, following Jiang Li's list to arrest the suspects. The military trucks and police cars quickly drove away from the victory production team. The team members were very shocked to find enemy agents on the mountain and gathered together to discuss. They never expected that enemy agents were so close to them. Just thinking about it made them feel scared. This time, Ma Xiaofeng and the others were really lucky. They accidentally discovered the enemy's stronghold. In fact, Xiao Jiangjiqing was the most capable. He could even figure this out, which was amazing. Not only did Xiao Jiangjiqing save people this time, but he also made a big contribution to the country. Destroying the enemy's base was a huge achievement. Now, the Victory production team wondered if they could benefit from Jiang Li's help. They had many negative incidents before, which seriously affected their reputation and awards. Originally, Li Changping thought their team would be at the bottom this year, but now it seemed they still had a chance to turn things around. Li Changping silently felt that Jiang Li was truly lucky for their team. With her around, they might have a chance to make a comeback. When Jiang Li returned to the youth station, she planned to cook. She wanted to eat something quickly to fill her stomach and decided to boil some noodles as a simple meal since it was quick and easy, taking only 10 minutes. Just as Jiang Li was about to cook, she found that there was still food warm in the pot. The dishes had been prepared in advance by Mu Jingxun. There was a plate of stir-fried river shrimp, some stir-fried bacon with green peppers, and a cucumber and egg stir-fry. Seeing the food in the pot, Jiang Li asked Mu Jingxun, "Did you make this?" Mu Jingxun nodded. "Yes, I did. It doesn't taste as good as yours, but it's okay to eat." Mu Jingxun was recovering from his injury and couldn't do intense activities, but he could still cook simple meals. Jiang Li had been busy today and couldn't come back for lunch. As two adults, Bai Zirong and Mu Jingxun couldn't rely entirely on Jiang Li to cook for them. When Jiang Li wasn't around, they cooked for themselves. Although Mu Jingxuan's cooking wasn't as good as Jiang Li's, he had been watching her cook and learned a lot. He thought he was pretty smart and picked up skills quickly. After following Jiang Li for so long, he had learned some cooking techniques. Today, he tried to cook himself. Surprisingly, the food he made was much better than what he cooked when he first went to the countryside. During this time, following Jiang Li had really helped him improve his cooking skills. Jiang Li wasn't picky about food. As long as there was something to eat, she was happy. Coming back to a hot meal saved her the trouble of cooking herself. Jiang Li brought out the warm food and started to eat. Although Mu Jingxuan's cooking skills are not as good as hers, his dishes are quite tasty. Jiang Li tasted the food and gave a good comment. "Mu Jingxun, your cooking is really good." Thinking that Mu Jingxun can now cook, she truly sees him as a good husband material. Plus, he looks handsome and has a good figure. Jiang Li even considered making him her partner. In her past life, she died suddenly without experiencing love, so in this life, she wants to taste the feeling of love. Otherwise, once she ascends and abandons human emotions, she might never have the chance to feel the sweetness of love again.
Hierin Jiang Li's praise, Mu Jingxun chuckled happily.
He felt more motivated and silently decided to work harder, learn to cook better, and improve his culinary skills. One day, when his cooking can match Jiang Li's, she won't need to cook anymore. After all, the young girl's hands are tender and smooth. Cooking too often might make her rougher, and he feels sorry for that. After Jiang Li finished eating, Mu Jingxun asked about her trip up the mountain. Jiang Li recounted everything about rescuing people and capturing enemies to Mu Jingxun. He was surprised to learn that there were so many spies hidden in Anfeng County. Mu Jingxun also deeply despises enemies and spies. Luckily, with Jiang Li here, none of these hidden enemies in Anfeng County will escape. This incident further showed Mu Jingxun how powerful Jiang Li is, and he admired her even more. The girl he likes is truly extraordinary. She can catch evil spirits and spies, almost all-powerful. He must work even harder to become better, so he can be worthy of Jiang Li. His mission in Anfeng County is not yet complete. He can only continue after fully recovering from his injuries. Jiang Li didn't worry much about the enemy spies, knowing that with Lu Yan around, none of them could escape. The next day, she took some time to go to the county town. Her space had accumulated more goods, which she needed to deliver to Lu Feng. After selling the goods and earning money, Jiang Li continued to buy herbs to make pills and improve her cultivation. She felt her progress was too slow compared to her past life in the mysterious sect. The supply of pills back then was much better. She believed that with a few years of effort, she could definitely break through. Lu Feng still offered a high price this time, and Jiang Li sold all her goods for 1,300 yuan. She took the money and went straight to the hospital. To buy discounted medicine, Jiang Li also went to see Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu was very happy to see Jiang Li arrive. "Comrade Jiang, you're here? You were right about that patient last time. Do you remember?" "Oh, what a tragedy. Wang Jianxi really hurt his wife badly, and he died shortly after being discharged from the hospital. After his death, his parents suddenly fell ill. They finally remembered your warning and turned themselves in to the police, saving their lives. Their lives are safe now, but both of them are in jail for hiding a murderer, and they will probably stay there for many years." Jiang Li listened calmly to Dr. Wu's story because she had already expected everything. Karma is real. A family that is dishonest and bullies their daughter-in-law deserves this kind of punishment. Seeing that Jiang Li showed no emotion, Dr. Wu admired her even more. She seemed to understand everything perfectly and was very strong. Jiang Li told Dr. Wu about buying medicine. He immediately gave her a discount. Every time Jiang Li came, she bought a lot of valuable herbs. Dr. Wu was curious about what she planned to do, but he didn't ask because it was her private matter. After buying the herbs, Jiang Li went to a grocery store. Since she traveled a long way to the county, she wanted to buy some good food. She wanted to buy pork, but it was too late, and most of the pork was probably sold out. She thought she probably wouldn't get any, but still wanted to try her luck. Pork was very popular at that time, and many people queued early in the morning to buy it. When Jiang Li arrived at the grocery store, the old lady there recognized her immediately. Her eyes were full of excitement. "Little comrade, you're here? Thank you so much for your reminder last time. Otherwise, my daughter might have done something foolish. Are you here to buy pork? Today, all the pork is sold out, but we kept some for our staff. I can give you 2 jin if you'd like." Jiang Li didn't expect the old lady to remember her. Looking at her face now, she seemed to have avoided her troubles, and her future would be smooth sailing. Seeing that the old lady offered to share some pork, Jiang Li was polite. "Yes, please, auntie. 2 jin will be fine." The old lady happily said, "All right, wait a moment. I'll go get it for you." Soon, she returned with 2 jin of good pork, with just the right amount of fat and lean meat, which was hard to find in the store. "Thank you so much, auntie. The pork looks great." The older woman smiled and said, "Next time you want to buy something, just come find me. If we have it available, I will definitely share it with you." "All right, no problem." Jiang Li bought 2 jin of meat and saw that fish offal and ribs were also for sale. She bought some ribs to prepare a nourishing soup for Mu Jingxun. As for the fish offal, it was cheaper without a ticket, so Jiang Li also bought some to take home. The fish offal stew tastes good, and both Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong love eating it. After buying these, Jiang Li hurried back home. Once home, she started busying herself. For lunch, they had fish offal stew, and in the evening, they would eat meat again. In the afternoon, she planned to stew the ribs she bought, so they could enjoy rib soup for dinner. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were helping Jiang Li in the kitchen, especially Mu Jingxun, who not only helped but also carefully watched how Jiang Li cooked. The 3 of them enjoyed a delicious meal at noon. Just after lunch, Jiang Li saw a woman from the team come over. She was about 30 or 40 years old, still relatively young. But because women in this era had many children and worked every day, and without much grooming, they looked older than women of the same age in later times. The woman's name was Su Guifang. When she approached, Jiang Li asked Sister Guifang, "Is there something I can help you with?" Su Guifang looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Little Jiang, I have a small health issue and wanted you to take a look." Seeing Su Guifang's behavior, Jiang Li guessed roughly what kind of illness she had. She then said, "All right, let's go to the medical room. I'll check you." "Okay." Su Guifang followed Jiang Li to the team's medical room. Jiang Li asked her to explain where she felt uncomfortable so she could diagnose the problem. Su Guifang described her symptoms, still looking shy. Her health issue was quite private, and she felt embarrassed to talk about it. But she couldn't ignore it. She was very itchy below, and it emitted a foul smell. Su Guifang felt that if she didn't get treatment soon, she would be tormented to death. She was too shy to go to a big hospital and didn't have much money, so she came to Jiang Li for help. Luckily, Jiang Li was a woman. If she were a man, she would definitely feel awkward about checking her. After hearing Su Guifang's description, Jiang Li suspected she might have a gynecological or sexually transmitted infection. The exact diagnosis would require a proper check. She then told Su Guifang to lie down and remove her pants so she could examine her carefully. Su Guifang felt even more embarrassed. Oh, do I really have to take off my pants to get checked? Jiang Li knew that women in this era were quite conservative and felt shy about having others perform gynecological exams. Not just women of this time. Even in later generations, many women still felt uncomfortable about doctors examining their private areas. Jiang Li comforted her, saying, "Sister Guifang, don't be nervous. You've had children and I, a young girl. Don't feel embarrassed. There's nothing shameful about it. If our bodies have problems, we need to see a doctor for checkups and treatment. As the saying goes, illness does not avoid the doctor." I won't laugh at you. Thinking about it, Su Guifang realized that Jiang Li, a single young girl, didn't feel embarrassed at all. She had been too shy and delicate before. With this in mind, Su Guifang made up her mind, took off her pants, and let Jiang Li examine her. Jiang Li carefully looked at the affected area and then frowned. "Sister Guifang, this looks like a sexually transmitted infection. It's a bit serious." Hearing this, Su Guifang immediately asked anxiously, "Young Jiang, are you sure? Do you think I have a sexually transmitted disease? I've never been promiscuous, and my husband is very honest. There's no way I could have caught this." After asking, she felt her words might sound inappropriate. Jiang Li was very skilled and probably wouldn't make a mistake. But because of this, Su Guifang became more confused. She had never been unfaithful, so how could she have gotten this disease? Jiang Li knew that Su Guifang was probably telling the truth, so he replied calmly, "Sister Guifang, I'm sure. This is definitely a sexually transmitted disease. Since it's not you who is unfaithful, then it must be your husband. Such diseases are only spread through contact." Su Guifang was very clear about whether she had been unfaithful. If Jiang Li was right, it could only mean her husband had been unfaithful outside. She was stunned and found it hard to believe that her honest husband could do such things behind her back. "Young Jiang, if I got this because of my husband's affairs, then why doesn't he show any symptoms? Why did I get sick?" Su Guifang asked. Jiang Li explained, "Men and women have different body structures. Often, men carry the bacteria without showing symptoms. Sister Guifang, I can tell you for sure that you have a sexually transmitted disease. If you're healthy, then you should carefully check your husband. Don't ask him directly, most likely he won't admit it and might even say I'm trying to stir trouble. I suggest you don't confront him openly yet. Instead, quietly gather evidence. If you pay close attention, you'll eventually find clues. I'll prepare some medicine for you first. Come to pick it up after work this afternoon. After you go back, you must avoid having with your husband during the treatment period, or the illness will never be cured and may cause repeated infections." If someone else said this, Su Guifang might doubt it, but now everyone in Xingli production team knows Jiang Li's skills. She can even catch ghosts, and she has eliminated enemy spies. There's no way she would misdiagnose her own illness. Jiang Li's words made Su Guifang uneasy. Thinking carefully, she realized her usually honest husband had been acting strange lately. She had trusted him too much and never thought he would go out to see other women. Su Guifang thanked Jiang Li and then went home feeling lost. In the afternoon, Jiang Li prepared the medicine for Su Guifang and then entered her space to make pills. She spent so much money on herbs but could only make a few pills. Jiang Li sighed, wondering when she could become rich. When she does, she can buy more herbs and make more pills. The days passed peacefully for 2 more days. Lu Yan followed Jiang Li's list of enemy spies and arrested them all. This caused a big shock in Anfeng County. No one expected that such a small county would have so many enemy agents. As the person who caught the most spies, Jiang Li was naturally praised and rewarded by the county. To thank Jiang Li, Secretary Su personally came to Jiang Li production team. Soon, the team members noticed 2 small cars arriving in the county. Nowadays, only very important people ride in small cars. Having 2 cars arrive at once meant very powerful figures had come. Li Chongping immediately went to check the situation. When he arrived, he saw the county secretary with another person who looked very distinguished. The county secretary was very respectful to him, so Li Chongping knew this must be a higher-ranking leader. As the leader of the production team, Li Chongping usually only interacts with the county secretary. He didn't know the higher officials. Thinking that the visitors might be county leaders, Li Chongping felt nervous and excited. When he approached, the county secretary introduced him to Su. Secretary Su, this is Li Chongping, the head of Jiang Li production team. The party secretary, after finishing speaking to Secretary Su, turned to Li Chongping and said, Captain Li, this is our county secretary, Secretary Su. When Li Chongping heard that the top official from the county was here, he became even more nervous. Although he usually appeared confident in the brigade, he couldn't help feeling anxious in front of such a high-ranking leader. Fortunately, Secretary Su was friendly and kind. He reached out to Li Chongping and said, Hello, Captain Li. I am the county party secretary. I came to your production team today to find Comrade Jiang Li. Seeing the county leader come to shake hands with him, Li Chongping immediately extended his hand. Oh my, what an honor! He felt this was a proud moment in his life, and he could boast about it to other team leaders later. They probably didn't have such an opportunity to meet with a county leader. Secretary Su, I will have someone called Jiang Jiqing over right now, Li Chongping said, quickly sending a team member to notify Jiang Li. He guessed that the county leader's visit was related to Jiang Li helping the government catch enemy spies. Jiang Jiqing was truly impressive. Being personally sought out by such a high-ranking official was a big deal. At this moment, Jiang Li was working in the brigade's medical office. When she received the message to meet the leader, she hurried over. Hearing that the county secretary wanted to see her, Jiang Li wasn't surprised. The threat from enemy spies lurking in Anfeng County was very serious. If not dealt with, it could greatly harm the local people and the country's interests. She had played a major role in this, so it was natural for the top leader to thank her in person. Secretary Su had heard about Jiang Li from his wife, even though he hadn't met her before. Last time, when Lu Yan had an incident, his wife told him about Jiang Li. Just by her calculations, she could tell so much about Lu Yan, which made Lu Rong suspect that Jiang Li might be a powerful mystic. This time, Jiang Li had also accurately identified the hiding places of the spies, probably using some form of mystical arts, since science couldn't explain it. When Jiang Li healed Lu Yan's illness last time, they could only thank her. But now, since she helped the county government catch the spies, they had to thank and reward her on behalf of the entire county. As the county's top official, Secretary Su felt it was necessary to personally express his gratitude. Curious about this young comrade whom his wife praised so highly, Secretary Su decided to visit her himself. After seeing Jiang Li in person, Secretary Su was truly surprised. He couldn't believe that such a powerful spiritual master was actually a beautiful, very young girl. Secretary Su carefully observed Jiang Li. When Jiang Li approached him and greeted him proactively, he finally regained his senses. He heard Jiang Li say, Secretary Su, hello. Secretary Su smiled and responded, Comrade Jiang, hello. He then extended his hand and shook hands with her. After the handshake, Secretary Su directly stated his purpose for coming today. Comrade Jiang, thank you very much for helping us catch so many hidden spies in Anfeng County, protecting the safety of our people and defending the interests of our country. On behalf of the people and government of Anfeng County, I thank you for your efforts. Everyone around overheard Secretary Su's words to Jiang Li and couldn't help but feel envious. A young rural girl like Jiang Li receiving special praise from the county secretary was truly impressive. It had to be said, Jiang Li was very capable. Ordinary people couldn't achieve so much. Jiang Li smiled and replied, County Chief Su, I am a citizen of Anfeng County and of our country. This is what I should do. Hearing this, Secretary Su admired her even more. Despite her young age, Jiang Li possessed great skills, humility, and noble ideals, rare qualities. However, in truth, truly talented people are often modest and humble. Those who try to appear important usually lack real ability. After expressing thanks, Secretary Su took some practical actions. He presented Jiang Li with a banner and also gave her some prize money. Comrade Jiang, these are rewards from the county for helping us catch spies this time. It's a small token from our local government.
Please accept it.
Jiang Li wasn't particularly interested in the banner, but cared a lot about the prize money. She was currently poor and needed money. She wanted to buy valuable medicinal herbs, so the more money she had, the better. Jiang Li accepted both the banner and the prize money, then said many flattering words. Seeing Jiang Li receive such generous rewards, the members of the victory production team envied her even more. But they also knew they couldn't achieve this. They weren't capable of earning such rewards through their own skills like Jiang Li did. Secretary Su then expressed more thanks and praise, and asked if Jiang Li had any other requests. He said she could bring any needs to the county government. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Li also mentioned her idea of building a school for the victory production team. Secretary Su thought this request was reasonable and immediately agreed. The county has a goal each year to build new elementary schools. Since Jiang Li, the great contributor, volunteered, allocating a school spot to the victory production team was settled. Comrade Jiang, this is easy to handle. I will send someone to arrange it later. Besides this, do you want any other rewards? Jiang Li wanted money, but she felt it was too to ask for that openly. Plus, she knew the county's finances were tight now, so she decided to solve her money problems herself. She shook her head and said, Secretary Su, I have enough rewards from the county. I can't be greedy. Secretary Su nodded, thinking Jiang Li was truly a young hero, selfless, and always thinking of others. After chatting for a while, Secretary Su decided to leave. As the county secretary, he was busy every day. Today, he was giving Jiang Li a reward, which could have been handled by his staff. But he was very interested in Jiang Li, so he took the time to come personally. Now that he had met her and spoken everything needed, he decided to go back to his other work. Seeing that Secretary Su had things to do, Jiang Li naturally didn't try to keep him. After Secretary Su's car left, the people from the victory production team eagerly gathered around Jiang Li. Little Jiang, you're amazing. The county secretary personally came to give you a banner and a bonus.
Yeah, wow.
We've all benefited from little Jiang's help. Otherwise, how would we, simple villagers, get a chance to see the county's high officials? In ancient times, officials of Secretary Su's rank would be considered high officials. But after this comment, Li Changping quickly reminded everyone, we're in modern times now. Don't fall into old superstitions. The county secretary is a public servant, not some high official. The team members immediately broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly agreed with Li Changping. Yes, Captain Li is right. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Fortunately, Li Changping often advised the team not to gossip or spread rumors. Many of the team members were related or friends, so if someone with bad intentions reported their words, it could cause trouble. Li Changping felt very excited at this moment. As the team leader, he was lucky to meet the highest officials in the county. How could he not be thrilled? This was something he could brag about to other team leaders. Because of this, Li Changping believed that the victory production team had a better chance of winning award this year. Recently, the team had been in the news for all the wrong reasons, so they were probably at the bottom in the evaluations. But now, everything was different. Jiang Li's achievements had been recognized by the county's top leaders. Soon, the commune might reward their team. Not only was there hope for awards, but the team could also build a primary school, making it easier for the children to study. Li Changping was overjoyed. He immediately praised Jiang Li in front of the team members, encouraging everyone to learn from her and take her as a role model. Now, all the members of the victory production team truly admired Jiang Li. She was a capable young educated youth, not only helping the team catch ghosts but also capturing enemy spies, earning honor for the team, and helping to build a school for all the children. After being praised by Li Chongping, Jiang Li calmly returned to the youth station. She was most concerned about how much money the county had given her as a reward. Yes, she was very practical. To Jiang Li, nothing was more important than money. She opened the envelope and saw 20 large unity bonds, totaling 200 yuan. The meat coupons were for 5 jin, the sugar coupons also for 5 jin, and she received a few more fabric coupons and industrial vouchers. Seeing only 200 yuan, she felt a little disappointed. She had earned more from a single shipment. But considering the current economy, this amount was quite substantial, and she felt content. She stored the money away. As for the coupons, except for the meat coupons which she kept, she gave the rest to the team leader. Team leader, today the county gave me some coupons as a reward. Please ask if anyone in the team wants to exchange them, especially for those who are pregnant or have just given birth. Also, I don't need the fabric coupons and industrial vouchers, so ask if anyone wants to trade. Seeing the coupons Jiang Li brought, Li Chongping knew they were valuable to the team members. Since Jiang Li didn't need them, exchanging them for those in need was a good use of resources. Coincidentally, some families in the team had recently had babies. These sugar coupons could be exchanged to help new mothers recover. All right, young Jiang, I'll ask around later. Thank you so much. You've done so much for our team. Jiang Li smiled and said, Captain, don't say that. I am a young person here, and this is my home. Besides, I need everyone's help. It's right to help each other. Li Chongping sincerely promised that in the future, the team members would look after Jiang Li more. Considering all the contributions Jiang Li made to the team, it would be unkind not to support her. Jiang Li handed her vote to Li Chongping and returned to the youth station. When it was time for lunch, Jiang Li prepared the meal. She asked Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, do you have any special food you want for lunch? Both shook their heads, saying they would eat whatever Jiang Li made. Jiang Li also felt a bit stuck, unsure of what dish to cook. Remembering that yesterday, a family from the team had sent her some tofu, she decided to make mapo tofu. Although it's not a meat dish, mapo tofu is a popular and tasty dish. She also steamed some cured meat and sausage and stir-fried some greens. The three of them ate happily. After lunch, Mu Jingxun asked Jiang Li how his injury was and if he could go up the mountain now. During this time, Mu Jingxun had been resting well and hadn't been up the mountain for a long while. Now he felt his wound had healed and his body was in good shape, so he thought he could go out and move around. Jiang Li told Mu Jingxun to extend his hand so she could check his pulse. Mu Jingxun obediently cooperated. After checking his pulse, Jiang Li saw that his recovery was very good and said, if you want to go up the mountain, you can, but you must be careful to avoid injuring yourself again. Mu Jingxun nodded. All right, Jiang Jigang, don't worry. I will be careful. Jiang Li also gave Mu Jingxun a protective charm. As long as he doesn't die, no matter how serious his injuries, Jiang Li always has a way to save him. Seeing that Mu Jingxun was eager to go up the mountain, Jiang Li was happy and watched him leave with Bai Zirong in the afternoon. She understood that Mu Jingxun was eager to complete his task. She hoped he could finish it soon. However, if Mu Jingxun needed help, he should tell her. Maybe she could assist. But he didn't tell her, and with his own speed, he would finish the task soon enough. Jiang Li didn't worry about Mu Jingxun all afternoon. She also went up the mountain to gather herbs and hunt wild game. The pills she made last time had been fully absorbed, and her cultivation had improved. But her next level required more pills, so she needed more money to buy herbs. Jiang Li once again feels that she is too poor. If she had more money, she wouldn't have to work so hard every day just for a little cash. She thinks about how she, a master of the mysterious arts, has come to worry about money every day, which makes her feel very frustrated. Luckily, in the past few days, Jiang Li's harvest from the mountain has been pretty good. She caught a lot of wild game and sold some of it for money. She also plans to find time to go to the county town to sell the remaining wild game to Brother Foam, so she can earn enough to buy herbs for alchemy. Her storage space has more supplies than before, and she believes she will make more money this time. The next day, just as Jiang Li was about to leave for the county town to sell her goods, she saw Lu Yan arrive again at the Victory production team. He came early in the morning, riding his bike, and he was alone. No followers with him. When Luyan arrived, he was carrying some things. Seeing him come alone, Jiang Li felt a little surprised. He should be here to see her, right? But why did he come alone? Whatever his reason, Jiang Li, out of politeness, decided to go over and say hello. Comrade Lu, you came to see me, right? Is there something you need? Luyan squinted and smiled at Jiang Li. Comrade Jiang, I came specifically to thank you. Thank you for helping us gather information about the enemy agent's hideout, which helped us catch them all. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Jiang Li replied, Comrade Lu, Secretary Su has already expressed his thanks to me. You don't need to come all this way just for that. Lu Yan smiled and said, Well, Jiang, Secretary Su is Secretary Su. I am myself, and I also want to thank you personally. I brought you a small gift. I hope you'll accept it. Jiang Li isn't one to be particular about such things. Since he brought her a gift, she felt it would be rude not to accept it. She took the gift from Lu Yan and said, Thank you, Comrade Lu. I accept both your kindness and your gift. Lu Yan looked very happy when she took the gift. Then he took a deep breath and asked, Jiang, do you have time today? I'd like to invite you to the county town for a meal and to watch a movie. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. It was normal for him to bring her a gift to thank her, but now he was asking her out to eat and see a movie. Suddenly, she felt something was off. Looking at the intense gaze Lu Yan was giving her, even though she had never been in love, she could guess his feelings. This guy liked her and wanted to pursue her? Although Jiang Li thought Lu Yan was a good person with good qualities, she didn't feel any romantic interest in him. Maybe because she met Mu Jingxun first, she still preferred Mu Jingxun in her heart. While Lu Yan was nervously waiting for Jiang Li's reply, Bai Zirong hurried over to Mu Jingxun and eagerly shouted, Brother Sun, it's not good. That young man from the Lu family is here to compete for sisterly. Bai Zirong said he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Lu Yan last time, and now seeing him again, he suddenly remembered that Lu Yan was from the Lu family. The major families in Jing City often have connections, and the younger generation frequently interact. But because Lu Yan joined the army early, he had fewer chances to meet them, so Bai Zirong didn't recognize him at first. When Mu Jingxun heard someone was trying to compete for Jiang Li, he immediately became alert and asked Bai Zirong what was going on. Bai Zirong pointed outside and said, That young man from the Lu family is here to invite Sister Li to dinner and watch a movie. It's obvious he has bad intentions. Brother Sun, you can't just stay still. You need to take action and pursue Sister Li. She's so outstanding, and there are probably many young men secretly interested in her, risking her being taken away at any moment. Initially, Mu Jingxun didn't feel much threat, but after hearing Bai Zirong, his sense of danger heightened. Lu Yan's qualities were no worse than his. If he really pursued Jiang Li, it would be a strong competition for Mu Jingxun. Mu Jingxun quickly ran out of the house and saw Jiang Li standing face to face with Lu Yan. As soon as he stepped out, he heard Jiang Li refuse, Comrade Lu, sorry, I have something to do today, and don't have time to go to dinner or see a movie with you. Seeing Jiang Li reject Lu Yan, Mu Jingxun let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't agree. After Jiang Li refused, a trace of disappointment flashed across Lu Yan's eyes. But he still forced a smile and said, All right then, Comrade Jiang, since you're busy, I won't bother you anymore. Because he couldn't meet Jiang Li today, Lu Yan wouldn't have another chance, as he was leaving with the army tomorrow. His mission in Anfeng County was complete, and he had to return to his organization. Originally, Lu Yan wanted to confess his feelings to Jiang Li during their dinner and movie outing. It seemed he would have to take things slowly now. After returning to the army, he decided to write her more letters. If he received a reply, it would mean there was still hope for their future. Disappointed, Lu Yan rode his bicycle away. Lu Yan left, and Mu Jingxun immediately rushed forward to hold Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Jiqing, I have something to tell you. Jiang Li's hand was suddenly held tightly by Mu Jingxun, and she blushed instantly. She had never been pulled by a man like this before. Mu Jingxun led Jiang Li behind the youth commune's courtyard. Confused, Jiang Li asked, Mu Jijing, what exactly is going on? Why do you want to talk here? Mu Jingxuan's face warmed up, and his heart beat faster. It was his first time confessing, and he was really nervous. But thinking of how excellent Jiang Li was to prevent her from being taken by others in the future, Mu Jingxuan gathered his courage and asked, Jiang Zijing, I like you very much. Can we be together? Don't worry, if we are together, I will treat you very well. Jiang Li was surprised. Luyan liked her and Mu Jingxuan liked her too? She didn't know, and she felt flattered. However, her feelings for Mu Jingxuan and Luyan were completely different. She had no romantic thoughts about Luyan, so she wouldn't agree to his dates or give him false hope of being together. But Mu Jingxuan was different. She liked him, and since he liked her too, and they both felt the same, dating might be nice. While Jiang Li was thinking, Mu Jingxuan's heart was pounding in his chest. Was her silence a refusal?
Possibly.
Jiang Li didn't care for Luyan, so not liking him seemed normal. Just when Mu Jingxuan was about to give up, Jiang Li replied, All right, Mu Jijing, I'm willing to try. Let's see how it goes. But I want to make one thing clear first. If after some time we find we're not suitable, we'll part ways peacefully. You can't guilt me into staying or make me responsible for anything. If we're together, you must marry me. When Mu Jingxuan heard Jiang Li agree, his eyes filled with joy. He never expected her to accept being his girlfriend. Their relationship truly deepened. Okay, Jiang Zijing, as long as we're together, I'll do whatever you say. Seeing Mu Jingxuan so happy and a bit awkward, Jiang Li almost wanted to laugh. He was tall and sometimes a bit aloof, but it turned out he was a love-struck fool. After confirming their relationship, Mu Jingxuan's face was full of a silly, happy smile. Jiang Li said, Stop smiling like that and go to work. I need to see patients too. Hearing her urging, Mu Jingxuan decided to head to work. He actually wanted to stay and cuddle with Jiang Li longer, but she had work, and he didn't want to delay her. Bai Zirong saw Mu Jingxuan return with a big smile on his face and asked, Brother Sun, you look so happy. Did you finally catch Sister Li? Mu Jingxuan nodded. Yes, I am now officially dating Li Li. Hearing Mu Jingxuan call Jiang Li by her nickname, Bai Zirong found it very sweet. He remembered he used to call her Jiang Jiqing, and now it's Li Li. Still, Bai Zirong quickly congratulated Mu Jingxuan. As good friends, Bai Zirong naturally hoped Mu Jingxuan would be happy. Especially since Mu Jingxuan was dating Jiang Li. If they really got together in the future, Bai Zirong could often go to Mu Jingxuan's house to eat and enjoy himself. If Jiang Li married someone else, he wouldn't have the chance to visit for free anymore. Mu Jingxuan told Bai Zirong, Li Li and I just started dating, and our relationship hasn't been made public yet. Please don't tell anyone for now. I worry she might get upset. Mu Jingxuan hoped Jiang Li would share their relationship publicly, not him blabbing everywhere. Bai Zirong nodded understandingly. Got it, Brother Sun. I won't say anything. Mu Jingxuan knew Bai Zirong wasn't the type to gossip, or he wouldn't have told him. After confirming his relationship with Jiang Li, Mu Jingxuan felt very happy that morning. He worked with extra energy, and even the team members noticed. They could tell Mu Jingxuan was in a good mood, otherwise he wouldn't be so enthusiastic about work. At noon, Jiang Li saw Mu Jingxuan sweating heavily and scolded, Did you do a lot of work this morning? Why are you sweating so much? Bai Zirong smiled and said, Sister Li, Brother Sun was like a strong ox today. He must have had some happy news, so he's in a great mood and working with extra energy.
Mu Jingxun blushed.
Jiang Li didn't know what to say. It's just that they are now dating, and he was so happy. Mu Jingxuan, you need to be careful. Your body isn't fully recovered yet, and high-intensity physical work isn't suitable right now. Take it easy, okay?
Mu Jingxun nodded obediently. Okay, Li, I understand.
Hearing Mu Jingxuan call her by her nickname for the first time, Jiang Li felt a bit awkward. But since they are now dating, if Mu Jingxuan called her by her old name, it would seem too distant. Calling her Li Li, though a bit cheesy, felt more natural. I'm going to prepare lunch. I need to go to the county this afternoon. If Luyan hadn't come by and delayed her, Jiang Li would have gone earlier in the morning. In the afternoon, it was still possible to go, and a round trip to the county seat wouldn't take long. When Jiang Li went to the county seat in the afternoon, she also greeted Captain Li Changping. Naturally, Li Changping wouldn't restrict Jiang Li's freedom. She could do whatever she wanted, something others didn't have the privilege to do. For capable and talented people, Li Changping would give special care. Jiang Li pedaled her bicycle straight toward the county seat. However, her bike was still a bit slow. She wished she had a small car, fast and easy to drive. Right now, she could only dream about it. These days, only top officials in organizations could afford a car. As a rural youth, she couldn't buy one even after working hard for many years. Cars were very scarce now, and only if someone made a big contribution to the country might they get a private car. After arriving in the county seat, Jiang Li first went to see Lu Feng. Lu Feng was napping at home, but when he heard Jiang Li was looking for him, he quickly got up from bed. Jiang Li no longer needed to discuss prices with Lu Feng, so this time she brought several carts of game animals directly. Lu Feng had his staff weigh the game, then paid Jiang Li the highest possible price. She had a lot of wild meat this time, earning over 2,500 yuan. Happy with the money, Jiang Li then went to the county hospital. Although she had money now, she found that some rare medicinal herbs were out of stock at the hospital. Without these herbs, she couldn't make high-quality pills. Jiang Li asked Dr. Wu if he knew where she could buy these herbs elsewhere. Dr. Wu said, "Comrade Jiang, if you really need these herbs, you should ask at the city hospital. Their stock is much better than ours. I'll write you a letter of introduction. I have a student working there, and when you go, just ask for him. Maybe he can help you get a larger quantity and a discount." Jiang Li was a bit annoyed about having to go to the city, but she had no other options, so she decided to go. "All right, Dr. Wu, please write the letter for me." Dr. Wu waved his hand and said, "No trouble at all, Comrade Jiang." Soon, Dr. Wu finished writing the letter and told Jiang Li the name of his student. When she arrived at the hospital, she could just go directly to see him. After leaving the county hospital, Jiang Li bought some candies at the supply and marketing cooperative. She and Mu Jingxun had confirmed their relationship, which was a happy event. Jiang Li planned to invite the young people at the youth point to share some candies and also to announce a relationship with Mu Jingxun. Jiang Li believes that relationships between men and women should be recognized by those around them. Since she is dating Mu Jingxun, she wants to be open about it so everyone knows, rather than hiding it. After buying candy, Jiang Li went to the grocery store again. It would be great to buy meat, but if she couldn't find any, it was okay. Luckily, an older woman still had some meat, and she gave Jiang Li 2.5 gene of pork belly. Seeing the mix of fat and lean meat, Jiang Li nodded happily, thinking it was perfect for making braised pork or twice-cooked pork. Jiang Li also saw some big bones, so she bought 2. These don't need a receipt, but many people think they're too heavy without much meat and refuse to buy them. Jiang Li thought it was a good deal, cheap and practical. She planned to cook soup with it, which would be tasty and nourishing. She also bought a big grass carp and then rode her bike home. When Jiang Li arrived at the youth commune around 4 o'clock, the young people were still out working and hadn't come back. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong also hadn't returned yet. Jiang Li first went to the medical station at the brigade office to see if anyone was there to see a doctor. She stayed for an hour but saw no one, so she returned to the youth commune. When she got back, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had already finished work and come home. Jiang Li walked over to Mu Jingxun and said with a smile, "Today I bought some good vegetables in the county town. Tonight, let's treat the young people to a meal and tell everyone that we're dating. What do you think?" Hearing Jiang Li's idea, Mu Jingxun immediately got excited. Of course, he thought it was a good idea. He really wanted everyone to know about their relationship. Before, he wasn't sure if Jiang Li liked him, so he didn't feel very secure. But now, Mu Jingxun felt that Jiang Li probably liked him too, or she wouldn't be willing to tell everyone about them. "Li, I'll follow your plan. Whatever you say goes. But, Li, I think I should pay for the meal."
It shouldn't be you.
Mu Jingxun felt that as a man, it wasn't right for the woman to pay during their relationship. Otherwise, he'd seem like he was just taking advantage. "It's okay. We're a couple, so there's no need to be so strict about who pays. I'll cover it this time, and next time you can pay." After hearing Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun thought about it carefully and agreed. He nodded and said, "All right, Li. Next time, let me know if you need me to pay." Just as they finished talking, the older young people came back from work. Jiang Li went to tell the fellow educated youths that she would invite everyone to dinner tonight, so they shouldn't cook alone. When they heard Jiang Li was inviting everyone, they were quite surprised. But since Jiang Li had helped catch a spy and received a generous reward from the county, everyone was in a good mood. It's understandable that she wanted to treat everyone to a meal. No matter the reason, everyone was happy that Jiang Li could invite them. Especially after hearing she bought meat, everyone looked forward to it even more. They hadn't had meat in a while and were very eager. Jiang Li had to cook for about 10 to 20 people, which was a lot for one person, but luckily, the old educated youths volunteered to help. With their help, Jiang Li worked much faster. She made braised pork, twice-cooked pork, grilled fish from the fresh grass carp, and bone broth with vegetables, which tasted much better than plain boiled vegetables. They ate multigrain rice because there were many people, so Jiang Li steamed a big pot. After the meal started, the educated youths happily gathered together to enjoy the food. While everyone was eating happily, Jiang Li stood up and announced that she was dating Mu Jingxun. Everyone initially thought Jiang Li was just in a good mood and invited them to dinner, but it turned out she was celebrating her relationship with Mu Jingxun. Seeing the two of them together was unexpected but also natural. They had a good relationship and were well matched in background. It was normal for them to be a couple. For a moment, some wondered whether to envy Jiang Li or Mu Jingxun, since both were very talented and considered handsome or beautiful by many. Jiang Li had specifically invited everyone to celebrate this, and the educated youths, being perceptive, all offered their blessings. Meanwhile, the older educated youths who saw no hope of returning to the city were also thinking about finding a partner. Of course, they didn't consider dating locals, since they were city people and might return someday. Marrying someone from the countryside could be complicated later. People like Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun were good examples. They could date other educated youths and, when they returned to the city, they could go back together as a couple. Jiang Li not only treated everyone to a meal, but also handed out candies. She bought a lot of candies today and shared some with the children in the brigade. Soon, the news about Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun being a couple spread quickly through the Shengli production brigade. Knowing that Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li are now a couple, the team members are very jealous of Mu Jingxun. This guy is really capable. He managed to win over such a talented girl like Jiang Li. To the team members, a girl like Jiang Li, hardworking and capable, is someone no one can match. Whoever marries her will be very lucky. Mu Jingxun thinks he should show something now that he's dating Jiang Li. He hasn't even given her a gift yet. He wants to buy her shoes and clothes, but Anfeng County is too poor and backward. Even if he had money, he couldn't find stylish clothes or shoes there. The clothing and shoes from Beijing department store and friendship store are much better. Thinking this, Mu Jingxun plans to call his cousin in Beijing. His cousin has a similar build to Jiang Li, so clothes that fit her should fit Jiang Li too. Plus, his cousin has good taste, so the clothes and shoes she chooses will probably be liked by Jiang Li. As a man, he wouldn't be able to pick or buy these well. But the team doesn't have a phone, so Mu Jingxun needs to go to the commune to make a call. Instead of going up the mountain with Beijing in the afternoon, he visits the commune and calls his cousin. Mu Xingya receives the call and finds it a bit strange. Why would her younger brother call her? Since he was sent to the countryside for a task, he hasn't contacted the family at all. Mu Xingya thinks that if he wanted to contact someone, it should be his parents, so why is he calling her? She asks if something is wrong. Mu Jingxun answers, "Sis, everything is fine here. Nothing's wrong. I just have a small favor to ask." Mu Xingya asks, "Tell me, what do you need?" "We're family. No need to be polite. Sis, could you buy some clothes and shoes in Beijing for me? Just pick styles you like and fit your figure. Buy a few sets and send them to me. Remember how much they cost. When I return to Beijing, I'll pay you back." When Mu Xingya hears this, she feels something is suspicious. Why is he asking her to buy girls' clothes and shoes? He must be giving them to someone else. Because Mu Jingxun has a good appearance and family background, Many girls like him. However, Mu Jingxun has never been interested in romantic matters and remains cold toward girls who like him. So, Mu Xianye never thought of him as a potential partner. During a phone call, Mu Xianye couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Jingxun, why are you sending clothes and shoes to a female friend? Who are you giving them to? Mu Jingxun doesn't plan to hide his relationship with Jiang Li from his family. Jiang Li is willing to openly acknowledge their relationship and give him a proper status, so Mu Jingxun also wants to give her a good position. Besides, Jiang Li is such a good girl. She can impress anyone. He wants to show off to his family that he has found a really good partner. Big sister, it's for my girlfriend, Mu Jingxun replied. Hearing this, Mu Xianye was shocked. She asked again, uncertainly, what? What did you say? Mu Jingxun, you're dating someone? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me before? When did this happen? It's understandable that Mu Xianye was so excited because this news was truly surprising. Before going to the countryside, Mu Jingxun avoided women. It's only been a few days since he went, and now he's in a relationship. That's a huge change. Mu Xianye was very curious about what kind of experience Mu Jingxun had in the countryside that made him change so much. Compared to Mu Xianye's excitement, Mu Jingxun remained calm. He then said on the phone, Big sister, I just started dating. My girlfriend's name is Jiang Li. She's also a youth sent to the countryside. When we go back to the city, I'll definitely introduce her to you. Mu Xianye was eager to know more about this girl Mu Jingxun was talking about. She was sure that the girl's background wouldn't be bad. Her brother's taste was good. If the girl was ugly, pretentious, or had a bad character, Mu Jingxun wouldn't like her. Mu Xianye couldn't help but ask, what's her situation? Where is her family from? What do her parents and elders do? Mu Jingxun only shared what he knew. My girlfriend is from Beijing too. I don't really know what her family does or what her parents are like. Mu Xianye suddenly felt speechless. She didn't know what to say about her silly brother. How could he be dating someone without knowing her family background? Mu Xingya was not particularly concerned about family background. She mainly believed that before dating someone, you should understand their family situation to know them well. After all, if you don't know anything about their family, what if their family members are troublesome? The Mu family doesn't insist on marrying someone from a matching social class, but at least they should come from a decent background. When she saw that the other end of the phone was silent, Mu Jingxun knew his cousin was unhappy with his boldness. He quickly added, Sister, no matter what her family is like, I've made up my mind about her. I won't change my opinion because of her background or origins. Anyway, her abilities and character are excellent. Much better than mine. Once you all get to know her, you'll see how right my choice is. Mu Xingya didn't want to say much more. Since her brother had already decided, and the elders hadn't objected, she didn't feel it was her place to interfere. She agreed to help Mu Jingxun with what he asked. Okay, I understand. Once I buy the things, I'll send them to you. The siblings exchanged a few more words on the phone. Mu Jingxun was now waiting for Mu Xingya to pick out clothes and shoes to send over. He knew Jiang Li would be very happy. No girl dislikes nice clothes and shoes, and Jiang Li was no exception. After hanging up, Mu Xingya wondered whether she should tell her family about Mu Jingxun's relationship. If her family knew, they would probably be very happy. After all, the Mu family had always been concerned about Mu Jingxun's marriage. He was getting older, and many boys his age already had families and children. Previously, Mu Jingxun seemed uninterested in women, which made the family wonder if he didn't like women at all. Now that he had a partner, it showed his sexuality was normal. No matter how good or bad her brother's partner was, the family would be genuinely happy. But Mu Xingya thought it might be better to wait a while before telling them, just in case he was only playing around. If the relationship ended after a few days, and they found out later, they might get their hopes up only to be disappointed, which would be a false joy. It would be better to wait until they spent more time together and their feelings were stable before sharing the news. After finishing her call with Mu Jingxun, Mu Xingya went to the commune for a walk to see if there was anything tasty to buy for Jiang Li. Since he was now Jiang Li's partner, he had to treat her well. Mu Jingxun strolled around the commune and managed to buy some rice cakes and a type of snack called donkey rolling, which he planned to bring to Jiang Li. These days, Bengal, rice cake, is similar to the later version called shakima. It tastes pretty good. I bought 2 packs of snacks and quickly rode my bike back to the production team. I didn't know if Jiang Li had gone up the mountain, so I first checked the medical station at the main team office. If Jiang Li was at the production team, she was most likely at the main office. I went to check there, and sure enough, Jiang Li was right here. At this moment, Jiang Li was giving acupuncture and massage therapy to an elderly comrade in the medical room. This elderly man was a retired soldier who had fought against the Japanese in the past and was highly respected in the team. I admire veterans who have fought to protect the country. Seeing that he had many old injuries and often suffered from back and waist pain, Jiang Li was giving him a thorough massage and acupuncture treatment, which helped reduce his pain a lot. Noticing Jiang Li working on someone's health, I didn't want to disturb her and decided to wait until she finished. Jiang Li was very focused and serious while treating the patient. Watching her frown in concentration made her look even more beautiful and charming. The woman I liked was always so attractive and unique. Because Jiang Li was special, talented, and had a good character, I liked her very much and was instantly attracted to her. After a while, Jiang Li finished the acupuncture and massage for the old soldier. She said to him, "Grandpa Li, the treatment is over today. Do you feel any better?" Grandpa Li nodded and said, "Much better now, little girl. Your medical skills are really impressive. I feel no pain all over. Luckily, I have you. Otherwise, when my old problem flares up, it's really hard to bear, and the pain makes me restless." Jiang Li smiled and replied, "That's good if it works. Grandpa Li, as long as I'm here, you should come every other day. I'll give you more acupuncture treatments, and your old problem will improve a lot." Grandpa Li agreed. All right, Xiao Jiang, I'll trouble you then." Jiang Li waved her hand and said, "Grandpa Li, no need to thank me. You're a hero of the country and the people. It's my honor to do this for you. It's not a problem at all." Grandpa Li then asked, "How much is the treatment fee this time?" "I'll pay you." Since he was a retired soldier, Grandpa Li had good financial conditions. He received various subsidies from the government every year and was wealthier than most villagers. So, Jiang Li only charged a reasonable fee, which Grandpa Li could easily afford. But Jiang Li deeply respected heroes like Grandpa Li. Since she is a hero, Jiang Li naturally wouldn't ask Grandpa Li for money. So Jiang Li said, "Grandpa Li, I won't charge you for treatment. I just helped you with some basic care, no medicines involved, so you don't need to pay me." Grandpa Li felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Oh, no, that can't be. I took up so much of your time. If I don't pay anything, I feel bad. How about this? You don't need to take money, and I can give you some eggs as a thank you." Jiang Li again refused. "Grandpa, I am the village doctor for the team. I treat everyone for free. I only charge if medicines are needed during treatment. Since I only use my hands, I won't take any money." Jiang Li insisted, and Grandpa Li couldn't argue further. Grandpa Li thought to himself that Jiang Li was truly a good comrade of the new era. After finishing the treatment, Grandpa Li left. As soon as he was gone, Mu Jingxun ran into the clinic. Seeing Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. She raised an eyebrow and asked Mu Jingxun, "Why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to check you?" Mu Jingxun shook his head. "No, Lili, I'm fine. I came specifically to see you. Today I went to the commune and bought some food." As he spoke, he took out 2 packs of snacks and handed them to Jiang Li. Jiang Li opened them and saw there were sticky rice cakes and sweet cakes. Jiang Li loved the sticky rice cakes because they were fragrant and sticky. She wondered how they would taste in this era. She had to try to find out. When Mu Jingxun bought the snacks, he kept them close to his chest, so when Jiang Li ate them, the sticky rice cakes were still warm. Jiang Li took a bite and was immediately enchanted by the aroma. The soft, sticky texture of the rice cakes was very good, and she ate 3 pieces in a row. The sweet cakes also tasted nice, and she ate 2. Jiang Li felt full quickly. If she ate more, she probably wouldn't be able to eat dinner tonight. Seeing that Jiang Li liked the snacks, Mu Jingxun's face was full of a smile. Jiang Li was the girl he liked, and Mu Jingxun genuinely wanted to feed her delicious food. When Jiang Li finished eating, she said to Mu Jingxun, "You should try some too. Both of these snacks taste pretty good, especially the hot sticky rice cake. It's best when eaten warm. Once it cools, the texture isn't the same." Mu Jingxun smiled and said, "Okay, I will try." Jiang Li personally fed the sticky rice cake to Mu Jingxun. As he bit into it, his lips brushed against Jiang Li's fingers. At the moment they met, Mu Jingxun felt a jolt through his whole body. The remaining pieces of the donkey roll were all fed to Mu Jingxun by Jiang Li. There was still some pink cake left, and Jiang Li planned to save it to eat slowly. After eating, Mu Jingxun was reluctant to leave, as this was their first time alone since they confirmed their relationship. Unfortunately, before Mu Jingxun could get cozy with Jiang Li, he was interrupted. The visitor was none other than Su Guifang. Seeing Su Guifang arrive, Jiang Li quickly asked Mu Jingxun to step away. She needed to check on her health privately, and Mu Jingxun being nearby wouldn't be appropriate. Feeling disappointed, Mu Jingxun left quietly, feeling sad that their rare moment alone was cut short. Still, he obediently listened and didn't cause trouble for Jiang Li. Once Mu Jingxun left, Jiang Li told Su Guifang to remove her pants so she could examine her condition. After the check, Jiang Li saw that her health had improved a lot after using medication these past days. She nodded and told Su Guifang, "You're recovering well. Keep taking the medicine and avoid intimacy for now. You should be fully healed after some more time." Hearing this, Su Guifang didn't look very happy. Instead, she seemed worried. Seeing her like that, Jiang Li realized Su Guifang must have some secret worries she couldn't share with others. So she asked, "Guifang, you're recovering well, so why are you unhappy? Do you have other concerns?" Su Guifang sighed and told Jiang Li, "Jiang Jiqing, you're right. My husband really did go out to cheat. Boo-hoo, he's such an honest man. How could he do something like that?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but cry loudly. Jiang Li didn't know how to comfort her. Such things are hard to soothe. If it had been her husband cheating, she would probably have gone to confront him with a knife. If her husband dared to betray her, Jiang Li wouldn't forgive easily and would be very angry. She silently took out a tissue to wipe Su Guifang's tears. After crying for a while and calming down, Su Guifang asked Jiang Li for advice. "Jiang Jiqing, what should I do now? How should I handle this?" Seeing her take the initiative to ask, Jiang Li gave her some suggestions. "Guifang, women need to be tough, especially if their status isn't secure. If you listen to me, I have a plan. If your husband dares to betray you, you can either divorce him or find a way to give him a serious lesson. Otherwise, he might keep doing this in the future. If you don't divorce him and don't teach him a lesson, he won't take this matter seriously and may think he can manipulate you. In the future, he might even bring home some illness from outside and pass it to you. Besides, you should at least consider your health." After hearing Jiang Li's advice, Su Guifang was momentarily stunned. Divorce? She hadn't thought about it much, especially since there were children at home. If she divorced, it would be very hard for her as a woman to raise the kids alone. Although her husband had done terrible things by betraying her, she had to admit he was very capable. He was one of the best workers in the team. Only if they worked together could life be good, and the children would have enough to eat and wear. If they divorced, she could handle some hardship, but she couldn't bear to see the children suffer with her. Moreover, in this era, divorce was rare. If she divorced her husband, she didn't know what people would say behind her back. For the sake of her reputation, she couldn't leave this marriage. But Jiang Li was right. If her husband kept cheating and going out, he might bring home some illness. Su Guifang had suffered from such an illness before and didn't want to go through that again. Carefully, she asked Jiang Li, "Jiang Jiqing, if I go and deal with my husband, will it cause trouble? Will the police arrest me?" Jiang Li replied, "No, you just deal with your husband. No matter how big the fight, the police won't get involved." Jiang Li was very familiar with this. These days, even if a husband injures his wife badly, the authorities usually won't interfere during the marriage. Su Guifang trusted Jiang Li's words. She thought Jiang Li was very capable and reliable. "Okay, Jiang Zixiking, thank you for your advice. I understand. I will make sure my husband remembers this lesson. After checking her health, Su Guifang went back home. Jiang Li appreciated her willingness to listen. If she had been betrayed and didn't dare to fight back, just enduring silently, she would be looked down upon. After Su Guifang left, no one else came to the clinic. Jiang Li, with nothing to do, entered her space to practice for a while. She only went back when it was time to finish work. Just as Jiang Li was about to cook dinner, Li Changping hurriedly came to the youth point looking for her. Little Jiang Zitziking, quick, come with me, he said urgently. Seeing how anxious Li Changping was, Jiang Li asked, Captain, is something wrong? Li Changping anxiously patted his thigh and said, Su Guifang's family had an incident. She used a knife to hurt her husband. You should go quickly and check on his injuries so no one loses their life. Jiang Li was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then she silently praised Su Guifang in her heart. Su Guifang looked honest and simple, but she's also tough and brave. She fought well. Now her husband probably won't dare to mess around again. Jiang Li immediately grabbed her medical kit and followed Li Changping to Su Guifang's house. On the way, Li Changping kept complaining about how Su Guifang, usually so honest, suddenly turned violent against her husband. Jiang Li knew the truth, but couldn't say it out loud. Instead, she told the team leader, honest people can also lose their temper when pushed too far. They say even rabbits bite when they're cornered, and that's true. Sister Guifang is usually honest, so if she used a knife, her husband must have done something really wrong to her. Li Changping thought Jiang Li's words made sense. But he wondered what exactly Su Guifang's husband, Li Jiangguo, had done to upset her. Now he just hoped there would be no more deaths, and everything else could be dealt with later. Jiang Li followed closely behind Li Changping, and soon they arrived at Su Guifang's house. At that moment, Li Jiangguo was sitting on the ground, holding his arm and crying out in pain. His arm had a deep cut from Su Guifang's knife, and blood was still flowing. Seeing this, Jiang Li didn't think Li Jiangguo was very pitiful. He was irresponsible and deserved to be punished. Li Changping quickly asked Jiang Li to check Li Jiangguo's injuries. Jiang Li cooperated and examined him. After looking at the wound, she calmly told Li Changping, Captain, it's nothing serious. Just a small scratch. Hearing that Li Jiangguo was not in life danger, Li Changping relaxed. Jiang Li knew that Su Guifang was not someone who acted recklessly. She must have controlled herself when she hurt her husband, not intending to kill him. She only wanted to teach him a lesson, so he wouldn't act out again. Although Jiang Li said the injury was minor, Li Jiangguo's flesh was torn open, and he was in terrible pain, crying loudly. He used to seem like an honest person, but now he realized his wife was much tougher than he thought. This experience truly scared him. Next time, he wouldn't dare to go out and cheat again. If there is a next time, Su Guifang's knife won't just cut his arm, but his head. Just thinking about it makes me feel scared. Jiang Li simply bandaged Li Jiangguo's wound. The medicine she prepared worked very well. After applying it, the bleeding stopped quickly. However, the process of applying the medicine was painful. When Jiang Li was applying the medicine, Li Jiangguo shouted even louder. Jiang Li looked at him with disdain. You're a grown man and you can't even bear a little pain? Do you have to scream like a ghost? Shouting so loudly is embarrassing. Feeling embarrassed by Jiang Li's teasing, Li Jiangguo felt a bit ashamed. Who said men can't be afraid of pain? Seeing Li Jiangguo's reaction, Jiang Li found it amusing. Since you know you're afraid, be honest next time. If you bother your wife again, you might not even get to shout out in pain. She might just cut off your head. Li Jiangguo, who was already less afraid, shivered again after Jiang Li's reminder. From now on, even if a fairy outside begged him, he wouldn't dare to go out. After finishing with Li Jiangguo's wound, Jiang Li left quietly, secretly giving Su Guifang a look of approval before she went. Seeing Jiang Li's approval and her husband's reaction, Su Guifang knew she had made the right decision this time. After returning home, Jiang Li started preparing dinner. Mu Jingxun was like a clingy person, sticking close all the time. Jiang Li silently wondered, do men also cling like this? But she actually liked Mu Jingxun's clingy personality, like a little puppy. Jiang Li stayed at the production team for a few more days, continuing to gather wild game. Then she exchanged some money with Lu Feng, planning to go to the city. Since the journey from the production team to the city was long and inconvenient, Jiang Li decided to buy more rare medicinal herbs while there. Because she was going to the city, she probably couldn't return to the production team that night, so she asked the team leader for 2 days off. Although the team leader was worried about Jiang Li going so far alone, she was on an important task, so he couldn't stop her. Therefore, Li Changping approved her leave and gave her an introduction letter. Nowadays, traveling by car and staying in inns all require an introduction letter. Without it, Jiang Li would have a hard time in the city. With the letter from Li Changping, Jiang Li first returned to the youth camp. She needed to tell Mu Jingxun about her trip to the city. When Mu Jingxun heard she was going, he looked very worried. Li, do you want me to go with you? Mu Jingxun thought that if he accompanied Jiang Li, he wouldn't have to part from her and could worry less. Jiang Li waved her hand and said, "No need. I'll go alone and come back quickly. You don't have to come with me." Rejected by Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun could only respond with a simple okay. He didn't want to be a clingy presence that annoyed Jiang Li. The next day, Jiang Li followed her plan to go to the county town. From there, she would take a bus to the city. There are 2 buses daily from the county to the city, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. The same applies for the return trip. The journey from the county to the city takes about an hour. Although the distance is only a few dozen kilometers, the roads are very poor and the vehicles are not as good as those in later times. Jiang Li got on the bus and immediately found a seat. As soon as she sat down, a woman suddenly rushed over and loudly said, "Comrade, please give way. I have a child with me, and I need to sit by the window in the front." If the woman had spoken politely, Jiang Li might have moved aside, but her commanding tone made Jiang Li feel uncomfortable. "Sorry, ma'am, I get carsick and want the seat too. Please look for another available seat." "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I have a child? You have no respect for the elderly or helping others. Your sense of morality is lacking," the woman said. The people around looked at Jiang Li with disapproval and blame. Jiang Li refused to be morally pressured. "Yes, I'm not that selfless. If you think highly of yourself, you wouldn't argue with me." At this moment, a man loudly and unfriendly shouted at Jiang Li, "Comrade, my wife has a child. Can't you be a bit more considerate? Why are you so mean?" Seeing the man approach her to argue, Jiang Li guessed he was the woman's husband. Well, they are not from the same family, not even the same household. Both are unreasonable, no wonder they are together. Jiang Li continued to sit quietly, ignoring the couple. The man clenched his teeth in fists, threatening her, "Comrade, if we talk nicely and you refuse, are you trying to force me to hit you?" When Jiang Li saw the threat, she sneered, "You're protecting this woman. TSK. A woman who wears a green hat. What's so great about defending her?" After she finished, the man was stunned. The woman holding the child looked shocked and frightened in an instant. The others in the bus looked on like spectators, watching the scene unfold. People are most interested in gossip between men and women, especially stories about cheating and affairs. Everyone listens closely. At first, the man is shocked, then becomes angry. He glares at Jiang Li and shouts, "What are you talking about? My wife would never cheat on me." Jiang Li clicks her tongue and looks at the man with sympathy. "Is your son 8 months premature and born early? Is he 2 months earlier than normal?" "Actually, the baby wasn't born early. Your wife was pregnant before you got married. You're just naive to believe the story about the baby being early. Have you ever seen a baby born early that weighs 8 pounds? Jiang Li doesn't say more, but the man had never thought about this before. Now, hearing her analysis, he feels enlightened. His child really was premature and weighed 8 pounds at birth. Could it be that the child was actually his wife's and someone else's? The man looks suspiciously at his wife. The woman holding the baby quickly denies, "No, I didn't." "Yao, don't listen to her nonsense. I would never do anything to hurt you. Our big son was born early because I accidentally fell. Do you believe me, or do you believe some stranger spreading rumors?" Jiang Li sneers, "I never spread rumors." Everything I say is the truth. She then continues, if you don't believe me, go ask her family or investigate. Before you married her, did she have a relationship with a man named Lu Jun? You should have checked carefully before marrying a woman with unclear past. No wonder you got cheated on and are raising someone else's child. When the man hears Jiang Li mention a specific name and sees how detailed the story is, he can't help but believe it might be true. The woman with the baby suddenly panics when she hears the name, her face turning pale. Seeing her reaction, the man is sure that Jiang Li's story is mostly true. His eyes are full of questions and anger. Although the woman still denies it, the man forcefully pulls her off the car. Whether it's true or not, they need to investigate. As soon as the couple gets out of the car, Jiang Li feels relieved. The crowd in the car is excited to hear such juicy gossip. Everyone finds it very thrilling. After the couple leaves, the crowd still seems eager to hear more. Comrade, how do you know that woman is wearing a green hat for her husband? Do you know her? Jiang Li shook his head and smiled mysteriously. Auntie, I figured it out. The people in the car thought Jiang Li was joking. How could he figure that out? Jiang Li sat in the bumpy car, sticking a motion sickness patch on himself. Despite the rough ride, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. Many other passengers had vomited from the bumpiness. It would be great if the roads were smooth. The car would ride much more comfortably, and everyone would enjoy the trip more. Jiang Li had been bouncing around in the car for several hours and finally arrived in the city. When he first went to the countryside, he had been here before. But last time, he hurried to the production team in the countryside and didn't stay in the city, so he wasn't very familiar with it. Now that he was back in the city, Jiang Li carefully observed. He noticed that the city was much better built than the county town. There were many large factories and several six-story buildings. Unlike the county, where most buildings were single-story houses or two-story small buildings. Jiang Li wasn't here to shop. He went straight to the city hospital to buy the medicines he needed. If he had enough time today, he wanted to finish everything and get back before dark. After all, his own little home was more comfortable than any hotel. He preferred sleeping in his own bed. If he finished his errands and caught a bus, there was no reason to stay overnight here. He hurriedly took the referral letter from Dr. Wu and headed to the city hospital. Dr. Wu's student was the director of the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department, named Hu Cheng. Dr. Wu was very skilled, so his students were also capable. Some were even better than him and had become leaders in big hospitals. If Dr. Wu didn't want to retire and go back home, he wouldn't be working at a county hospital. Jiang Li quickly found the traditional Chinese medicine department at the city hospital and met Hu Cheng. Seeing Jiang Li holding Dr. Wu's handwritten referral letter, Hu Cheng paid close attention to him. Hu Cheng asked Jiang Li what medicines he needed. He went to check with the pharmacy to see if they had the items and if they could be cheaper. Jiang Li listed the medicines he needed. Most of the medicines were available at the hospital, except for one, which was out of stock but expected to arrive the next day. Hu Cheng honestly explained the situation to Jiang Li and asked if he could wait until tomorrow to get the missing medicine. Jiang Li was fine with waiting just one day. He thought, just wait as long as I can buy it. He decided to wait. As long as he could buy the medicine, that was enough. This time I must buy all the necessary medicinal herbs in one go. I don't want to make multiple trips, as traveling to the city is too tiring. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. When do you expect the delivery? It will be ready by the same time tomorrow, Jiang Li replied. All right, I'll come to pick it up then. Jiang Li first collected the herbs that were available now, then left the city hospital after getting them. When it was lunchtime, Jiang Li went to a state-run restaurant in the city. She believed she shouldn't settle for just any food. She wanted something tasty. She entered the restaurant and saw what was available today. The selection was pretty good. She ordered a braised lion's head and a braised pork knuckle. Since eating only meat isn't enough, she also ordered stir-fried mushrooms with greens. With 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, she was sure it would be enough. If she couldn't finish it all, she could pack the leftovers to eat later, so nothing would go to waste. After ordering her food, she noticed an elderly woman behind her also ordering. The waiter said to her, Madam, sorry, but there's only one last portion of braised pork knuckle left, and it's already been ordered by this young lady. Please choose something else. The old woman was disappointed when she heard the pork knuckle was gone. I'm here specifically to eat the braised pork knuckle today. I really like it. If I can't have that, I don't want anything else, she said. Hearing this, the restaurant staff looked helpless. Madam, if you want to change your order, there's nothing I can do. First come, first served. The last portion of the braised pork knuckle is sold out. You'll have to choose something else. If you don't want to, you can come back another day. The old woman was angry. Then she looked at Jiang Li and said, Young lady, you ordered the last pork knuckle, right? It's okay if you don't eat much. Please let me have it. I'm older, so you should respect your elders and love the young. Hearing this, Jiang Li thought to herself, why am I meeting so many strange people today? If she had known she would encounter such people, she would have planned her outing better. Jiang Li really dislikes being morally pressured, so she replied directly, Madam, this is my first time in the city. I've never tried the restaurant's braised pork knuckle before. I heard it's a signature dish here, very tasty and a must-try. You probably live in the city, right? Since that's the case, you can come anytime to enjoy it. I am different. If I give you this today, I don't know when I will get to enjoy it again. You can't argue with me about it. The other customers listening to Jiang Li thought she had a point. Since she rarely comes to the city, she should be the one to enjoy this dish. Also, it was originally this young officer who ordered it first. It's first come, first served. If she doesn't want to give it up, no one can force her. The old lady initially tried to guilt-trip Jiang Li, but when that didn't work, she threatened, Do you know who my son is? If you don't give me the pig's knuckle, you'll regret it. I won't let you get away with it. Jiang Li quickly calculated and then sneered, Oh, your son is really something. He's just a lackey for the party committee chair. You think he's some big shot? Madam, you shouldn't be so proud. Your son's good days are almost over. When he falls from grace, you'll see if you still dare to be so arrogant. The old lady didn't expect Jiang Li to know her family's situation. She thought Jiang Li's words were too harsh. Her son is a big shot in front of the party committee chair. How could he be just a dog? And to curse that her son won't have long to enjoy his luck made her so angry she almost burst with rage. Just as she was about to attack Jiang Li, a man suddenly rushed in and shouted anxiously, Mother, Mother, it's terrible. Big brother has been arrested. Something's happened to him. The old lady, who had been acting arrogantly, was so frightened she nearly fell over when she heard her son's words.
What?
Big brother's in trouble? What happened? Mother, I don't know. Big brother was taken by the police for questioning. Does Director Go know about this? Isn't he taking care of your brother? Mother, it seems Director Go was the one who sent my brother in. The old lady's face turned pale, and she sank to the ground, her arrogance completely gone. Jiang Li showed no sympathy for this old woman. She used her power to bully others and do evil. People like her deserve this outcome. As for her eldest son, he was no good either. Relying on his position as a close associate of the party committee chair, he wielded power and did many harmful things over the years. He not only exploited young women but also amassed a lot of illicit wealth. In the end, he was publicly denounced and reported by the people. Director Go was also worried that if this person's crimes were exposed, it would implicate him too, so he quickly had him taken away. The elderly lady believed her son was a favorite in Director G's eyes. She thought that if something happened to him, Director Go would surely come to help. But now she heard that Director Go personally sent her son away, and she felt completely hopeless. With her younger son's support, she left the state-run restaurant. People around, upon learning about her family's situation, clapped and said, Justice has been served. Your family isn't good people, and now you're facing the consequences. Jiang Li chose a table and sat down to wait for her food. Soon, the waiter brought out the dishes she ordered. After tasting the food, Jiang Li immediately understood why the elderly lady was so eager to eat braised pork hock. The pork hock was really delicious. The chef was skilled, and the ingredients were very fresh. In the 1970s, pigs were mainly fed with pure grains, not processed feed, so the authentic black pork was very tasty. Since the pork hock was so good, Jiang Li didn't want to eat it all herself. She decided to buy an extra portion for Mu Jingxun and buy Zero to try. She asked the waiter, "Hello, do you accept reservations for the braised pork hock? I'd like to buy one more, pay now and pick it up tomorrow. Is that okay?" The waiter nodded and said, "No problem, you can reserve it." Jiang Li was happy to hear she could reserve it, so she could bring some home for Mu Jingxun and buy Zero to enjoy. She didn't have a big appetite, so she left some of the dishes uneaten. She packed them into her lunchbox to take away. The food wouldn't spoil in her space, and she could eat it slowly later. After lunch at the restaurant, Jiang Li considered whether to visit the department store. She still had to stay in the city until tomorrow, and staying at the guest house felt a bit boring. She had never been to the city's department store before, so it was a good chance to explore. Since the weather was still hot, Jiang Li wanted to buy 2 new outfits and a pair of sandals. If she found suitable men's clothing, she also wanted to buy some for Mu Jingxun because he was now her boyfriend. She wanted to take care of him. Jiang Li quickly walked toward the department store. Soon, she entered the city's department store. It was not as big as the department stores in Beijing, but compared to the supply and marketing cooperative in the county, it had many more products. She found that the store had 2 floors, with clothes and shoes on the second floor. On the first floor, there was a counter selling hairpins and headbands. Jiang Li went over to look and selected a few hair accessories. These hairpins are quite pretty. Young girls would definitely like them. She plans to give them to Ma Xiaofeng and her friends. Usually at the team, she has a good relationship with them and considers them good friends. After buying the hairpins, Jiang Li went to the second-floor clothing section to buy some clothes. She chose 2 dresses and a pair of sandals for herself. The dresses are made of poplin fabric, which looks quite fashionable. During this time, poplin fabric was rare, and most people couldn't afford to buy such high-quality material. After selecting her clothes, Jiang Li also picked out a set of work pants and a white shirt for Mu Jingxun. She thought for a moment and then chose a pair of Hueli shoes for him. The department store also has leather shoes, but since it's hot this season, wearing leather shoes would be very uncomfortable. Hueli shoes are much more comfortable. Jiang Li looked around and, finding nothing else she needed, paid for her items and left the department store. Just as she stepped out, she suddenly felt a few little tails following her. Jiang Li quickly calculated to find out whether these followers were after her for money or harm. After checking, she realized they were human traffickers. Jiang Li is young and beautiful, and being alone makes her an easy target for traffickers. With her skills, it wouldn't be hard to shake them off, but she deduced that this was a gang of traffickers. Before targeting her, they must have already kidnapped many others. If she didn't eliminate this gang, many young girls and women might suffer in the future. Thinking this, Jiang Li decided to play along and pretend she was kidnapped by them. Once she reached their hideout, she would take action and wipe out the gang. After succeeding, she could earn merit points from the police and gain great credit. Helping the police catch enemies and spies, Jiang Li could earn thousands of merit points. Eliminating this human trafficking gang would benefit the people even more. She deliberately turned into a quiet alley to give her followers a chance to strike. As she expected, after she entered the alley, one of the traffickers quickly appeared behind her, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The handkerchief was laced with sedative. For ordinary people, being drugged would make them faint quickly. But Jiang Li was extraordinary. This small amount of sedative was nothing to her. She pretended to faint while remaining fully conscious. After Jiang Li fainted, the traffickers quickly put a sack over her head. Jiang Li soon felt herself being moved onto a car. She was jostled around for about half an hour before the vehicle finally stopped. When it did, she was carried out by the traffickers. This was probably their hideout. Jiang Li quickly counted in her mind. Most of the main members of the trafficker gang were here, and she could catch them all at once. The place was on the outskirts of the city, a simple rural yard. The traffickers carried Jiang Li into the yard. Inside, there were dozens of women, some young girls, some older women. Any woman, even if she was past her prime, was valuable. Some buyers preferred women who had children, as they could ensure the women could bear more children and continue the family line. All these women looked very scared. They could see their future, likely a terrible life ahead. Once sold as wives, they would never have a good life again. When they entered the yard, the traffickers who had tied Jiang Li earlier excitedly shouted to their boss inside, "Boss, we got really lucky today. We caught a good one, she's very pretty. We can sell her for a good price." The trafficker boss, hearing this, became interested. He immediately ordered his men to remove the sack from Jiang Li's head to see what she looked like. When one of the traffickers opened the sack, they found Jiang Li was already awake. The trafficker was a bit surprised but kept calm. She was just a young girl, no threat to them. But they underestimated her. As soon as she was out of the sack, before they could react, Jiang Li moved quickly. She kicked the traffickers down one after another, knocking them all to the ground. Then she took some rope and tied them up tightly. Once the traffickers were restrained, they finally realized they had been taken down by a young girl. Jiang Li didn't waste time talking. She released the women who had been kidnapped. Now that the traffickers were caught and the women freed, the police would handle the rest. Jiang Li didn't need to worry about what punishment they would face. She asked the rescued women, "Does anyone here know how to ride a bike? Hurry up and ride your bike to report the case to the police. If Jiang Li goes alone, it will be faster, but she worries something might happen here. She thinks it's safest for her to stay and keep an eye on the kidnappers herself." As soon as she finishes speaking, a female officer steps forward and says, "I can ride my bike and report the case." The women who were kidnapped hate the traffickers deeply, so they unconditionally stand with Jiang Li. They rush to the police to catch the criminals and bring them to justice, so they won't hurt others again. Someone goes to report, and Jiang Li sits down on a stool, watching the traffickers on the ground. The leader of the traffickers looks at Jiang Li, who doesn't seem to notice them at all. He thinks she's too scary, like a female version of a tough hero. She looks gentle and harmless, but when she fights, she's fierce. He's glad they managed to catch everyone this time. He angrily glares at the small gang members who kidnapped Jiang Li. "Idiots, you don't even look carefully before kidnapping someone. So many people, and you only bring back a living father? I really want to skin you." The two gang members scolded by the trafficker look very wronged. Jiang Li looks harmless, but she's actually tough. They were completely fooled by her appearance. It's not their fault. Anyone else would have attacked her too. Jiang Li watches the traffickers fighting among themselves before they get caught, feeling a bit speechless. If they like to fight so much, they should do it in prison. Oh wait, since they've been caught, they might not get another chance to fight again. Such a big trafficking case might even lead to them being shot. Jiang Li waits here for about an hour until the police arrive. Several police cars come, along with many officers. Once the police arrive, they take over the case. Jiang Li still needs to give a statement. She patiently cooperates with the police. She has nothing else to do in the afternoon and isn't in a rush to go back to the production team. She's happy to help with the investigation. Because the trafficker gang is large, the director of the city's police bureau personally came. His name is Shunming. After receiving the report, Shunming took the case very seriously. Recently, many people in the city reported their family members missing. Shunbin had already made this a priority. He suspected there was a trafficker gang operating in the city, but despite sending many officers to investigate, they hadn't found any clear clues. Today, there was a major breakthrough in the case. A large human trafficking gang kidnapped dozens of women. It was a very big criminal group and they must be caught. Shunming and his team arrived at the crime scene. On the way, they learned some details from the female witness who reported the case. The reason this trafficking gang was finally caught was because today, a brave female officer managed to rescue a woman and single-handedly took down the gang. Shunming was very curious about this fearless woman and really wanted to meet her. If she truly had such strong skills, Shunming hoped to recruit her into their police team. He always valued talented people. When Shunming arrived, he immediately saw a young girl sitting on a bench, crossing her legs. She looked pretty and delicate, but her confident attitude, her aura, and her face seemed to clash. The female witness pointed at Jiang Li and said to Shunming, "Director Shun, this is the female officer who caught the traffickers." Seeing the police team arriving, Jiang Li stood up and approached Shinming. Hello, police officers. I'll leave these traffickers to you. If you need my help, just ask. Shinming looked at the girl and asked Jiang Li, what is your name, young officer? Jiang Li, Shinming continued. Good. Jiang, thank you for helping us solve this big kidnapping case. Would you be willing to come back to our station with us later to give a statement and help with the investigation? We still need to learn more about the gang from you. Jiang Li nodded and agreed. Shinming immediately ordered his team to arrest the suspects and find out more about the kidnapped women. They also planned to contact the women's families and send them home. The police brought a large truck to take the women back to the station. Once there, Jiang Li carefully explained what she knew and gave her statement. After finishing, she asked the officers, That's all I know. Can I leave now? Shinming stopped her. Jiang, I think you're very capable. Thank you for helping us solve this big case. I really admire your skills. Would you be interested in joining our team? Jiang Li was surprised that Shinming wanted to recruit her and bring her into the police force. Unfortunately, she wasn't interested. She waved to Shinming and said, Director Shin, thank you for your appreciation, but I don't think I am suitable for this job. I'm sorry, but I have to decline your kindness. After being rejected by Jiang Li, Shinming felt a bit disappointed but couldn't insist. So he gave up. All right, Comrade Jiang, please leave us your address. Once this case is closed, our city bureau will thank you and also give you a reward. Jiang Li thought that if she could get some bonus or honor, it would be good. So she left her address with Shinming. After dealing with the human traffickers, it was getting late. Jiang Li went straight to the state-run restaurant for dinner, then headed to the guest house to rest. That evening at the restaurant, she didn't encounter any more strange characters and quietly finished her meal. Feeling full, Jiang Li found a guest house. The environment of guest houses at this time was much worse than modern hotels, but still better than the countryside. She stayed in the city overnight. After breakfast the next day, Jiang Li went to the city hospital. When she arrived, the hospital had already replenished the medicinal herbs she needed, and she successfully bought what she required. Hu Qing carried some things and handed them to Jiang Li, asking, Comrade Jiang, I bought some items. I wonder if it's convenient for you to help me deliver them to the teacher? Jiang Li thought that Hu Qing had helped her a lot, so she couldn't refuse this small request. No problem, give them to me, and I'll deliver them to Dr. Wu. Hu Qing happily nodded. Great, Comrade Jiang. That's very kind of you. Jiang Li waved her hand. It's no trouble at all. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Li went for a walk around the city. She couldn't catch the morning bus, so she had to wait for the afternoon. With some time before lunch, she wandered around the city. While walking, she passed an alley and saw a middle-aged woman loudly scolding a small, thin child. You little brat of a capitalist, how dare you bully my son? I think you've got some nerve. The small, skinny child looked weak, pitiful, and helpless. No, it's your son who stole my candy. He took my things, so I had to take them back. The woman continued to scold the child. Even if your son stole your candy, so what? You little brat of a capitalist, do you even have the right to eat candy? If your son stole your candy, it was to save you. Do you even know your current situation? Still dare to eat candy? Aren't you afraid of being taken away for re-education? Jiang Li heard this and couldn't help but clench her fists. It was the first time she saw someone openly justify stealing from others. Parents with slightly normal values should criticize and educate their children when they see them stealing, right? Yet, some even encourage their kids to act like thieves, which is just asking to spoil them. Jiang Li stepped forward and directly scolded the middle-aged woman. Hey, sister, that's going too far. No matter what the other person's background is, stealing is wrong. You can tell a lot from a young age. Your son did something bad by stealing, and instead of stopping him, you're clapping and praising him. TSK, it looks like you want to raise a troublemaker for society. The middle-aged woman, annoyed by the interruption, snapped, Who are you, little girl? My family's affairs are none of your business. And I'm teaching a capitalist brat. Why are you defending him? Do you have a problem with your thinking? You're defending a class enemy. Hearing her accusations, Jiang Li sneered, I just like to mind my own business. Your family's mess is my business today. Sister, stop saying that people's backgrounds are suspicious, and stop claiming I have a problem with my thinking. No matter what, I'm better than someone who's messing around with others. The woman's face changed drastically.
What are you talking about?
Why are you throwing dirt on me? Oh, I'm not throwing dirt, sister. I'm just telling the truth. You know it yourself. Isn't it true that you're unhappy with your husband's performance? So, you went to sleep with a male coworker. And when you first got married, you secretly shared a bed with your brother-in-law. Tell me, is that your husband's child or your brother-in-law's? Hearing this, the woman panicked. These things she kept secret, carefully hidden. How did this girl know so much? It was strange. Suddenly, she realized she was dealing with someone she couldn't mess with. Seeing neighbors gather around to listen, she knew she couldn't let Jiang Li continue. Otherwise, her secrets would be exposed. If her husband found out, she might be beaten. The worst part was being labeled as a troublemaker, which could lead to being arrested, criticized, or even imprisoned. I don't know what you're talking about. The middle-aged woman pretended not to understand Jiang Li's words and quickly pulled her son away. She had no confidence left to argue with Jiang Li, mainly because this woman could easily bring up her dark past. Who knew if she actually had any proof? Seeing the middle-aged woman run away with her tail between her legs, Jiang Li smirked coldly. The small, thin child who had been robbed of his candy was still crying. Jiang Li stepped forward gently and comforted him. Little friend, don't cry. I'll give you a piece of candy. When the child saw the candy Jiang Li offered, he looked at her gratefully. Sister, you eat it. I don't want it. Thank you for helping me earlier. Seeing how sensible the child was, Jiang Li felt even more sorry for him. She directly pressed the candy into his hand and smiled. I don't need candy, so this one is for you. The child hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the candy. At this time, a trembling old woman hurried over. She had heard from neighbors that her grandson was being bullied, so she came to check. When she arrived, she saw her grandson no longer crying, being comforted by a very pretty young girl. The old woman approached her grandson and asked, Ziang, what happened just now? Grandma heard you were bullied. Is that true? Song Ziang recounted everything that had happened earlier. After understanding the situation, the old woman gratefully thanked Jiang Li. Girl, thank you so much. You're a good person. Thank you for protecting my Ziang. Nowadays, most people, once they learn about someone's background, wouldn't stand up for them no matter how badly they were bullied, fearing trouble. Jiang Li smiled and waved her hand.
Grandma, no need to thank me.
I just can't stand her bossy behavior. After saying this, Jiang Li prepared to say goodbye and turn away, but the old woman held her hand and whispered, Girl, come with me. Come to my house. I have something good for you. She took out a shiny little yellow fish from a wooden box and handed it to Jiang Li. Girl, I don't have anything else to thank you with, so take this. Jiang Li knew that the old lady was a wealthy businesswoman before she was overthrown, so it was normal for her family to have valuable items. Jiang Li didn't accept the little yellow fish but said to the old lady, Grandma, I only helped with a small favor. I shouldn't accept such a precious gift from you. The old lady insisted on forcing the item into Jiang Li's hand. Girl, there's no need to feel embarrassed about accepting this. I don't lack these things, so keep it. Jiang Li hesitated but finally accepted it, then said to the old lady, All right, Grandma, I'll take this gold bar as your lucky token. I have nothing to do today, so I'll help you read a fortune. The old lady was surprised. Why did the girl suddenly change the subject so quickly? And why did she want to read her fortune? Could such a young girl really do fortune-telling? Before the old lady could figure out what was happening, Jiang Li said, Grandma, your daughter is safe now. After a few years, she will return from abroad to see you. You and your grandson should live well. One day, you'll be reunited with your child. Jiang Li had figured out that the old lady had a mental worry. Her worry was her daughter abroad. Due to recent political issues, her family had suffered a big change, and she had lost contact with her daughter. The old lady didn't know if her daughter was alive or dead. Her son and daughter-in-law had been persecuted and passed away, leaving only her grandson and a daughter she couldn't contact. When Jiang Li said this, the old lady looked at her with surprise and joy. Girl, are you telling the truth?
Jiang Li nudda.
Grandma, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Hold on, Dawn will come. Hearing this, the old lady felt a little more hopeful. All right, girl, I will remember your words. Jiang Li didn't stay long with the old lady and left after a while. The old lady also knew her situation was special, so she didn't try to keep Jiang Li, worried she might cause trouble for her. As time passed unknowingly, it was mealtime. Jiang Li went straight to the state-run restaurant. She needed to take the pork knuckles she ordered yesterday. At the restaurant, she checked today's menu and ordered a beef stew with potatoes and a dish called mouth-watering chicken. The pre-ordered pork knuckles were packed to take home. After lunch, Jiang Li went to the city's bus station. On the way to the bus station, I saw someone selling soda, so I bought a bottle of orange-flavored icy soda. Drinking some cold soda in this season really feels good. It was still early, so Jiang Li got on the bus back to the county town and waited for an hour before it left. Luckily, Jiang Li had a motion sickness charm on herself. Otherwise, shortly after eating, she might have vomited from the dizziness. Although she didn't, many others on the bus did. The smell of there was overwhelming and made her head spin. Jiang Li quickly used a breath-holding charm to avoid being overwhelmed by the bad smell, which could have made her feel sick even if she wasn't already carsick. After the bus finally swayed its way back to the county, Jiang Li didn't go straight to Shengli Production Brigade but stopped at the county hospital first. The items her classmate Wu Doctor asked her to bring needed to be delivered to him first. Wu Doctor was very grateful when he saw Jiang Li personally bringing the items. Jiang Li smiled and said, Wu Doctor, no need to thank me. It was just a small favor. I've delivered the things, so I'll head back now if there's nothing else. Seeing that it was getting late, Wu Doctor hesitated to ask her more medical questions, feeling it was rude to bother her now. He told Jiang Li to go home first and promised to ask her again next time. When Jiang Li rode her bike back to the Shengli Production Brigade, she just caught the end of the workday. Everyone greeted her warmly when they saw her return from the city. Even though she had only been away for a day, everyone felt uneasy without her. If any strange or ghostly things happened again at the brigade, no one could protect them like Jiang Li did. They felt safer with her around. Plus, Jiang Li was a skilled doctor. Anyone feeling unwell would go to her for help. Without her, who would they turn to? Jiang Li realized that just one day away was enough for the elementary school at the brigade to start construction. It was good timing. Once finished, the children could attend school there starting in September. Secretary Su's team was very efficient in fulfilling their promise to build a school for the brigade. When Jiang Li returned to the youth station, she found Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had also come back. Seeing Jiang Li return, Mu Jingxun eagerly ran over. Li, you're back. His affectionate gaze made Jiang Li feel a bit embarrassed. As the saying goes, not seeing someone for a day feels like 3 years, and Mu Jingxun's feelings were very clear. Jiang Li was in the city for official business and only gone for a day, so she didn't think much about Mu Jingxun. However, seeing Mu Jingxun, this handsome young man, made her mood improve. Yes, I'll come back once I finish my work. I could have come back yesterday, but the medicine I needed wasn't available at the city hospital. I had to wait until they restocked this morning, so I bought it then and returned today, which delayed me for a night. Mu Jingxun knew that Jiang Li was now working as a village doctor and helping the team prepare various medicines. When he heard she went to the city to buy herbs, he didn't find it strange. I see, Jiang Li teased. Mu Jingxun, we haven't seen each other in 2 days. Did you miss me?
Mu Jingxun nodded seriously.
Yes, I missed you. Li, did you miss me too? He asked eagerly, looking at Jiang Li with anticipation. Jiang Li naturally wouldn't disappoint him. She smiled and said, Yes, I missed you too. Hearing her answer, Mu Jingxun felt very happy. The girl he cared about was thinking of him, and that was such a happy thing. Next to them, Bai Zirong couldn't take it anymore. Did these two have to be so obvious? Were they not paying attention? They were openly showing affection and sharing love in front of him. Bai Zirong felt annoyed, as if they were deliberately teasing him for not having a partner. When Jiang Li spoke, She took out the things she brought back from the city and handed them to Mu Jingxun. I went to the department store in the city and bought you a set of clothes and a pair of shoes. I don't know if you'll like them or if they fit. When Mu Jingxun heard Jiang Li bought him clothes and shoes, he didn't care whether they fit or not. He knew he would like them and wouldn't dislike her gift. This was the first time Jiang Li bought him a present. Mu Jingxun was excited as he took it. Lily, I like everything you bought for me.
I'll try them on right now. Jiang Li nudda.
To make it easier for him to try on the clothes, she stepped outside Mu Jingxun's room. She didn't really want to leave. She wanted to see Mu Jingxun's muscles, but she was worried he might think she was being nosy. Well, girls should be a little reserved sometimes. Jiang Li waited outside for a while. Mu Jingxun changed clothes, opened the door, and said, Lily, look, this outfit fits me very well. Mu Jingxun was tall, with long legs, wearing work pants and a white shirt, looking very handsome. Actually, as long as someone has a good figure and looks nice, they look good in anything. Jiang Li looked at Mu Jingxun happily from top to bottom. As expected of her boyfriend, he was much more handsome than others. Bai Zirong started feeling envious again. Sister Li is really kind to Brother Sun. She only bought clothes and shoes for him and didn't get anything for herself. Bai Zirong knows very well that he is not Sister Li's boyfriend, so he can't expect her to buy him clothes too. Try it on and then take it off. It's best to wash new clothes before wearing them, Mu Jingxun said, but he was reluctant to remove his clothes. These clothes were bought by Sister Li for him, and he just put them on, feeling like he hadn't worn enough. Reluctantly, Mu Jingxun took off his clothes. Sister Li, you gave me clothes and shoes, so I also have something for you, Mu Jingxun said. He carried out a big package from inside the house. Inside was not anything else, just the clothes and shoes Mu Jingxun had asked Mu Xinya to buy for him. They were delivered this morning, and Mu Jingxun hadn't had time to open them yet. But since girls like pretty clothes and shoes, even if he looked at them, he wouldn't understand much, so he asked Jiang Li to open them himself. Seeing the large package Mu Jingxun brought out, Jiang Li was curious about what he had bought. With Mu Jingxun's help, she quickly unwrapped the big package. After opening it, Jiang Li saw many beautiful clothes and several pairs of pretty shoes inside. Among them, a few dresses made of brocade caught her eye. Such dresses are rarely bought in the city because they are quite expensive. After seeing these clothes, Jiang Li asked Mu Jingxun, "Did you buy these clothes and shoes here?" Mu Jingxun didn't hide anything and honestly replied, "I asked my cousin to buy them in Beijing." "Sister Li, do you like these clothes and shoes?" Jiang Li nodded politely, saying, "You gave me these, so I definitely like them. They are really pretty."
But what?
Mu Jingxun asked anxiously, thinking something might be wrong. "It's just that these clothes and shoes are quite expensive." "Mu Jingxun, you bought so many for me. It must have cost a lot," Jiang Li said, worried about the money. Seeing her concern, Mu Jingxun immediately patted his chest and said, "Li, you're my girlfriend. It's right for me to spend money on you. Don't worry, I have enough money. This amount isn't a big deal for me. You don't need to worry about it." Jiang Li felt reassured and said, "Okay, Mu Jingxun. I really like the gift you gave me."
Thank you.
"You also bought me clothes, so no need to thank me." Bai Zirong was quietly watching these two show affection. He was eating a mouthful of dog food and felt like he couldn't even finish his dinner. But soon, Bai Zirong realized he had been mistaken. After Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun finished showing affection, they started preparing dinner. Jiang Li brought back a pork knuckle, so there was no need to prepare additional meat dishes. She made a cold cucumber salad and stir-fried some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. White Zirong, who usually eats dog food, was tempted by the smell of braised pork knuckle and started eating eagerly. The pork knuckle was cooked until tender and flavorful, and it was very delicious. Luckily, the portion was large enough. Even White Zirong, who eats a lot, and the three of them could share it easily. That night, Jiang Li began refining medicinal pills. She estimated it would take some time to finish all of them. She was not in a hurry, as there were no urgent tasks in the next few days, so she patiently continued refining the pills. After working all night, Jiang Li took a short nap around 4 or 5 in the morning. When she woke up early, she found Mu Jingxun already preparing breakfast. Jiang Li asked him, "Why are you up so early to prepare breakfast?" Mu Jingxun explained, "Li, you went to the city yesterday, which was a long trip. You must be tired, so I'll make breakfast today." Breakfast is simpler than lunch. Usually it's just some porridge with pickles, maybe with a few pancakes. Mu Jingxun believed his cooking skills were good enough, so he was confident making breakfast. Jiang Li thought Mu Jingxun was a really good man. With such a capable husband, her future life would surely be happy. Just after starting to date Mu Jingxun, Jiang Li already imagined their married life, though she knew she might be thinking too much. Mu Jingxun took the initiative to make breakfast, and Jiang Li didn't stop him. His cooking was indeed quite good. He cooked some sweet potato porridge, made thin pancakes, and stir-fried some shredded potatoes. The pancakes filled with shredded potatoes tasted very nice. There were also salted duck eggs and pickles at home, so even in the countryside, Mu Jingxun felt his diet was not much different from in the city. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Li changed into a traditional dress given by Mu Jingxun and went outside. She paired it with the sandals he gave her, making her look radiant. The villagers usually dress simply, and no one had ever seen anyone dress like Jiang Li. As soon as she stepped outside, everyone's eyes followed her. "Wow, Jiang Jiqing, your traditional dress looks so fashionable. Did you buy it in the city yesterday?" asked Wu Meixia, the village chief's wife, approaching Jiang Li. Jiang Li shook her head and explained, "No, I didn't buy it in the city. Mu Jingxun, my boyfriend, gave it to me. The clothes and shoes were bought by his cousin in Beijing and sent to me just yesterday." Hearing Jiang Li's explanation, the team members became even more jealous. Mu Jingxun not only looked handsome, but was also generous with his partner. The best part was that he could afford a Bulgari accessory, which showed his family was quite well off. Jiang Jiqing and Mu Jingxun together made a perfect match. Amidst everyone's envy and gossip, Jiang Li went to find Ma Xiaofeng and Li Ernie. When they saw Jiang Li approaching, they were curious about what she wanted. To their surprise, Jiang Li was giving them gifts. She gave each of them a hairpin. Ma Xiaofeng and Li Ernie were both rural girls and couldn't afford such accessories. The key was that the hairpins Jiang Li gave were very beautiful, unlike anything they had seen in the county supply store. Seeing that the gifts were valuable, they felt shy about accepting them, but Jiang Li insisted on giving them the gifts. Both of them felt a bit embarrassed, as they had never given Jiang Li anything before, while Jiang Li had given them many nice things. Moreover, last time on the mountain, Jiang Li had saved them both. They accepted the gifts and each thought about how to thank Jiang Li. After thinking for a while, they couldn't come up with a good idea. They decided to go home after work and see if they could find some dried vegetables they had preserved earlier to give to Jiang Li. It wasn't that they didn't want to give her something valuable, they simply didn't have enough money. Jiang Li didn't expect anything in return from these two girls. She simply liked them and wanted to maintain their friendship with small gifts. In the following days, Jiang Li's life at the Victory production team was very peaceful. Besides helping team members with medical treatment, she spent most of her time refining pills to improve her cultivation. The new batch of pills worked better than the previous one, so her cultivation progress sped up significantly. Meanwhile, the case against the human trafficker gang at the city bureau was finally concluded. The city bureau entrusted Hongqi commune to send Jiang Li a thank you letter and a reward. Li Chongping never expected that Jiang Li, after going to the city, would have made such a big contribution to the government. She was quite modest. She hadn't mentioned this matter since returning from the city. If it weren't for the city bureau's commendation sent through the commune, the team wouldn't have known about her achievement even now. Like last time, Jiang Li not only made personal contributions, but also brought honor to the Victory production team. Combining this with her previous achievement in helping the police capture enemy agents, Li Chongping believed that their team had a good chance of being recognized as an advanced collective this year. Another happy event was the completion of the elementary school at the Victory production team. Next, the commune will send 2 teachers, and 4 people from our team will be chosen to be teachers. The 4 teacher positions are to be arranged by Li Chongping, as instructed. Li Changping discussed with the team leaders to decide who should fill these 4 spots. Everyone in the team wanted to become teachers because teachers receive work points and a salary. Although the salary isn't high, it is quite good for the countryside. Being a teacher is definitely easier than doing hard manual labor in the fields. Everyone wanted to compete for these positions, but giving them to anyone randomly wouldn't be right. Li Changping thought that since teaching children requires real skill, the best way to test this was through a selection exam. The person with the highest score would become a primary school teacher. Once the exam results were announced, everyone interested in becoming a teacher eagerly signed up. Especially the educated youth from the city, who were very motivated. They believed that becoming teachers would free them from hard farm work and bring a better life. The temptation of these benefits was hard to resist. Since these city-educated youths had studied before, their chances of passing were higher than the locals. They all prepared eagerly, determined to succeed. Jiang Li noticed that Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong didn't sign up. Curious, she asked, "Aren't you planning to take the exam?" Both shook their heads at the same time. "No, we don't want to be teachers." Jiang Li knew that these 2 had their own plans for going to the countryside. Becoming teachers might interfere with their plans, so it made sense they didn't want to participate. Jiang Li was already a village doctor and didn't need to compete for a teaching position either, so she decided to leave the opportunity to others. The exam was held quickly, and when the results came out, 2 educated youths from the youth station and 2 team members from the team passed. When school started in September, these 4 could become teachers. The 2 youths from the youth station who passed were Zhao Quanqing and Chu Ling. Zhao Quanqing had been a little unnoticed at the youth station before, but surprisingly, he scored high enough to become a primary school teacher. Jiang Li had known Chu Ling was very smart, so she wasn't surprised when she heard she passed. The other youths who didn't pass felt disappointed, but they understood that success depended on results, not connections. They could only blame themselves for not having enough ability. Even if they didn't pass, everyone accepted the outcome honestly. Zhao Quanqing and Chu Ling celebrated by buying some food and inviting everyone at the youth station to a meal. Zhao Quanqing didn't have a meat ticket, so he bought 2 fish and 5 eggs from the team members. Chu Ling had a better situation, so she went directly to the county town and bought 2 jean of meat. The educated youths who didn't pass the exam felt their worries lighten after being invited to a hearty meal. Time passed quickly. The medicinal herbs Jiang Li previously bought to make pills were all used up, and she needed to go to the city again. Just as Jiang Li planned to go to the city, Secretary Su came to see her. When she saw Secretary Su, Jiang Li was a bit confused. Someone with his status would come to her for what? Was there a special, difficult problem that required her skills? Jiang Li guessed correctly. Secretary Su was indeed here to ask for her help. Not long ago, Liu Yan and his comrades went to the front lines because of a military dispute between Huagua and Nanyu. Liu Yan led a unit into the local mountains, but they haven't returned yet. The organization tried everything to contact them, but failed. The strangest part was that several rescue teams were sent out, but each time some went missing. Without war breaking out, this situation was very strange and couldn't be explained scientifically. Secretary Su wondered if this might be related to supernatural phenomena. If so, Jiang Li, a skilled spiritual master, might be able to help. After learning Secretary Su's purpose, Jiang Li immediately offered to help find out where Liu Yan and the soldiers might be. They are all soldiers defending their country, and Jiang Li truly admires them. She was willing to help wherever she could. Jiang Li quickly calculated and told Secretary Su, Comrade Liu Yan and the others are indeed in danger now. They entered a forest where negative energy has gathered for a long time, and a special magnetic field trapped the spirits there. These spirits are entangling them. If they are not rescued in time, their lives could be at risk. Secretary Su knew Jiang Li's abilities and character, so he didn't think she was joking. Hearing how serious it was, he asked nervously, Jiang Tongji, what should we do now? Liu Yan is the nephew of Jiang Li's own wife and the only heir of the Liu family. If Liu Yan were to die on the battlefield, Secretary Su couldn't imagine how devastated the Liu family would be. Last time, when Liu Yan was possessed by an evil spirit, Liu Rong was so worried for days she couldn't eat or sleep. Jiang Li sighed and said to Secretary Su, Secretary Su, I am not there now, so I can't help directly. Unless you can send me there within a day. Secretary Su immediately asked, Comrade Jiang, I can send you there within a day. Are you willing to make the effort and go?
To help save them?
Although traveling to Manhwa is complicated, Jiang Li thought of the soldiers defending the country and couldn't bear to ignore them. When she had a way to help, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Jiang Li nodded and said, All right, Secretary Su, I am willing to go.
Please arrange it for me.
Secretary Su immediately started making calls to organize the matter. Since it was urgent, Jiang Li didn't have time to ask the team leader for leave or to explain to Mu Jingxun. She could only write 2 letters, one to Li Chongping to explain her leave and the current situation, and another to Mu Jingxun to tell him she would be away for a while. After writing the letters, Jiang Li asked Secretary Su's staff to deliver them to the Victory production team. Secretary Su contacted Lu Jia, and an hour later, a helicopter was seen landing in front of the government building in Anfeng County. In this era, main transportation was by train. Cars and planes were very rare, especially this kind of helicopter, which was usually reserved for high-level officials. If Lu Jia weren't a person of high rank, Secretary Su, a county official, wouldn't have the authority to use a helicopter. Liaoning province and Manhwa are very far apart. Traveling by train would make it impossible for Jiang Li to reach the border within a day. But by helicopter, it could be done in just a few hours. When the helicopter arrived, Secretary Su personally helped Jiang Li get on board. He couldn't go with her because he had official duties and couldn't leave his post, so he could only send Jiang Li alone. Comrade Jiang, I entrust you to my nephew and the soldiers at the front. When you go there, someone will support you, said Secretary Su. Jiang Li nodded and replied, Okay, Secretary Su. Rest assured, I will do my best to ensure the safety of Comrade Lu and all the soldiers. Although Secretary Su was still worried about Lu Yan's safety, his concern eased when Jiang Li went personally. On the plane heading to the front, Li Chongping and Mu Jingxun at the production team also received letters sent by Secretary Su's staff. Li Chongping learned that Jiang Li was going to help Secretary Su and understood and supported her. The girl was capable. Perhaps this trip would help them earn great honor for the Victory production team. Little Jiang Jiqing, if she can still achieve success like before, it is likely that by the end of the year, their Victory production team will be fully recognized and awarded. Their team has not been honored as an advanced collective for several years. Now, with little Jiang Jiqing, they see hope for a turnaround. Li Chongping quietly feels that Jiang Li is truly a great blessing for their team. Mu Jingxun, upon hearing about Jiang Li's sudden departure, feels very worried. Jiang Li went alone to the front line. Will she face danger? When will she return? Mu Jingxun is anxious about her safety, but she has already left, and he has no chance to remind her to be careful. He can only silently pray for her safety, hoping she won't encounter any trouble. Jiang Li took several hours of flight and finally arrived at the frontline camp. At the camp, Commander Qiao is also worried about the soldiers' safety, feeling anxious like ants on a hot pan. Several of their teams went into the mountains and lost contact. Because the people they sent out keep disappearing, Commander Qiao is afraid to send more teams, fearing greater losses. A few hours earlier, Commander Qiao received a notice from high officials in Beijing saying they were sending a very capable person to assist. Commander Qiao was curious about who was coming. After waiting several hours, a small girl arrived by plane. When he saw Jiang Li, Commander Qiao was stunned. He thought they would send someone important, but it turned out to be such a young girl. Commander Qiao felt he was being played. He couldn't see what skills Jiang Li had. But since she was sent by the higher authorities, he had to follow orders. He forced a smile, approached Jiang Li, and extended his hand to greet her, saying, Hello, comrade. I am Qiao Bin, the brigade commander of the Beijing military district, responsible for this operation. Jiang Li stepped forward and shook his hand. My name is Jiang Li. I was sent here to help rescue the soldiers. There's no time to lose. I need to act immediately. Please gather a team for me, and I will go into the mountains now. Commander Qiao hesitated briefly and explained the situation. Several teams had already gone out and not returned. Sending more teams worries him greatly. What if more soldiers are lost this time? Jiang Li reassured Commander Qiao, saying, Commander Qiao, don't worry. I will take people there, and I promise the soldiers won't die in vain. Trust me, I will bring them back safely. Commander Qiao still felt uneasy, but had no other choice. He decided to go along, hoping for the best. Since the higher-up sent Jiang Li here, and even arranged for an urgent helicopter, it showed that Jiang Li was capable and trustworthy. All right, I'll arrange a team for you. Commander Qiao quickly gathered 100 soldiers and told them to follow Jiang Li's orders. Actually, Jiang Li didn't need so many people. She could handle the monsters and demons trapping Liu Yan alone. But she knew many of the trapped soldiers were injured. Bringing extra help would make it easier to carry the wounded back. These soldiers were disciplined and brave. Even though they knew the journey was dangerous, they resolutely followed Jiang Li into the danger without hesitation. They planned to follow the mountain trail, but Jiang Li held a compass and kept calculating directions, leading them off the usual path. The soldiers looked confused, unsure of what Jiang Li was doing. Following the compass, she guided them along rugged mountain paths. The mountain was filled with restless spirits, and cold winds blew everywhere. Very eerie. No wonder Liu Yan and the others got trapped here. Even though the soldiers' pure yang energy was strong, it couldn't suppress the overwhelming Ningqi yin energy flooding the mountain. It wasn't yet the start of autumn, and although it was warm outside, the soldiers felt the temperature suddenly drop by over 10 degrees, making them shiver. One soldier couldn't help but mutter, "Why is it suddenly so cold? This mountain feels strange. Are we cursed? Maybe Liu Yan and the others got caught in some ghost trap? It's too creepy." As soon as he finished, another soldier quickly interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense. We shouldn't spread superstitions. Luckily, our troops don't believe in that stuff. If you keep talking like that, you'll get into trouble." Jiang Li suddenly chimed in, "He's right. There are wandering spirits everywhere in these mountains. Be careful. We're safe now because we haven't encountered any deadly ghosts yet. But once we run into something fierce, you'll see how terrifying it can be." After she spoke, the soldiers behind her fell silent. They have always wondered why the higher-ups sent such a young girl to participate in the rescue mission. So far, she hasn't shown any remarkable skills. Instead, she openly promotes superstitions, which seems very unreliable. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, clearly they don't believe her words, but Jiang Li doesn't say anything. When they see the truth with their own eyes later, they'll believe. Jiang Li continues to watch the compass carefully as the rescue team cautiously climbs the mountain. As they go deeper into the forest, the soldiers feel more and more cold and eerie. The large mountain is strangely silent, no sounds at all, except for the crunch of leaves under their feet. There are no sounds of insects or birds, which is very unusual. Just when everyone feels confused and uneasy, a cold, sharp voice suddenly echoes. "Haha, more food to eat and haha, so many people. I want to absorb them all." The voice is chilling, sharp, and malicious. Hearing this, the soldiers can't help but show fear. Those who don't believe in ghosts and spirits turn their heads to look at Jiang Li. Compared to everyone's nervousness, Jiang Li remains calm and unbothered, as if she didn't hear the terrifying voice. She calmly says, "Don't be afraid.
Keep going up the mountain.
With me here, those things can't hurt you." Perhaps Jiang Li's confident words angered the spirits in the mountain, because suddenly, several black ghostly shadows rushed toward her. The soldiers behind Jiang Li see this and shout in fear. "What's going on? Are ghosts real?" Although most people don't believe in spirits, seeing is believing. Now they can't deny it. "Comrade Jiang, be careful." Someone behind Jiang Li reacts quickly, pulls out a pistol, and starts shooting at the ghosts. But these ghostly shadows aren't afraid of bullets. The soldiers fire many shots, but none hit the ghosts. Instead, the ghosts change direction and rush toward them. Jiang Li immediately makes hand signs. A flash of golden light appears and strikes the ghosts with lightning speed. The fierce black shadows are hit directly by the golden light, let out sharp screams, then emit black smoke and vanish into the air. The soldiers watching this scene are stunned. There are ghosts on the mountain, and the female comrade sent by the authorities can actually kill ghosts. This comrade looks small and delicate, but who would think she has such strong skills? Just now, she used a hand gesture to eliminate a ghost with a heroic pose, even more impressive than the strongest female heroes in movies. Now they understand why all the soldiers going up the mountain lost contact and disappeared. It's definitely these ghosts causing trouble and trapping them. The reason why the higher-ups sent Jiang Li, a ghost-catching master, is obvious. They saw through the situation and knew only mysticism could save them. Jiang Li took care of several black ghost shadows and told the soldiers behind her, "The trouble is solved. Speed up and follow me to continue up the mountain." The situation with Liu Yan is getting more dangerous. If they don't act quickly, the ghosts will drain the soldiers' life energy soon. Among the missing soldiers, Liu Yan is in the best shape because he carried a protective charm given by Jiang Li. With her charm, the ghosts can't harm him for now. But as the charm weakens, its effect diminishes, and soon Liu Yan will face serious danger. Jiang Li sensed this, which is why she asked Secretary Su to send help to the front line immediately. Any delay could cost Liu Yan his life. Liu Yan and his comrades are surrounded by restless spirits, and now they believe ghosts really exist. Most of them used to dismiss these stories as superstitions, taught by science and considered old-fashioned beliefs. But now, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realize supernatural phenomena are real. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Trapped in the mountains by ghosts, even if they aren't eaten by evil spirits, they could die from dehydration or starvation because they can't escape. Liu Yan is thinking that it would be great if Jiang Li were here. She knows mystic arts, and if she were present, maybe she could save them from this dire situation. But he knows she's far away in Anfeng County, in the far northeast, too distant for her to come here. Just as Liu Yan and his comrades felt hopeless about their situation, they suddenly sensed someone entering their trapped area. From the footsteps, it seemed like there were quite a few people coming. Liu Yan's heart tightened. Had the organization sent more rescue teams? They had already sent several groups before, but all those efforts ended in failure. More and more people gathered here, but they couldn't break through the ghostly restrictions to escape. Liu Yan thought this time would be the same. When he remembered his comrades sacrificing themselves to save others, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. When he saw the approaching team clearly, he was suddenly shocked because among the crowd, he saw a familiar figure, someone he had been thinking about day and night since leaving Anfeng County. Liu Yan rubbed his eyes, trying to see if he was mistaken. He simply couldn't understand why he saw Jiang Li here. He rubbed his eyes several times, each time seeing the girl. Then he stopped rubbing, suspecting he might be hallucinating. Just then, the soldiers following Jiang Li also saw Liu Yan and his comrades. When they found them, the rescuers were very excited and rushed over quickly. Liu Yan shouted, "Don't come closer, it's dangerous." But it was too late when he shouted. All the ghosts and spirits gathered here rushed toward the rescuers. They sensed the human souls and greedily wanted to absorb them. Jiang Li saw the ghosts charging at the soldiers and quickly threw out a talisman. As she threw the talisman, the ghosts screamed loudly. Liu Yan and his comrades hurriedly covered their ears, or they would have been pierced by the sharp screams. Seeing Jiang Li's power, the ghosts dared not advance anymore and turned to run away. But Jiang Li wouldn't let them escape easily. She threw out another talisman. With this ghost-catching talisman, all the surrounding spirits were drawn into it. Some ghosts tried to escape, but under the strong pull of the talisman, they twisted and contorted, showing terrifying, distorted faces. Liu Yan and his comrades were stunned by what they saw. This was the first time they witnessed ghost catching, and it seemed like a myth, unbelievably incredible. The rescue soldiers following Jiang Li up the mountain looked at her with awe. Clearly, the comrades sent from above were extraordinary. They could catch ghosts like gods. At this moment, Liu Yan finally confirmed he was not hallucinating. He truly saw Jiang Li. He felt Jiang Li was his savior. Last time, she saved him when he was in danger of dying. Now, when his life was again at risk, she saved him once more. The ghost-catching talisman Jiang Li used was incredibly powerful. All the ghosts nearby were into the talisman. However, a few escaped, but Jiang Li didn't mind. These escapees were just small spirits, not worth worrying about. As Jiang Li continued to act, she resolved all the ghosts in the mountain forest. Worried that similar incidents might happen again, Jiang Li carefully adjusted the magnetic field in the area to prevent spirits from gathering in the future. This way, no more ghostly gatherings would occur, reducing the risk of innocent people being harmed if someone else entered and was attacked by many spirits. After she finished transforming the mountain's environment and set up a special formation, the once eerie forest suddenly filled with the sounds of birds and animals, and the temperature rose by over 10 degrees. The trapped soldiers immediately felt lighter and could move freely again. They had previously sensed something faintly draining their vital energy. Despite their efforts to resist, they gradually grew weak and their life force was quickly fading. Now, that feeling of being drained disappeared completely. They felt relieved, like someone drowning suddenly catching a breath of fresh air. Because they had lost a lot of vital energy to the spirits earlier, the soldiers were still very weak. Jiang Li immediately ordered the rescue soldiers to help those who couldn't walk to descend the mountain. Lu Yan was unaffected thanks to his protective talisman. After Jiang Li finished dealing with the ghosts, Lu Yan strode over to her, having watched her busy working without disturbing her. "Comrade Jiang, I never expected you to come save me. Weren't you in the northeast? How did you get here?" Lu Yan asked. Jiang Li explained, "Your uncle heard you were in danger and might be in serious trouble, so he personally came to ask for my help. I flew here by helicopter, dispatched by him." Lu Yan understood after hearing this and quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Jiang Jiqing. You traveled such a long way to help us. It must have been exhausting." Jiang Li waved her hand. "You soldiers are defending our country. Thanks to your efforts on the front lines, we have peace at the back. It's my honor to help you. You don't need to thank me, Lu comrade." Lu Yan looked at Jiang Li with increasing admiration. She was exactly the kind of girl he liked, capable and with a mindset that resonated with him. At this moment, Jiang Li didn't have time to chat much with Lu Yan, as the soldiers who had been drained needed medicine to recover. She would need to prepare many medicines soon, or these spirits that had drained their vital energy would make it impossible for them to survive long after leaving the mountain. The descent was quick. After about an hour, Jiang Li led everyone down the mountain. The people at the camp were anxiously waiting for news. When they saw Jiang Li truly bring the people back, Commander Qiao jumped up excitedly, overwhelmed with joy, to greet them. Seeing that Jiang Li had safely returned their soldiers, Commander Qiao was also filled with shock and disbelief. He had been suspicious when he saw such a young woman from the higher-ups come to help. Now, seeing their soldiers safe and sound, he realized that although she was young, she was very capable, a young hero, a woman who could stand her ground. Commander Qiao immediately asked Jiang Li what had happened. Why were their soldiers trapped in the mountains with no way out? Why was there no news? Why couldn't they contact anyone? No one who was sent out had returned. Yet, Jiang Li had managed to bring all the soldiers back in less than a day. Jiang Li explained that there was a formation in the mountains that trapped the soldiers with ghostly spirits. When Commander Qiao heard about this supernatural event, his first reaction was disbelief. But not only Jiang Li said so, others who went to rescue the soldiers and those trapped confirmed it. Only then did Commander Qiao believe it. Fortunately, he was experienced enough to know that China has many talented and extraordinary people, so supernatural phenomena could be possible. Anyway, the important thing was that the soldiers had been successfully rescued, which was a big relief. Commander Qiao sincerely thanked Jiang Li. She had helped them greatly this time, and their unit would report this to higher authorities. Jiang Li then told him that although the soldiers were rescued, the work was not finished. Many of them had been drained of their vital energy by the ghostly spirits. She needed to use medicine to treat their aftereffects. Only after taking her medicine could they be fully safe, Otherwise, their lives could still be at risk. However, the medicinal pill Jiang Li needed, called Huiyuan Dan, required many rare ingredients. Her previous supply was not enough, so she asked the troops to find more herbs. She helped prepare the pills. Jiang Li quickly made a list of the ingredients needed and handed it to Commander Qiao, asking him to buy them as soon as possible to protect the soldiers' lives. Commander Qiao took this very seriously and immediately contacted his superiors. Within about a day, all the rare herbs Jiang Li needed were delivered. Seeing how quickly Commander Qiao managed to gather such precious ingredients, Jiang Li silently marveled. It's always better to have the support of the state. Even rare items on the market could be easily obtained with the backing of the country. Jiang Li thought that if she helped the country with some matters, negotiated with the higher-ups, and obtained more materials for cultivation, it might be a good idea. After getting the herbs, Jiang Li began to close herself off to refine medicine. She worked non-stop for 2 days and nights. Because she needed to make many pills this time, she couldn't stop even for a moment. Once the pills were finished, Jiang Li asked Commander Qiao to feed them to the soldiers who had their yang energy drained. With the medicine problem solved, Jiang Li's task was successfully completed. She had been delayed here for several days and thought Mu Jingxun must be missing her terribly. Since she had been so busy these days, she had no time to think about Mu Jingxun. Now that she was free, she couldn't help but think of him. Jiang Li planned to ask Commander Qiao to send her back to the northeast early, as she saw no point in staying here. When Luyan saw that Jiang Li was finally free from work, he dared to come over and ask about her well-being. Luyan said, "Comrade Jiang, are you done with your work?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, everything is finished." "Comrade Lu, do you need something from me?" Luyan's face warmed slightly as he said, "Comrade Jiang, I caught a wild rabbit and wanted to invite you to eat roasted rabbit. Is that okay? I see you've been working hard these days, so I thought you could use some good food to relax." Jiang Li thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, after I finish the rabbit, I'll be leaving soon." Hearing this, Luyan felt a twinge of reluctance. "Comrade Jiang, you're leaving so soon?" "Yes, once I finish here, I need to go back quickly. I'm the village doctor for our production team. With so many people in the brigade, there are probably many patients waiting for me to see." Seeing that Jiang Li had important matters to attend to, Luyan didn't press further. Of course, since they weren't close, he had no reason to try to persuade her to stay. "All right, Comrade Jiang, I'll go start roasting the rabbit." After speaking, Luyan quickly got to work. Jiang Li went to talk to Commander Qiao and asked him to arrange a plane to send her back to the production team early the next morning. Commander Qiao agreed to her request. Jiang Li had helped their units so much, and her requests would be accommodated as much as possible. "Comrade Jiang, you've done a great job for our unit this time. We've already reported it to the higher-ups, and you'll definitely be rewarded," they said. Jiang Li didn't care much about how the higher-ups would praise her. She only came to help because Secretary Su asked her to, not out of pure selflessness. Of course, if they wanted to reward her, she would gladly accept. She needed money now, so she could make more pills to speed up her cultivation. "I have arranged everything for returning to the northeast tomorrow morning. Luyan has also roasted the rabbit meat and invited Jiang Li to come and eat." All of Luyan's comrades noticed that their leader seems to have a good impression of Jiang Li. In the past, Luyan would avoid female soldiers from the art troupe, but this time, he approached Jiang Li proactively and was very attentive. However, it seems natural that Luyan likes Jiang Li, as she is outstanding and excellent. Jiang Li is good-looking, capable, and has a noble character. The soldiers who have seen Jiang Li handle ghosts admire and respect her deeply. Luyan is also very capable in many ways, and if they were together, they would be a good match. Their current conditions are not very good because they are not at the main camp and the temporary station is quite simple. Many supplies cannot be brought in, so Jiang Li has been eating plain food these days and is craving more flavorful meals. The wild rabbit Luyan caught is very tender and delicious, making her mouth water. She ate half of it and felt full. Her appetite is small, so Luyan finished the rest. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Li thanked Luyan for his hospitality and planned to return to her tent to rest. She had been focused on making pills for 2 days and nights and was very tired, needing a good night's sleep to recover her energy. Seeing Jiang Li about to leave, Luyan gathered his courage and called out to her. Comrade Jiang, I have something to talk to you about alone. Can you give me a moment? Luyan decided to confess his feelings now. If he didn't do it today, he didn't know when he would see Jiang Li again, and he didn't want to leave any regrets. He was now completely sure that he liked Jiang Li and was full of feelings for her. If Jiang Li agreed, they could be a couple and maybe spend their lives together. If she clearly rejected him, he wouldn't insist and would give up this idea, not wanting to fall into endless emotional confusion. Sure, go ahead, Jiang Li replied. She had already guessed what Luyan wanted to say. She agreed so he could speak openly and then reject him directly, so he wouldn't keep dreaming. She was already dating Mu Jingxun and had no romantic feelings for Luyan, so she didn't want to string him along. It was better to refuse early, which was good for both of them. Luyan took Jiang Li to the back of the camp. When no one was around, he took a deep breath and confessed, Comrade Jiang, I really like you. Would you like to be my partner? Jiang Li smiled calmly and, feeling a bit guilty, replied, Comrade Lu, you are a very excellent person, but I'm sorry, I can't agree to be your partner. I already have someone. Luyan was surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Li to already be in a relationship. He had finally liked a fellow woman, but it seemed they were destined to part. Love is never something to force. After learning Jiang Li was with someone, Luyan felt disappointed but quickly calmed down and accepted it. All right, since you have someone, I won't bother you anymore. I hope you find a good person and stay happy forever. Jiang Li saw that Luyan was rejected but didn't get angry. Instead, he generously wished her well, thinking he was a true gentleman. Thank you, Comrade Lu. I hope you find your own happiness too. Luyan was a fortunate man, blessed by his ancestors and kind deeds, and he would surely find love someday. After saying this, Jiang Li returned to her tent. Once she left, Luyan showed a look of disappointment and sadness. Jiang Li rested for the night and woke up refreshed the next day. Before leaving, she checked on the soldiers who had been drained of their vital energy. Seeing they had taken her restorative pills and recovered well, she felt relieved. Then, under Major Qiao's arrangement, she boarded a plane back to the northeast. The plane was much faster than a train, covering half of Huagua in just half a day. Jiang Li smoothly returned to Anfeng County. Secretary Su received news of Jiang Li's return and arrived early at the airport to wait. When he saw her get off the plane, he hurried forward to greet her. He had already called to learn about the situation with Luyan's family. He was glad Jiang Li successfully rescued his niece. Secretary Su was very grateful to have asked Jiang Li for help. Without her, Luyan might have been in serious danger. At the same time, he saw how powerful Jiang Li was. In future emergencies, he knew he had to ask her for help again. Comrade Jiang, thank you so much for making the trip yourself. You've worked very hard. Jiang Li waved her hand and said, Secretary Su, you are being too kind. Comrade Luyan and the others are heroes of our Huagua. It's my honor to help them. Secretary Su, being polite, didn't say much and directly told Jiang Li that if she needed help with anything later, just let him know. Even if he couldn't assist, the Lu family definitely could. Jiang Li didn't need help from Secretary Su or the Lu family right now, but in the future, she might really need their support. Having more backing is always good. Seeing that it was getting late, Secretary Su asked Jiang Li whether she wanted to stay in the county seat for the night or return to the production team. If Jiang Li wanted to go back to the production team, he would immediately arrange for the driver to take her home. Jiang Li thought she could still make it back now, and returning to the production team was definitely the best choice. After being away for several days, she missed Mu Jingxun quite a bit. Now, rushing back to the production team, she could surprise the little puppy. Secretary Su, please send someone to take me back now, Jiang Li requested. Seeing her want to go back, Secretary Su immediately ordered the driver to take her to Xingli production team. The drive was fast, and soon Jiang Li arrived at the large brigade. It was just the time when the team members were finishing work. When they saw a car coming into the production team, everyone guessed that Xiao Jiang Jiqing had returned. Sure enough, as the car approached, they saw Jiang Li sitting inside. During the days Jiang Li was away, the team members felt a bit less secure. When Jiang Li was at the brigade, whenever something strange happened, everyone would go to her for help. But without her, if they really encountered trouble, they felt helpless and insecure. Plus, Jiang Li could treat illnesses. When she was not around, no one could help with sudden headaches or fevers, which was very frustrating to think about. Jiqing Jiang, you're back? Oh, shout, Jiang Jiqing is back. Jiang Jiqing, you finally returned. Jiang Li noticed that each team member greeted her with enthusiasm, more and more warmly. She hadn't been at the brigade for long, but she realized she had become quite popular. She smiled and greeted them back. The car kept driving until it reached the Jiqing station and stopped. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, hearing the noise outside, hurried out. When they saw Jiang Li returning, they were overjoyed. It's said that not seeing someone for a day feels like 3 years, and Mu Jingxun hadn't seen Jiang Li for several days. He missed her terribly and was very worried. Seeing her safe and sound, he was incredibly happy. Li, have you finished your task?
Jiang Li nudda.
Yes, everything is settled. You're tired, right? Go inside and rest quickly. Okay. Jiang Li returned to her small room, feeling that neither a fancy house nor a luxurious place was as comfortable as her little dog's den. Her small nest was the coziest. It was time to prepare dinner. Mu Jingxun saw Jiang Li hurriedly coming back from outside and didn't want her to work hard cooking. He told her to rest inside while he went to cook. Although Mu Jingxuan's cooking wasn't as good as Jiang Li's, he had been learning from her recently. His skills had improved a lot. Especially these past few days, since Jiang Li wasn't at the production team, Mu Jingxun cooked for a few days and practiced more. Through hands-on experience, his cooking got better. Mu Jingxun thought his dishes at least could be eaten. Since Jiang Li was tired today, he decided to cook dinner so she could rest more. Jiang Li enjoyed his caring attitude. Finding someone like that was the best. If she had a partner who was overly controlling, always waiting on her and bossing her around like a master, what would be the point of the relationship? It might be better to be alone. Jiang Li lay in her small room for an hour. Mu Jingxun finished preparing dinner and called her out to eat. The meal was simple: a plate of smashed cucumber salad, a bowl of zucchini and egg soup, and a plate of spicy stir-fried cured meat. Knowing that girls like sweets, Mu Jingxun even sliced tomatoes thinly, sprinkled a little sugar on them, and marinated them for a sweet, refreshing taste. Jiang Li tasted Mu Jingxuan's dishes and immediately praised, "Not bad, not bad. Mu Jingxun, your cooking has improved again." Hearing her praise, Mu Jingxun felt more motivated and confident about his cooking skills. After dinner, Mu Jingxun took Jiang Li to the back of the youth knowledgeable workers' compound. He wanted to be close to her, but it would be embarrassing to do so in front of others. When only the two of them were there, Mu Jingxun looked at Jiang Li with deep affection and asked, "Lily, you suddenly left without saying goodbye and stayed away for several days. Did you miss me?" Faced with Mu Jingxuan's gentle and loving gaze, Jiang Li's heart fluttered. She thought about how he always appeared cold and aloof in front of others, but now he was so tender. It was a big contrast. Who would have thought that this seemingly icy man was actually a clingy little puppy inside? "I had urgent matters to attend to, not just leaving you without reason. I missed you a lot these days," Jiang Li said half-truthfully, partly to comfort Mu Jingxun. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Mu Jingxun felt very happy, but he said, "Li, I don't believe you. How can you prove to me that you really miss me?" Mu Jingxun wanted Jiang Li to say more specific things about how she thought of him, but unexpectedly, Jiang Li kissed him directly on the face. "Does this prove I miss you a lot?" When Jiang Li's warm lips kissed his cheek, Mu Jingxun was stunned. He never expected Jiang Li to kiss him. He touched his cheek, feeling so happy that his heart was about to burst, and his heartbeat was quickening. After Jiang Li kissed Mu Jingxun, she looked at his reaction and saw his face had turned completely red. Jiang Li couldn't help but think to herself that men in this era are really innocent. It was just a kiss on the face. Why are they so shy? Mu Jingxun, being so pure-hearted, made Jiang Li feel like teasing him. Jiang Li reached out and started to touch Mu Jingxun all over. Previously, Mu Jingxun was not her partner, so she couldn't openly touch his abs, but now that they are a couple, Jiang Li felt it was okay to take a little advantage of her partner. Mu Jingxun was already flustered after Jiang Li kissed his face, and now she was not only kissing him, but also touching his body. As a vigorous man, he couldn't handle Jiang Li's teasing. He quickly grabbed Jiang Li's hand and said, "Li, no. I can't control myself if you do this. We are not married yet, I don't want to bully you." Seeing that Mu Jingxun seemed to be struggling, Jiang Li withdrew her hand. It was fine to tease Mu Jingxun a little, but she had to keep it in check and not go too far. Mu Jingxun originally wanted to stay close to Jiang Li longer, but under her bold teasing, he felt it was too dangerous to stay together, as things might get out of control. He hurriedly urged Jiang Li to go back and rest. Jiang Li's good impression of Mu Jingxun grew even more. Men in this era are truly innocent and responsible. Before marriage, Mu Jingxun clearly restrained himself from touching her. After returning to the production team, Jiang Li continued her routine life. Meanwhile, Commander Qiao had reported Jiang Li's achievement in rescuing the soldiers to the higher authorities. Soon, Jiang Li's abilities attracted the attention of the upper echelons of Huagua. They were planning to establish a special department and were gathering talented people like Jiang Li. With her strong abilities, she was sure to be valued by the top leaders and hoped to recruit her into the special department. The higher-ups made the final decision on this matter and sent someone to contact Jiang Li to ask if she was willing to join the special department. A few days after returning to the Victory production team, Jiang Li saw Secretary Su come to visit her personally again. Surprised by his visit, Jiang Li asked, "Secretary Su, is there something else you need my help with?" Secretary Su shook his head and said, "I'm not here because of personal issues. I was sent by the top leaders of Huagua to ask for your opinion on something." Hearing that the top leaders sent Secretary Su, Jiang Li quickly guessed what it might be. Sure enough, Secretary Su's words matched her guess closely. "Comrade Jiang, our government leaders highly value your skills in metaphysics. They want to know if you are willing to join Huagua's special department. If you agree, the government will come to you directly when difficult metaphysical problems arise. After you join, you will have the support of the top leaders. If you need anything from the government, just ask." Jiang Li wasn't very interested in joining the special department, but she remembered how quickly the troops collected the herbs she needed last time. She was impressed. If she helped the country, maybe one day she could ask the government to help her get rare materials when she needed them. Basically, it was a kind of benefit exchange as long as she had the ability. Relying only on herself, it would take her a very long time to buy herbs and make pills because her income was too slow. So, Jiang Li thought about the government's offer and decided she could consider joining the special department. She then said to Secretary Su, "Secretary Su, I'd like to speak with the top leaders myself about this. Could you help me get in touch with them?" Secretary Su agreed, without hesitation. Since he was entrusted by the top leaders, the details and conditions of joining the department should be discussed directly with them. He nodded and said, "All right, Comrade Jiang, come with me to the county town. I'll contact the leaders for you, and you can talk to them yourself." "Thank you, Secretary Su." Secretary Su waved his hand and replied, "It's my duty." Jiang Li immediately followed Secretary Su's car to the county town and successfully made a phone call to the top leaders. She requested to join the special department, but asked that her personal freedom not be restricted. They only have a cooperative relationship, and the special department cannot require her to do anything specific. Additionally, she usually does not go to Beijing for work and prefers to stay in the production team. If the country needs her to carry out any tasks, she is available and ready to be dispatched at any time. After successfully completing the tasks assigned by the state, the country will provide her with rare herbs and treasures needed for cultivation, based on her needs. The two sides talked on the phone for half an hour. Given Jiang Li's strong abilities, the higher-ups finally agreed to most of her requests. Having confirmed her addition to the special department, Jiang Li felt happy and hummed a tune as she returned to the victory production team. When the country did not need her for missions, she was free to stay in the production team. When Jiang Li returned from the county town, she was approached excitedly by an older woman. Jiang Jiqing, you're finally back. I need your help. Come and see my daughter-in-law's health, she said. Jiang Li remembered that this woman's son was named Li Damao. His wife had just given birth, so Jiang Li instinctively thought she might be unwell after her confinement. Life was tough back then, with poor sanitation and many women suffered postpartum illnesses. Jiang Li nodded at Damao's mother and told her and her daughter-in-law to follow her to the medical station at the team's headquarters. Once they arrived, Jiang Li asked the daughter-in-law, "Where do you feel unwell?" Damao's mother replied, "No, Jiang Jiqing, my daughter-in-law isn't sick. She's just had 3 daughters and wants you to check if anything is wrong or if she needs treatment." Hearing this, Jiang Li's face twitched. It turned out to be another case of valuing boys over girls. Jiang Li disliked this kind of sexist thinking very much. She looked displeased when she heard Damao's mother speak. The daughter-in-law lowered her head after hearing her mother-in-law's dismissive words. Having given birth to 3 daughters for her husband's family, she felt insecure and thought she was very guilty. Jiang Li didn't scold Damao's mother directly. Instead, she pretended to check the daughter-in-law's pulse. After the act, Jiang Li withdrew her hand and told Damao's mother, "I checked her. Your daughter-in-law's health is fine and doesn't need special care." Damao's mother was momentarily stunned. She didn't doubt Jiang Li's diagnosis, as everyone in the production team had seen her skills. She was just confused and puzzled. "Jiang Jiqing, since you say my daughter-in-law's health is fine, why has she given birth to 3 girls? Can you help my daughter-in-law recover so she can have a son?" Jiang Li really wanted to retort, "Your family isn't inheriting a kingdom. Why do you insist on having a son? Is it to pass down your broken dishes and old iron pots?" But she didn't say this directly. In this era, the deep-rooted idea that boys are more important is hard to change with a few words. Not only is Damao's mother like this, but every household in the brigade shares similar thoughts. When everyone is making mistakes, those mistakes start to seem normal. Jiang Li glanced lightly at Damao's mother and replied softly, "There's no way to change that. Whether she has a son or not depends on your son, not your daughter-in-law. If they can't have a son, it's because of your son. Once a man has problems, it's very hard to fix, no matter how much you try." Hearing this, Damao's mother immediately looked upset.
What?
"Jiang Jiqing, what are you saying? If she can't have a son, it can't be my son's fault. Isn't it because my daughter-in-law's is weak?" Jiang Li felt annoyed when she heard this and became impatient. "Don't blame everything on your daughter-in-law. Whether you have sons or daughters is mainly decided by the man. Maybe your son isn't capable, and it's normal if he can't produce a boy." She then deliberately said to Damao's wife, "Sister-in-law, if you really must have a son, I suggest you find a different man. Staying with your current husband might mean you'll never have a boy." As soon as Jiang Li said this, Damao's mother became anxious. She believed Jiang Li's confident words and started to trust her more. Originally, she disliked her daughter-in-law for not being able to have a son, but now she was worried she might abandon her husband. Damao's mother awkwardly said, "Actually, not having a son isn't a big deal. We can always find a son-in-law to marry in the future." Seeing her mother-in-law's attitude change so quickly, Jiang Li almost wanted to laugh. Anyway, as long as she could fool her, that was enough. Damao's wife felt relieved that her mother-in-law's attitude had softened. She quickly pulled her away, worried Jiang Li might continue to influence her. After they left, Jiang Li returned to the Jiqing camp. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong also came back from the mountain, each carrying a wild chicken. Mu Jingxun asked Jiang Li whether she planned to cook the chicken directly or make chicken soup. Jiang Li thought that the production team was busy with the autumn harvest now, so it was better to take care of her health first, so she would have the energy to work later. Jiang Li said, "Let's do it. We can drink some chicken soup to boost our health." Mu Jingxun always listened to Jiang Li. He took a wild chicken to slaughter and clean, then started cooking. The chicken stew would be ready in about 2 hours. Since it was still early, the three of them went back to their rooms to rest. Mu Jingxun knew Jiang Li went to the county town today for some errands. He didn't ask much. If Jiang Li wanted to tell him something, he would naturally hear about it.
There's no need to ask.
After Jiang Li returned to the room, she went to her space to prepare medicinal pills. The last batch of pills was almost used up, so she needed to make more quickly. She gathered the necessary herbs for refining the pills, then went to prepare dinner. After dinner, she would focus on making more pills. Jiang Li cooked dinner herself, including the chicken soup, and the three of them ate a hearty meal. In the next few days, Jiang Li's life was quite peaceful. She mainly focused on work at the production team. When she was free, she would go up the mountain to absorb spiritual energy and practice. During this time, the harvest season began at the production team. Once the harvest finished, the school in the village would reopen. As the village doctor, Jiang Li didn't need to participate in the harvest. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong both had to join in. They had more tasks now, so they went up the mountain less often than before. Every autumn harvest was the hardest time for the team members. Not only the young workers from the city, but also many local villagers were exhausted from the hard work in the fields. Jiang Li noticed that within a few days of starting the harvest, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong looked much darker and visibly thinner. Fortunately, Jiang Li could gather some wild game, so despite the hard work, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were well fed. Compared to other young workers and team members, they were in pretty good shape. The harvest lasted about half a month, which was more intense than the usual 2 or 3 months of work, and it was exhausting. Seeing how hard Mu Jingxun was working, Jiang Li hoped the harvest would end soon. However, just a few days after the harvest began, another problem troubled team leader Li Chongping. The youth office notified them that another group of young workers would be sent to their team. This time, their team was assigned 3 more young workers from the countryside. Although 3 wasn't many, each extra person was an additional burden. These young workers were a drag on the team, and Li Chongping wished none of them had been sent. But the higher authorities had ordered it, and since the decision was made, Li Chongping dared not refuse. He had to go to the county town to pick them up. When he arrived there, his mood slightly eased. Here, I realized that the county had already been quite considerate to their production team. They assigned 3 members to their team, while other teams received at least 5 or 6 members. Also, their team was led by 2 men and 1 woman. Originally, all 3 were men, but the woman was transferred through connections, swapping places with a man originally assigned to their team to go to the countryside. Li Chongping noticed that the woman sent over was well-dressed and guessed her family must be well off. Since she was from a good background, she probably wouldn't cause much trouble for the team. Thinking this way, he felt happier. After receiving the 3 young people sent to the countryside, Li Chongping took them back to the team, had them collect their grain, and then sent them to the youth station. It was busy farming season, and Li Chongping had many things to do. He didn't have time to entertain them and just left them at the youth station to rest, telling them to wait for the experienced young workers to return and ask questions then. Seeing Li Chongping in such a hurry, the new girl, Lin Xian, couldn't help but complain, "Country folks just can't be trusted. Look at him. What attitude does he have towards us city kids? He's so irresponsible." Lin Xian was the name of the new girl. After her complaint, one of the 2 men, Zhu Guanliang, echoed, "Exactly. We're here to support the countryside. How can they treat us like this? The team leaders shouldn't treat us well?" The other man, Li Hu, said, "Didn't you hear about the situation here before you came? We said we were here to build the countryside, but really, we're just farming like the locals. It's not as fancy as you think. Now it's harvest time, and the team leader is busy. It's normal that he can't supervise us." Hearing Li Hu's words, Lin Xian still couldn't stop complaining. The youth station was now empty, and they couldn't find anyone to ask about the details from the experienced workers. So, the 3 of them had no choice but to wait patiently for the older workers to return. While waiting, they also took a walk around the youth station. Seeing how simple and rough the place was, Lin Xian grew more and more dissatisfied. If it weren't for brother Jingxun, she wouldn't have chosen to go to the countryside. Lin Xian was Mu Xinya's cousin. She heard Mu Xingya say that Mu Jingxun was dating someone in the countryside, so she hurriedly signed up to go. She was eager to find out if Mu Jingxun really had a girlfriend in the countryside. Of course, Lin Xian didn't believe Mu Jingxun was dating anyone in the countryside. These days, young people sent to the countryside usually came from families with no connections or background. How could a woman from such a poor family be a match for her brother Jingxun? Before Lin Xian went to the countryside, she was working at a large hospital as a nurse at the capital First People's Hospital. During this time, being a doctor or nurse was a very respectable job. If it weren't for Mu Jingxun, she would never have given up a bright future to go to the countryside. Lin Xian hoped that Mu Jingxun would see her great efforts and feel her sincerity, and then accept her and be with her. As long as she could be with Mu Jingxun, she believed that any sacrifice was worth it. Lin Xian and two others waited at the youth commune for an hour and finally saw some old young workers returning. Among them was the team leader, Chao Jinping. Li Chongping had already told Chao Jinping that 3 new young workers had arrived and asked him to help settle them. Chao Jinping approached the new arrivals, greeted them, and introduced the situation at the production team. After hearing Chao Jinping's explanation, Lin Xian felt even more disdain for rural life. It was too hard. She couldn't understand why Mu Jingxun, who was doing well in the city, wanted to come to the countryside. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay in Beijing and enjoy life? With Mu's family background, Mu Jingxun didn't need to suffer like this. Now, Lin Xian's plan was to quickly win Mu Jingxun's heart and bring him back to the city early so they wouldn't have to endure rural hardships. After explaining the general situation at the youth commune, Chao Jinping asked whether the 3 new young workers preferred to sleep in a shared dorm or in single rooms. If they chose the shared dorm, the conditions would be poorer, with many people crammed together. If they chose a single room, it would cost an extra 2 yuan per month. Li Hu and Zhu Guanliang couldn't afford the extra rent, so they had to choose the shared dorm. Lin Xian, who wasn't short of money, hesitated and chose the single room. 2 yuan a month was nothing to her. From Chao Jinping, she learned that her brother Jingxun was sharing a single room with Bai Zirong. Lin Xian said to Chao Jinping, "Then I'll rent the single room." She took out 2 yuan and handed it to him. Chao Jinping didn't accept it but warned her. Lin young worker, before you rent the single room, I need to remind you of something. Otherwise, after you move in, you might feel uncomfortable." Lin Xian nodded and asked for details. Chao Jinping told her that not long ago, a female young worker had died in that room. Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately became scared. A room where someone had recently died. She didn't dare to stay there. Although efforts are being made to eliminate superstitions, Lin Xian still finds it hard to ignore the idea of living in a house where someone has died. She then asks Chao Jinping, "Chao Jiqing, are there any other single rooms? Can you arrange one for me?" Chao Jinping shakes his head and replies, "No. Only this one is left. The others are rented out. If you don't want to stay here, you can ask the other tenants if they'd like to swap rooms." Just after Chao Jinping finishes speaking, Jiang Li comes back from outside. Seeing Jiang Li, Chao Jinping points at her and says, "Lin Ziking, this is Jiang Li from our youth group. She probably isn't afraid of the room where someone has died. If you want to swap, you can ask her. If she refuses, probably no one else will want to exchange." Chao Jinping knows Jiang Li's abilities are strong. She can even handle ghosts. Surely she wouldn't be afraid of a haunted room. After all, Jiang Li has driven away the ghosts of Sun Wenjin and others. However, Chao Jinping definitely wouldn't explain the details to Lin Xian. Right now, efforts are underway to eliminate superstitions, so some things can't be spoken of openly. What if Lin Xian reports him? Also, some things only become believable if seen firsthand. Even if Lin Xian doesn't report him, Chao Jinping knows she wouldn't believe that Jiang Li can catch ghosts. After hearing Chao Jinping, Lin Xian's gaze shifts to Jiang Li. The moment she sees Jiang Li, Lin Xian is immediately attracted by her face and unique aura. The girl is very beautiful and full of spiritual energy. As a fellow woman, Lin Xian feels a bit jealous. However, Lin Xian thinks that although her features are not as beautiful as Jiang Li's, she is better dressed. Overall, Jiang Li still can't compare to her, and she feels she has the upper hand. Eager to change rooms, Lin Xian walks straight toward Jiang Li. Seeing a new, unfamiliar face, Jiang Li immediately knows she's a new youth group member without needing to calculate. When Lin Xian approaches, Jiang Li calmly asks, "Hello, do you need something?" Lin Xian straightforwardly asks, "I want to rent a single room. I heard only one is left, and that room has had a death. I'm a bit superstitious and afraid, so I want to swap rooms with you." Her tone is commanding and superior, not negotiative, which irritates Jiang Li. Although Jiang Li isn't afraid of ghosts, she dislikes that the room was occupied by Sun Wenjin, feeling it's unlucky. Furthermore, the room she carefully decorated and got used to living in is not only unnecessary, but also unreasonable to give to someone else. So when Lin Xian asked to swap rooms with her, Jiang Li immediately replied, "No way." Seeing Jiang Li refuse her request, Lin Xian looked very unhappy. To persuade Jiang Li, Lin Xian put on a superior attitude and tried to bribe her with money. "Swap with me. I won't let you do it for nothing. I'll give you 10 yuan. That should be enough, right?" Lin Xian's attitude made Jiang Li even more annoyed. She felt Lin Xian was just using her money to try to buy her off. How disgusting. Jiang Li sneered, "Sorry, I don't need those 10 yuan. And I don't want to swap." When Lin Xian saw that Jiang Li still refused despite her generous offer, her face fell. "I've already offered you so much money, and it's not for free. Why are you so stubborn? I'm a new young worker, and you're an experienced one. Shouldn't you be more considerate of us newcomers? Yet you won't even swap a room. That's so petty." Others might feel morally pressured, but Jiang Li never accepted moral coercion. "You think giving me money means I have to swap? That's not how it works. I know you're a new worker, but not all experienced workers have to give in to newcomers. I won't swap this room with you, so please stop bothering me," Jiang Li said, then turned gracefully and walked away, giving Lin Xian a dismissive look. Lin Xian was so angry she stomped her feet and then complained to Chao Jinping, "Chao, isn't Jiang Li being too unreasonable? She has no team spirit at all. Her sense of morality is terrible." Chao Jinping didn't dare to agree with Lin Xian. Everyone knew Jiang Li's abilities, and no one wanted to offend her. "Lin, this kind of thing should be voluntary. Since Jiang Li doesn't want to swap, just forget it. If you really want, ask Mu Jingxun and Chu Jiqing." Lin Xian nodded, realizing she had no other choice. Soon after, Chu Ling also returned. Lin Xian then asked Chu Ling about swapping rooms. Chu Ling also refused. She was afraid of ghosts. She wouldn't sleep while living in the house where Sun Wenjin had died. She wasn't short of money. Even if Lin Xian offered her 100 yuan, she wouldn't swap. Seeing Chu Ling's stance, Lin Xian felt that the people in the youth station weren't very kind. Jiang Li was like that, Chu Ling was like that, everyone was against her, and it was really frustrating. Lin Xian has some status and influence in Jing City, so people around her tend to give in to her. After she moved to the countryside, she thought everyone would continue to do so. But here, she realized not everyone would indulge her. "Chu Jiqing, since you don't want to change rooms, can we share one instead?" Lin Xian asked, trying to compromise. She preferred to live alone, but since someone had died in the neighboring room, she thought sharing might be better. Chu Ling shook her head. "Sorry, I'm not used to living with others. You should ask someone else." After saying that, Chu Ling ignored her and went straight back to her room. Watching Chu Ling leave, Lin Xian clenched her fists in anger. She was so frustrated she wanted to curse. Why are both of them like this? Who else can she ask about sharing a room? Should she ask Jiang Li? That woman seems even more unpleasant, and Lin Xian didn't want to share with her. She could only wait for Mu Jingxun to come back. She planned to ask brother Jingxun. She was sure he would give her a room. Lin Xian came to the countryside mainly to see Mu Jingxun. Thinking about seeing him soon made her excited and hopeful. "Chao Jiqing, why hasn't Mu Jingxun come back yet?" Chao Jinping asked in surprise. "Do you know Mu Jingxun?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, my cousin is her older sister." Lin Xian's mother and Mu Xinya's mother are sisters, so Lin Xian and Mu Xinya are cousins. Because of this family connection, Lin Xian considered Mu Jingxun like a brother. But she wasn't satisfied with just having him as a brother. She hoped to marry him someday. Unfortunately, they hadn't seen each other in 2 years. Before Mu Jingxun started working, it was easier to meet him. Since he got a job, he rarely went out, and Lin Xian found it hard to see him. Oh, Mu Jingxun probably won't come back until later. He finished work earlier than Bai Jingxun, and after work, they went to the mountains. I think they went hunting for wild game. Just wait a bit longer. Tonight, as new arrivals, we old members will treat you to a meal. You don't need to prepare food today. Also, you don't need to work tomorrow. You can go to the commune or the county supply store to buy pots, bowls, and daily necessities. The day after tomorrow, you'll join everyone in working. For shopping, I suggest you go to the county. The supply store there has a wider variety of goods, so it's easier to find what you need. If you go to the commune, they only have some common daily necessities, and many things you want to buy are unavailable. Lin Xian listened to Chao Jinping's advice and instructions, nodded, and said, "Okay, Chao Jiqing, I understand." After explaining the situation to the 3 new educated youths, Chao Jinping then went to find the old educated youths to discuss inviting the new arrivals to a meal, so everyone could get to know each other. Jiang Li didn't really want to join in, but she also didn't want to seem too different or strange, so she agreed and took out a wild rabbit to give to Chao Jiqing. Chao Jiqing, since we're inviting the new youths to dinner, I'll consider this wild rabbit as my contribution. Jiang Li didn't mind sharing some good things to win people's favor. During this busy harvest season, everyone was working very hard. Jiang Li and Mu Jingxuan's group could eat meat every day, but the other educated youths hadn't had meat in a long time. Jiang Li was worried that if this went on, they might feel jealous or resentful, which wouldn't be good for her. Giving them some benefits now would reduce their jealousy. Plus, the harvest was exhausting, and the old educated youths had become quite thin. Jiang Li thought it would be good to give them some oily, nourishing food to help them recover. Eating better would help them regain strength, so they could participate more actively in the harvest. If they got sick or exhausted, it would cause her trouble, as she was the village doctor and needed to treat them. Seeing Jiang Li bring out the wild rabbit, the old educated youth's eyes lit up. They had been dreaming of eating meat and hadn't had any in many days. During this busy harvest time, everyone wanted to enjoy some meat or something oily and savory. They had been eating dry, bland bread and felt weak all over. But meat was hard to come by. They had no meat coupons and could only watch Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun enjoying good food every day. Today, Jiang Li was generous and brought out a wild rabbit to treat everyone. When Lin Xian heard the old educated youths praising Jiang Li, she felt very uncomfortable. They really had shallow eyes. Jiang Li only gave a few simple things, and they already worshipped her like this. Not wanting to seem inferior to Jiang Li, Lin Xian took out 2 cans of meat from her bag and handed them to the old educated youths. I'll add some meat dishes for everyone too. Seeing the cans of meat, the old educated youths were delighted. They could eat more meat now. They all smiled happily and thanked Lin Xian. Seeing the old educated youth become more enthusiastic about her, Lin Xian looked very proud. She wouldn't be any worse than Jiang Li bored. Lin Xian waited at the youth station for Mu Jingxun to return. She didn't know when her brother Jingxun would come back. After much anticipation, Mu Jingxun finally returned. From afar, she saw Mu Jingxun walking toward the youth station, and her heart beat faster with excitement. She quickly stood up and ran toward Mu Jingxun. Brother Jingxun. Mu Jingxun saw a young girl running toward him from a distance and was startled. He hurriedly stepped back a few steps, keeping his distance from Lin Xian. Seeing that Mu Jingxun was trying to avoid her, Lin Xian looked hurt. Why was her Jingxun brother treating her like this?
Who are you? Don't shout randomly.
Do we know each other? Mu Jingxun asked coldly. Now, he was already with someone, and suddenly a girl called him so affectionately. He worried Jiang Li might misunderstand. Lin Xian, already hurt, looked at Mu Jingxun in disbelief and asked, Jingxun brother, You've forgotten me? Although they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, Mu Jingxun shouldn't have forgotten her completely. Mu Jingxun shook his head.
I don't know you.
Lin Xian was even angrier. Jingxun brother, I'm Lin Xian. I'm Sister Xianya's cousin. Hearing this, Mu Jingxun suddenly remembered. It seemed his cousin had a cousin named Lin Xian. But Mu Jingxun and Lin Xian weren't close. They had interacted before, but there wasn't much connection, and Mu Jingxun didn't have a deep impression of her. Plus, after 2 years apart, Lin Xian had changed quite a bit, so it was normal that he didn't recognize her immediately. Although he now knew Lin Xian's identity, Mu Jingxuan's attitude remained cold and distant. After all, he was with someone now and had to keep his distance from other girls. Why are you here? Are you a new educated youth just sent down to the countryside? Mu Jingxun thought about what the team leader said today, that a few new educated youths had been assigned from above. He guessed Lin Xian was one of the new arrivals. Lin Xian wanted to say that she came to the countryside specifically to see if Mu Jingxun was truly in a relationship, but she couldn't directly state her purpose. Instead, she deliberately praised herself in front of Mu Jingxun, saying, Brother Jingxun, I heard you came to support rural development. Inspired by your noble spirit, I also signed up to go to the countryside, hoping to contribute to our country's rural construction and show my value in this vast land. Lin Xian believed her words sounded very admirable and would surely move Mu Jingxun. Since Mu Jingxun came to the countryside with such good intentions, he must be pursuing his dreams and ambitions. By saying this, she thought Mu Jingxun would see them as kindred spirits and look at her more favorably. However, after she finished speaking, the surrounding older educated youths looked at her as if she were silly. They wondered if this woman was a bit crazy. Why leave the city to suffer in the countryside? Most of them didn't volunteer to go. They had to come for various reasons. Of course, before coming, they didn't expect the countryside to be so hard. If they had known, they would have found ways to stay in the city. Seeing Lin Xian's delicate appearance, clearly unable to endure hardship, Mu Jingxun couldn't help but say, It's not as good as you think here. You probably can't handle it. If your family has connections, I suggest you go back to the city early so you don't tire yourself out. Lin Xian had come with great determination to the production team. She wouldn't give up just because of a few words. Even if Mu Jingxun was genuinely trying to help her, she refused to listen. It's okay, Brother Jingxun. If you can stay here, I can too. I'm not that fragile. Seeing that Lin Xian wouldn't heed his advice, Mu Jingxun decided not to say more. She hadn't experienced rural life yet, and once she did, she would naturally cry and want to go back. Fine, whatever you say, Mu Jingxun replied and turned to go back inside, no longer wanting to waste words with Lin Xian. But Lin Xian refused to let him leave so quickly and wanted to talk to him a little longer. Brother Jingxun, I have one more thing to discuss. Can we change rooms? There's only one single room here, but I don't want to stay in the room where someone died. As soon as she asked, Bai Zirong immediately jumped into a pose. No change. I don't want to stay in the room where someone died. Bai Zirong thought about Sun Wenjin dying in that room, and also felt it was very unlucky. Mu Jingxun saw Bai Zirong oppose and said to Lin Xian, The house I rent is with Bai Jiqing. He doesn't want to change. Sorry, I can only refuse you. When Lin Xian saw that her hope of changing rooms was gone, she couldn't help but cry sadly. She couldn't live in a single room, and she couldn't accept a large shared bed even more. Where else could she stay? Bai Zirong was annoyed by Lin Xian's tears and said, I'm really fed up with you. Stop crying like a victim, as if we're bullying you. Brother Sun, let's swap rooms with her. The room where Sun Woman used to live was just a bit unlucky, but it wasn't haunted. Bai Zirong knew that Sun Wenwen's ghost had already been taken by Jiang Li. Plus, they both carried protective charms given by Jiang Li, so even if there were ghosts, they weren't afraid. Seeing that Bai Zirong was willing to swap, Mu Jingxun decided to agree to the room change to stop Lin Xian from crying. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong didn't have many belongings. They quickly cleaned the room where Sun Wenwen had stayed and moved in efficiently. When Lin Xian saw she finally had a place to stay, she sighed in relief. After putting everything in place, Lin Xian happily went to Mu Jingxun and said, Brother Jingxun, you're so kind to me. Thank you for giving me the room. Bai Zirong, standing nearby, was unhappy to hear this. Why do you only thank brother Sun?
Not me?
I was the one who agreed to give you the house. Lin Xian glanced at Bai Zirong and snorted, I only thank brother Jingxun. I don't even know you, so why thank you? Bai Zirong was speechless. The ungrateful woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have swapped the rooms. Mu Jingxun looked at Lin Xian with a calm gaze. Lin Jiqing, since you've gone to the countryside, just call me Mu Jiqing like everyone else. And I have a partner now. If you keep calling me that, my partner might misunderstand. When Lin Xian heard this, her eyes widened. Jingxun brother.
You
have a partner? You really do? Mu Jingxun found Lin Xian's reaction strange. Was it weird that he had a partner? At his age, dating someone was quite normal. So he replied calmly, yes, is there a problem? Lin Xian was deeply disappointed. She still held strong hopes for Mu Jingxun, but now that he had a partner, what could she do? Did that mean she and Jingxun brother had no chance at all? Jingxun brother, who is your partner? Call me Mu Jiqing first. I said I didn't want my partner to misunderstand. My partner is also a countryside youth named Jiang Li. I'll introduce you to her later. When Lin Xian heard the name Jiang Li, she felt even more unwilling.
Jiang Li.
How could she be that woman? Lin Xian doesn't like Jiang Li at all. She didn't expect that the woman she dislikes the most is actually the person her favorite brother Jingxun is interested in. Brother Jingxun.
No.
Mu Jiqing, how can you choose Jiang Li as your partner? What are her family conditions? Can she match the Mu family? Would Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu agree for you to be together? When Lin Xian said this, her eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. She believed Jiang Li's background definitely couldn't compare to Mu Jingxun's. Noble marriages value matching social status. Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun's conditions are too different, and his parents surely wouldn't agree. Mu Jingxun thought Lin Xian was being too nosy, and he angrily said, Jiqing, you don't need to worry about my partner's conditions. I'm with her, and we're like comrades in the revolution. I don't need to ask my family for permission. I'm happy just on my own. I'm an adult now. No one can control my life, not even my parents. This is not the old society anymore. It's the new China. So stop probing and eavesdropping. I don't owe you any explanations. After saying this, Mu Jingxun was too tired to argue further with Lin Xian and went directly to the next room to find Jiang Li. At this moment, Jiang Li was practicing in her room. Her hearing was very sharp, so she naturally heard the conversation between Lin Xian and Mu Jingxun just now. She didn't expect Lin Xian and Mu Jingxun to know each other. From Lin Xian's attitude toward Mu Jingxun, it was clear she liked him. It seemed Mu Jingxun was still quite popular. Previously, Sun Woman caused trouble just to marry Mu Jingxun, and now another girl admired him, even willing to give up her comfortable city life to suffer in the production team for him. When Mu Jingxun entered her room, Jiang Li joked, Mu Jingxun, what are you doing in my room? Aren't you going to spend time with your little girlfriend? Mu Jingxuan's mouth twitched sharply, and he secretly thought something was wrong. Jiang Li misunderstood again. Li, don't get the wrong idea. That Jiqing isn't my little girlfriend. I don't even know her well. She's my cousin's daughter. I just pay a little attention to her, because she's a relative. I have no romantic feelings for her at all. Mu Jingxun was indeed kind to Lin Xian because she was Mu Xinya's cousin. If it weren't for that family connection, he wouldn't bother with her at all. He spoke very seriously, with a hint of urgency, afraid Jiang Li might misunderstand. Jiang Li naturally understood Mu Jingxuan's thoughts. She was just teasing him on purpose. His anxious and worried look was actually quite adorable. Jiang Li gently kissed Mu Jingxun on the lips and said, I believe in you. The man I, Jiang Li, recognize is only me. If you dare to betray me, just wait and see how I deal with you. Mu Jingxun was kissed, and a strange feeling surged through him, making his head spin, and he felt as if honey had been poured into his heart. Immediately, Mu Jingxun showed his loyalty in front of Jiang Li, saying, Li, don't worry. From now on, I am yours in life and in death. I will never do anything to hurt you. I believe you, Jiang Li replied. Seeing that Jiang Li was willing to trust him, Mu Jingxun was very happy. Jiang Li's personality was like that. Don't doubt people unless necessary. Since they decided to be together, she chose to believe in him unconditionally. The most important thing in a relationship is mutual trust. If there isn't enough trust between two people, they tend to suspect each other, making it hard to stay together for long. Just after they finished talking, an old youth worker's voice called out from outside, "Jiang Jiqing Mu Zixing, come eat." Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li then came out of the house. As Jiang Li stepped out, she felt Lin Xian's unfriendly gaze on her. Seeing Lin Xian glaring fiercely, Jiang Li sneered and decided to provoke her a little. She deliberately took Mu Jingxuan's hand in front of everyone. Sure enough, when Lin Xian saw their intertwined fingers, she was so angry her teeth almost ground together. Her eyes seemed to want to swallow Jiang Li whole. Unable to swallow her anger, Lin Xian directly targeted Jiang Li, saying, "Jiang Zixing, you're a woman. Aren't you ashamed? Be careful of your reputation." Standing in front of so many people, holding hands with Mu Zixing, where's your modesty as a girl? When Lin Xian said this, the old youth workers looked displeased. Everyone was thinking, why is this new youth worker so reckless? She dares to target Jiang Li? TSK, she probably doesn't want to stay in the team anymore. Offending Jiang Li, Lin Xian would definitely not have a good outcome. Jiang Li knew Lin Xian was just jealous, so she raised an eyebrow and said, "Mu Zixing and I are serious. Holding hands isn't a bad thing. Why am I shameless? Am I messing around with men and women? Lin Zixing, if you care about your reputation, stay away from my partner in the future. Don't keep pestering him, even though you know he has a partner. Are you trying to be a third wheel? Why you?" Lin Xian's face turned red with anger, and she trembled with rage. Jiang Li smiled happily and didn't care how angry the woman was. She pulled Mu Jingxun to sit down and eat. Today, it wasn't her cooking but the old educated youth's, so the food probably wasn't as good as hers. It didn't taste very appealing. Having experienced the 1970s, Jiang Li knew that food was precious now, so she didn't complain. If the taste was bad, she just ate less. Qiao Jinping saw that the atmosphere at the table was tense because Lin Xian and Jiang Li were arguing, so he stepped in to smooth things over. He invited Lin Xian to sit and eat too. Because there was meat, the old educated youths ate happily and felt good. They also talked more openly with the new youths, sharing some advice about going to the countryside. Lin Xian wasn't interested in listening to their stories. She kept watching Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun. The two sat close. Mu Jingxun was very gentle and attentive to Jiang Li, even helping her serve food. She had never seen Mu Jingxun be so caring to any woman before. Lin Xian thought about how her favorite brother Mu Jingxun had been taken by Jiang Li, and she felt angry and jealous. In Beijing, there was no famous family with the surname Jiang, so she guessed Jiang Li's background wasn't impressive. She believed Jiang Li, from such a humble background, had no right to stand beside Mu Jingxun. Jiang Li didn't care if Lin Xian was angry or jealous. She was happy, and that was enough. Life is short. She wanted to enjoy it without regrets. After eating and resting, Jiang Li went back to wash up and sleep. The next day, the old educated youths went to work as usual, while the new youths went to the city to buy daily supplies. Lin Xian bought a new pot. She didn't want to share meals with others. She preferred cooking alone. Actually, she wanted to cook with Mu Jingxun, but he refused firmly, so she had to cook by herself. However, Lin Xian's cooking skills were poor, so she couldn't cook well and had to ask for help. She planned to ask the old educated youths if anyone was willing to cook for her every day. She would provide the food, and they would do the cooking. Food was very expensive now, so Lin Xian was willing to supply the ingredients. Everyone was happy to agree. There are too many people volunteering, and Lin Xian doesn't know who to choose, so she decides to let them compete for the position. She assesses the cooking skills of these experienced young workers and finally chooses Jiang Li, the best cook, to team up with her for meals. In fact, Jiang Li's cooking is far behind Jiang Li's. She can only say her dishes are not bad, but she is the best among these young workers. Can't Lin Xian find someone else? If it weren't for Mu Jingxun, she would never have come to the countryside to suffer. Living poorly is one thing, but not even being able to eat well. She can't give up on Mu Jingxun for now, and still wants to try harder to win him over. Although Jiang Li is now Mu Jingxun's partner, they haven't married yet. Since they are not married, she still has a chance. She has always dreamed of her ideal partner, and she is not willing to give him up easily. Lin Xian believes she is much better suited than Jiang Li. Her brother Jingxun just hasn't spent enough time with her yet. Once they spend more time together, he will get to know her well and surely be attracted to her. Then she will kick Jiang Li aside. The new young workers, taking advantage of the day off from work, quickly bought everything they needed. The next day, they joined the older workers to participate in the autumn harvest. The timing of these new young workers coming to the countryside was very unlucky. If it hadn't coincided with a busy harvest season, the team leader could have arranged some lighter farm work for them to help them adapt and have a buffer. But autumn harvest is the most important time of the year in the countryside, and they must do their best to finish the harvest and planting tasks as early as possible. So, these new workers had no chance to rest. They went straight to heavy physical labor. Zhu Guanliang and Li Hu, two young male workers, worked in the fields for a while and were exhausted, gasping for breath. As for Lin Xian, a delicate young woman, she couldn't last long. After a short while of harvesting rice, she felt she couldn't go on. Her lungs were about to burst, and she was panting heavily, soaked in sweat. The work was so hard that Lin Xian, who was already exhausted, was constantly urged by the team members to keep working and not slack off. She was so tired but still accused of being lazy and shirking work, which made her feel very wronged and angry. She thought these rural folks were deliberately bullying her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help crying. If she were in Beijing, as soon as she cried, people around her would come to comfort her and fulfill her various wishes. The village women didn't like Lin Xian's attitude at all and started criticizing her directly. "You haven't done any work, so why are you acting so pitiful? You don't work hard, and when we tell you something, you get upset. Coming from the city, you're just spoiled." Exactly. She's just like a rich young lady. If she's so delicate, why did she come to the countryside? Why not stay in the city and enjoy life? Instead, she's here to hold us back, useless and selfish. Enough, stop talking. We're really unlucky. Our grain supply is already short, and now they send these useless educated youth to compete with us for food. All she does is cry. She keeps crying, and it's so depressing. All the good luck seems to be gone because of her tears. Lin Xian saw that crying didn't help at all, and was even more disliked. She was confused about whether to keep crying or stop. Li Chongping, hearing the noise from Lin Xian, impatiently stepped forward and said, "Lin Jiqing, even though you're new here, I hope you can show the spirit of hard work and try to overcome your current difficulties. Don't give up and start crying at setbacks. Our hardships now are nothing compared to the long march of our revolutionary predecessors. Since you chose to support rural development voluntarily, you should be prepared to endure suffering. This is just the beginning. If you keep crying and don't want to work, how can you contribute to the countryside? If you really can't keep going, I'll send you back to the youth office. We don't need someone holding us back." Hearing that Li Chongping wanted to send her back, Lin Xian was panicked. How could she let that happen? She came for Mu Jingxun, and if she was sent back, she would lose contact with her beloved. Her happiness for the rest of her life might be gone. She absolutely couldn't let that happen. So Lin Xian clenched her teeth and forced herself to keep working. After a while, she felt her arms and legs like they were filled with lead, so heavy she couldn't lift them. Just as she was working again, she accidentally cut her ankle with the sickle, and blood immediately gushed out. Lin Xian screamed in pain. The team members looked over, curious about what was happening. When they saw her ankle was cut open, they saw a deep wound bleeding heavily. The injury looked serious. Instead of feeling sorry, the team members grew even more annoyed with her. This new educated youth couldn't do much work and only caused trouble. On her first day working, she had already gotten herself into an accident. Lin Xian was badly injured and needed treatment. There was no way around it. Li Chongping arranged for 2 young female workers to take Lin Xian to the brigade's clinic, where Jiang Li could help her with a wound. Since the cut was deep, it needed to be bandaged properly, otherwise it could get infected and cause serious problems. Fortunately, the brigade now had a village doctor, or else handling such emergencies would be very difficult. Lin Xian felt very painful and was close to breaking down, but she also thought that once she was injured, the captain wouldn't force her to go to the fields for the autumn harvest. This brought her some comfort. Supported by the 2 young women, she arrived at the brigade's medical station. At that moment, Jiang Li was on duty there. Since there were no patients, she took the chance to dry some medicinal herbs she had collected from the mountains. These herbs needed to be dried before they could be used in medicine, and she did everything herself. Seeing Jiang Li leisurely working on the herbs, Lin Xian realized that she didn't have to do farm work like the other young workers. Compared to working in the fields, Jiang Li's job at the clinic was very easy. The small production team rarely had many patients, so Jiang Li usually had little to do. Thinking about how she would have to work hard in the fields every day while Jiang Li could relax as a doctor, Lin Xian felt very unfair. She decided she needed to talk to the captain and ask to switch jobs. She was a proper graduate of a medical college, mainly in nursing but still a trained medical worker. Jiang Li, on the other hand, probably never even went to college or medical school. She was only semi-skilled. Later, she planned to find out more about Jiang Li's background. The 2 young women brought Lin Xian to the clinic and said to Jiang Li, "Jiang, this is Lin. She accidentally cut her ankle while harvesting rice. Please help her treat the wound." When Jiang Li heard that Lin Xian had caused her own work injury on her first day, she thought the woman was really quite useless. She was good at nothing and always making a fool of herself. Although Jiang Li didn't like Lin Xian much, since she was a member of the production team, she still had a duty as the village doctor to help treat her wound. "Okay, I understand," Jiang Li said, turning to grab some hemostatic powder. She took out some dark powder, ready to sprinkle it on Lin Xian's injury. The powder she made herself worked very well for stopping bleeding. When applied, it quickly stopped the blood and prevented infection or inflammation. Even if the wound is deep and serious, it can heal quickly. Lin Xian saw Jiang Li holding a dark, suspicious-looking powder and was worried she would treat her wound with it. She hurriedly stopped her and said, "Jiang Jiqing, are you really going to treat my wound like that?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "What else should I do? Shouldn't you disinfect it with alcohol first? Don't you know that not disinfecting before applying medicine can cause infection? You went to medical school, are you a real doctor? Anyone with basic medical knowledge wouldn't treat a wound like this." Seeing Jiang Li's way of handling the wound, Lin Xian realized she was an amateur. But her lack of professionalism might actually be a good thing. It means she could ask the team leader to give her easier work. Being a doctor is much easier than working in the fields. She thought Jiang Li, a rural youth, had such fair skin because she didn't have to work outside in the sun. Once she took over Jiang Li's job, she figured Jiang Li would have to work hard in the fields and get tanned, losing her prettiness. Then, her brother Jingxun probably wouldn't like her anymore. Jiang Li heard Lin Xian's accusations and sneered, "I didn't graduate from medical school, and I'm not a professional doctor. But I have studied traditional Chinese medicine myself, and now I am treating you according to that method. Lin Jiqing, if you don't trust me and refuse to follow my treatment, then do as you wish and go wherever you want." 2 young women who came with Lin Xian immediately stepped forward to defend Jiang Li. "Lin Jiqing, Jiang Jiqing is a skilled healer. Her medicine works very well. Don't judge her by how the powder looks, it can really treat your wound. Last time, I cut my hand slightly and I used Jiang Jiqing's powder. It healed very quickly. Yes, in our team, whenever someone has a small illness or injury, Jiang Jiqing handles it very well. Lin Jiqing, your wound is serious. You should let Jiang Jiqing treat it soon, or it might get worse." Lin Xian still didn't trust Jiang Li's medical skills and thought she was unreliable. She believed Western medicine was better than traditional Chinese medicine. So she insisted, You haven't seen a real professional doctor treat a patient, so you think she's capable and can fool you. I don't need her to treat my wound. I can do it myself. As a trained nurse, Lin Xian knew how to treat injuries properly. Lin Xian looked at Jiang Li and asked, "Do you have alcohol?
Cotton?
Antibiotics?" Jiang Li shook her head. "No, our team has limited supplies. These things cost money to buy, and we don't have much. I only have some homemade herbal medicine. If you're willing to try herbal medicine, I can give you some."
If not, that's fine.
Lin Xian's mouth twitched sharply. She had nothing. How could she treat her own injury? It's like trying to cook without rice. But she definitely didn't want to use Jiang Li's herbal medicine, as she thought Jiang Li's makeshift remedies were unreliable. If she didn't treat her wound properly, and it got infected, that would be a serious problem. Lin Xian gritted her teeth and told the other two young workers, "I need to go to the commune health clinic. I absolutely won't let Jiang Li help me treat my wound." The two young women who brought Lin Xian were very speechless. They thought Lin Xian was being difficult. They had already said Jiang Li was a good healer and capable of helping her. But she refused and insisted on causing trouble. "Lin, we can't decide this. You need to talk to the team leader." "Okay, I'll go talk to the team leader," Lin Xian replied. She was actually planning to recommend herself as the village doctor to replace Jiang Li. She believed that treating injuries was a professional task, and someone with medical training was more suitable than Jiang Li. So, the two young women helped Lin Xian back to the team leader. When Li Changping saw that Lin Xian had returned without having her wound treated, he looked puzzled. "Is Jiang Li not at the medical station?" he asked. Lin Xian shook her head and explained, "No, I just didn't want her to help me." Li Changping looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression, wondering if this new girl was a bit crazy. Why refuse treatment when injured? Was she asking for trouble? Just as he was about to ask what she was up to, she started talking on her own. "Team leader, before I came here, I graduated from a nursing program at a proper medical college. After graduation, I worked as a nurse at the First People's Hospital in Jing City. So I am a professional medical worker, and I know how to treat wounds. The way Jiang Li helped me is very amateurish." I asked her, and she said she never went to medical school and isn't a professional doctor. I don't trust someone unreliable like her to treat me. Team leader, I think letting her be the village doctor is irresponsible for everyone's safety. From now on, I should be the village doctor. I am a trained medical professional, much more reliable and capable than Jiang Li. Lin Xian raised her chin and spoke confidently, feeling sure that Li Changping would not refuse her self-recommendation because she was very confident in her medical background and skills. However, reality hit her hard. She talked a lot, but Li Changping ignored her completely. Jiang Li may not have graduated from a medical school as a professional doctor, but her medical skills are truly strong. This has been proven by facts. Since Jiang Li became a village doctor, everyone who has been treated by her praises her skillful hands. More importantly, Jiang Li is not only good at medicine, she is also skilled in mystical arts, which Lin Xian could never match. Before Li Changping could speak, Wu Meixia, the wife of the team leader, started scolding Lin Xian. "Lin Jiqing, just because you're a nurse in the city doesn't mean you're amazing. The hospital in our county can't treat certain illnesses, but Jiang Jiqing can. Even the county leaders come to us for help. Do you really think a little nurse like you can compare? Also, our team doesn't have much money. The medicine at our medical point is mostly made by Jiang Jiqing herself, and it's free. If you become the village doctor, can you treat people for free and provide medicine? Can you get medicine for everyone without spending money?" After finishing her scolding, another older woman chimed in. "Yes, we all trust Jiang Jiqing's medical skills. She's better than some professional doctors in the county. We wouldn't accept anyone else as the village doctor. Who knows what kind of half-baked person they might be." Lin Xian originally thought that after she showed her abilities, these villagers would support her strongly to become the new village doctor. But instead, they mocked her and praised Jiang Li highly. Seeing everyone blindly supporting Jiang Li made Lin Xian furious. She felt they had all been brainwashed by Jiang Li, Li Chongping also said seriously to Lin Xian. Lin Jiqing, you heard it too. Our team members all recognize Jiang Jiqing's medical skills. So, don't dream of replacing her. You can treat yourself if you don't want Jiang Jiqing to help. If you really don't want her help, go to the health station at the commune. It's far and troublesome, but I'll send someone to take you. Just remember, you'll have to pay back the work points later. Annoyed, Lin Xian snorted. Even if she had to pay, she insisted that the team leader send someone to take her to the commune's health station. She originally wanted Mu Jingxun to take her, but he completely ignored her. Just joking, Mu Jingxun is now deeply in love with Jiang Li, thinking only of her. There's no way he would get close to other women. Besides, Lin Xian's actions clearly question Jiang Li's medical skills, which makes Mu Jingxun very annoyed. He would prefer to just scold her and doesn't want her to be sent to the hospital. Dream on. Lin Xian was taken to the commune clinic, where her wound was bandaged. Since she was injured, she couldn't work in the fields, so the doctor gave her a few days off. On her first day back from the countryside, Lin Xian got hurt and couldn't join the harvest. The team leader, Li Chongping, was very annoyed with her. Luckily, in the following days, Lin Xian didn't cause trouble, except for trying to get close to Mu Jingxun now and then. Jiang Li had checked her, and she was just a bit stubborn and spoiled, but not truly malicious like Sun Wenjin. As long as she didn't provoke Jiang Li didn't bother with her. Jiang Li's main focus was on practicing her skills. She had many things to do every day, picking herbs, hunting, making medicine, and training, so she didn't want to waste time arguing with a foolish woman. As long as Lin Xian didn't cause too much trouble in front of her, Jiang Li would ignore her and turn a blind eye. After 3 days of treatment at the commune, Lin Xian's wound started to look strange. She felt increasing pain, as if it was infected. The pain was terrible, so she went to Mu Jingxun, hoping he could take her to the county hospital. Mu Jingxun thought it was not appropriate for him to be alone with Lin Xian and refused a request. However, seeing that her wound was indeed getting worse, and considering that Lin Xian was related to his sister-in-law, he felt responsible. If something happened to her, Mu Xianyam might blame him. He had even bought clothes for his sister-in-law before, and since Lin Xian was her cousin's daughter and from the countryside, it seemed wrong not to take care of her. But Mu Jingxun had to keep his distance. He couldn't take her to the hospital himself, so he asked Bai Zirong to do it instead. Bai Zirong, knowing it was a favor from his brother, agreed without hesitation, though he couldn't resist teasing Lin Xian, saying, "Who told you not to trust Sister Li? If you trusted her, this small injury would have been healed already." After Lin Xian was criticized by Bai Zirong, she still refused to admit defeat. She snorted coldly, "I don't want her to help me treat it. She's not a professional doctor. If I leave my injury in her hands, I might not even know how I died." Fine, if you don't believe me. That's okay. Sister Li doesn't care to help you anyway. If you want to go to the county hospital, just go quickly. I'll take you there by bike. Lin Xian looked at Mu Jingxun with a sad face. Mu Jiqing, aren't you supposed to take me? Mu Jingxuan's face was cold. I said it's not suitable. I have a partner now. I don't want her to misunderstand. Lin Xian glared at Jiang Li's room, but Jiang Li had already left earlier. She was full of frustration, but had no way to vent it. Although Lin Xian preferred Mu Jingxun to take her, he was unwilling, so she couldn't force him. She could only agree to Bai Zirong taking her to the county town. Bai Zirong looked at Lin Xian, who was reluctant and even seemed a bit disdainful of him. He suddenly felt like swearing. "If my brother's son hadn't personally asked me, and if you didn't kneel and beg me, I wouldn't take you." The two disliked each other, but in the end, Lin Xian still got on Bai Zirong's bike. Bai Zirong pedaled the bike, heading toward the county. At this time, Jiang Li had already arrived in the county. She went straight to Fengyi. During this period, she had accumulated wild game in her space and sold it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng quickly settled the payment for her prey. Jiang Li took the money she earned from Lu Feng and planned to buy medicinal herbs at the county hospital. Before she arrived, Bai Zirong had already brought Lin Xian to the hospital. Originally, Lin Xian wanted the Western doctor at the hospital to check her injury. However, after examining her ankle wound, The Western doctor frowned. Your wound is inflamed and decayed. I'm not confident I can treat it well. I should call Dr. Wu. He used to be a famous doctor at Beijing City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. His skills are excellent. If he personally treats your wound, it will be more reliable than me. Lin Xian was helpless and followed the hospital's arrangement. Dr. Wu arrived quickly. Seeing her injury, he was not too surprised and immediately started treatment. After some procedures, he cleaned the decayed tissue from her wound and sprinkled some traditional Chinese medicine powder on it. The treatment was finished. Only then did Lin Xian realize that Dr. Wu was a Chinese medicine doctor, like Jiang Li, using mysterious herbal powders to treat external injuries. She was somewhat distrustful of Chinese medicine. However, her wound had already been treated with Western medicine, which not only failed but also worsened her condition. Now, she could only try Chinese medicine. However, speaking of which, after Dr. Wu sprinkled the medicinal powder, Lin Xian felt much more comfortable at the wound site. The sharp pain was instantly reduced by more than half. Lin Xian secretly admired in her heart. No wonder she is a famous doctor from a top hospital in Beijing. Her medical skills are truly impressive. When Lin Xian had almost finished treating her wound and was about to leave, Jiang Li happened to arrive at Dr. Wu's clinic. Seeing Jiang Li enter, Bai Zirong happily greeted him. Sister Li, you're here? Jiang Li nodded and said, Yes, I came to buy some herbs. Why are you both at the county hospital? Bai Zirong pointed at Lin Xian and said, Sister Li, isn't it because this woman's wound got worse? If she had let you treat her earlier, there wouldn't be any problem. Now she has to come all the way here. Jiang Li glanced at Lin Xian, too lazy to say anything. She knew she was suffering enough and didn't need to pity her. Lin Xian glared at Bai Zirong. He couldn't keep his mouth shut and kept embarrassing her in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li ignored Lin Xian and went straight into Dr. Wu's office. Seeing her, Dr. Wu greeted her warmly. Comrade Jiang, you're here? Are those two outside your friends? You seem very familiar with them. Dr. Wu was just asking casually, with no special meaning. Jiang Li nodded and said, Yes, I know them. Both of them are educated youths who came to the countryside with me. Dr. Wu looked puzzled and muttered, You were in the same production team. Why didn't that female comrade come to you for her wound? If she had, it wouldn't have gotten so serious. Instead of finding you, she dragged herself here to the county hospital. My medical skills are not worse than yours. Despite being much older than Jiang Li, Dr. Wu's medical skills are not related to age. Jiang Li's skills are better, and Dr. Wu had to admit it. He didn't feel ashamed. He genuinely admired Jiang Li. He was happy to learn from her and improve together. Jiang Li smiled and said, People don't trust me. They think I'm not professional. Dr. Wu felt speechless and said, Some people are really short-sighted and don't recognize true talent. Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief. How could this be? Jiang Li was so young, and she had never even entered a medical school. How could her medical skills be so good? It must be that this old traditional doctor was talking nonsense. Jiang Li didn't care whether Lin Xian believed her or not. After a few words with Dr. Wu, she went to pay and get medicine. Once she had the medicine, Jiang Li went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and daily necessities, then returned to the production team. Because Dr. Wu helped her clean the infected tissue from her wound and applied medicine, the pain soon disappeared. She used to think traditional Chinese medicine was unreliable, but after experiencing it herself, she realized it actually works well. Since she needed to recover, Lin Xian naturally avoided the autumn harvest these days and didn't have to work in the fields. When her wound was nearly healed, Li Changping urged her to go back to work and not be lazy. Reluctantly, Lin Xian, feeling fragile, went to the fields to sweat and work hard. Fortunately, this time she didn't cause any trouble, but her slow pace and low efficiency made many team members roll their eyes. She was slower than children 7 or 8 years old. No one understood why this delicate young lady came to the countryside to work. It seemed pointless. Since she had a good job in the city as a nurse, why did she insist on coming to the countryside? She couldn't contribute anything to the team and only caused confusion. Thinking about it made everyone angry, and they all felt like giving her a scolding. That day, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong finished their assigned tasks and went up the mountain together. Seeing them head up the mountain, Lin Xian planned to follow secretly. She needed to find chances to be alone with Mu Jingxun. She pretended to be exhausted and unable to continue working, then went to ask Li Changping for leave. Li Changping was worried she might faint from overwork and sighed, agreeing to her request. As soon as Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong entered the mountain, Lin Xian followed behind at a slow pace, unable to keep up. Soon after entering the mountain, she got lost. When she realized she was lost, she panicked. She had heard from team members and old young peasants that the mountain was very dangerous and could be home to wild animals. If she encountered a wild animal, what would she do? Could she be in danger? Her fears came true. Not long after losing her way, Lin Xian heard a strange sound. Lin Xian looked toward the direction of the sound and saw several wild boars suddenly rushing out of the woods. Seeing their sharp tusks and their reckless charge, Lin Xian was so frightened that she almost fainted. Instinctively, she let out a sharp scream. The more she screamed, the more the boars focused on her and charged at her fiercely. The boars, disturbed by Lin Xian, launched a wild attack, trying to knock her down. At this moment, Jiang Li was also on the mountain, and from far away, he heard Lin Xian scream. Hearing that sound, he immediately recognized it was Lin Xian and frowned. Why wasn't she staying at the foot of the mountain? Why did she come up here? Although Jiang Li didn't like Lin Xian, she was still a person's life, and saving her would be a good deed. Plus, since she was attacked by wild boars, animals rarely encountered, hunting them could provide meat for the team, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel emotional. Was Lin Xian lucky or unlucky? She had come up the mountain many times, trying hard to find boars, but never succeeded. Yet, she just happened to run into them today. Because she had led the boars out, Jiang Li decided to forgive her and considered it a small favor. Moreover, this woman's life was not meant to end here. If she hadn't been nearby when the boars attacked, no one in the entire team could have saved her. Jiang Li hurried toward Lin Xian's voice, ready to rescue her and take down the boars. After screaming, Lin Xian started to run wildly for her life. She swore she would never come up the mountain again. It was too terrifying. She had seen Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li go up the mountain without trouble before, so she thought she would be fine too. Now she realized she was too optimistic. As the boars got closer, Lin Xian panicked and accidentally stepped on uneven ground, falling hard. She landed face first on the dirt. When she looked up, she saw the boars only 2 or 3 meters away. She was so scared she stopped breathing and closed her eyes. It was over. She thought her life was about to end. But things didn't go as she expected. After closing her eyes for several seconds, she realized death hadn't come yet. She heard a loud, piercing scream, clearly from the boars. Then she felt some warm liquid dripping on her face. Lin Xian was happy, thinking her brother Jingxun had come to save her heroically. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Li. Why was it this woman? Before she could think more, she saw Jiang Li making a move to hunt the boars. Jiang Li didn't use any weapons. She simply punched the wild boar with her bare hands. Lin Xian watched Jiang Li kill the boar and was stunned. Is this woman so fierce? Thinking about the teasing words she had said to Jiang Li before, Lin Xian suddenly felt scared. Jiang Li didn't hurt her badly. She really showed mercy. Seeing the stark contrast between Jiang Li's fierce way of dealing with the boar and her usual gentle demeanor, Lin Xian suddenly thought this woman was truly impressive and cool. Once this idea appeared in her mind, Lin Xian felt like she was going crazy. Was her mind messed up? Could she really think that her rival was both fierce and handsome? Although Lin Xian knew she shouldn't have such thoughts, she just couldn't control her mind. She couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at Jiang Li. She was so handsome, much more than those men. Previously, Lin Xian liked Mu Jingxun partly because he was good-looking and from a good family, but also because once, when she was shopping with Mu Xingya, they encountered some troublemakers who insulted and teased them. Luckily, Mu Jingxun saw it and immediately stepped in to fight those troublemakers. Lin Xian was also attracted to Mu Jingxun at that time, thinking that a brave man who could fight was very charming and gave a sense of security. But now, looking again, Mu Jingxun was good, but compared to Jiang Li, he was nothing, just amateurish. Jiang Li was clearly much stronger. Lin Xian swallowed hard, realizing she couldn't keep staring at Jiang Li. If she kept looking, she might develop feelings for her, shifting from liking Mu Jingxun to liking Jiang Li. Jiang Li was a woman, and Lin Xian was also a woman. How could she like her? While Lin Xian was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Li had already finished killing 3 wild boars. Each was about 200 to 300 pounds. If they carried the boars back, each team member would get a good share, and everyone would enjoy a hearty meal. During this busy harvest season, everyone was exhausted and not eating well. So many were already struggling. Today, Jiang Li's hunt brought fresh meat, allowing everyone to have a good meal, recharge, and continue with the harvest. After finishing with the boars, Jiang Li walked over to Lin Xian and asked, "Are you okay? No injuries?" Her tone was impatient and a bit dismissive. Lin Xian shook her head like a child who had done something wrong, saying, "I'm fine, really fine." Jiang Li noticed that Lin Xian's tone and attitude were better this time, no longer arrogant like before. She thought to herself that this girl still had some conscience, not a traitor, and it was worth her effort to save her life. Don't go up the mountain anymore, if there's no reason. You can't learn to take risks like others. You're just causing trouble. Jiang Li's disapproval was clear. Lin Xian didn't get angry. Instead, she obediently promised, "Okay, Jiang Jiqing, I understand. I won't run around recklessly anymore." Seeing Lin Xian suddenly become so obedient and gentle, Jiang Li felt a bit uncomfortable. Lin Xian got up from the ground and said to Jiang Li, "Jiang Jiqing, thank you for saving me just now." Hearing her thank her, Jiang Li looked a little awkward. "No need to thank me. Just remember my words. Don't cause trouble on the mountain again, if there's no reason." Lin Xian nodded cooperatively again. "Jiang Jiqing, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Have you learned martial arts?" Looking at Lin Xian, who was chattering and asking questions, Jiang Li frowned. "Are we that close? Why are you asking so many questions?" Lin Xian touched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, and kept quiet. She understood that Jiang Li didn't want to talk to her after their previous disagreement. Seeing Jiang Li's unfriendly attitude, she didn't dare to bother her anymore. While Jiang Li was thinking about how to carry the 3 wild boars down the mountain, she suddenly saw Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong arrive. "Li Jie, what's going on?" Bai Zirong looked at Lin Xian standing with Jiang Li, and then at the wild boars on the ground, confused. Jiang Li explained, "Lin Zhihui accidentally encountered wild boars on the mountain, but she was lucky to meet me. I managed to kill all the boars. Let's carry these 3 boars back. It'll give the team some extra food. Everyone hasn't eaten meat in a long time." After hearing Jiang Li, Bai Zirong looked at Lin Xian with disdain. "Why do you go up the mountain alone like that? You're so daring. Luckily, Sister Li was here, or your life would be in danger. TSK, you're all talk and no action." Bai Zirong's sarcastic words made Lin Xian glare at him angrily, but she didn't say anything in return. She knew she had caused trouble and felt guilty. Seeing Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong arrive, Jiang Li thought it was a good opportunity. The 3 boars could be carried down. She said to Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, "You 2 carry 1 boar each. I'll take 2. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had already seen Jiang Li's strength and knew she could handle it. After the 2 responded, Lin Xian exclaimed, "Jiang Jiqing, are you joking? Can you carry 2 big wild boars alone?" Bai Zirong calmly said, "What's the big deal? Isn't Sister Li amazing?" Lin Xian was a bit stunned. A woman carrying 2 large wild boars was probably too impressive.
Jiang Li ignórate la llena Xuan.
In her disbelief, she simply carried both wild boars and walked away. Jiang Li strode confidently ahead, leaving Lin Xian standing there with her mouth wide open, as if she could fit 2 eggs inside. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong worked together to lift one wild boar. Seeing Lin Xian frozen in surprise, Bai Zirong impatiently urged, Jiqing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow us. Lin Xian finally snapped out of her shock. She then eagerly followed Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong. The weight of the wild boar was heavy, but Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong's strength was enough to lift it together. If someone weaker tried, they wouldn't be able to lift it or wouldn't get very far. Even working together, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong couldn't keep up with Jiang Li, who carried 2 wild boars and moved quickly. Lin Xian didn't know what to say anymore. She could only think that Jiang Li was truly extraordinary. After so many days working in the countryside, Lin Xian finally realized there was a true powerhouse among them. Looking back, she realized her previous attempts to pick fights with Jiang Li were foolish. Watching Jiang Li carry 2 big wild boars effortlessly while she struggled and was out of breath, Lin Xian suddenly felt useless. No wonder Mu Jingxun liked Jiang Li more than her. There was a huge gap. She felt almost like trash compared to Jiang Li. Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at Mu Jingxun, who was helping Bai Zirong carry a wild boar, then at Jiang Li. Why did she suddenly feel that her brother Jingxun wasn't as attractive anymore? Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun carried the wild boars down to the foot of the mountain. When the team saw Jiang Li helping to bring back 3 wild boars, they were overjoyed. This was a busy harvest season, and everyone needed good food to restore their strength. But conditions were limited, and good meat was hard to come by. Jiang Li bringing back the wild boars meant everyone could finally enjoy some fresh meat, a real help in tough times. It was already late, but the team leader quickly arranged for people to handle the meat. Once the meat was divided, everyone could have a big feast that night. Both the team members and the young workers were happy to get some meat, smiling happily. Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun also received some shares, and they got more than others because they were the main contributors. Jiang Li asked for a few large pig bones and some pig intestines. The bones could be used to make soup, and in this season, a winter melon and rib soup would be warm and nourishing. As for the pig intestines, Jiang Li wanted to make a spicy stir-fry. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong also wanted to eat it because Jiang Li's stir-fried intestines were very delicious. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. The 2 of them took charge of cleaning the pig intestines, so Jiang Li didn't have to do the dirty work. She only needed to cook, which wasn't too tiring. Everyone happily went back home to cook dinner after receiving the wild pig meat. Lin Xian was still a bit shaken from her encounter with the wild pig on the mountain today. Since Jiang Li had saved her life, Lin Xian felt she must show her gratitude through her actions. She didn't want to owe anyone favors. With this in mind, Lin Xian went to her room to look for something. A few days ago, her family was worried she wouldn't have a good life in the countryside, so they sent her some good things. They sent food and daily necessities. Lin Xian originally wanted to give Jiang Li a piece of clothing, but she was worried Jiang Li wouldn't like the style, and because their body shapes were different, the clothes she could wear might not fit Jiang Li. Thinking this way, Lin Xian decided that giving food was a better idea. She looked at the special items her family sent, some hard-to-find chocolates and beef jerky. These were imported goods bought from a friendship store, and you couldn't find them at department stores or supply stations. Because they were rare and valuable, Lin Xian thought they would make a good gift. She took a box of chocolates and a pack of beef jerky and went to find Jiang Li. When Jiang Li saw Lin Xian approaching her willingly, she asked softly, "What do you want to see me about?" Lin Xian handed her the chocolates and beef jerky. "You saved me today, so I want to thank you. I don't like owing favors, so I'm giving you these. I hope you'll accept them." Jiang Li's eyes lit up when she saw the chocolates and beef jerky. She had wanted to buy these before, but couldn't find them. Now that Lin Xian was giving them to her voluntarily, Jiang Li wouldn't refuse. "All right, since you don't want to owe me anything, I'll accept these," Jiang Li said, taking the chocolates and beef jerky and returning to her room. When Lin Xian saw Jiang Li accept her gift, she felt relieved. She was worried Jiang Li wouldn't take the things, which would make her feel uncomfortable and guilty. Thanks to the wild pig meat, the young people gathered together happily to enjoy the feast. Lin Xian felt that wild pig meat tasted very bad, with a much stronger gamey flavor than domestic pork. It was also quite tough to eat, so she didn't eat much. This actually saved Jiang Li, who was eating with her. Since teaming up with Lin Xian, Jiang Li's diet has been pretty good, and she feels she got a big bargain. By eating better with Lin Xian, her health has improved a lot, and she has more strength for work lately. As for the leftover food, Jiang Li doesn't plan to send it back to her parents. Instead, she saves it to sell for money. From now on, she has to rely on herself for everything, including preparing her dowry for her future marriage. Without some dowry, a woman has no status in her husband's family. She must plan ahead now for her happiness later in life. Jiang Li caught 3 wild boars today, and the team and young workers shared a big meal, which greatly restored everyone's energy. The upcoming harvest season is going smoothly. Once the victory production team finishes the harvest, everyone can finally rest for a while. Both the team members and the young workers feel relieved. The weather will get colder, and farm work will decrease. Before winter, everyone needs to gather enough firewood and prepare various salted vegetables for the cold months. After the harvest, the team leader gave everyone a short break, so they could rest for a day or 2. If anyone wanted to work for extra points, they could still do so. The young workers just needed to take care of their own meals, so they weren't focused on earning more points, but rather on resting at home for a couple of days. Jiang Li went to the county town to sell some game she had collected. Lin Xian also planned to go there to buy food to store, especially more meat. Since Lin Xian didn't have a bicycle, she went to borrow one from Mu Jingxun. When she goes to the county town today, she also plans to buy her own bicycle. Having her own bike will make traveling much easier in the future. Seeing Jiang Li going to the county town, Lin Xian took the initiative to get closer and said, "Jiang Jiqing, are you also going to the county town? Perfect, let's go together." Jiang Li, tired of traveling with Lin Xian, directly refused, "You're too slow. I can't keep up. Just go at your own pace." Being rejected by Jiang Li made Lin Xian a little sad. She could tell that Jiang Li didn't want much contact with her. Oh well. At first she thought Jiang Li was her romantic rival, so she said and did some things that might have offended her. The person has already offended someone, and repairing the relationship seems very difficult. Jiang Li pedaled her bike quickly toward the county town. Lin Xian could only act alone. She wasn't in a hurry and rode slowly. When Jiang Li arrived in the county, she went about her usual business of delivering goods. However, the medicinal herbs she wanted to buy were still not available at the county hospital, so she would need to find time to go to the city again. Luckily, the autumn harvest was over, so it was easy for Jiang Li to take leave from the team leader. She first bought some other medicines she needed, then went to the grocery store. The old lady at the grocery store gave Jiang Li 2 pounds of good quality pork belly, and Jiang Li also bought 2 large black fish and some ribs. Just as she was about to head home after shopping, she saw Lin Xian being blocked by a few troublemakers on the road. Jiang Li hesitated whether to help her. Lin Xian was very worried about Mu Jingxun and, as her rival, Jiang Li naturally didn't want to get involved in her mess. But if she didn't help, these troublemakers probably wouldn't do anything too serious to Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian wasn't very likable, these small troublemakers who wanted to bully her deserved a lesson. Lin Xian, in her fear and panic, caught sight of Jiang Li's figure and immediately felt like she had found a lifeline. Jiang Li, who could easily handle fierce wild boars on the mountain, was confident she could deal with these troublemakers too. As soon as she made her move, it would be a swift and decisive action. "Jiang Jiqing, save me," Lin Xian begged. Worried that Jiang Li might refuse, she quickly added, "Jiang Jiqing, if you save me, I won't let you work for nothing. When I get back, I'll give you 1,000 yuan as a reward." Hearing that Lin Xian was willing to pay 1,000 yuan, Jiang Li agreed without hesitation. 1,000 yuan. Even if she didn't consider the person's face, she had to consider the money. She was in urgent need of money right now. Jiang Li stopped her bike and walked straight toward the troublemakers. "If you're smart, get lost quickly, or don't blame me for being harsh." The troublemakers looked at Jiang Li's slender figure and, hearing her warning, found it amusing. She looked even more delicate than Lin Xian, but her words were so fierce. Who was she trying to scare? Did they think she was a 3-year-old? Seeing Jiang Li's beauty, the leader of the troublemakers looked her up and down with no shame and said lecherously, "Little beauty, since you're offering yourself, just come with us. I promise I won't treat you badly. If you follow me, it'll be the biggest blessing of your life." Do you know who my uncle is? He's the director of the county committee of Anfeng. If you dare offend me, you'll definitely regret it. Upon hearing the small troublemaker reveal his identity, Lin Xian sneered. A little nephew of a committee director daring to show off in front of her? He really thinks he's important. Jiang Li paid no attention to such a person. The biggest authority in Anfeng County was Secretary Su. With him backing her, who would Jiang Li fear? Your uncle is the committee director? Fine, I'll remember that. With such a nephew, he probably isn't a good person either. I'll deal with him later. Jiang Li counted on her fingers and realized that this committee director was indeed not a good person. Over the years, he had used his power to act arrogantly and had extorted a lot of money from the people. Since he had taken so much from the public, Jiang Li decided she must stop him and remove him for the good of the people. That night, Jiang Li planned to go to his house and loot all the money he had stolen.
She needed money, anyway.
Stealing from honest people would bring bad karma, but taking unjust gains from a corrupt person wouldn't. Instead, it would bring her merit. After dealing with this director, Jiang Li might even earn some credit from the government, which was a good deal in her eyes. All right, you little brat, you're stubborn. Since you're so unwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Several rough-looking thugs surrounded Jiang Li and Lin Xian. They were just small gangsters. Jiang Li didn't take them seriously. Suddenly, Jiang Li moved. She kicked each of the thugs who had encircled her. The kick sent them flying far away, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the claiming to be the committee director's nephew pulled out a folding knife from his pocket and lunged at Jiang Li. Lin Xian screamed in fright, warning, "Be careful." Jiang Li looked calmly at with the knife, standing unmoved. When the knife was only half a meter from her, Jiang Li executed a spinning kick, precisely hitting the wrist and knocking the knife out of his hand. Lin Xian watched the scene, already prepared but still unable to hide her amazement. She thought, why are there women as fierce and capable as Jiang Li in the world? She used to think Mu Jingxun was a top man, but now she felt that compared to Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun was nothing. The small gangsters, beaten badly by Jiang Li, were shocked and scared, and their bodies ached terribly. They never expected that a quiet and gentle woman would be so fierce in a fight. It was truly surprising. Before escaping, the nephew of the committee director angrily shouted at Jiang Li, "You wicked woman, just wait and see. If you offend me, I won't let you get away easily. My uncle will teach you a harsh lesson." Jiang Li didn't take his threat seriously and sneered, "I'm afraid your uncle is too busy to bother with you. He probably can't help you now." The then said, "Fine, just wait and see. You better watch out." After glancing at Jiang Li, he was so scared he turned and ran away faster than a rabbit. After dealing with the troublemakers, Jiang Li planned to go back to the production team. When she looked at Lin Xian, she noticed that Lin Xian was staring at her with a starry look in her eyes. Jiang Li was speechless and slightly amused. Lin Xian had looked at Mu Jingxun with that same look before. Now she was looking at Jiang Li that way too? Had her admiration shifted from Mu Jingxun to her? Was her feelings so unpredictable? It was a bit frightening. Jiang Li felt uncomfortable under Lin Xian's intense gaze and quickly called out, "Lin Jiqing, hurry up and leave. Come back with me so you won't get chased and hurt again." Jiang Li didn't want to go with Lin Xian initially, but given the situation, it was safer to go together. Lin Xian finally snapped out of her admiration and asked shyly, Jiang Jiqing, I still need to buy some things. Can you come with me first?" Jiang Li was a little impatient but nodded. "All right, hurry up and don't dawdle." "Okay, Jiang Jiqing, I'll be quick and come right back. I won't take up much of your time." Lin Xian hurried to the supply store to buy what she needed, including some meat. After shopping, she followed Jiang Li back to the production team. On the way, Jiang Li felt uneasy under Lin Xian's intense stare again. She got goosebumps and couldn't help asking Lin Jiqing, Why are you looking at me like that? Do you like me? Caught off guard, Lin Xian blushed and awkwardly said, Jiang Jiqing, I really like you. If you're not going to be with Mu Jingxun, maybe you could consider me? Jiang Li was speechless. From the first time she met Lin Xian, she thought she wasn't quite right mentally. Now she was sure her instincts were correct. She told Lin Xian, if you're not thinking straight, I suggest you see a doctor. Lin Xian didn't get upset and instead smiled playfully. Jiang Jiqing, aren't you a doctor? Could you help me think? Jiang Li. I can't respond to that. Jiang Li stopped paying attention to Lin Xian. The two rode their bikes back to the youth station. When Jiang Li arrived, she reminded Lin Xian, Lin Youth, don't forget your promise to me. Give me the 1,000 yuan soon. Lin Xian replied, okay, Jiang Youth, I'll go get the money right now. Lin Xian quickly went inside, took out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Jiang Li. Seeing the money, Jiang Li quickly reached out to take it. As she took the money, Lin Xian deliberately touched her hand lightly. In that brief moment when their fingers brushed, Lin Xian smiled and said, Jiang Youth, your hand is so smooth and soft. You do so much work every day, but your hands aren't rough, and your skin is so well cared for. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt that this girl was quite hard to understand. She was also a woman. Did she really have feelings for her? Jiang Li would rather Lin Xian liked Mu Jingxun and saw her as a rival than be interested in her. After taking the money, Jiang Li hurried back to her room like she was avoiding a plague. Because she bought pork, she had a better lunch. She made braised pork, which Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong both loved. For dinner, Jiang Li cooked braised ribs and blackfish soup. The blackfish soup is very nourishing, perfect since Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had been busy with the autumn harvest and needed to rest. Drinking more blackfish soup is good for their health. Now that the harvest is over and they're eating so well, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong are really enjoying this relaxed life. After everyone went to bed at night, Jiang Li sneaked out secretly to the county town. She had something important to do, but it wasn't very honorable, so she had to go quietly at night. Jiang Li rode her bike straight to the county town, sticking a talisman on it to go faster. In just over 10 minutes, she arrived. Luckily, there was no one on the road late at night. If she had met someone, they might have thought she saw a ghost, whoever saw a bike faster than a car. First, Jiang Li went to Chao Jingjuan's house, the head of the committee. Over the years, Chao Jingjuan had done many bad things, oppressing the people and extorting their money. Jiang Li was going to deal with him now, to rid the people of his tyranny. Soon, she found her way to Chao Jingjuan's house. It was quite large, a 2-story small building. In later generations, this house could be considered a small villa. This director Chao really knows how to enjoy himself. His living place is truly luxurious. Seeing someone who exploits and oppresses the common people living so well made Jiang Li very angry. She vowed to turn everything upside down today. After reaching Chao Jingjuan's house, Jiang Li directly posted a sleep charm on the door. After a while, she confirmed that the Chao family was asleep, then confidently entered their yard. First, Jiang Li looted the visible valuables from the Chao family and also collected evidence of Chao Jingjuan's crimes over the years. Then, she found Chao Jingjuan's secret underground room. If Jiang Li hadn't known some mysticism and calculations, it would have been very difficult for an ordinary person to find this hidden underground vault. Jiang Li opened the underground room and went inside. When she saw the treasures stored there, she was dazzled. There were many items, boxes full of treasures looted by Chao Jingjuan. She checked and found a box of small yellow croakers. That was a whole box of small yellow fish. With so many fish, Jiang Li could sell them for a lot of money instead of working hard to hunt wild game. Besides the small yellow fish, there were also many jewelry pieces, emeralds, jade, pearls, and agate. There were also several large boxes of antiques and paintings. Jiang Li examined them and confirmed they were all rare treasures. Although in this era such antiques and paintings are sensitive items, if stored properly and kept for future generations, they would be priceless. Although Chao Jingjuan was very bad and dishonest, Jiang Li had to admire his long-term vision and sharp eye for valuable things. He knew how to preserve these treasures. Unfortunately, his schemes and tricks ultimately became her stepping stones. Jiang Li found Chao Jingjuan's hidden treasures in the secret room and didn't hesitate to put everything into her space, leaving not a single item behind. After collecting the treasures, she left feeling satisfied. However, Jiang Li didn't return directly to the production team. Instead, she went to Secretary Su's office at the county government. The evidence of Chao Jingjuan's crime she collected had to be handed over to Secretary Su so that Chao Jingjun could be investigated and dealt with. Such a villain couldn't be allowed to stay as the committee director, or he might harm more people in the future. Jiang Li could have simply handed the evidence to Secretary Su, but she didn't do that. The reason was that she also took a large amount of valuables from Chao Jingjun. When Chao Jingjun explains everything and Secretary Su investigates, Jiang Li will have to admit she stole those treasures. She knows they will make her hand over the items, but she's too attached to them to give up easily. The stolen evidence against Chao Jingjun should be given anonymously to Secretary Su. This way, she can both help catch Chao Jingjun and make some money. Jiang Li quietly sneaked into Secretary Su's office and left the evidence on his desk. Tomorrow, when Secretary Su comes in, he will see the proof against Chao Jingjun right away. He will surely deal with the troublemaker quickly. After doing this, Jiang Li rode her bike back to the Victory production team. With her magical talisman, she didn't need to pedal hard and quickly arrived at the youth station. She thought nothing else would happen and she could finally sleep, but late at night, she stumbled upon a shocking scene. In the dark, she saw two people having a secret meeting in the woods. If Jiang Li hadn't been brave enough, she would have been too embarrassed to look. She recognized both of them. They were fellow workers from the production team. One was a widow from their team, who was involved with Li Jiangguo, the man who had an affair with Su Guifang. The other was a married man from their team. If they were single, it wouldn't be strange, but a married man cheating was very immoral. Jiang Li hated this kind of thing. She didn't mind if she didn't see it, but if she did, she would make sure everyone knew. She cast a sleep charm on them. Instantly, they both fell asleep and hugging each other like dead pigs. Tomorrow morning, they would be found lying together in the open, and everyone would know what they did. After this, Jiang Li returned to the youth station, waiting to see the show the next day. She thought about how exciting the drama at the team would be, and she was curious about Chao Jingjuan's family in the city. Her heart was filled with anticipation, even though she knew it was wrong. Feeling happy, Jiang Li lay down on her bed and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Chao Jingjuan's family woke up to find their house had been robbed. All their valuables were gone. Chao Jingjun was shocked and hurriedly ran into his study to check. Seeing that several important documents in the study had also been taken away, Chao Jingjun immediately felt that something was very wrong. He quickly went to check the underground secret room. When he entered, he found it had also been emptied by someone. Chao Jingjuan's heart sank completely. He sat on the ground in despair and cried loudly. Everything was gone. His hard work from most of his life had been stolen. He didn't know who the unkind, reckless person was, but if he caught them, he would definitely punish them severely. The other members of the Chao family saw this and also started crying. Their good days had always depended on Chao Jingjun using his position to amass wealth. Now, all their belongings had vanished, and they could only live through hard times. However, the Chao family cried too early because they soon realized that the county police had arrived to investigate them. "Director Chao, please come with us for an investigation," said the police. Seeing his home emptied and so many police officers arriving, Chao Jingjun knew something was very wrong. He was reluctant to cooperate easily, suspecting that the authorities had solid evidence against him. If he went with them now, he might be in serious trouble for the rest of his life. If the authorities found out about his wrongdoings, he could face imprisonment or worse. So Chao Jingjun decided to avoid arrest and find a chance to escape from Anfeng County, running as far away as possible. "I won't go. I am the director of the committee. Director Li, you have no right to arrest me," Chao Jingjun said firmly, trying to steady himself and shouting at Director Li from the police. Holding the position of committee director meant he was not an ordinary person. He still had some authority. His loud voice could calm many people. Unless there was an order from above, Director Li wouldn't dare to take action against Chao Jingjun normally. Nowadays, everyone knew that the committee was higher than the police, and since Chao Jingjun was the committee director, the police chief really couldn't afford to offend him. This time, because he had backing from someone powerful behind the scenes, Director Li was not intimidated. He calmly replied, "Director Chao, we hope you will cooperate with the investigation and not force us to take harsher measures." This investigation was personally ordered by Secretary Su. Chao Jingjuan's face changed. He didn't expect Secretary Su to be involved in the order. He wanted to resist or refuse the investigation, but Director Li didn't bother to argue anymore. He simply ordered his subordinates to forcibly take Chao Jingjun back to the police station. Since Secretary Su issued the order, Director Li was fearless and insisted on bringing Chao Jingjun back. If he failed, Secretary Su would definitely blame him. Chao Jingjun was forcibly taken back to the police station by 2 police officers, one on each side, to be questioned. Based on the evidence Secretary Su had, Chao Jingjun was sure to be sentenced to death, and his life was basically over. Meanwhile, the Victory production team was also lively. Early in the morning, the old, educated youths at the youth station loudly shouted, come on, go see the fun. I heard that our team's widow Zhao and Li Xingping are together. They've been sneaking around and got caught." The team usually had little entertainment, so when they heard this gossip, everyone became excited and rushed out to see what was happening. Lin Xian saw the old educated youths rushing out to gossip and became curious, so she followed quickly. Before leaving, she thought of Jiang Li and asked her, "Jiang Jiqing, there's some excitement. Aren't you going?" Jiang Li already knew what was happening, since she was behind it all. Lin Xian's attempt to greet her was clearly an excuse to get closer under the pretext of watching the gossip. Jiang Li didn't want to get too close to her, so she replied directly, "I'll go, but I won't go with you. I want to go with my boyfriend." As she said this, she called Mu Jingxun. Mu Jingxun wasn't really interested in these gossip stories. It's just about some secret affairs. What's so interesting? But since Jiang Li wanted to see, he wouldn't ruin her mood and went along. After Jiang Li called him, Mu Jingxun obediently walked over and stayed by her side like a little follower. Lin Xian looked at Jiang Li and then at Mu Jingxun. She thought Mu Jingxun was very annoying standing next to Jiang Li and glared at him angrily. Mu Jingxun found Lin Xian's reaction strange. Her attitude toward him had changed completely since she first went to the countryside. When Lin Xian first went to the countryside, she tried every way to flatter him and cling to him. Later, for some reason, she suddenly became cold toward him. Today, it was even more confusing. She seemed to dislike him. If someone didn't know better, they might think she liked Jiang Li and saw him as a rival. Although Lin Xian was acting strangely, Mu Jingxun didn't want to think too much about it. It was good that she wasn't bothering him, and he didn't want Jiang Li to misunderstand. Jiang Li and her group quickly arrived at the spot to watch the fun. At this moment, Widow Zhao and Li Xingping were surrounded by people. Both of them were completely. This was also Jiang Li's doing. Last night, when Jiang Li cast a sleep spell on them, she also took their clothes away. Early in the morning, the early rising team members saw Widow Zhao and Li Xingping hugging each other in the bushes, both bare, without clothes. It was obvious what they had been doing. Such behavior of cheating is condemned in any era. In this time, relationships between men and women are very strictly managed. If caught cheating, not only would they be made to walk in the streets, but they would also be sent to a farm for reform. If Li Xingping had no family, it wouldn't be as bad, but he has a family. Betraying his wife and messing around with another woman is extremely serious. Early in the morning, Li Chongping heard that 2 people cheating had been caught in the team, and he felt his head pounding. Jiang Jiqing had worked hard to bring some honor to the team, but now this mess happened. If it got out, the Victory production team's reputation would be affected again. Who knows what kind of trouble the team has gotten into this year? These problems keep coming one after another, and just when things seem calm, more trouble arises. As the team leader, Li Changping cared most about the team's production and reputation. When he learned about the cheating, he was furious and rushed over to Widow Zhao and Li Xingping, scolding them loudly. When Jiang Li and the others arrived, they saw Li Changping scolding them. Lin Xian also complained, "The team leader is as fierce as ever." Since Lin Xian went to the countryside, she rarely saw Li Changping smile at her. She initially thought he was targeting her on purpose, but now she realized he was just strict with everyone. Lin Xian said, "With such a bad temper, how can he be a good team leader?" Lin Shuang explained nearby, "The team leader is actually quite good. Although he has a bad temper, he manages the team fairly and justly, and he is upright. As long as you don't do anything to harm the team's interests, he won't pick on you. Compared to those leaders who are unfair, accept bribes, and treat people differently, our team leader is already very good." Lin Xian pouted and didn't comment on Lin Shuang's words. It was true that the team leader was very strict with her. Jiang Li and Mu Jingxun also saw Widow Zhao and Li Xingping's bare buttocks, as well as the bird in Li Xingping's crotch. After seeing Li Xingping's bird, Jiang Li showed a look of disgust. Wow, this Widow Zhao really isn't picky, accepting all kinds of men. Even if she's very lonely, she should find someone stronger. But she ended up with Li Xingping, who's weak. Letting this disabled man use her, she'd be tired just lying there. Mu Jingxun saw Jiang Li staring so intently at Li Xingli's private part that she couldn't look away, so he cleared his throat and stepped in front of Jiang Li. Lily stopped looking. Since it was another man, Mu Jingxun didn't want Jiang Li to stare at someone else's private parts. Even if she wanted to look, it should be at him. But to be fair, his private part was much more impressive than Li Xingli's. He noticed Jiang Li's expression show dislike when she saw Li Xingli's, and he promised to make her happy when she saw his. Jiang Li looked into Mu Jingxun's eyes, knowing he was a bit upset about her earlier behavior. She smiled mischievously and said, "It's no big deal to look, and it's so small, I don't find it interesting."
Mu Jingxun.
The girl really is bold with her words. Just after she finished speaking, a woman suddenly rushed over like she was crazy. She attacked Li Xingli and Zhao Widow right in front of the captain, kicking and hitting them. Li Xingli's wife, Chen Chunmiao, grabbed Zhao Widow's hair and slapped her face several times. "You little troublemaker, how dare you flirt with my man? You're so shameless, having no man of your own and eyeing someone else's. If you're so flirtatious, why don't you go sell yourself? Spread your legs, have some fun, and make money." Chen Chunmiao was a fierce woman. After beating Zhao Widow badly, her face was swollen and bruised. Although Li Changping tried to stop and scold her, Chen Chunmiao ignored him. She just wanted to vent her anger. Seeing another woman hit Zhao Widow, no one stepped in to stop her, and no one thought her actions were too much. Instead, they understood her feelings. If it had been their own man being flirted with, they'd probably beat the other woman too, to vent their anger. After finishing with Zhao Widow, Chen Chunmiao also beat her own man. Flies don't land on a clean surface. Zhao Widow may be shameless, but her man was the one who provoked her first, so he's just as guilty. Cheaters and adulterers are all bad. Chen Chunmiao believed that cheating wasn't just one person's fault. It took two to tango, so both should be punished. After the incident with Widow Zhao and Li Xingping, the team leader asked Chen Chunmiao whether they should just forget it or send them to the police. Li Changping didn't want the matter to get bigger, as it would damage the team's reputation and harm the collective. But if Chen Chunmiao insisted on pushing the issue, he couldn't hide it and could only leave it to the police. Chen Chunmiao just wanted to vent her anger and didn't want a never-ending fight. She didn't want to send her husband to the police station or to the farm for reform. It's not that she didn't care about her husband. Mainly, her children were still young. She relied on her husband to earn work points and support the family. It was too hard for her to raise several children alone. Also, if Li Xingping became a criminal, it would affect the children, which Chen Chunmiao couldn't accept. Seeing that Chen Chunmiao didn't want to make a big fuss, the matter was mostly settled. After the excitement, everyone dispersed. Jiang Li and the others returned to the youth point to have breakfast. After eating, Jiang Li and the others organized and went up the mountain. Today, they didn't have to work, so they planned to take this free time to gather firewood in the mountains. It would be even better if they could find some mountain goods to store enough food for a good winter. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong didn't follow the main group. They still acted alone. Jiang Li saw that since they went to the countryside, they had been looking for something in the mountains, so she knew they came with a mission to the production team as youth. Mu Jingxun never told her what their task was, because with Jiang Li's skills, she could help them find what they were searching for quickly. The old youth who followed Jiang Li up the mountain felt very safe. If they encountered fierce wild animals, Jiang Li could protect them. Even if they met ghosts, they weren't afraid because Jiang Li was a ghost-catching master. Seeing that these old youths were happy to follow her up the mountain, Jiang Li didn't act superior and became their leader. If they wanted to follow, let them follow. It didn't affect her anyway. Everyone went up the mountain together and collected a lot of firewood. They were lucky and also found several chestnut trees. They quickly gathered all the fallen chestnuts from the ground. Chestnuts are inside spiky shells. They had to peel the shells to collect the nuts inside. Although chestnuts are not very precious, they can be used as food to fill their stomachs. At least, they are edible. Jiang Li also picked up quite a few. These chestnuts can be roasted and eaten as sweet roasted chestnuts. Thinking of the smell of roasted chestnuts, Jiang Li couldn't help but swallow saliva. Lin Xian also went up the mountain, following Jiang Li like a little shadow, always trying to start a conversation whenever she had a chance. Seeing her like this, Jiang Li didn't know what to say. Why didn't she keep bothering Mu Jingxun? Has her orientation really changed so quickly? Jiang Li picked some chestnuts and also gathered some wood ear mushrooms. Wood ear mushrooms are also good. Adding a little when cooking makes the dish taste great. Dried wood ear mushrooms are easy to store, and when you want to eat them, just soak and rehydrate. As the old educated youths followed Jiang Li to gather mountain goods, Jiang Li suddenly shivered and became alert. She furrowed her brows, sensing that Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were in danger. Their protective charms were given by her, and now the charms were being strongly attacked by ghostly energy. It seemed they were in big trouble this time. I have some urgent matters to handle. You all should quickly go down the mountain in groups. Never go alone, Jiang Li said and hurriedly headed toward Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong's location. Seeing Jiang Li suddenly act like this, the educated youths were confused and didn't understand what was happening. Lin Xian quickly followed Jiang Li. Jiang Zhigao, where are you going? What's the urgent matter? I'll go with you. Jiang Li rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. If you're not afraid of death, come with me. But if you see a ghost and get scared to death, don't blame me. Lin Xian thought Jiang Li was joking. How could there be ghosts in this world? But all the old educated youths knew that ghosts really existed on this mountain. After Jiang Li finished speaking, everyone's faces changed dramatically. They wondered why Jiang Li was so anxious. What was she going to do? It turned out she was going to catch ghosts. Such dangerous and terrifying work was definitely not for them. The old educated youths worried that Lin Xian might get scared silly, so they quickly pulled her back and told her everything about the ghost incidents in the previous team. If someone said this alone, Lin Xian wouldn't believe it. But now, with all the old educated youths saying it and many claiming to have seen ghosts with their own eyes, she started to believe. They mentioned Sun Wenwen's ghost, and the fear in each person's eyes was genuine, not fake. Lin Xian finally had to believe that ghosts really exist. But when she heard the old educated youths say that the previous ghost haunting the team was banished by Jiang Li alone, her admiration for Jiang Li grew even more. It turned out that Jiang Li's abilities were deeper and more mysterious than she knew. So impressive. What should she do? She realized she was starting to worship and admire Jiang Li like a goddess. Before, Lin Xian thought her feelings for Mu Jingxun were just romantic, but now she understood they were actually admiration for a strong person. Now that she met someone even stronger than Mu Jingxun, her love for Mu Jingxun faded quickly, and she shifted her feelings elsewhere. Jiang Li used a divine travel talisman and arrived at the place where Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were within just a few minutes. The area was filled with ghostly energy and had a protective barrier. Jiang Li had often been in the mountains before, but never noticed this place. However, she hadn't noticed it for a reason. The barrier was only opened once a month on the 15th day of the lunar calendar. Usually, the barrier was completely sealed, and without careful investigation, it was impossible to find. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had accidentally entered here when the barrier was open. This barrier was a huge soul-locking formation, which could easily turn ghosts into powerful, vengeful spirits. Someone had set up this formation, indicating that something very important was hidden here, requiring eternal protection. Additionally, Jiang Li sensed that the feng shui here was different from other places. It used the spirits of the dead to nourish the graves, helping the descendants rise higher. When Jiang Li arrived, she saw a female ghost dressed in white, with disheveled hair, attacking Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong. If Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong hadn't accidentally entered the soul-locking formation and touched what the ghost was protecting, they wouldn't have been attacked. Fortunately, both of them wore protective charms given by Jiang Li. Without the charms, they might have lost their lives. This female ghost was much more powerful than Sun Wenwen's ghost. Luckily, Jiang Li had been practicing and improving her skills during this time. If she had just transmigrated here and faced such a strong ghost, she wouldn't have been able to fight back. The ghost was blocked twice by the talisman, but when it attacked Mu Jingxun again, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared, freezing her in place. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong turned around in surprise and saw Jiang Li rushing over. At the moment Jiang Li saw him, Mu Jingxun let out a sigh of relief, feeling he was saved. If Jiang Li hadn't come, Bai Zirong and he would definitely have been in great danger today. In front of the evil spirit, they had no power to fight back. The talismans on Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were fading in color. Once the magic of the talismans disappeared completely, their only fate would be to be torn apart by the evil spirit. Seeing Jiang Li approaching, Bai Zirong hurriedly ran over and hugged her leg, crying, "Sister Li, you finally came to save us. I thought I was going to die and wouldn't see you again. Thank goodness you arrived just in time. It's so good to have you here. You've saved me several times before. From now on, you're like my real mom. Your kindness is greater than anything, and I will never forget it. I will always treat you like my real mother and take care of you in old age." Hearing Bai Zirong's rambling, Jiang Li couldn't help but twitch her lips. Did this guy need to listen to what he was saying? Was he so scared by the evil spirit that he lost his mind? He was much older than her. Did he really need such a big son? Mu Jingxun looked at Bai Zirong, who was crying and babbling nonsense, feeling very speechless. "Can you pay attention and not hold on to my Jiang Li?" Mu Jingxun said this with a slightly sour tone. Jiang Li was his partner, so how could this brat hold on to her leg? "Sun Ge, what's the point of arguing about this now? I was just too scared. When I saw a lifeline, I had to hold on tight," Bai Zirong replied.
Mu Jingxun.
"Holding on to my partner and saying I'm being petty? If it weren't for friendship, knowing this kid had no bad intentions toward Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun would have already fought him if any other man dared to do the same." Jiang Li glanced at Bai Zirong, who was holding her leg. "Bai Zhiqing, get up first. I need to deal with this evil spirit." Bai Zirong quickly let go and wiped his tears before standing up. Then he hid behind Jiang Li, afraid of another attack from the female ghost. With Jiang Li there, Bai Zirong felt very safe. He even shouted at the ghost, "I tell you, your good days are over. If you dare to hurt me and my Sun Ge, Sister Li will definitely destroy your soul and make you vanish completely." The female ghost was frozen in place, howling and struggling, her face twisting into a terrifying, distorted expression. Fortunately, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had seen ghosts before, so they were mentally prepared. Plus, knowing Jiang Li was here, this ghost couldn't hurt them. When they saw the ghost's fierce face, they weren't scared out of their wits. The ghost, unable to break free, glared at Jiang Li with resentment and let out a piercing scream. "Let me go." Jiang Li looked at the ghost coldly and mockingly said, "Let you go? Why should I? You were the first to hurt my partner and my friends. If you dare to hurt my people, don't blame me for bothering you." The ghost's sharp voice rang out again. They entered my territory first and had bad intentions for my things. Jiang Li sneered, your things? Aren't they the Yin family's belongings? TSK, you're so pitiful, being used by others, having your soul locked here, and even guarding your enemy's possessions. You're stupid when you're alive, and you're still so foolish as a ghost. Hearing Jiang Li's words, the ghost's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not understanding what Jiang Li meant.
What are you talking about?
Who do you say is using me? Tell me clearly. Seeing that the ghost was also pitiful, her soul locked and unable to reincarnate, and being exploited to guard the place, Jiang Li didn't hide the truth from her. Did the Yin family tell you that your lover fell ill and passed away, then asked you to guard this place after death? They promised to find ways to reunite your lover's soul, giving you a chance to meet again? The ghost was clearly surprised that Jiang Li knew so much about her story. But since she could easily control her, it meant she had that ability. She might be a master of mystic arts, so it wasn't strange she could foresee these things. So, is all of this a lie? Will my lover's soul never reunite? Is this the end, and I will never see him again in this life? The ghost, already terrifying in appearance, now cried bitterly, blood flowing from her 7 orifices, her features twisted, making her look even more frightening. An ordinary person would be terrified enough to their pants and carry a lifelong shadow in their mind. Bai Zirong trembled with fear, clutching Jiang Li's sleeve tightly, truly scared by how terrifying the ghost looked. Jiang Li also felt uneasy seeing the ghost's appearance and pitied her for being deceived. That's not true. If you want to see him again, it's not difficult, because he's not dead at all. Hearing this, the ghost stopped crying, her expression turning into one of anger and disbelief. Jiang Li felt a surge of ghostly energy. Luckily, she was strong enough. Otherwise, with such fierce evil spirits and overwhelming resentment, she would be unable to resist. After a while, as the female ghost's emotions gradually calmed, she asked Jiang Li, "What did you say? Yin Yuhua didn't die. He's still alive? Then why did his family say he was dead? What's really going on?" Seeing that the female ghost had been kept in the dark and was being used, Jiang Li felt pity and decided to tell her the truth. Dead? Not only is he alive, but he's doing very well. Yin Yuhua got married long ago and has 3 sons and a daughter. He was with you because he liked your fortune, approached you on purpose, and then let you sacrifice yourself for him. After death, he willingly guarded this place for the Yin family. You really thought he loved you sincerely? When the female ghost heard the truth, she refused to believe it, thinking Jiang Li was lying. She remembered how passionately she loved that man, how good he was to her, eager to give her his heart. How could he deceive her? Could everything really be a lie? No, you're definitely talking nonsense. I don't believe your ghost stories.
Jiang Li.
You're the real ghost, talking nonsense. Seeing the female ghost doubted her words, Jiang Li sneered. What benefit do I get from lying to you? Since you don't believe me, I'll make you shut up with facts. She recited a spell silently, and a mirage appeared in the air. In the illusion, a middle-aged man was happily gathering with his family. Though his face had changed a lot since his youth, the female ghost recognized immediately. This was her former lover. Beside him was a beautiful woman, more attractive than her, clearly gentle and charming. She realized why she was so ordinary, no remarkable looks, no noble background, yet such an exceptional man like Yin Yuhua liked her and was with her. It turned out he had been deceiving her from the start, just to get close and achieve his own goals. The scene she saw was a warm family dinner. After watching for a while, Jiang Li withdrew the illusion and said to the female ghost, "Now do you see? He's living well, with a happy family. Meanwhile, you sacrificed your life for a man, and after death, you guard his ancestral grave, using the barrier to absorb your luck and nourish the entire Yin family." Jiang Li then explained her fate in detail. The female ghost's name is Jiang Li. Her birth chart is very unusual. Usually, people with this kind of chart live ordinary lives, but if someone who understands the ways and practices dark magic encounters her, they can use her fate to benefit their entire family for generations. Jiang Li was targeted by the Yin family. Yin Yahu personally staged a romantic scene to lure her, and she willingly sacrificed her life to forever protect the Yin family. After Jiang Li's sacrifice, the Yin family, which was once just a small family in Anfeng County, quickly rose to prominence and now holds a high official position in the capital city. When Jiang Li learned the truth, she became frantic and collapsed. If Jiang Li's magic hadn't tightly bound her, her lingering resentment might have caused chaos across the entire forest. Lin Xian and the old villagers had just discussed how Sun Wuwen had turned into a vengeful spirit when they suddenly heard the eerie wailing of a ghost from deep within the woods. The sound was already frightening, and with it being autumn, the weather was cool, and the mountain was colder than other places. Everyone felt a chilling, sinister atmosphere that seemed to seep into their bones. Lin Xian and the old villagers were so frightened their hearts pounded. Jiang Jiqing said she's dealing with ghosts now, so there must really be ghosts in these woods. Let's go back quickly. We can't stay here any longer. Yes, we shouldn't stay any longer. It's too dangerous.
Let's hurry down the mountain.
The frightened villagers abandoned their firewood and mountain treasures, just eager to leave. Seeing Jiang Li's emotional state worsening, Jiang Li quickly drew a calming talisman and said, "Can you control yourself? What are you shouting for? You're scaring my husband and friends. Can you bear the guilt?" Jiang Li's talisman was very effective. As soon as she placed it, Jiang Li's anger cooled, and she calmed down. Mu Jingxun, standing nearby, was moved and thought Jiang Li was very considerate, truly protecting her husband with her strength. Bai Zirong, though finding the ghost's screams quite frightening, felt sympathy after hearing Jiang Li's explanation of her past. He wondered how the Yin family in the capital had risen so quickly in recent years. Turns out they used dark magic. They weren't afraid of retribution. To succeed, one must follow the righteous path. Otherwise, they would face backlash someday. Bai Zirong was right. Once Jiang Li intervened, the Yin family's dark magic was broken, but they would soon face retribution. Although the Yin family now appears successful, if they suffer backlash, they could fall into ruin. Not only could their wealth be lost, but their family might be destroyed. Jiang Li's emotions calmed down a bit, and Jiang Li untied the sealing talisman for her. At this moment, Jiang Li no longer held hostility toward Jiang Li and pitifully said, "Master, I didn't mean to scare your man and your friends. I was just too angry and lost control of my emotions. Master, I hate it so much. Why did that man treat me like that and deceive me so badly? Can you let me leave here? I beg you. Once I leave, I will make that man pay for deceiving me." Jiang Li looked at Jiang Li's plea and said, "I can help you lift the seal and send you into reincarnation. As for revenge, I think it's not necessary. If you go into reincarnation now, you might have a good future. But if you go out and cause chaos, harming others and creating karma, you'll be sent to the Azura realm in the underworld. For revenge against a heartless man, risking eternal suffering, is it worth it?" Actually, Jiang Li, a vengeful ghost who has practiced for many years, normally cannot reincarnate. But Jiang Li knew she had never harmed anyone and was being used by others. She felt sympathy for her and decided to help her find a new chance to be reborn. Jiang Li refused to accept Jiang Li's offer to send her into reincarnation. She was unwilling to let her tormentor go. That man had deceived her and caused her so much pain. She was willing to risk everything, even her life, to make him pay. She had dedicated 20 years to guarding her family's ancestral grave, hoping to reunite with him someday. But he had turned around and happily married another woman, living a happy family life. No. I want to kill Yin Yihua. I want him to suffer and die. I don't want to be reborn. Even if I have to go to or be cooked in oil, I won't hesitate, Jiang Li said with firm resolve.
Jiang Li understood her obsession.
If she had been betrayed like that by a man, she would also want him to pay a painful price. Still, she advised, don't worry. Even if you don't act, the Yin family will face backlash from dark magic. They are destined for a bad end. You don't need to get involved. Let go of your obsession and focus on reincarnation. Because of a scumbag, you've already sacrificed your life in the human world. There's no need to give up your chance to be reborn for him. It's not worth it. After hearing Jiang Li's advice, Zhang Ling was silent for a while, seemingly contemplating whether to listen. Finally, she slowly asked Jiang Li, "Master, are what you said true? If I don't act, will the Yin family really be punished?" Jiang Li nodded and said, "Yes, I can give you a definite answer. In less than a year, the Yin family will face backlash and their family will be destroyed. If you don't believe me, I can keep you by my side for a year, so you can see for yourself. When the Yin family is ruined, I will send you to be reborn. What do you think?" Regarding Jiang Li's proposal, Zhang Ling nodded in agreement. "All right, Master, I'll follow your plan. I'll wait for a year. If the Yin family truly falls apart, I'll willingly be reborn. If not, I will take action and make the Yin family pay a heavy price." Seeing that Zhang Ling agreed, Jiang Li helped her lift the barrier seal and then had her stay quietly inside her soul protection talisman. Once Zhang Ling's matter was settled, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong both sighed in relief. If it weren't for Jiang Li today, their lives would have been lost here. In fact, Jiang Li had saved them several times already. Mu Jingxun felt a bit guilty and said, "Li, sorry, we caused you trouble again." Jiang Li waved her hand and said, "Don't be so polite. You're my partner, so don't say that. You came to the countryside to find the ancestors' grave of the Yin family, right? You should have told me earlier. I could have helped you find it and the task would have been done sooner." Mu Jingxun scratched his head awkwardly. "Li, this is a secret mission assigned by our organization. Our superiors told us not to reveal this secret easily, so I didn't tell you until now. Sorry, Li, please forgive me for hiding this from you." Mu Jingxun was worried that Jiang Li might misunderstand that he didn't trust her. But that wasn't true at all. He had never doubted Jiang Li. He was just obeying the organization's orders and couldn't act against them because of personal feelings. Seeing Mu Jingxun sincerely apologize, Jiang Li was not angry. She was a reasonable person, so she said to him, "I understand. It's not that you didn't tell me. I found out myself. So, I don't think you're disobeying the organization's orders. I'll help you open the Yin family's ancestor's grave. With your skills, even without that ghost, you wouldn't be able to do it." While speaking, Jiang Li silently recited an unknown spell, and the barrier protecting Mu's ancestral grave was completely broken. Meanwhile, far away in Jing City, old Master Yin, who was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Not good," he exclaimed, realizing something. Old Master Yin's face was full of worry and shock, ignoring his physical pain. His eyes showed great concern. How could the feng shui barrier of their ancestors' grave be broken? How was that possible? With Zhang Ling's fierce ghost guarding there, how could anyone disturb the ancestral grave's feng shui of the Yin family? Over the years, the Yin family has been thriving in Beijing, acting recklessly and offending many people. Yet no one could defeat them. The main reason is that no one could break the feng shui barrier of their ancestral home. As long as their ancestors protected them, their family would remain prosperous forever. Previously, the special investigation team found that the Yin family secretly stored a batch of national treasures at their ancestral grave. But what could they do after discovering this? The grave is protected by a feng shui barrier and no one can find it. Even if they did, with Zhang Ling guarding it, anyone who entered would face death. For the Yin family, the more people who go in, the better. Because those who enter and know the secret will die, and with many deaths, no one would dare investigate further. The dead become spirits trapped within the barrier, nourishing the grave with their souls, blessing the family descendants to rise swiftly and enjoy eternal wealth and honor. Old Master Yin never thought there would be a problem with the grave, but now he is hit with such terrible news and is completely panicked. Hearing the commotion from Old Master Yin, Yin Yihua immediately ran to check. When he entered the room, he saw his father slumped on the ground, blood all over his mouth. Seeing his father like this, Yin Yihua also became anxious. Because the feng shui setup of the Yin family's ancestral grave was perfect. Since that feng shui barrier was successfully arranged, the family's career and other aspects have been developing very smoothly. Almost no one in the family ever got sick. His father had been very healthy for many years, rarely catching colds. But now, suddenly vomiting blood, Yin Yihua immediately felt a bad omen. Could it be that something is wrong with the ancestral grave? Dad, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly blood out of nowhere? What happened? Yin Yihua helped his father up. His father tightly grasped his arm and said, Yihua, something terrible has happened. Our ancestral grave's feng shui barrier has been broken. Hearing this, Yin Yihua's face turned pale with fear. Dad, how is that possible? You said no one could break that feng shui barrier. How can it be broken now? Old Master Yin also couldn't understand why this happened. It completely shattered his understanding. It must be that someone with incredible power broke the barrier. Our family has encountered a tough challenge. Yihua, don't worry about me. Quickly send someone to check our ancestral home and see what's going on. I will contact Master Lu again and ask him to find a way to restore the feng shui of our Yin family's ancestral grave. If we cannot restore it, our family will face great trouble. When old Master Yin said this, his eyes showed worry and fear. Previously, Master Lu had warned him that if the feng shui barrier around their ancestral grave was broken, they would suffer severe backlash and most of the family members could be harmed. Hearing old Master Yin's words, Yin Yihua nodded quickly and said, Okay, Dad, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yin Yihua hurried to do what his father asked because he was worried. He planned to personally go back to their hometown. Meanwhile, after breaking the feng shui barrier of the Yin family, Jiang Li saw that their ancestral grave was fully exposed. She stepped forward and twisted a few times on a stone pillar, causing a stone door to open with a click, revealing an underground tunnel entrance. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong saw this scene and thought that without Jiang Li, they would never find this place in their lifetime. Bai Zirong whispered to Mu Jingxun, Sun Ji, Li Jie isn't an outsider. We should have told her about this earlier. Then we wouldn't have to work so hard, and the task would be done already. Although Mu Jingxun agreed with him internally, he didn't say anything. Our mission is secret, and we can't reveal it casually. If the organization finds out, we'll be punished, Bai Zirong said. Bai Zirong snorted, Sunji, are you stupid? If you don't tell her, how will the organization know we told Li Jie? Mu Jingxun hesitated, realizing he was right. In the future, if they had similar missions, he decided he would just ask Jiang Li for help. Jiang Li was very capable, good at calculations, and with her help, many difficult tasks would become easy. Especially today's task, going alone was risky and unlikely to succeed. Next time, if they faced a similar mission, they would definitely need Jiang Li's help, or they might risk losing their lives. Jiang Li glanced at them and said, Stop talking and get inside the grave to take a look. Bai Zirong awkwardly smiled and said, Jia, can you lead the way?
I'm scared.
There might be ghosts inside, right? Jiang Li looked at him and said, A grown man and he's so timid? There are no ghosts inside. Don't worry, she assured him. Seeing her confidence, Mu Jingxun felt relieved. Well, no ghosts, that's good. Jiang Li led the way ahead to prevent any traps inside. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong followed behind. The Yin family had set up a strong feng shui barrier outside their ancestral tomb, and with the powerful ghost Zhang Ling guarding inside, the Yin family was confident that no one could break into the tomb. Because of this, they hadn't set any additional traps inside. The three quickly reached the interior of the Yin family's ancestral tomb. The tomb was very luxurious and grand, almost like the underground palace of Qin Shi Huang. Inside, the space was huge. When they entered and turned on their flashlights, they saw piles of gold, silver, and treasures everywhere. There were several small mountains of gold alone. Jiang Li was seeing so much shining gold for the first time. Seeing the mountains of gold, she couldn't help but feel a strong desire to loot everything. With so much gold, she could relax for the rest of her life, no longer needing to work hard. She could also afford any rare herb she wanted. Besides the gold mountains, there were many antique items. Jiang Li took a quick look and thought, wow, each antique is a treasure passed down through generations. Even one piece could sell for hundreds of millions later. There were also jewelry, famous books, and calligraphy. Seeing all these items inside the Yin family's tomb, she realized how much wealth they had accumulated over the years. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong looked at the treasures inside the tomb, their faces turning grim. The organization had long suspected that the Yin family had committed many illegal acts to amass wealth, so they sent Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong here to investigate, hoping to find evidence that the Yin family had stolen national treasures. Now it was clear that all their suspicions were true. The evidence was right in front of them. Such a large amount of illicit wealth showed how many immoral deeds the Yin family had committed over the years. After checking inside the tomb, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong wanted to leave quickly and contact their superiors to report what they found. Before the superiors arrived, Mu Jingxun asked Jiang Li if she could set up a new barrier around the tomb to prevent outsiders from entering easily. Jiang Li agreed without hesitation. For her, it was a simple task, easy and effortless. The three of them left the Yin family's tomb, and Jiang Li casually set up a barrier. Then they headed down the mountain. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong hurriedly rode their bikes to the county town to call their superiors and report the situation. The local team was very poor. There was no phone service, not even electricity. If the team had a phone, it would be much easier for them to contact their superiors. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had their own important tasks, so Jiang Li didn't go to the county with them and returned alone to the youth commune. It's getting late now, and she needs to prepare lunch. She doesn't know if Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong will come back for lunch together. If they can't make it, that's okay. Jiang Li will eat first and save their share to reheat and eat later. When Jiang Li returned to the youth commune, the older youth and Lin Xian all gathered around her eagerly. Jiang the youth, did you meet a ghost on the mountain just now and catch it? Yes, Jiang the youth, did you go catch a ghost? We heard ghostly screams in the mountain just now. It was so scary, like a female ghost. Seeing how curious everyone was, Jiang Li didn't hide anything. She nodded and said, yes, I went to catch a ghost. The sounds you heard were definitely ghostly screams. Jiang the youth, did you tame the female ghost? Did you solve the problem? If not, we won't dare to go up the mountain again. That's right, it's too frightening. If there are ghosts in the mountain, how can we still go there? Jiang Li reassured them, don't worry, everything's fine now. I caught the female ghost. You all have the amulets I gave you. Even if you encounter ghosts, unless they are very powerful, ordinary ghosts won't harm you at all. Hearing this, the older youth felt relieved. At this moment, Zhu Guanliang stepped forward and sneered, come on, do you really believe in ghosts and gods? You guys are so foolish. It's the modern age, yet you're still easily fooled by superstition. The older youth were annoyed when they heard Zhu Guanliang's words. Zhu the youth, we've seen ghosts with our own eyes, and Jiang the youth didn't lie to us. If you haven't seen one, it's because your knowledge is shallow. When you really encounter a ghost, you'll see whether it's superstition or not. Zhu Guanliang snorted coldly, stop talking nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world. Don't try to brainwash me with superstitions. After Zhu Guanliang finished speaking, the older youth looked at Jiang Li again and cast a suspicious glance. Some people just like to pretend and deceive others everywhere, promoting superstitions and not afraid of being reported. They must be trying to gain something from it. Hearing Zhu Guanliang's mockery, Jiang Li smiled playfully. Zhu the youth, are you so sure I'm fooling people? You haven't seen a ghost, yet you're so confident that they don't exist. That's pretty arrogant. I have never seen anyone as impressive as Jiang Jiqing. Are you trying to scare me? I can let you see, but I'm afraid you'll be so frightened you'll wet your pants. Zhu Guanliang knows Jiang Li is just pretending to be brave and is afraid of ghosts. His face turns pale, and he snorts coldly, saying, even if there are ghosts, I won't my pants. What's there to be afraid of? I want to see how you make me believe in ghosts. You're just pretending to be mysterious. You can fool them, but you can never fool me. Although the old young workers tell stories with details, Zhu Guanliang still insists he's an atheist and doesn't believe in ghosts no matter what. Jiang Li thinks this kind of person only learns after seeing something for himself. To make him honest, she decides he must see a ghost with his own eyes. She loudly says, "Fine. Since you don't believe in ghosts and aren't afraid of them, and you really want to see one, I'll make your wish come true today." Then she turns to the other young workers and says, "I'm going to release a ghost for Zhu Jiqing to see. If you're afraid of ghosts, you'd better stay back, or you might get scared and I won't be responsible." The old young workers know Jiang Li really has this ability, so after her warning, they all go back into the house. They don't want to see ghosts because they're afraid they won't sleep tonight. Li, who hesitates whether to look or not. Hearing the old young worker's words, he's partly convinced but still unsure. He was raised with scientific education, told that ghosts and spirits are superstitions and that there are no ghosts in the world. But he's very curious about ghosts and spirits. He's never seen one before and really wants to see if they exist. Lin Xian mostly believes in ghosts and spirits now, but she doubts Jiang Li really has the ability to catch ghosts. Seeing that Lin Xian and Li Hu aren't leaving, Jiang Li glances at them and reminds, "Are you sure you don't want to stay back? If you get scared and wet your pants, I won't change them for you." Lin Xian quickly says, "It's okay, Jiang Jiqing. Even if we get scared to death, we won't blame you." Jiang Li nods and says, "All right. Since you want to see, I'll satisfy your curiosity. People like you only learn after seeing the real thing. Without witnessing a ghost, you'll never have respect or fear. Especially Zhu Guanliang. I need to scare him properly, so he won't keep saying she's superstitious." Jiang Li casually takes out a soul-summoning talisman and releases the spell's charm. Suddenly, Zhu Guanliang and the others see a bloody woman emerging from the yellow talisman in Jiang Li's hand. No, she's not human at all. Chengling had already heard Zhu Guanliang and Jiang Li's conversation. As soon as she emerged from the soul-restoring charm, she deliberately rushed in front of Zhu Guanliang, showing a fierce face and emitting faint ghostly wails. Because of the sudden appearance of such a terrifying female ghost, Zhu Guanliang, who was not afraid of evil, was so frightened that he lost his soul and screamed loudly.
"Ah, ghost, ghost."
After shouting twice, Zhu Guanliang fainted from fear. Li Hu and Lin Xian were also quite scared, but they were better off than Zhu Guanliang. They only screamed a few times and did not faint. Seeing Zhu Guanliang lying on the ground unconscious, Jiang Li felt speechless. Since he lacked the courage and was just stubborn, Jiang Li released Zhang Ling from the charm, achieved her goal, and then put her back inside the soul-restoring charm. After putting Zhang Ling away, Jiang Li called out to the other young workers in the house. Zhu Jiqing fainted from fear. Can someone come out and help him back to his room? Since Zhu Guanliang was a male worker, Jiang Li couldn't go to help him herself, so she asked a male worker to carry him back. Hearing Jiang Li's call, the older workers didn't immediately come out, but asked loudly if there were still ghosts outside. If there were ghosts, they wouldn't dare to come out of the house. After Jiang Li confirmed there were no ghosts, the older workers cautiously stepped out. When they came out, they saw Zhu Guanliang lying on the ground, fainted. Although Li Hu and Lin Xian didn't faint, their faces were very pale, and their muscles twitched involuntarily, clearly frightened. The older workers thought that the three new workers, especially Zhu Guanliang, were too stubborn and didn't believe in evil spirits, not shedding tears until they saw a ghost. Now look at this, seeing a ghost and ending up like this, probably leaving a lifelong psychological shadow. The two male workers quickly went to Zhu Guanliang's side, trying to carry him into the house. But as soon as they lifted him, they smelled a strong odor. Then they noticed that Zhu Guanliang's backside was wet, likely because he had lost control of his bladder from the fright. Facing Zhu Guanliang's soiled pants, the older workers looked at him with disdain. Just now, he was loudly claiming to be an atheist, but he was the most cowardly, truly a paper tiger. After today's events, who knows if Zhu Guanliang will still dare to question the existence of ghosts and spirits. The older workers, feeling disdain, helped him change into clean pants and threw him onto the bed. Jiang Li no longer paid attention to Zhu Guanliang and started preparing lunch. Li Hu and Lin Xian took a long time to calm down. They used to not believe in ghosts or gods, but today they saw a female ghost with their own eyes and had to believe. Their long-held worldview completely collapsed. Everyone had told them since childhood that stories about ghosts and gods were made up, so what is this now? If they hadn't seen it themselves, they wouldn't believe it no matter how much they argued. After Lin Xian recovered, her admiration for Jiang Li grew even more, almost treating her like a goddess. Jiang Li was not only skilled but also knew supernatural tricks to catch ghosts, even more impressive than those in myth stories. Jiang Li's abilities are probably much stronger than Mu Jingxun's. What should she do? It seems she has truly fallen in love with Jiang Li. Now Lin Xian feels very regretful. Why did she initially treat Jiang Li as a rival and target her everywhere, making her unhappy? She has already offended Jiang Li, and now it's very hard to make amends. Jiang Li cooked a spicy and sour shredded potato dish, a pickled vegetable stir-fry with shredded meat, braised eggplant, and a seaweed and shrimp egg drop soup. While they ate, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong hadn't returned yet, so Jiang Li ate alone, leaving the remaining dishes warm in the pot. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong only came back 2 hours after Jiang Li finished lunch. When they returned, they took out Jiang Li's warm food to eat, but they seemed distracted, as if they had something on their minds. After eating, they kept looking outside the door, as if waiting for someone. They had already contacted people in Jing City who were sending reliable personnel to help them, which would take some time. During this waiting period, Mu Jingxun and Jiang Li explained the real reason for their trip to the Victory production team. They weren't ordinary young people sent to the countryside. Both of them worked in a special investigations department. They came on a mission from their superiors to investigate the ancestral grave of the Yin family. They used the identity of young people sent to the countryside to avoid disturbing the Yin family. After completing this task, they would return to Jing City. After explaining their identities and purpose, Mu Jingxun nervously asked Jiang Li, Li, are you angry with me? Sorry I didn't tell you about this earlier. Jiang Li had already guessed that Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were on a secret mission and was mentally prepared. She knew Mu Jingxun had a reason for hiding it. He wasn't deliberately keeping her in the dark, but was simply obeying organizational orders. Therefore, she wouldn't blame him unfairly. Mu Jingxun nervously waited for Jiang Li's response. Jiang Li smiled and gave him a reassuring look. It's okay, I understand you. I won't be angry with you. Don't worry, I'm not the type to cause trouble. I'm very rational. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't blame him, Mu Jingxun relaxed. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong waited at the production team for an hour. Finally, several pickup trucks from the main team drove in. These were people transferred from the local troops by the special department. Seeing so many soldiers suddenly arrive, the team members wondered what big event was happening. What's going on? Curious, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong stepped forward, leading these people up the mountain. Jiang Li naturally followed. Since she set up the barrier, she had to go and remove it, or no one would find the ancestral grave of the Yin family. Amid the team members' confusion, 3 young workers from the production team, along with a group of soldiers, went up the mountain. Although they didn't know what they were doing there, even fools could guess something serious was happening. Li Changping, seeing so many soldiers, was a bit scared by the sight. He didn't hope for good news, only praying that they wouldn't cause trouble for the victorious production team. Jiang Li and the others arrived at the Yin family ancestral grave. The treasure there was numerous, and the matter was very serious. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong immediately contacted the higher-ups. The senior officials of the special department attached great importance to this and directly sent military personnel to take over the situation. There were enough people and vehicles to transport all the treasures. Under Mu Jingxun's command, they worked until nightfall but couldn't finish moving everything. Jiang Li had to set up a new barrier to allow the soldiers to continue the next day. They had moved about half of the treasures today. Tomorrow, they would finish. The Yin family was truly greedy, having hoarded so many national treasures and valuables. The next day, the soldiers continued to carry out treasures from the Yin family ancestral grave. They spent the whole morning completing the move. Once everything was moved, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong still had to handle the items taken from the grave. These were all treasures hidden by the Yin family. The matter must be investigated seriously. It is believed that higher authorities will soon take action against the Yin family and thoroughly investigate this case. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong followed the troops to handle the situation. Seeing that she had no more tasks, Jiang Li went up the mountain to pick some medicinal herbs. Jiang Li no longer needs to go hunting hard. When she is short of money, she simply takes a few gold bars from Chao Jingjuan's belongings and sells them, which is enough for her to buy medicinal herbs. Jiang Li believes her main focus should be on practicing cultivation, so she tries to spend as little time and energy on other unimportant matters as possible. The mountain near the production team is rich in spiritual energy, making it very good for her cultivation. With both favorable timing and location, she cannot afford to slack off. Recently, thanks to the boost from medicinal pills, Jiang Li's cultivation speed has greatly increased. If she can keep this up, her strength will soon improve again. While Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong are busy handling national treasures in the Yin family's ancestral grave, Yin Yehua finally returns to Anfeng County. As soon as he arrives, he rushes straight to his family's ancestral home, then heads directly to the grave. On the way to Anfeng County, Yin Yehua has a strong feeling that something bad has happened. He feels sure that something major is wrong at the ancestral grave. When he finally sees his family's grave, he collapses onto the ground, overwhelmed. It's really serious now. Something big has happened. Originally, the Yin family's grave was protected by a barrier, guarded by Jiang Li, so no one could break in. But now, the barrier is broken, Jiang Li's spirit is gone, and the grave has been opened, left exposed in the wilderness. Yin Yehua hurried inside to check what was going on. Since the barrier is broken, are the items inside the grave also gone? When he enters, he sees it has been emptied, and he feels despair. He grits his teeth in anger. Who could have done such a thing? If he catches the mastermind, he swears he will tear them to pieces. He cannot let go of this hatred. Now that the feng shui of the Yin family's grave has been disturbed, Yin Yehua is very worried that their family will suffer backlash. The family's ancestral home's feng shui is affected, and their treasures are lost. This has already happened and cannot be changed. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to protect the entire Yin family and prevent any retaliation. He hopes his father can help and find Master Lu quickly so they can resolve this matter soon. Jiang Li doesn't know about the situation at the Yin family's ancestral home. She has been staying at the production team these past few days. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, busy dealing with the investigation of the national treasures, haven't returned for several days. She doesn't know if they've gone back to Beijing or something else. Anyway, they are completely out of contact. Jiang Li knows they are handling official business, so she doesn't worry about them. If they don't come back, so be it. Once they finish their work, they will return eventually. In recent days, Jiang Li has been staying with the production team and noticed that Lin Xian's attitude toward her has become more eager. The girl often makes excuses to get close to her, which Jiang Li finds quite frustrating. She is a straightforward woman with normal preferences, so she wonders what Lin Xian's intentions are. Does she want to be more than friends? Jiang Li is a firm, honest woman and can't imagine being swayed by anyone. One day, Jiang Li couldn't take it anymore and warned her, Lin Jiqing, do you realize that your behavior is affecting my work and life? If you're bored, go find some farm work to do, instead of constantly bothering me. Feeling openly rejected, Lin Xian looked a little sad. All right, Jiang Jiqing, since you're annoyed with me, I'll stay away from you. Don't be angry. Worried about making Jiang Li upset, she decided to behave herself for a while. Jiang Li waited a week at the production team until Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong returned. When they arrived, they looked exhausted and much thinner. After handling such a big case, it was clear they were very tired. Seeing Mu Jingxun so thin made Jiang Li feel worried. She didn't care about others, but Mu Jingxun was her man, and she hated to see him suffer or tire himself out. She planned to help him recover, and luckily, she had about 10 wild chickens stored in her space. She decided to cook one for him to make chicken soup, adding her special herbal medicine. With proper nutrition and medicine, he would recover quickly. Is your work finished? Jiang Li asked with a smile when Mu Jingxun returned. He nodded, almost done with everything, but since Bai Zirong and I finished our tasks, we need to go back to the organization. In the next couple of days, we'll finalize plans to return to the city. They weren't just going back to the countryside. They were on a mission. Because of this, once their tasks were done, they had to return to Beijing. Without Jiang Li's help, they probably wouldn't have completed their tasks successfully and might have been in danger. Now that they were returning to the city, Mu Jingxun felt the most reluctant about leaving Jiang Li. After mentioning his plan to go back, he immediately asked her, Li, after we go back to the city, we might not have another chance to come back. Would you like to go with me? If you're willing, I can use my connections to help arrange everything and bring you to Beijing. The Mu family has strong connections, and after Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong's big contributions to the organization, it would be very easy to help Jiang Li, a countryside girl, move to the city. Mu Jingxun eagerly looked at Jiang Li and suggested they return to Jing City together, hoping she would agree. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment and told Mu Jingxun, I want to stay in Xingli production team for now. She didn't want to go to Jing City mainly because it had been unstable these past 2 years, and she felt a small place was safer. With her special abilities, moving to Jing City would likely involve her in power struggles, which would be exhausting. Also, the spiritual energy in Xingli production team was richer, making it better for her cultivation. After thinking it over, she decided it was better to stay there for now. In a couple of years, once she had improved her skills and the situation was more stable, she could go to Jing City. Jiang Li was worried Mu Jingxun might misunderstand her, thinking she didn't care enough about him, so she explained her reasons honestly. She told him she preferred to stay in Xingli production team. Mu Jingxun was initially disappointed when he heard Jiang Li didn't want to return to Jing City with him. But once he understood her reasons, he felt relieved and could understand her. He realized that now was not the right time for Jiang Li to go to Jing City. Mu Jingxun thought that these 2 years were crucial for him and Bai Zirong to establish themselves in the special case department, and they would have many missions to complete. Even if Jiang Li went to Jing City with him, they probably wouldn't spend much time together, as they would be apart often. Since that was the case, Jiang Li didn't mind whether she stayed in Jing City or in the countryside. When Mu Jingxun had free time, he would come directly to Xingli production team to visit her. He wanted her to go to Jing City with him, not only to spend more time together, but also because he hoped she would have a better life. Now that Jiang Li felt staying in Xingli production team was better, Mu Jingxun saw no need to insist. Okay, Li, I respect your decision. You stay here, and whenever I have time, I will come to see you, he said with a smile. Thinking about Mu Jingxun returning to Jing City and them being apart for a while, Jiang Li felt quite reluctant to leave her little puppy.
When they were alone in the house, Jiang Li 主动抱着木景勋啃了起来。
Mu Jingxun, being kissed by Jiang Li, couldn't resist and started to kiss her back. If it weren't for Jiang Li, Mu Jingxun would be eager to finish his tasks quickly and return to Jing City for the next mission. But after being with Jiang Li, he didn't want to leave. Thinking about leaving the young girl for a while, Mu Jingxun felt very reluctant. He only hoped that in the next 2 years, he could perform better and achieve some major accomplishments for the organization. That way, when Jiang Li went to the capital in 2 years, he could aim for a higher position, giving him more time to be with her. After spending some affectionate moments together, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong left Jing City. Before leaving, they visited teacher Lin Cheng, bringing him many supplies and mentioning their plan to return to Jing City. Lin Cheng naturally had no objections. He already knew that these 2 young men came to Xingli Production Brigade not only to look after him, but also for more important reasons. Now that their tasks were finished, it was natural for them to go back to Jing City. Compared to letting these outstanding students stay as young workers in the production team, Lin Cheng hoped they could shine in more important roles and have better futures. Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong discussed their return to the city with Lin Cheng, then went to handle the formalities with the brigade leader, Li Chongping. This time, their return was arranged directly by higher authorities, not through the commune. Such a way of returning made Li Chongping believe that Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong must come from very influential families. Now, it's very difficult for young workers to return to the city. Without a strong family background, it's almost impossible to go back so easily. But after Mu Jingxun arranged his return, what about Jiang Li? Li Chongping sincerely considered Jiang Li as his own younger family member and knew that Mu Jingxun was now dating her. If Mu Jingxun returned to the city, would he leave Jiang Li alone in the production team? Even the strongest feelings can fade when people are far apart and in different places. So Li Chongping couldn't help but remind Mu Jingxun and Mu Jiqing, since your family has the connections, can you help Jiang Ziking also return to the city? Otherwise, with one in Jing City and the other in the countryside, the distance is too great, and it's hard to see each other often. Over time, this could affect your relationship. Li Chongping added sincerely, Mu Ziking, I may be an outsider, but I have to say, don't take it lightly. Someone as good as Jiang Ziking, even if she moves to the city, is hard to find. If you don't cherish her properly, you'll regret it later. As someone who has been through this, I truly advise you to think carefully. Mu Jingxun knew that Li Chongping's words were honest and meant well for him. Mu Jingxun smiled and said, Captain, I know everything you mentioned. I also talked to Jiang Jiqing about bringing her back to the city. But she wants to stay here for now and contribute 2 more years to the victory team. After that, when the situation is clearer and the team's facilities are better, she will consider returning to the city. Mu Jingxun didn't reveal the real reason why Jiang Li didn't want to go back to the city. Saying this in front of Li Chongping would give Jiang Li a lot of credit. As expected, Li Chongping was so touched by Mu Jingxun's words that he welled up with tears. He didn't expect Jiang Li was staying for their victory production team. Now, the team really can't do without Jiang Li. With her here, they don't need to worry about team members falling ill and not having a place to get treatment. Jiang Li not only helps treat their illnesses, but often doesn't charge them for medicine. Her actions are like that of a kind goddess to everyone in the team. If Jiang Li leaves for the city, it will be hard to handle illnesses in the future because going somewhere else for treatment costs money. Many team members are too poor to afford medical care. Since Jiang Jiqing is willing to stay, let her stay for 2 more years. She has made great contributions to our team. Every member will remember her kindness and be forever grateful. Li Chongping plans to talk with the team members later, encouraging them to treat Jiang Li better and show more respect. Jiang Jiqing sacrificed her bright future in the city to help them, shining brightly in the victory production team and lighting the way for everyone. They must learn to be grateful. News of Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong returning to the city spread quickly among the other young workers. Seeing that these two could go back, the older workers felt very envious. Especially those who had been in the team for a long time, they were deeply moved because this was something they had dreamed of many times. Life in the countryside was too hard. Compared to here, the city was like paradise. Every year, only a few young workers from the commune could go back to the city. Their families had no power or money, so they never had a chance. Now, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong had only been in the countryside for a short time, yet they could go back. The older workers were both envious and curious about how these two managed to return. If the team leader told the commune to send them back, it would be unfair. According to fairness, those who came to the countryside earlier should go back first. Later, after some investigation, I learned that these two people did not get their return-to-city quotas through the commune, but through family arrangements. That's why I had no objections. The old educated youths who longed to return to the city but couldn't were all envious of Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong because they had such good family backgrounds. If their families also had those connections, they could return to the city too. The only person who didn't envy Mu Jingxun was Lin Xian. If she wanted to go back to the city, she could do so immediately. With a casual family arrangement, she could go back easily. She originally stayed in Xinli Production Brigade because of Mu Jingxun, and now, because of Jiang Li, she still wanted to stay. Since Mu Jingxun was leaving for the city, Lin Xian felt that she lost her biggest rival, which meant she would have more chances to show herself to Jiang Li in the future. She believed that with more effort, Jiang Li would change her opinion of her. Bai Zirong noticed Lin Xian was so excited and felt something was off. Recently, this girl had become strange. She used to cling to Mu Jingxun constantly, but now she seemed to dislike and even resent him. Hearing that Mu Jingxun was returning to the city, she showed no sadness or disappointment. Was she really that excited? If he guessed correctly, this girl originally gave up a good job in the city just to stay close to Mu Jingxun. Bai Zirong's suspicion grew stronger, and he couldn't help but ask Lin Xian, "Lin Jiqing, now that my brother and I are returning to the city, are you going too?" Lin Xian looked at Bai Zirong with a puzzled expression. "It's none of your business whether I go back or not." "Why should I go with you?" Bai Zirong asked straightforwardly. "Aren't you after my brother?" "Don't think I don't know." At first, Lin Xian indeed was interested in Mu Jingxun, but now she found him less attractive and naturally wouldn't admit it. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have those feelings for Mu Jingxun," she said. Bai Zirong felt that Lin Xian was probably falling for someone else. At first, she was always close to Mu Jingxun, calling him Brother Jingxun, but now she called him Mu Jingxun. Who was her new interest? Bai Zirong recalled her recent attitude changes and wondered who she was being so attentive to. Suddenly, he realized something and stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes. Could it be that her new interest was Jiang Li? Recently, Lin Xian had been even more enthusiastic toward Jiang Li than she had been toward Mu Jingxun, almost like a devoted admirer. Once this idea formed in his mind, Bai Zirong shook his head quickly, feeling it was too absurd. Jiang Li is a woman, and Lin Xian is also a. How could it be interested in another? Bai Zirong couldn't understand this, and didn't bother to think about what Lin Xian really meant. Anyway, as long as this woman didn't bother her brother's son, it was fine. Because Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were about to return to the city, they had a farewell dinner with the other educated youths before leaving. They paid for the meal and bought 2 jin of meat to bring back. Once the procedures for returning to the city were complete, Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong planned to go back to Beijing. They needed to take the train to the city and then go directly to their destination. Jiang Li decided to accompany Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong to the city by car. Coincidentally, she also needed to buy some medicinal herbs at the city hospital. On the day they left, the two first went to the county seat, then took a bus to the city. Jiang Li saw them off at the train station. When they arrived, Mu Jingxun showed how reluctant he was to part with Jiang Li. He really didn't want to leave her. He had just started dating the girl recently, and now they would be in a long-distance relationship. But he still had work to do, so no matter how much he missed Jiang Li, he couldn't stay. Mu Jingxun could only wait until his next mission was finished, then find time to visit Jiang Li. They hugged and said goodbye at the train station for a while. When the train started moving, Mu Jingxun looked back several times before getting on. Jiang Li waved goodbye to him from the train. She was also very reluctant to see him go. After seeing Mu Jingxun off, Jiang Li went to the bank to exchange some gold bars for a large sum of money. Then she went to the hospital to buy a lot of medicinal herbs all at once. After buying the herbs, it was already mealtime. Jiang Li hurried to a state-run restaurant for lunch. Last time she ate there, she was amazed by the flavor of the braised pork knuckles, so this time she ordered another one. She wanted to pack an extra portion to take home, but today the restaurant limited each person to only one order, so Jiang Li had to give up. After eating and drinking her fill, Jiang Li saw that it was not too late. She decided to visit the department store in the city to buy some things, then catch the bus back to the county in the afternoon. She headed toward the department store. As the weather was getting colder, Jiang Li needed to prepare some winter clothes. Before going to the countryside, she had already bought some warm clothing in Beijing. Now she just needed to add a couple more pieces. Jiang Li wasn't short of money now, so she could buy whatever she wanted. She was currently dating Mu Jingxun and was thinking about whether to knit him a scarf and 2 wool sweaters herself. Although she could buy ready-made ones, she believed that handmade items would be more meaningful than store-bought. Jiang Li thought this quickly and decided to buy some cashmere yarn to take home. The department store in the city was much bigger than the supply and marketing cooperative in the county, with a wider variety of goods. Jiang Li bought wool yarn for Mu Jingxun to knit sweaters, while she bought a ready-made cashmere sweater for herself. She spent time personally knitting a sweater and scarf for Mu Jingxun to add a touch of romance to their relationship. There was no need for her to knit for herself. Instead, she preferred to spend her time on cultivation. After buying yarn and clothes, Jiang Li also bought some snacks and food, carrying many bags out of the department store. She went to the bus station, and not long after, she boarded the bus back to the county. Since Mu Jingxun left, Jiang Li had been feeling lonely and more peaceful, but one bad thing happened. Lin Xian started acting up again, occasionally coming to flirt with her. Lin Xian was very interested in Jiang Li's mystical skills and shamelessly asked if she could teach her. If Jiang Li was willing, she offered a fee of 1,000 yuan as a master's fee. Jiang Li silently thought that Lin Xian was really a wealthy young lady, so rich. These days, a worker's monthly salary was only 30 or 40 yuan, yet she was willing to pay 1,000 yuan up front, which was quite extravagant. But since Jiang Li had already taken Chao Jingjuan's treasures, she no longer needed money, so she was not moved by Lin Xian's offer. Learning mystical arts requires a special talent. Lin Jiqing, your destiny is not suited for metaphysics. Even if I teach you, you won't learn it. Jiang Li refused to teach Lin Xian. Besides not liking her and not wanting to get involved, there was an important reason. Lin Xian was simply not suitable for studying metaphysics. Learning mystical arts, like cultivation and novels, also required spiritual roots. If one's spiritual roots were poor, no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't understand it. Seeing Jiang Li refuse to teach her, Lin Xian looked very disappointed, but she couldn't force Jiang Li to teach her, so she gave up. After Mu Jingxun left, since the harvest season was over, the team didn't have many busy tasks. The weather was gradually getting colder, and in about half a month, all farm work would be finished. It was already early October, and by mid to late October, especially in November, Liaoning province would be very cold. Snow was expected to fall around mid to late November. Before winter and snow arrived, everyone needed to prepare for the cold. For example, firewood for winter had to be gathered, and preserved vegetables needed to be pickled in advance. Before it snowed, people would go to the mountains to gather mountain goods. Nowadays, food is very scarce, and there are free mountain products on the mountain. Picking some and bringing them home can help reduce the consumption of daily rations. Items like pine nuts, chestnuts, and wood ear mushrooms are good substitutes for food. If they bring back more than their family can eat, they can secretly sell some at the county black market for extra money. Now, everyone is waiting for the production team's farming work to finish before going into the mountains to gather mountain goods and stockpile firewood. Because the weather is getting colder, things are busier than before. Many elderly people in the team start experiencing back and leg problems when the weather turns cold. Jiang Li gives them some ointments to take home and apply. With her massage therapy and ointments, the elderly in the team are much better off this year and no longer suffer from constant pain. Thanks to the young Jiang Jiqing, their bodies no longer have to suffer so much. Recently, many children in the team have caught colds and coughs. Jiang Li also gives them medicine, which helps them recover quickly. It has been over a week since Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong left Xingli production team. Communication methods back then are very inconvenient, unlike in later times when people can call anytime. The team has no electricity, so calling is impossible. Jiang Li waited 2 more days and then received a letter from Mu Jingxun from Beijing, telling her he arrived safely and asked her to take care of herself in Xingli. He also sent her some winter bedding and cotton clothes from Beijing. On the same day Jiang Li received his letter, the team got very good news. The county plans to bring electricity to Xingli team. Jiang Li's involvement was a big reason for this. After she joined the special team, the leaders found it difficult to contact her directly, so they decided to call the team she was assigned to in the countryside. This way, they could reach her easily when needed. Since phone calls require electricity, the higher authorities contacted Secretary Su to arrange for power to be connected to Xingli production team. Now, very few production teams have electricity, so when Xingli team got it, everyone was very happy. Having electricity makes things much easier. At night, they can use electric lights instead of kerosene lamps, which are much brighter. Xingli production team is quite ordinary among the many teams under Anfeng County, so the team members all think that their team got electricity mainly because of Jiang Li. Otherwise, they can't explain why the county suddenly chose their team to benefit. The only explanation is that Xiao Jiang made great contributions above, and Secretary Su remembered her. When the county had the quota to bring electricity to the production teams below, Secretary Su only approved the Victory production team to get power because of Jiang Li's influence. Jiang Li was very happy to hear the news about the power being connected. Without electricity, the team couldn't do many things, and they had to use kerosene lamps at night. It was not convenient at all. Besides the power connection, Li Changping also heard that they might get a telephone line, which made him even happier. He quickly shared this news with the team members. Getting electricity for the team was not very rare in Anfeng County. Other teams also had power. But the special treatment of getting a telephone line was only for their Victory team. Li Changping thought that next time he attended a meeting at the commune, he could boast about this to other team leaders. He was sure that Jiang Li's help was the main reason for this, so he felt very grateful to her again. He even held a meeting and told all the team members to be thankful to Jiang Li and to take good care of her. Most team members knew how grateful they should be, because Jiang Li had helped them a lot and achieved many good things for their team. When the officials came to connect the power, Jiang Li received a telegram from Beijing, signed by Bai Zirong. The message was simple: Brother Sun is in trouble. Sister Li, please come to Beijing quickly. During this time, Jiang Li was busy and hadn't paid much attention to Mu Jingxun. She had recently received a letter from him and thought he was fine and wouldn't have any problems. When Jiang Li saw Bai Zirong's telegram, she was shocked and immediately started calculating. It was not good news. Just after she finished, her face darkened. Mu Jingxun had been cursed with a soul-devouring spell and was now in a deep coma. His condition was very serious. But the person who cast the spell on him didn't seem to want to kill him directly. They probably wanted to lure out someone else. Jiang Li was that person they wanted to find. She continued to calculate and quickly understood the whole situation. The person who cast the spell on Mu Jingxun was a master of occult arts named Lu, sent by the Yin family. The Yin family's ancestral grave was disturbed, and they soon found out that Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong were involved. However, the Yin family knew that relying only on Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong, who were reckless, could not break the powerful feng shui barrier around their family grave. They knew that behind Mu Jingxun, there must be a master of supernatural arts helping him. They understood that even if they captured Mu Jingxun and Bai Zirong to question them, they probably wouldn't reveal the mastermind behind breaking the Yin family's feng shui barrier. The Yin family is always sneaky and ruthless. This time, they directly asked Master Lu to use dark magic to curse Mu Jingxun, hoping his hidden enemies would reveal themselves. Once Jiang Li appears, Master Lu, hired by the Yin family, will attack her to avenge the destruction of the Yin family's ancestral grave's feng shui barrier. Jiang Li carefully understood the full story and sneered with contempt. She wondered if the Yin family was overconfident or if they trusted Master Lu too much. Do they want a revenge on her? Well, let's see if this Master Lu has that ability. Her man was cursed, and Jiang Li is very protective of him. She must take revenge and make those who harmed Mu Jingxun pay a heavy price. After receiving a telegram from Bai Zirong, Jiang Li decided to go to Beijing herself. She immediately went to find Captain Li, asked for leave, and got an introduction letter. If it were anyone else, Li Changping wouldn't easily agree to let them leave the team for so long. But Jiang Li was different. She had contributed a lot to their victory, so Li Changping wouldn't make things difficult just because she needed to take a leave. After getting the introduction letter, Jiang Li went home to pack her luggage. It was late, and although she wanted to leave for Beijing immediately, she couldn't catch a bus to the city now. She would have to leave tomorrow morning. Early the next day, Jiang Li carried her luggage and headed alone to the county town. Seeing her leave with her luggage, Lin Xian asked in surprise, "Jiang Jiqing, are you going far away? Where are you going?" Jiang Li didn't want to bother Lin Xian, but thought it was necessary to tell the other young people about her trip, so they wouldn't worry. "I'm going to Beijing. I'll be back after a while." Hearing this, Lin Xian was anxious.
Huh?
"Jiang Jiqing, are you going to Beijing? Are you leaving me behind and going alone to the city?" Jiang Li's face twitched. What nonsense was this woman talking? Did they have some kind of relationship? Who was abandoning whom? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not going to the city. I have an important matter to handle in Beijing. Lin Xian naturally wanted to go with Jiang Li and immediately offered herself. Jiang Jiqing, it's not safe for you to go alone, and it must be lonely. Why don't I go with you? Jiang Li found Lin Xian very noisy and annoying. She told her to come to Beijing with her. Was she joking? If Lin Xian really came along, Jiang Li's head would be buzzing from the woman's constant chatter. Not your company. I'm leaving now. Have you packed your bag? Did you get the referral letter? I don't have time to wait for you, Jiang Li said. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a bit discouraged. Yes, she hadn't packed her bag or gotten the referral letter. The team leader wasn't happy with her, and asking for leave from the work team wouldn't be easy. Jiang Li didn't say much more. She nodded to other young workers and left. She first took a bus to the city, then went to the train station to buy a ticket to Beijing. By the time she boarded the train, it was already noon. The train would take a day and a night, so Jiang Li wouldn't arrive in Beijing until noon the next day. Although she was worried about Mu Jingxun's safety, there was nothing she could do now but take it step by step. Jiang Li knew Mu Jingxun wasn't in immediate danger. The Yin family and Master Lu's actions were meant to lure her out. As it was mealtime, Jiang Li bought a boxed meal on the train. After traveling all morning, her stomach was growling, and she needed to eat quickly. The train offered boxed meals, which didn't require a ticket, but they weren't cheap. The meat dishes cost about 1 yuan, the same as a worker's daily wage. Jiang Li ordered a box with braised pork. The portion wasn't large, and the price was unaffordable for ordinary people. She had just taken a few bites when she noticed a young boy across from her, about 6 or 7 years old, staring at the braised pork in her box and swallowing hard. These days, everyone was very poor. Poor families rarely ate meat. Maybe once a month for city folks, and in the countryside, it was normal to go several months without meat. The boy looked at Jiang Li for a while, then, feeling upset, called out to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I want to eat meat too. I want to eat meat." A box of food cost only 1 yuan, but his parents couldn't bear to buy it. Seeing their child fussing, the boy's mother said to Jiang Li, "Comrade, look, my son is crying and wants to eat meat. Could you give him a piece to try? It'll stop him from crying, and it's so annoying." Hearing this, Jiang Li thought the woman was really strange. Asking her to give her son a piece of meat? Did she think she was generous? She directly retorted, "If your son wants to eat, just buy him some. I'm not his mother. Why should I give him my meat?" The woman across from Jiang Li looked angry when she saw Jiang Li speaking so bluntly. Her face darkened, and she pointed at Jiang Li with displeasure. "Little comrade, why are you so petty? It's just 2 pieces of meat. The kid wants to eat it, so let him try. What's the big deal? I don't have money right now. If I had money, I would buy it for him. Why would I come to you for it?" Seeing how confident and bold she was, Jiang Li realized how diverse people can be. The world is never short of odd characters. But when dealing with odd characters, Jiang Li never lets herself be pushed around. She sneered and said, "If you want food, just say so. People begging for food aren't as confident as you. You act like everyone owes you. Do you think meat is just cabbage? If you want to eat, others should give it to you? Or do you think I, a young girl, am easy to bully?" Jiang Li was right. The reason the woman was so brazen in asking for meat was because Jiang Li was a young girl. Young girls usually have thin skin and find it hard to refuse others. When someone is persistent and asks for something, they might not want to give it but do so out of face. But this time, the woman miscalculated. Jiang Li was not a naive girl. She didn't just refuse but also responded sharply. The woman's face darkened further when her intentions were exposed. She felt humiliated and refused to admit she just wanted to take advantage. Instead, she changed the subject and accused Jiang Li, "If you don't want to give, just say so. Don't speak so harshly. I see you're young and rich, buying such expensive lunchboxes. You probably don't even know how you earned that money, right? Whether you're clean or not." When Jiang Li heard her spreading lies and throwing dirt on her, she didn't hold back. She shot back fiercely. You think I'm like you, shameless. TSK, shamelessly acting as a mistress, hooking up with married men, pushing the original wife to the brink. Doing such disgusting things that everyone hates. Aren't you afraid of karma? Hearing Jiang Li's words, the woman looked visibly flustered. The man sitting beside her also changed his expression. They were sure they had never seen Jiang Li before and didn't know her. So, why did this woman know about their past actions? After Jiang Li spoke, many people in the carriage looked at that family with strange eyes. The woman sitting opposite Jiang Li saw the contempt in others' gazes and immediately started to defend herself. Don't talk nonsense. How can you spread rumors about me so casually? Jiang Li sneered. You two know very well whether I am spreading rumors. The original wife died, and less than half a year later, you two had a child. And you still say you weren't the third party. A 5-month-old baby. Can it survive after birth? Seeing Jiang Li explain everything so clearly, they realized they couldn't argue anymore. Otherwise, their secrets would be exposed completely, and they would become the target of public criticism. When they fell silent, Jiang Li sneered coldly. If they dared to speak again, she would reveal more shocking facts, making them lose face in front of everyone and ruin their reputation. After lunch, Jiang Li leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. The train continued chugging forward. Jiang Li had been on the train for 3 hours when she suddenly saw a train attendant rush into the carriage in a panic, asking if there was a doctor on board. Someone was having a sudden emergency and needed medical help. Hearing this, Jiang Li thought for a moment and decided to stand up immediately. If she hadn't encountered such a situation before, she wouldn't have cared. But now that she had the chance, she wanted to help and earn some good karma. Jiang Li quickly got up and told the attendant, "Comrade, hello, I am a doctor." The attendant saw that Jiang Li was a young girl and couldn't help but doubt if she was really a doctor. But now wasn't the time to question her. They needed to act quickly, so she took Jiang Li to see the patient. The situation was urgent, and they had to try their best. The attendant led Jiang Li to a VIP carriage. When Jiang Li saw it was a VIP carriage, she knew the patient's identity wasn't simple. These days, only important people could ride in such a carriage. But no matter who the person was, Jiang Li wouldn't try to flatter or use her medical skills to gain favor or benefits from them. Besides Jiang Li, several other doctors had already arrived in the VIP carriage. Because Jiang Li was the youngest, even though she was brought into the VIP carriage, she wasn't the first to check the patient. The more experienced doctors took the lead. On the soft bed inside the carriage was an elderly man who looked quite old. He was dressed in a military uniform with several guards around him, likely a high-ranking official. He had fainted, and his face looked very pale. The older doctors took turns examining him, but couldn't find a solution. They all shook their heads, indicating they were helpless. Only then did Jiang Li prepare to step in. Although Jiang Li did not take the elderly person's pulse for a detailed check, she had already observed the patient's condition roughly. She knew the elderly person was in serious danger and needed urgent rescue. Jiang Li quickly took out a set of silver needles from her pocket and inserted them into several of the patient's pulse points. Seeing Jiang Li using traditional Chinese medicine methods, the Western-trained doctors who had just tried to treat the senior official thought her approach was unreliable. "Comrade, can you really save this person? You look young. If you try to save him and fail, you might make things worse," one doctor questioned. Jiang Li immediately became annoyed upon hearing the doubt. "If you can't do it yourself, then shut up when I take action." Seeing a young girl like Jiang Li speaking so boldly and confidently, the doctor was very displeased. "This leader's condition is quite special. I honestly can't save him, but you shouldn't act recklessly. If you make his condition worse, it could be a big problem. Can you take responsibility for that?" The doctor then turned to the guard beside the senior official and said, "Are you just going to let a young officer do whatever she wants? If something happens to the leader, can you handle the consequences?" The guard looked at Jiang Li, seeming to share the same concern. Yes, she looked too young. How capable could she be? After all, true genius young people are rare in this world. Just as the guard was about to stop Jiang Li, The unconscious senior official suddenly woke up. The doctor who had doubted Jiang Li's medical skills was instantly proven wrong. Unexpectedly, this young girl had such impressive skills. She simply inserted 2 needles, and the official actually woke up. Seeing the official awake, Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief. However, the official's condition was not fully recovered. He still needed medication and treatment. Jiang Li knew that the situation was not optimistic. Although the acupuncture had helped him wake up this time, the root cause of his illness was not completely cured, and there was still a risk of fainting again. Jiang Li had calculated that this official was a brave hero who fought valiantly on the battlefield in his youth. It was because of heroes like him that the new China was established, allowing ordinary people to live peaceful and happy lives. Jiang Li genuinely admired such national heroes. So, when she saw that his health was not good, she was happy to help him with some medicine to improve his condition. To restore his health, the solution was simple, just 1 rejuvenation pill. This pill was one of Jiang Li's most basic and commonly made medicines, so giving him one was no problem. The senior leader woke up. The guard briefly reported the situation to him. The leader nodded and looked at Jiang Li, asking, "Little girl, was it you who saved me just now?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, sir. I wouldn't say I saved you, but I helped you wake up. Your health isn't very good right now, and to fully control your illness, you'll need to take some medicine and rest." The leader was surprised and pleased by her words, asking, "Young comrade, can my old illness really be cured completely?"
He knew his body well.
Many of his health problems were caused by his years of fighting on the battlefield. He had seen the best doctors in the country, but they all said his condition couldn't be fully cured. Today, Jiang Li, a young comrade, said some of his issues could be treated, which surprised him. Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, I believe so. I don't know if others can, but I definitely can. I just don't know if you trust me, since I am young and many people doubt my medical skills." She deliberately glanced at the doctor and guard who had doubted her earlier. The leader quickly said, "Young comrade, I am not someone who judges by appearances. Since you could help me wake up, your skills must be good. I am willing to cooperate with your treatment unconditionally. If you can cure my old illness, I can live a few more years and do more for the country and the people." The leader was not afraid of death. He was afraid that after he died, he wouldn't be able to contribute to China and its people.